Ding! It detects that you're watching videos and want to go all in. Sir, there's an intense desire and need for superpowers, the awakening of the ability to predict the future. Now that Thanksgiving has arrived, there's a special offer of 3 dog heads. Please choose whether to activate the ability to predict the future. Ding! The activation of the ability to predict the future is successful. At first, you, sitting on the rooftop, couldn't believe it at all. Over the past 2 years, to invest in stocks, you took odd jobs, set up street stalls, borrowed high-interest loans, and borrowed from every relative and friend, yet it all ended in failure. Now that the bull market has come, you have no funds to invest and want to go all in to turn your fortunes around. There's no greater sorrow in life than this, compounded by the pain. Your girlfriend, for whom you put in so much effort, also broke up with you, becoming the last straw that broke the camel's back. Sitting on the rooftop, you shivered and muttered, the temperature dropped suddenly. It's really damn cold. Then, in a moment of desperation, you picked up your phone and sent 3 dog heads, just in case you really awaken superpowers. Ding! It detects that the host has sent 3 dog heads, predicting the awakening of superpowers in the next 24 hours. Life has no insurmountable obstacles, please cheer up, host. As the prompt ended, you, who were ready to jump, showed an expression of utter shock. You had awakened the ability to predict the future. It's really awakened. You found it hard to believe and checked the time on your phone. It was 6:42. Then, there were no signs at all. Suddenly, an image appeared in your mind. At 6:44, a debt collector will call. At 6:49, a debt collector will send a text saying to pay back the money, or they'll call all your relatives and friends, ruining your reputation. Wait, could this be the image of predicting the future? As you were lost in thought, your phone vibrated. You looked at the number, and it was the same as the one that just appeared in your mind. Of course, you didn't answer. Let him think whatever he wants. Once he's done thinking, he'll stop. The vibration stopped, and you stared at your phone in silence. Ding! Another text came in. You opened it to find it was from the missed call, saying to pay back the money, or they would call all your relatives and friends, ruining your reputation. This really is a message that can predict the future. You felt a mix of excitement, happiness, and anxiety, plunging into a strange state. But how do you get rich? The first thought that popped into your mind was to buy lottery tickets. You thought through gritted teeth, sorry, boss, but I'm going to drain the jackpot. There's no way around it. You've spent thousands on various lottery tickets, and you haven't even won the lowest prize of 5 yuan. Now you must regain your losses. Thinking of this, you carefully stepped back and came down from the rooftop. Your superpowers have awakened. Even if you can't become a guardian of world peace, you won't be foolish enough to seek your own demise. Wait a moment to test the stocks and see if this superpower is reliable. In the next second, you casually thought of a stock code. Then, in your mind, the stock's price movement for the next 24 hours appeared. After thinking again, you suddenly felt a pain in your heart that made it hard to breathe. The bull market is here. The super bull market has truly arrived. So, when you checked your pocket, you only found a crumpled 5 yuan note. You could only rely on the lottery to turn your fortunes around for now. Thinking of this, you hurried back to your rented room and washed up properly. After getting ready, you tucked your phone away and confidently walked out the door. When you arrived at the lottery station, it was crowded. Everyone wanted to get rich, even knowing they were buying just hope. You quietly squeezed onto a chair, sat down, and casually picked up a discarded old lottery ticket. You glanced at it, but the predictive image you hoped for didn't appear in your mind. You realized that it seemed you could only predict numbers that had not yet been drawn. Thinking of this, you opened your computer to check the predicted numbers for the next draw, but strangely, the image still didn't appear in your mind. You felt a chill in your heart. Could it be that you have no predictive ability for lottery numbers? Looking again, you saw that the lottery was drawn on Monday, Wednesday, and Saturday, and today is Sunday, so there's no draw. You suddenly realized that it had already been over 24 hours, and you couldn't predict anything. Don't delay my chance to win big. Let's get to the welfare lottery quickly. The welfare lottery's double color ball is drawn on Sundays. You checked your phone to look up the predictions for the next draw. Exciting images suddenly popped into your mind. The double color ball for 2024 XXX7 has the red ball numbers 040517183132. The blue ball number is 01. Seeing these numbers, you clenched your fists in excitement, but unfortunately, you only had 5 yuan in your pocket, just enough to buy 2 tickets. Suppressing your inner excitement, you wrote down the predicted numbers. Then, you pulled out that crumpled 5 yuan note and walked to the sales machine to place your first bet. The woman selling the lottery tickets was in her 40s. You didn't even lift your paper with the numbers, she just quickly typed in 2 yuan. You handed over the 5 yuan. The middle-aged woman found 3 large coins and handed them to you along with the ticket she just printed. After receiving them, you quickly tore up the paper with the numbers. As you prepared to place another bet, you suddenly felt something was off. The numbers in your mind suddenly started to change, like jumping electronic numbers. They kept rolling non-stop. When they finally stopped, you found that the winning numbers had changed, and there were dozens more. Simply put, you didn't buy those numbers. The predicted winning numbers were only one set, but after you bought a ticket, the winning numbers changed to dozens. If you bought double or even more, the winning numbers would increase exponentially. Damn, sorry, boss. I won't drain the jackpot, just give me a chance to win the grand prize. It's painful, my head hurts. I won't buy any more. You held the remaining 3 coins in your hand, spending 2 yuan on bread and 1 yuan on a bottle of water. With little money left, you had no desire to go shopping. After returning to your rented place, you felt a bit listless. Then you rolled over and got up again, testing the predictions. You verified the lottery numbers again, and indeed, even if you could predict, you'd need at least tens of millions to drain the jackpot. If I had tens of millions, I wouldn't even bother with the lottery. Then you looked at stocks. You casually picked a stock and looked again. Buying 10,000 or 100,000 made no difference. Only when buying $1 million did you see a slight change, and it wasn't until you thought about buying 10 million that the change became a bit more noticeable, but still not significant. After many predictions, you confirmed that numbers within 2 to 3 million would come in and out. The fluctuations in stock prices don't matter much. It seems investing in stocks is more reliable than playing the lottery. But stock trading requires capital. You're deep in debt now, so where would that capital come from? At least your lottery numbers have a good chance of winning the grand prize. You gathered your focus and finally made it to 9:15 p.m., turning on the TV to watch the drawing. As you saw the entire set of red balls, you began to breathe heavily, feeling increasingly anxious. The 7th ball drawn is 02. My heart skipped a beat. With that last ball changing, you bought 01, and the grand prize turned into the second prize, shrinking the winnings by 90%. Half an hour later, the prize amount was revealed, and it hurt only 190,000 for the second prize, leaving just over 140,000 after taxes. After a moment, you adjusted your mindset and clenched your fist in happiness. This was a blessing in disguise. Thanks to the director for helping me win a second prize, I now have some startup capital. The next morning, you got up bright and early, making sure to look sharp before heading to the city's lottery center. The young lady at the counter wasn't particularly pretty, but she had an air of arrogance. After checking your lottery ticket, she told you to wait a moment. Then came the paperwork, and you hardly experienced any envious glances from others. After claiming your prize, you went to KFC for a bucket meal, filling your belly that had been growling with hunger. Feeling full and satisfied, you calmed down and took out your phone to pay off 37,000 in credit card debt first. With 109,000 left, you withdrew an additional 7,000 from the ATM, leaving 102,000 in your account. Without a second thought, you transferred 100,000 to your stock account. After getting home, you called the hefty landlord and informed him about the 6,600 rent, giving you 4,400 as a prepayment for 2 months. The landlord exclaimed, "Where did you get all this money?" You smiled and replied, "Do you believe me if I say I won the lottery?" The landlord grinned and said, "You're kidding, right? You're pulling my leg," he sighed, shaking his head. "I had no choice. I went out to find a rich woman and had a wild night." The landlord clearly didn't believe you and said, "Don't try to fool me." Then the landlord, not caring where your money came from, strolled away leisurely. You patted your full belly, locked the door after getting back inside, and quietly opened the stock selection app. Currently, the major stocks are all in the green. You took a pen to mark the stocks that were rising, then chose the one with the highest increase. The stock price was exactly 19 yuan, so with 100,000, you could buy 520 shares, totaling 98,800. After making the purchase, you predicted the stock's trend again. The result showed no significant changes. After the market opens tomorrow, it will hit the limit up by 11:44 a.m. So, after the market opened the next day, you set up a limit order with a selling price of 20.88 yuan, close to the limit up price. The transaction was completed at 10:41 a.m. the next day. The sale amounted to 108,576 yuan, and after deducting the initial investment of 98,800 yuan, you made a net profit of 9,776 yuan. Looking at that number, you couldn't help but cry. It was the first time you felt this exhilarated about buying stocks. Then it was time to pick stocks again, continuing to invest all in and selling on Tuesday. On Tuesday, the profit finally broke 10,000, netting 14,700. and your stock account balance grew to 134,252 yuan. On Wednesday, the net profit exceeded 17,000, and the balance was over 150,000. On Thursday, the profit surpassed 20,000, reaching 22,600, with a balance nearing 180,000. On Friday, the profit just exceeded 30,000, and the balance topped 210,000. Looking at the numbers in your account, your eyes grew red again. You were deeply moved by the stock market. On Friday, you didn't take any risks because you could only see the 24-hour fluctuations. The market was closed on weekends, and you didn't want to gamble on uncertainty. You didn't mind missing out on that day's profit. By the next week, you continued to choose to invest fully every day. Every day, you aimed for profits of 10% or even 20%. After a week, after compounding profits, it was like a snowball effect. 100,000 turned into over 570,000, netting a profit of 478,000. The third week was even more shocking. The balance in your stock account reached 1,974,400. You withdrew 200,000 to pay off online loans, clearing all debts at once. Then you blissfully fell into a deep sleep. After waking up, you changed into a new outfit and stepped outside, feeling refreshed under the blue sky and white clouds. You felt incredibly energized. 1 month into stock trading, your account balance had surpassed 5 million, and as the amount grew, you still had some concerns. After all, you were investing everything each time, and you were making consistent profits. For now, being a small retail investor was fine, but if the amounts grew larger, it would eventually attract attention. You could only wait until your funds grew larger to open U.S. stocks and activate. The international financial markets are where the real money is made. Thinking about it filled you with anticipation. Another half-month passed, and on your birthday, your stock account had over 9 million. You withdrew 5 million, planning to buy a house and a car as a birthday gift to yourself for turning 25. After withdrawing 5 million, you still had over 2 million left. The balance in your stock account was just a number, but it felt incredibly satisfying. You quietly made a decision to first achieve a small goal of making a big profit. The city you lived in, Chuan City, was just a small town between the 3rd and 4th tiers, so you called a private car to head out. Your destination was Tianzong City, the largest area in Chuan City. It was a high-end community with the best configurations and high prices per square meter. The sales office at Tianzong City was very grand. All the saleswomen were dressed in dark uniforms, with skirts showing off their long legs, and their red lips looked very alluring. You glanced around a bit after entering. Some saleswomen noticed you entering, but no one came over to greet you. These saleswomen were quite sharp-eyed. You were dressed very ordinarily, looking young and without any older companions, probably just there to window shop. You ran your fingers through your hair, frowned, and then chose the prettiest one among them, calling her over. The saleswoman approached with a smile and asked, "Hello, are you here to look at houses?" You pouted and said, "I've been here for a while and no one has paid attention to me. I can't tell if these houses are for sale or not." Waylon smiled and poured you a cup of tea, saying, "Sorry, we have many types of apartments. Do you want a larger or smaller one?" You took a sip of tea and said, "I want to see ready-to-move-in apartments, not bare ones. Ideally, I'd like something spacious with good views and lighting." "All right, we have 2 types of layouts. One is a 170 square meter penthouse with 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 4 bathrooms, and 2 large balconies. The other is a limited edition top-floor duplex." Without thinking, you waved your hand and instructed her to take you to see the duplex. She hesitated a bit and asked again. You scoffed and said, "If I'm really buying, I need to be satisfied with the house first before I make a purchase." Waylon felt a bit reluctant but nodded and led the way, saying, "All right then." Noticing Waylon's somewhat unwilling expression, you said softly, "Please hurry up, I need to go buy a car." When Waylon heard you might be showing off, she couldn't help but chuckle. "Just so happens, my brother sells cars in the county. I can introduce you, you'll definitely get a discount." "What kind of car are you looking to buy?" Seeing the amused look on her face, you knew Waylon thought you were bragging. "All right, around 1 million, you replied. "I'm fine with any comfortable car." Waylon couldn't hold back anymore and burst out laughing, playfully holding her waist and saying, "You're kidding, right? I'm afraid I'll laugh at you." You chuckled and didn't bother explaining. Soon, you entered the duplex. Waylon used a card to unlock the high-end password fingerprint lock on the dual doors, which looked quite impressive. Once inside, you took a quick look around and fell in love with the apartment. Waylon continued to talk non-stop, explaining the pros and cons of the apartment. You smiled at her and said, "No need for more introductions." "Alright," as expected, Waylon pouted and came over, saying, "Come on, you're really blowing smoke here. Even a little courtesy would be better than outright rejection." You couldn't be bothered to respond and walked ahead, saying, "Let's not waste time, let's go downstairs and sign the contract." Waylon covered her mouth, her expression showing disbelief. "Wait, you want to place an order and sign a contract?" In the elevator, Waylon couldn't help but tilt her head and glance at you, realizing you were serious. You stood with your hands behind your back, bouncing slightly. You replied, and Waylon repeated, "Then I'll go get the paperwork and contract. Honestly, I can't understand how your sales attitude manages to sell houses." Waylon bit her lip, feeling a bit awkward as she went to fetch the contract documents. As she left, a few female colleagues quietly laughed, asking what kind of house she was showing you. "I think he's just trying to get close because he thinks you're pretty." Waylon smiled slightly and thought, "Am I stupid? You all are the smart ones." She happily pulled out the paperwork, stating that the price for the duplex in Building 9 was 9,288 yuan per square meter, with renovations costing 4,000 yuan per square meter, totaling 13,288 yuan. You took out your bank card, interrupting her, saying, "Alright, let's just swipe the card." Waylon was momentarily stunned. "Wait, are you swiping for a 30% down payment? I haven't calculated how much that is yet." You could only passively play it cool, saying, "Let's just pay in full, around 2 million. Why bother with installments?" Waylon was taken aback, her heart racing. She hurriedly led you to the finance office to swipe the card. The finance officer was a curly-haired middle-aged woman who looked surprised when she heard you were paying in full for the most expensive duplex. After swiping the card on the POS machine, a receipt was printed out. Waylon had mentally prepared herself, but she was still shocked that it was truly a full payment. You took the receipt and asked Waylon, "Can we sign the contract now?" Waylon suddenly realized, her heart nearly exploding from joy. "Yes, we can. You should know that just this commission alone, this would put her in the top 3 for her salary this month, so she could no longer look down on you." Unconsciously, Waylon's eyes sparkled with excitement. While processing the paperwork, Waylon's face turned slightly red, and she cautiously asked, "Are you married? For the property registration, if you are, I'll need both partners' documents." You glanced at her and said, "I'm single." "If you think I can't have just one name on the property deed, then can you put someone else's name on it?" Waylon's heart skipped a beat. She almost let slip that she had an ID card. The paperwork was completed quickly, and Waylon collected all the keys for the apartment in the office, handing them to you along with the contract. "Everything's done, keep these safe." The nearby female colleagues were truly envious and jealous, especially the saleswoman who hadn't paid you any attention. She was regretting it, as this commission was worth tens of thousands, equivalent to several months of her salary. You picked up the folder and left, feeling great about spending money so freely. It was all about the prestige. "Look at those saleswomen, they look like they wanted to pounce on you and take a bite." With money, you're like a prized catch. Without it, you're nothing but a piece of trash. It seems you still need to make a fortune in the stock market. It would be best to access the international financial markets, using leverage to enhance this superpower. It would definitely be exhilarating. Just as you were lost in thoughts about the future, Waylon suddenly called out to you, biting her lip and saying, "Wait a moment, I'll go ask for a leave." Luo Chen muttered to himself, "Is she already interested in me? Is she openly trying to flirt? It seems the allure of money is indeed immense." Waylon signed such a big deal and didn't encounter any obstacles when asking the manager for half a day's leave. The manager approved it readily. When she came out again, she had changed into a light yellow dress, white high heels, and her long hair fell over her shoulders. Her tall figure was indeed striking. "Let's go," Waylon said, jingling her bag as she walked out, then drove a white Toyota sedan out of the parking lot behind the sales office, lowering the window to call Luo Chen to get in. After Luo Chen got in, she began to speak while driving. "You got me to sign such a big deal today, so I have to help you out a bit, and then I'll treat you to a meal to thank you." This sounded a bit awkward to Luo Chen. He thought to himself, if you want to pursue me, just say it directly instead of beating around the bush. But to be honest, having such a beautiful woman pursue him was quite pleasant, even though he knew she was interested in him because of his wealth. In today's society, without some financial foundation, how could you find a wife? At the car city, Waylon and Luo Chen walked in side by side. The hall was filled with various brands of cars, both luxury and ordinary. Luo Chen heard a salesperson jokingly calling out, "Buy a car and get a girlfriend." This was a short video content from Douyin, where the girl selling cars pretended to shout "buy a car and get a girlfriend," and the buyers would deliberately act as if they were buying a car to get a girlfriend, then run off with a female salesperson after the purchase. Of course, it was a humorous content meant to attract attention, but it was indeed eye-catching. The tall and beautiful Wei Lin became the focus of everyone's attention, overshadowing the female salespeople in the car dealership. Wei Lin pulled Luo Chen over to a tall, handsome man and said, "Brother, I'm buying a car." She then introduced him to Luo Chen. "This is my brother, Wei Chang." Wei Chang looked up at his sister and then at Luo Chen, his eyes filled with suspicion. That was understandable. Once Wei Chang heard this, he quickly asked Luo Chen politely, "So, what brand and model does Mr. Luo want?" Before Luo Chen could answer, Wei Lin jumped in to say, "A spacious one, with good configuration and high safety performance, around 1 million. Wei Chang was momentarily stunned. So impressive? Looking at how ordinary Luo Chen was dressed and how young he seemed, he had prepared to introduce cars in the range of 100 to 200,000. Wei Chang immediately perked up and led them to another corner, saying, "Come this way, the luxury cars are over here." There were quite a few people looking at luxury cars, but those who could actually afford them were still few. As they walked, Wei Chang asked Luo Chen, "Does Mr. Luo prefer a sedan or an SUV?" Without thinking, Luo Chen replied, "An SUV. Since there are many mountains in Chuan City, an SUV has better visibility and off-road performance." Good. Wei Cheng understood and took them to a row of luxury SUVs, introducing, "There are a few models available at this level. You can see if any suit you. If not, you'll have to place an order. This model is the Range Rover Autobiography." As he introduced, there were Range Rovers, BMWs, Audis, Cayennes, and Mercedes, and finally, a high-performance version of the Mercedes. Luo Chen compared them and then asked Wei Chang, "How much is this one?" Wei Chang was taken aback, not expecting him to choose the most expensive one. He immediately introduced, "This is the latest model from Mercedes this year, with 4,585 horsepower, accelerating from 0 to 100 in 4 seconds. The net price is 22 million, but since you came with my sister, I can apply for some discounts. Without discounts, the on-road price is around 2.48 million. If you want it, how about 2.40 million? Luo Chen pondered for a moment and said, "Alright, but I only have 1.57 million right now, so I'm short 830,000. I need to withdraw money from my investment account, but it will only arrive tomorrow. Let's handle the paperwork and pick up the car tomorrow." Wei Cheng squinted and smiled, saying, "How about we get a loan? It's more cost-effective to take out a loan. It's better to keep the money for circulation. Nowadays, who buys a car or a house outright? Everyone is taking out loans." Luo Chen shook his head and said, "I'm not short on money. I don't want to take out a loan. I don't like being in debt." Wei Cheng was taken aback, and Wei Lin's heart raced beside him. Not short on money? What kind of status is that? The not short in those 3 words carries weight. Previously, when he heard Luo Chen's words, he thought he was just boasting, but after he bought a house outright, he realized he was genuinely wealthy. The world of the rich is truly different. This car costs over 2 million, and he still paid in full. How could others not feel disheartened? He thought buying a car for 1 million was impressive, but here was someone buying a car worth about 2.5 million. Just a moment. Wei Cheng didn't know if Luo Chen was telling the truth because he wasn't familiar with him, so he pulled Wei Lin aside to quietly ask her, "Do you know this person well?" Wei Lin initially wanted to shake her head and say she didn't know him, but for some reason, she said something else. "He's okay. He just bought a 220 square meter top-floor duplex in our Tianzong city, the most expensive one, paying 2,920,000 in full, no loan. He is not short on money. What the hell? He paid for the house in full too?" Wei Cheng was shocked and quickly said, "Alright, I'll be his guarantor. Let's sign the contract now, and he can come tomorrow to pay the remaining 830,000. He has a house and a car. I'll keep the car registration until he comes to pay the final amount tomorrow. It's safer to sign now to avoid him buying from someone else." As Wei Cheng spoke, he went to the manager's office to negotiate with the boss. This matter wasn't too difficult. It was mainly about judgment. If it were an ordinary person, they wouldn't agree, but spending nearly 3 million on a house in one day and then 250,000 on a car, could an ordinary person do that? The manager quickly agreed after weighing it and proceeded with the paperwork. Wei Cheng immediately asked Luo Chen to swipe his card to handle the procedures, including insurance and temporary plates, swiping 1.57 million in cash, with the remaining 830,000 to be paid tomorrow. Then they went to the vehicle management office to register the car. The vehicle management office was nearby, and the dealership staff were familiar with the process. It was done in half an hour. They returned and handed over the paperwork, vehicle registration, and other documents to Luo Chen. The car's registration certificate would serve as collateral until the remaining 830,000 was paid tomorrow. Wei Cheng took a moment to pull his sister Wei Lin aside and quietly asked her, "Is that person your boyfriend?" Wei Lin blushed, glancing shyly at Luo Chen, who was sitting far away drinking tea. Wei Chen understood at a glance and poked Wei Lin's forehead with his finger. "You've got good taste. He looks stable and composed, but he seems too wealthy, and I'm worried you might get hurt. How about I show off a bit of your brother-in-law's might so he won't dare bully you in the future?" No. It's not that serious yet." Wei Lin quickly stopped him. "What kind of situation is this? Her brother didn't even know she was the only one invested in this." Luo Chen had no idea, and what if he scared him away? Wei Cheng looked at his sister disdainfully. "Come on, aren't you always looking down on everyone? Why are you turning around today?" Wei Lin pushed him away. All right, we still need to go eat. I don't have time to deal with you." "Oh, how cheesy." Wei Cheng squinted and trembled as he walked away. "Wait a minute." Wei Lin called her brother back, took out her car keys, and tossed them to him. "Drive my car back." Wei Cheng mocked. "Now that you have a big one, you look down on the little pony. If you're so capable, why not ask him to get a big one for your brother-in-law too?" Wei Lin blushed and scolded with a smile. "Get lost." Over at the rest area, Luo Chen was looking at the large documentation. After Wei Lin approached, she bent down and asked him, "Is everything taken care of?" As she bent down, nearby men turned their gazes toward her. Her figure was undeniably tempting. Several female salespeople pouted in disdain, but their hearts were filled with envy and jealousy. "All done." Luo Chen flashed the leather bag with the Mercedes-Benz logo and stood up to go out, with Wei Cheng accompanying him. The new car was parked in front of the gate. First, they inspected the vehicle, then took photos with balloons. The staff from the car dealership assumed that Luo Chen and Wei Lin were a couple, directing them to stand closer together and look more intimate. Wei Lin cooperated silently, and once the photos were taken, it was time to hand over the car. Luo Chen didn't examine it closely. He opened the door and sat in the driver's seat, testing the feel of it. It was indeed very different from the cars worth 100 to 200,000. On the other side, Wei Lin also got in, closed the door, and asked him, "Shall we go? What do you want to eat?" Luo Chen was more interested in the new car. He had driven a Wuling Hongguang and a Chevrolet Cruze before, but he had never driven a luxury car. Sitting in the driver's seat felt very imposing. He first drove to a nearby gas station to fill up the tank, but when it came time to pay, he realized he was out of money on his card. Fortunately, Wei Lin got out of the car with him. She wanted to buy 2 bottles of drinks. When she saw that Luo Chen's card couldn't process the payment, she immediately used WeChat to pay the 620 yuan for the gas. After getting back in the car, Luo Chen thanked her. "Thank you, I'll pay you back tomorrow." "It's fine." Wei Lin initially wanted to say it wasn't necessary to pay her back but hesitated and didn't say it. Luo Chen had wanted to find a more upscale place to eat, but thinking about not having money, he settled for a more ordinary place to park and eat. The meal didn't cost much, just over 300. During the meal, Wei Lin discreetly went to the front desk to pay the bill while pretending to go to the restroom. Luo Chen had taken out 850,000, which wouldn't be available until the market opened tomorrow morning. The rest of the money was all invested in a stock. Then he said to Wei Lin, "Let me add your phone number, I'll pay you back tomorrow morning." Wei Lin smiled gently, finally unable to hold back. "Then, let me add you on WeChat, it's fine. We can chat." How could he be so clueless, not knowing to take the initiative at all? Luo Chen hesitated for a moment before pulling up the WeChat QR code. "You can add me." Wei Lin scanned it with her phone and added him. His WeChat name was simply Luo Chen, nothing flashy. When she opened his moments, there was only one post from 4 months ago, and nothing else before that. The post was strange, just a blank piece of paper with 2 sentences. "The past was a blank slate, now I transform and reborn as a butterfly." It was hard to understand. Wei Lin felt somewhat disappointed. How could a rich second generation not have any dazzling past to show off? "Did you eat well?" Wei Lin was still looking at Luo Chen's moments when he stood up to ask her. Wei Lin put her phone away and nodded. "I ate well." Luo Chen smiled slightly and said, "I still need to borrow from you again." Before he could finish, Wei Lin interrupted him. "I've already paid the bill. Didn't I say I treat you? Thank you for the big meal you treated me to today." Luo Chen didn't bother to be polite and nodded as he went out, getting back into his black car, with Wei Lin still sitting in the passenger seat, fastening her seatbelt. As Luo Chen drove, he asked, "Are you going back home or to my place?" Wei Lin was taken aback, turning to stare at him, her expression changing slightly. "What do you mean?" Luo Chen said with a half-smile, "You've been with me all afternoon, we're not teenagers anymore. You want something, I want something, isn't that how it is?" Wei Lin's expression turned cold, and she turned her face to look out the window, coldly saying, "Pull over." Luo Chen was stunned and pulled the car to the side, surprised. "What's wrong?" Wei Lin's chest rose and fell sharply, her cold, beautiful face like ice, coldly saying, "I admit, you attracted me today. I admit I have feelings for you, and I won't deny that part of my liking for you is due to your money. But who doesn't like money? Who can live without money? I like money too, but that doesn't mean I would sell my dignity. Today, I'm very grateful that you let me sign a big deal, thank you." After saying this, Wei Lin opened the car door, got out, and walked away without looking back. Luo Chen was left in a daze. Did he offend her? Were his words too much? Maybe a little, perhaps it was a bit excessive to think of her as a temporary fling. Is it wrong for a woman to love money? Thinking back to his ex-girlfriend who hurt him when she left, and then to Wei Lin who had walked away so decisively, Luo Chen suddenly felt a pang in his heart. No matter what, he had indeed hurt Wei Lin's feelings. He recalled that over the years, Wei Lin was the first woman who actively spent money on him, even if it was just filling up a tank of gas or having a meal. His ex-girlfriend only spent his money and never contributed a cent for him, and aside from his mother and sister, no other woman had ever spent a penny on him. Yet now, he had hurt a beautiful woman who was willing to spend money on him. Forget it, he thought. The more he thought about it, the more his head hurt. Returning to his rented room, he parked the car downstairs and then called the landlord to come and terminate the lease. Most of the things in the room he didn't want anymore. He only picked a few sets of clothes he could still wear, packed his laptop, and then carried the suitcase downstairs. A few people were gathered around the car. The chubby landlord had arrived and greeted the onlookers, all of whom were his tenants. The chubby landlord drove an old Audi, and upon seeing the brand new car, he couldn't help but stop and stare. "This car is really impressive," the landlord said, his eyes glued to it. Luo Chen brought the suitcase to the car, opened the trunk, and placed it inside, then handed the house key to the landlord. "Here's the key, landlord. I can't be bothered to throw away the stuff inside. You can see if the next tenant wants it. If not, just throw it away. Is this car yours? Is this car yours?" A few people around the car couldn't help but ask in surprise. They recognized Luo Chen. Just a few months ago, he looked like a beggar, and the landlord was almost ready to kick him out, with many debt collectors coming around. How could someone like him afford a luxury car? One of them asked Luo Chen, "This car must cost around 5 to 600,000, right?" The chubby landlord chuckled derisively, 5 to 600,000? You might as well dream. This is a high-performance Mercedes-Benz. The base price is over 2 million, and you won't drive it away for less than 2.5 million. 5 to 600,000? Ha! If you said that in a car dealership, they'd probably kick you out. What? Over 2 million? The chubby landlord laughed again, ignoring them, and turned to Luo Chen. "Hey, have you really hooked up with a rich woman?" Luo Chen laughed heartily. "Well, in this world, one can't help but go with the flow." The chubby landlord chuckled. "Stop with the nonsense. You seem to be doing well. Where are you planning to move to?" "Not moving anymore." The neighbors in the same building were quite annoying, and Luo Chen couldn't help but show off a little in front of them. "I'm tired of moving around. I bought a duplex in Tianzong City, fully furnished, ready to move in with just my bags, and it wasn't too expensive, just under 3 million. "What? You bought a house and a car?" the neighbor exclaimed in surprise. The chubby landlord squinted his eyes and stared at Luo Chen seriously for a few moments. He wasn't particularly envious of the car. Cars are consumables that require ongoing expenses, but houses appreciate in value. Moreover, the properties in Tianzong City are the most expensive new developments in Chuan City, and a duplex is the king among apartments, especially with high-end renovations, costing at least over 2 million. A house worth over 2 million and a car worth over 2 million, wasn't it less than 4 months? Had this guy been printing money or robbing banks? In the Tianzong City community, there are regulations against motor vehicles, so all owners must park in the underground garage, which keeps the community organized and increases safety for residents, especially children. The power of the Mercedes-Benz was evident. As they passed the security booth, the guard immediately saluted with a standard gesture, his envious and odd gaze following them down the corridor. Luo Chen found a spot close to the elevator to park his car, then grabbed his suitcase, locked the car, and went upstairs. As he stood alone in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of his new house, gazing at the distant view, he felt an indescribable sense of emotion. 4 months ago, he was bankrupt and contemplating death, with debts so high that even being a beggar seemed like a luxury. 4 months later, he had bought a 3 million yuan house outright, a luxury car worth over 2 million also paid in full, and there was still over 5 million in cash in his account, with daily profits exceeding 50 or 60,000. To be honest, he wouldn't have dared to dream of such a situation before. This large house felt empty for just one person. After staring out the window for a while, he threw himself onto the soft, comfortable sofa and pulled out his phone to check. There were almost no messages in his WeChat, and the first notification was from a friend request. Seeing the profile picture, he knew it was Wei Lin. He opened her Moments, which had become more active, with at least one post every day. Her posts were either about house advertisements, work-related content, or snippets from her family life, both good and bad, making it seem quite real. Today was not the day to say those kinds of things to her. Luo Chen felt a twinge of regret but brushed it off and fell asleep on the sofa. The next day, he woke up past 10, the curtains of the floor-to-ceiling windows still open, letting in bright and hot sunlight. He checked his stocks on his phone. The stock he bought yesterday peaked around 11:30, so he set a limit order 5 cents below the highest price. There was also a text message from the bank confirming that the 850,000 he withdrew yesterday had arrived. After thinking for a moment, he transferred 1,000 yuan to Wei Lin via WeChat. A little while later, after receiving the money, Wei Lin transferred 380 yuan back to him with a few messages. I took 620 for gas. We agreed I'd treat for the meal. Luo Chen smiled wryly. She was a principled and proud little money lover. Around 11:25, the limit order was completed, earning him over 590,000, almost 600,000. His account balance returned to 6 million. He then picked another stock to invest in fully. Reflecting on it, he felt the speed of making money was still a bit slow, a waste of his superpower, mainly due to the restrictions of the domestic stock market. Why not try opening a U.S. stock or futures account? After searching for information, he found that opening a U.S. stock account was relatively easy. He just needed to choose a brokerage and could open it online. However, the requirements for leveraged trading were quite strict. Futures trading had even stricter requirements, needing to bring an ID, bank card, and other necessary documents to the brokerage for in-person verification. Currently, there were no brokerage exchanges in Chuan City. He would have to go to big cities like Beijing or Shanghai. He decided to open a U.S. stock account first, and, once he had sufficient funds, he would find time to go to the provincial capital or Shanghai to open a futures account. After comparing options, Luo Chen chose the well-known Tiger Brokers for his U.S. stock account, which had a simple process, all online. After real name verification and a video call, he was set up. This allowed him to trade U.S. and Hong Kong stocks, and the rules of the U.S. stock market suited him perfectly. U.S. stock trading was different from the domestic market, which had restrictions on price fluctuations. For instance, if a stock hit its upper or lower limit, trading was halted. In the U.S. market, there were no such limits. Stocks could rise or fall continuously, and there were no restrictions on trading units. While the domestic market required a minimum of 100 shares, in the U.S. it could be just one share. The openness and inclusiveness of the U.S. stock market were very strong, allowing same-day buying and selling of stocks as long as it was during trading hours. In contrast, domestic stocks required a day's wait to sell after buying. Luo Chen felt a surge of excitement. He regretted having invested all his cash, as he would have to wait until tomorrow to sell to withdraw the money, and then it would take another business day to arrive. To truly trade U.S. stocks, he would have to wait until the day after tomorrow. After pondering for a while, he suddenly remembered that there was still a balance of 20,000 yuan in his bank card. He had withdrawn 850,000 yesterday, and after paying 830,000 at the car dealership later, he would still have 20,000 left. He decided to transfer the 20,000 into his U.S. stock account to play around a bit. The threshold for a U.S. stock account is actually quite low. You can buy and sell even one share. However, the U.S. stock market lacks the protection system of the domestic market, which poses significant risks for players. But for Luo Chen, who was a bit of a show-off, risk wasn't a big deal. Trading in the U.S. stock market must be done in dollars, so the 20,000 yuan needed to be converted into dollars. However, domestic U.S. stockbrokers still have restrictions. For example, the maximum limit for personal accounts should not exceed $100 million. Of course, no domestic player can actually pull out $100 million to play stocks. Those who are truly powerful and skilled financial sharks wouldn't open accounts with domestic U.S. stock agents. They either establish their own trading companies or open accounts in foreign markets, where there are no capital limits. This means that as long as you have money, you can trade stocks with $10 billion or even $100 billion without any problem. The 20,000 yuan converted to US dollars was $2,828, which is indeed a small amount. Stocks like Microsoft and Apple, which are several $100s per share, would only allow him to buy a few shares with that money. Just as he was daydreaming, he received a text message from Wei Chang. Xiao Luo, can you come to settle the balance payment before 2:30 p.m.? Luo Chen was taken aback, suddenly remembering that he hadn't gone to the car dealership to pay the remaining amount. He quickly sent a message back saying he would be there shortly. When he arrived at Juncheng car dealership, Luochen was still a bit worried. He wondered if Wei Lin had complained to her brother about what happened yesterday. Fortunately, Wei Cheng's expression was normal. He was very warm and polite, leading him to the finance department to swipe the remaining 830,000. Wei Cheng cheerfully went to get a few Mercedes-Benz gifts for him, such as an umbrella, sunglasses, and a perfume holder, which Luochen accepted with a smile. Feeling that Wei Cheng's gaze towards him was somewhat ambiguous, as if he were looking at a brother-in-law, Luochen felt quite embarrassed. He didn't dare to mention his affair with Wei Lin from yesterday. Wei Cheng was tall and strong. He estimated that if it came to a physical confrontation, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. After exchanging some polite words, Luochen finally excused himself. As soon as he got into the car, his phone rang. The phone was connected to the car via Bluetooth, and the incoming call displayed a landline number with an area code. Could it be a spam call? Or perhaps a debt collection call? But he had already paid off all his debts. There shouldn't be any outstanding issues, right? He didn't answer the first call, and it stopped ringing after a while, but less than a minute later, the number called again. Luochen pressed the button to answer on the steering wheel, and a somewhat magnetic male voice came through. Hello, Mr. Luo, I am Li Lin, the manager of the trading department at Hualin Securities. Luochen was taken aback. The stock exchange? Why would the stock exchange be looking for him? As long as it wasn't a debt collection call, that was fine. It's like this, the microsecurities account you opened is a cooperative agent of our Hualin, which is essentially our online management department. Your trading in that account has impressed us greatly. Although the transaction amounts are not large, every single one is fully invested, and each one has almost a 10% profit, with not a single loss. I really admire your technical skills, Mr. Luo. I wonder, would you be interested in working in our Hualin trading department? So they were trying to recruit him, and since it was microsecurities, it made sense that they knew so much about him. Seeing that Luochen didn't respond, Li Lin quickly added, please rest assured, Mr. Luo, I will apply for the highest salary and commission for you. After pondering for a moment, Luochen still declined, I think. Thank you, Mr. Li, but I currently have no plans to take a job. However, if I do consider it in the future, I will definitely prioritize your offer. Alright then. Seeing that Luochen did not agree, Li Lin was not entangled and said straightforwardly, how about this? I really admire Mr. Luo's stock trading insight and skills. Our Hualin has financing authority, and I can apply for a leverage of 10 million for you. I wonder if Mr. Luo needs it? Luochen was taken aback for a moment, then immediately agreed, sure, thank you, Mr. Li. After Li Lin mentioned a few ways to operate the account, he hung up the phone. Leverage trading is essentially borrowing money to trade stocks. Securities companies provide certain limits to those with strong technical skills and profitability, such as 3, 5, or even 10 times the principal, with a maximum generally being 20 times. The 10 million limit that Li Lin offered to Luochen meant just that. This 10 million limit is virtual in the account, cannot be withdrawn, and can only be used for stock trading. Although the limit is a virtual number, it is actually a form of financing, and those securities companies with financing qualifications can operate it. This kind of financing is also a type of profit-oriented investment, with a relatively high return rate. Certain venture capital funds fall into this category. They carry high risks but also potentially huge profits, and the control of risk depends on the insight of those investment managers. People like Luochen are their most welcomed targets, with 100% accuracy and zero mistakes, something even the top financial experts find hard to achieve. The commission for this limit is quite high. The one Li Lin mentioned has a commission rate of 0.3%. The commission for trading once with a 10 million limit would be 3,000. Calculating it, it's not low. Luochen buys 4 times a week except for Fridays, which totals 16 times a month. With a 10 million leverage, the commission earned in a month would be 48,000 yuan, which doesn't seem low, with a profit margin of around 6%. But Luochen didn't care. The commission for 10 million a year is only about 5 to 600,000. He could earn $1 million in a day with that 10 million, so what's the point? After returning home, he opened his phone to check the microsecurities and indeed found an option for a 10 million leverage limit, which only the head of the business department has the authority to activate. As the market closing time approached, Luochen quickly selected a stock with a significant increase and invested the entire 10 million. The afternoon was uneventful. He went out to the supermarket and bought a large amount of ready-to-eat food and a bunch of fruits. After 9:30 in the evening, the U.S. stock market opened. There were too many stocks to watch, so Luochen searched for a while and discovered a tech stock that had surged 104% in just a few hours. He stopped looking at other stocks and directly bought this one for $2,828. This was a battery concept stock, a tech company invested in by the electric vehicle giant Tesla. Sure enough, just after 1 o'clock in the afternoon, news broke that the company had made a significant breakthrough in battery technology, and the stock price immediately shot up. At that moment, Luo Chen truly witnessed the magic of the U.S. stock market. In just over an hour, the stock price surged by 125%, and his $2,828 had already appreciated to over $6,500. If it were a domestic stock, there would be a price limit mechanism, and the maximum increase would trigger a price limit at $280. Of course, stocks with over 100% increases in a short time are rare, but increases of 30 to 40% are still quite common, though it's challenging to pick the right ones. Luo Chen felt a surge of excitement and checked the stock's changes over the next 20 hours, finding that its increase was not significant afterward, peaking at 141%. While searching for other stocks, he found another one that had surged over 70% within an hour. Luo Chen immediately sold the battery stock, earning $6,576, and then fully invested in the other stock. In less than an hour, he sold the stock at its peak, turning his investment into $11,000. He then bought another stock, and in just a short time, he made $8,000 from an initial investment of just over $2,000. Making money felt like picking it up off the ground. All night long, he was in and out, each time fully investing, and every stock he bought just happened to have the largest increase. Moreover, he always caught the peak time for the maximum rise. He fought until 4 in the morning when the market closed, and when Luo Chen looked at his account balance, he was stunned. Over $2,000 had skyrocketed to 1,100,000. He made 7 million yuan in one night, and Luo Chen felt a bit numb, his dark circles making him look like a panda. After setting an alarm for 10:30 on his phone, he forced himself to sleep. But he was too excited to doze off, his mind buzzing with images of flying dollars, and he didn't even know when he finally fell asleep. The alarm rang at 10:30 sharp, and the sun was already shining. After washing up, Luo Chen made himself some instant noodles. After placing stock orders in the micro-securities, the 6 million he had turned into 6,600,000, and the stocks with a 10 million leverage earned him 970,000, leaving him with 757,000 available for withdrawal. Without hesitation, Luo Chen withdrew 657,000, leaving just 100,000 in his account, then chose a stock and used the 10 million leverage to buy 11 million. After playing with U.S. stocks, he found domestic stocks utterly dull. There was only one transaction a day, and the maximum profit was just 10%. With U.S. stocks, he could trade from start to finish, buying into any stock that showed a significant short-term rise and selling at the peak, sometimes within just a few minutes. He could make 2 or 3 trades in an hour, and at times even 7 or 8. U.S. stocks were indeed enticing. With nothing to do during the day, he could hardly wait for the market to open at 9:30 in the evening. Luo Chen's spirits lifted as he searched for the stocks with the largest increases, buying and selling. By 4 in the morning, when he checked his stock account balance, it showed $7,760,000. It had increased more than sevenfold. Luo Chen couldn't help but curse again, exhilarated. In just 2 days, his U.S. stock account had grown from $2,828 to $7,765,847. It was unbelievable. $7 million converted to yuan was over 50 million, and Luo Chen was a bit dazed. Had he really become a tycoon worth $500 million? It was too damn easy. Damn, U.S. stocks were insane. If domestic stocks went from 0 to 50 million, it would probably take him about 3 months, but U.S. stocks were like riding a rocket. It seemed that his small goal of making 100 million could be achieved in just a few days. Was this goal too small? Luo Chen stroked his chin, feeling pleased. With over 3 months left in the year, at this rate of making money, reaching over 1 billion by year-end was no problem. Pure profit of 117,000. Anyone would be shocked and disbelieving at that number, making 117,000 in a day. But Luo Chen had already dismissed it. Making a little over $1 million a day was nothing. Just look at U.S. stocks, making tens of millions a day. He was happy, earning money from those capitalists, those old bastards who were so cunning. The 657,000 he withdrew from micro-securities had arrived, and he directly transferred 650,000 to his U.S. stock account, leaving only 70,000 for spending. Converted to dollars, that was 919,100, just under 1 million. Adding that to the previous $7,765,847, he now had $8,684,947. Over $8,600,000 was nothing to the capital sharks, but for Luo Chen, it was already quite good. After taking a shower, he prepared to go out and buy some new clothes. His previous outfits were indeed too shabby. Not that he wanted to show off, but at least he wanted to be comfortable. Besides, he wasn't short on money now. There were no luxury brand stores in Chuan City. Wealthy people usually went to first-tier cities or abroad to shop. Luo Chen didn't plan to buy anything too expensive, as he only had 70,000 left, which wasn't enough to splurge. As he drove out, he thought about it and, almost as if by fate, headed toward the sales office. He parked the car in front of the sales department, got out, and glanced inside. He didn't see Wei Lin in the lobby, but a female sales representative approached him enthusiastically and asked, "Are you here to look at the house?" The treatment of driving a luxury car was indeed different. The last time he came, no one paid him any attention. Luo Chen shook his head and said, "I am looking for Wei Lin." "Wei Lin? She's over there, in building 19, showing a house to a client." The saleswoman pointed in that direction. "Oh, thank you." Luo Chen nodded and walked in that direction. The building was a 36-story high-rise. Luo Chen hesitated at the entrance, thinking it might be better to just forget it. Seeing her would be awkward, and even if he did, it would just be to apologize. Just as he was about to turn around, he heard Wei Lin's voice from inside. "Sir, please show some respect. I'm selling houses, not my body." Luo Chen was taken aback and glanced inside, where a chubby man in his 40s was trying to grab Wei Lin's hand, taking advantage of her, while babbling, "Sister, let's be friends. If we're friends, I'll buy this house." Luo Chen rushed in and kicked the fat man over, shouting, "You bastard, if you want friends, go find your sister at home." The fat man was stunned and asked, "Who the hell are you?" Wei Lin didn't expect Luo Chen to appear suddenly. She opened her mouth, speechless, feeling both embarrassed and angry. Luo Chen pulled her behind him and said to the fat man, "I'm her boyfriend." The fat man sighed in relief upon hearing this, got up, and started cursing, "You deadbeat, can't you see? Look at your poor appearance, you're her boyfriend? Do you have any money? My car costs 500,000, how much do you earn in a year? Can you even buy me a wheel?" While the fat man arrogantly cursed, he took out his car keys and waved them around, glaring at Wei Lin. "Do you know how to do business? Offending me means missing out on wealth and glory. Isn't it just this face that has some capital? I'll go complain to your manager and make sure you can't work anymore." Luo Chen laughed upon hearing this and took out his car keys, waving them in front of the fat man. "Open your titanium alloy eyes and take a good look. You're proud of a 500,000 car? This is a 2,500,000 Mercedes. How many wheels can you buy with that?" The fat man was taken aback, glanced at the keys in Luo Chen's hand, and asked suspiciously, "That isn't a lighter, is it?" Luo Chen couldn't be bothered to respond, grabbed Wei Lin's hand, and walked away. The fat man, confused, followed silently behind. Once they reached the sales department entrance, Luo Chen pressed the remote, opened the car door, and got in, then said to Wei Lin, "I'm going to buy some clothes. You go ask for a leave to accompany me." Wow, that was impressive. His face instantly felt swollen. The fat man didn't dare to say a word and didn't go back into the sales department, slipping away instead. Who could afford a 2 million plus car if not someone extraordinary? Looking at his arrogant demeanor, he was probably some rich second-generation kid, just asking for trouble. Wei Lin kept her head down, not moving, her fingers pinching each other. Seeing the fat man leave, Luo Chen glanced around and quickly said, "I'm sorry." Wei Lin shot him a look, her expression a mix of amusement and annoyance as she bit her lip. She didn't curse him or directly refuse, there might be hope. Luo Chen smiled and asked, "Can you accompany me to shop?" Wei Lin remained silent, and just as Luo Chen was about to feel discouraged, she quietly said, "The manager won't agree." Luo Chen's heart leaped with joy, her speaking meant she was starting to forgive him. He waved his hand grandly and said, "Then I'll go talk to her." Wei Lin fidgeted a bit and quickly said, "Then, I'll go talk to her myself. You wait here. Waiting is fine, if she doesn't agree and makes me angry, I'll buy you a whole building," Luo Chen said with a grin. "You just know how to boast," Wei Lin blurted out, then ran into the lobby. Luo Chen watched from the car and soon saw her talking to a woman in her 30s, pointing outside. The woman glanced at the building and nodded. It seemed like it was settled. Wei Lin changed her clothes inside before coming out, sitting in the passenger seat and fastening her seatbelt, her gaze drifting and not daring to look at him. From the side, Wei Lin had very fair skin, large eyes, delicately arched eyebrows, and long eyelashes. Her slightly shy expression was quite endearing. Luo Chen felt an impulse to lean over and give her a peck on the cheek, or perhaps pinch her soft, pink face. "Let's go." After finally suppressing his impulse, he said while driving, "To Wana Plaza, where do you want to go?" Wei Lin lowered her head and softly replied, "Wherever you say." Her obedient demeanor almost made Luo Chen blurt out, "I want to go home," but he held back, fearing that if he annoyed her, it would be hard to make up. After parking the car in the underground parking lot of Wanda Plaza, they took the elevator up, where there was a floor distribution map. He directly pressed for the 6th floor of women's clothing. However, Wei Lin reached out and pressed the button for men's 7, shaking her head and saying, "I'm not buying clothes." Luo Chen smiled wryly, "Can I buy a set as an apology gift?" "No need," Wei Lin replied with just 2 words, then fell silent, leaving Luo Chen feeling a bit at a loss. She was really hard to deal with. Carrying a few bags of clothes downstairs, Wei Lin silently followed behind him. He tossed the bags into the car and glanced at Wei Lin. "What do you want to eat?" Wei Lin hesitated before answering, "If there's nothing else, I should go back to work. The manager won't be happy if I keep taking leave." Luo Chen frowned immediately, a bit annoyed, and said as he got into the car, "Alright, let's go, I'll take you back." Wei Lin silently got into the car again, and Luo Chen felt deflated. It seemed she wasn't out willingly, but rather forced. The plan to pursue her had failed, he might as well go home and wait to make money. As they approached the sales office of Tianzong City, Wei Lin pointed to the intersection ahead and said, "I'll get off there." Luo Chen replied sullenly, "Okay." He pulled the car over, and Wei Lin unfastened her seatbelt, opening the door to get out. Hesitating, she turned to Luo Chen and said, "Please don't come to the sales office to find me again. The colleagues will talk, and also." After thinking for a moment, Wei Lin sincerely said, "Thank you for helping me out today." Luo Chen waved his hand and stepped on the gas to leave. Feeling frustrated, it reminded him of his ex-girlfriend who had dumped him, and he inexplicably grew angry. At home, he threw himself on the sofa, sulking. In the afternoon, he browsed the domestic stock market, finding it uninteresting, then checked the U.S. stock market. Although there were still 5 or 6 hours until 9:30 in the evening, predictions could be made within 24 hours. He couldn't find any stocks with an increase of over 30%, all were in the teens or 20s. After the last stock that had surged over 120%, he had lost interest in stocks with gains below 50%. What about futures? Tiger Securities also had futures trading, but opening a futures account required him to go to the business department in person, which was only available in a few first-tier cities and regions like Shenzhen, Shanghai, and Beijing. Luo Chen pondered for a moment, found the contact number in his mobile securities app, and called to inquire about the situation. A young girl answered the phone, her response is very formal. Luo Chen said, "I can only come when I have time, since it's not close. Can you make an exception and open a futures account for me first?" The strict regulation on futures trading was mainly due to the high risks involved. The girl politely replied, "That might not be possible," then said she would check his account. When she saw that Luo Chen had $860,000 in his account, she was taken aback. "Sir, please hold on, I'll consult my supervisor." "Okay." Luo Chen held the phone, waiting, probably because she saw that his account balance wasn't too low. After a while, a middle-aged man's voice came through the phone, his Mandarin not very standard, with a bit of a Hong Kong accent. "Hello, is this Mr. Luo? I am Yao Wenbin, the manager of the International Futures Trading Department at Tiger Securities. I just heard from customer service that Mr. Luo wants to open futures trading permissions. I'm really sorry, it's my work progress that hasn't kept up. Here's the thing, our U.S. and European stock trading department recommends some clients with particularly strong stock trading profit margins to our futures department every month, and Mr. Luo is on this month's recommendation list. I just haven't had the chance to call you yet." "Oh, that's a good thing." Luo Chen was very happy to hear this and quickly asked, "Manager Yao, I mainly don't have enough time. Can you open the futures trading permissions for me first, and then I'll find time to come to your office to submit the required documents?" Sure. Yao Wenbin replied directly and then explained, "The regulations for opening futures trading are strict because of domestic risk investment control requirements. Mr. Luo should be clear that the risks of futures and stock investments are indeed not something an average person can bear. We also don't want to have clients suffer major losses and then engage in extreme behaviors that could affect the company's reputation. However, I've looked at Mr. Luo's trading records." At this point, Yao Wenbin's voice noticeably rose. "Mr. Luo's operations in U.S. stocks are simply astonishing, with a 100% accuracy rate, and your profit rate is as high as 2,000%. It's simply unbelievable. Although the risks of futures trading are much higher than U.S. stocks, given Mr. Luo's achievements in the stock market, it's still worth a try." Luo Chen was quite compliant in this regard. As long as he could get the futures trading permissions open first, that was enough. Yao Wenbin immediately helped him open the futures trading permissions, but without leverage permissions. However, he then said to Luo Chen, Mr. Luo, international futures trading operates on a margin system. When actually going long or short, you don't need to pay the total contract price. How much do you plan to transfer in as margin? Without any hesitation, Luo Chen replied, I plan to transfer 8 million from my U.S. stock account. 8 million. Yao Wenbin pondered for a moment before saying, I'll give you a 5 times leverage rate for now, mainly considering that you are new to the market. We'll adjust based on your trading profit rate later. However, you can get a 20 times leverage limit on your U.S. stock account, but individual clients have less leverage than trading companies. My colleagues in the U.S. stock department told me that they can grant you a leverage limit of $50 million. Is that okay? That's fine. Luo Chen immediately agreed. There was no need to haggle. He was a high-stakes player and would never lose, so he was willing to accept any amount. Based on Yao Wenbin's view of Luo Chen's trading records, he would dare to give him 100 million or 200 million on the U.S. stock side, but futures had to be approached with caution since Luo Chen had no operational record there. Generally speaking, opening leverage permissions requires proof of assets or collateral, similar to borrowing from a bank, but the money comes from fund financing. Yao Wenbin relaxing the conditions for Luo Chen was naturally not out of kindness, but because Luo Chen's trading record was too impressive. In just 2 trading days, he turned $2,828 into $7.6 million, with not a single trade resulting in a loss. Such ability is hard to find even among international financial institutions. The reason he hadn't attracted the attention of other major international financial institutions was that Luo Chen's capital was small, his involvement time was too short, and Tiger Securities had strict information control, preventing any leaks. Such talent naturally deserved some preferential conditions. Looking at his phone, the futures trading was indeed opened, with 5 times margin permissions. Without a second thought, Luo Chen transferred 8 million from his U.S. stock account to his futures account. Transferring funds within the same trading platform was very convenient. With $8 million as margin, the 5 times permission meant a leverage limit of $40 million. In the U.S. stock account, there was also a leverage limit of $50 million. It felt unreal. Just a few months ago, he was a bankrupt pauper, and now he had the authority to manipulate nearly $100 million in funds. How much would that be in soft sister currency? After a long wait, the market opened at 9:30 in the evening. Luo Chen had already selected the U.S. stocks and written down the time slots in his notebook, when to buy, when to place sell orders, then buy again, then sell again. He set the times for the U.S. stocks and planned to operate according to his recorded strategy. His main focus was on futures trading. The first U.S. stock purchase was still a full buy, over $56 million, and then he set the limit trading price. As soon as it rose to that number, the system would automatically sell, so he didn't have to worry. In terms of international futures, there weren't too many types of commodities. The main categories were crude oil, gold, and so on, making the selection much easier than U.S. stocks. There were too many stocks, and to choose accurately, he had to look at them one by one, while the futures were limited in variety, making the selection easy and relaxed. Of course, the risks in futures were greater. Perhaps an hour ago, you were a billionaire, and an hour later, you could be destitute. But similarly, an hour later, wealth could multiply several times, even tenfold or 100-fold, which is the allure of international futures. He shorted directly, using $40 million in leverage to take 1,014 contracts of crude oil, with one contract being 1,000 barrels. It was still a bit nerve-wracking for his first futures operation. After entering, the price began to drop, 39. The account showed a floating profit of $12,680. It was a profit, not a loss, and his predictive ability was correct. Moreover, after investing $40 million, the future trend of crude oil futures showed no change, indicating that tens of millions of dollars couldn't even stir the waters in the international futures market, failing to attract the attention of capital giants. Half an hour later, crude oil dropped to 37, and Luo Chen's account showed a floating profit of $1,660,000. Damn! This is insane! Luo Chen wiped his sweat and carefully monitored the predicted trend. An hour later, it fell to $36 per barrel. He immediately sold everything because the oil price would start to rise in 5 minutes, returning to $38. After selling, the profit from the short position reached $2,808,780, and after deducting the small change, this trade earned $2,800,000. He made nearly 20 million soft sister currency in just 1 hour. He was ecstatic, feeling feverish. Luo Chen threw off his shirt, bare-chested, and still sweating, even though the room had central air conditioning set to a comfortable 21 degrees. But futures trading was just too exhilarating. Crude oil had a brief uptick, and Luo Chen flipped to go long, taking in the 40 million in leverage and the 280,000 in profit. He bought a total of 1,167 contracts, and about 20 minutes later, it reached the peak at 38, followed by slight fluctuations. Luo Chen sold at $38, making a profit of $1 per barrel, totaling a profit of $2,053,920 for 1,167 contracts. In the same type of futures, he shorted first, then went long, and in an hour and a half, the profit was over $4,800,000. The 5 times leverage of $40 million given by Yao Wenbin increased Luo Chen's profit margin by over 10% in just an hour and a half. On the Tiger Securities side, Yao Wenbin was monitoring Luo Chen's trades from the back end. When he saw Luo Chen fully buy in, he was also anxious. But he never expected that Luo Chen would predict so accurately, especially when he shorted and then went long again. He wouldn't dare to play like that, and Luo Chen even fully reinvested his principal in profit and still made a profit. In an hour and a half, he made $4,800,000, with a $40 million limit. No one in their trading department of hundreds of senior traders could compare. Next, Luo Chen didn't trade crude oil anymore, he went for gold long positions, and after an hour, he made another profit of $4,100,000. Yao Wenbin's eyes were wide open, hardly daring to blink as he stared at Luo Chen's trades. To be honest, he really didn't understand Luo Chen's methods, shorting crude oil, then going long, selling out and switching to gold, making over $4 million from gold before switching back to shorting crude oil, which then plummeted to $34. This trade was even more astonishing, netting $5,200,000. After a night of back and forth trading until the market closed at 4 in the morning, Yao Wenbin looked at the balance in Luo Chen's futures account and was shocked to see it was $44,691,889. Good grief! With a 5 times leverage of $40 million, he made over $44 million in just one night, with a profit margin exceeding 110%. My God, this is unbelievable. Among the hundreds of seasoned traders in their futures trading department, many were top-tier professionals, including himself, who considered himself among the best. If they were given $40 million to operate, they wouldn't be able to achieve a profit margin of 110% even in a whole year. This is a monster. This was Yao Wenbin's assessment of Luo Chen, and he immediately called him to adjust his leverage to $100 million. Luo Chen didn't mind, he had already made enough with the $40 million limit. If he earned more with a higher limit, it would definitely attract the attention of those international capital sharks once he reached a certain threshold. Once predictions changed, it would be a headache for Luo Chen. He feared that, just like buying a lottery ticket, a change in prediction would require more complex calculations. His U.S. stock account had a leverage of 50 million, and he only made a little over 800,000 in one night, which calculated to a profit of just over 6%, far worse than futures. But, with a profit of over $44 million, Luo Chen was a bit dazed. He was full of energy while trading, but seeing that number at the end left him feeling a bit dizzy. Did he really earn that much? Converted to RMB, that was 317 million. Adding the 800,000 profit from the U.S. stock account, the total reached 370 million RMB. 370 million, damn. 370 million. I feel like crying. He had previously set a small goal of making 100 million, and unexpectedly completed 3.5 small goals in one night. This feeling was like drinking 500 cans of Red Bull. How the hell could he sleep? No way to sleep. In his excitement, he withdrew 34 million from the futures account, leaving 10 million as margin, having that 100 million leverage was enough. The 800,000 from the U.S. stock account was temporarily his. At Tiger Securities, the transfer of funds was supposed to take 3 business days, but Yao Wenbin specifically instructed for an immediate transfer to Luo Chen as a favor. Luo Chen couldn't sleep, staring at the ceiling in a daze when his phone pinged. He picked it up to check. It was a bank notification. Your savings account ending in 4099 received 246,312,412 renminbi on June 10 at 5:16. Current balance 246,364,389 renminbi. Construction bank. Wasn't it supposed to take 3 business days? How did it arrive so quickly? Luo Chen realized this was definitely Yao Wenbin's goodwill. After thinking for a moment, he sent him a text saying thank you. A few seconds later, Yao Wenbin replied, "You're welcome." Sitting on the bed with his phone, Luo Chen carefully counted the current balance again, 246 million, that's right, million. Suddenly, he had become a billionaire, and Luo Chen felt a bit at a loss, as if he wasn't quite ready for this. So much money, how to spend it? Just a few months ago, he was being relentlessly pursued by various debts, and now he had turned into a billionaire. The contrast was too great. With so much money, he didn't even know how to spend it. While others had the ability to earn but couldn't support their spending ambitions, he was the opposite. His spending ambitions couldn't keep up with his earning speed, and it was giving him a headache. Over 300 million, all in usable cash. In this day and age, it's common to hear about this rich person or that rich person, but if someone with assets worth tens of millions were asked to pull out $1 million in cash, it would be quite difficult. Perhaps they really do have assets worth tens of millions, but assets do not equal cash that can be used immediately. Take Luo Chen, for instance, with 37 million all in cash, in Chuan City. I fear there's no one else who would dare boast they could pull out 37 million. However, Luo Chen, this nouveau riche, is an invisible tycoon. No one knows about him. Playing in financial risk investment is not like running a business. Those in business at least have visible assets, like real estate, storefronts, and physical shops, tangible wealth, while finance is invisible. After dawn, Luo Chen cleaned himself up a bit and drove back to his hometown. It was time to visit his parents. During the day, he made a trade in the domestic stock market, managing it on his phone whenever he had a moment. To be honest, the domestic stock market no longer piqued his interest. It was just that he had a 10 million leverage limit from Li Lin, otherwise, he wouldn't even bother to look. He would just manage a few trades here and there, making at least a couple of 100,000 to 1,000,000 yuan a day. In Xizang town, the market is held on the 25th and 8th of the lunar calendar, and today is the 5th, a market day. Don't underestimate this small town. When the market opens, it's packed with people. Luo Chen drove into town, but it became difficult to navigate due to the traffic jam. Most of the market goers were farmers, but there were also some idlers from town without proper jobs, mainly hanging around to look at pretty girls. As Luo Chen drove through the town, he saw a few young men teasing two girls who were also at the market. Upon seeing Luo Chen's imposing and powerful car, they immediately stopped their antics and stared, exclaiming, "What a badass car!" Luo Chen rolled down his window and cheerfully called out, "Huang Tao." The guy was taken aback, thinking to himself, "When did I get a friend with such a luxury car?" He squinted and exclaimed, "What the hell, Luo Chen? You, which boss are you driving for?" "Right, I'm driving for Boss Luo," Luo Chen replied with a smile. Huang Tao was his classmate from elementary through high school. This guy had always been a troublemaker and, after growing up, didn't settle down, but his father was capable and had made a decent fortune in business, opening several shops in town. Huang Tao peeked into the car, not seeing anyone else, and couldn't help but say, "Which boss Luo? Introduce us, we want to get in on the action." Luo Chen smiled and pretended to be aloof. "Boss Luo Chen." "Boss Luo Chen?" Huang Tao pondered for a moment before realizing, and he irritably retorted, "I'm being serious here." The news about Luo Chen had long spread in their class group, saying he had been scammed by a woman in Chuan City and was now borrowing money everywhere, causing those who knew him to avoid him. The class leader even kicked him out of the group to prevent him from asking for loans. How could this guy be a boss and buy a Benz? Huang Tao would rather believe pigs could fly than think Luo Chen had become a big boss. Luo Chen pointed to the front, near Huang Tao's house, and said, "Can I park here? I need to go to the supermarket to buy something." Huang Tao immediately nodded, "Sure, you drive over, I'll clear the way." There were a few farmers selling vegetables in baskets in front of his house, and he ran over to shout at them to move, then directed Luo Chen to back up. The car parked in front of his house, and the big, shiny Benz emblem really made his house shine. Huang Tao felt envious, thinking, "When will I ever be able to drive a car like this?" It seemed quite difficult. He had a Buick Envision that cost over 200,000, with more than half of that covered by his father, and of course, when the mortgage was still unpaid, it was also his father who provided for it. Although he didn't drive a luxury car, his love for them was unmatched. He often browsed luxury car introductions in his free time. Luo Chen's car had obvious markings, and it was significantly more expensive than the standard version, costing at least around 2.5 million yuan. Huang Tao's father was doing well in business, with an annual profit of about 500,000, most of which was converted into real estate. Asking him to spend money on a luxury car was like asking him to trade his entire fortune for a vehicle. He would never do that, no matter what. So he could only envy others, thinking that in this lifetime, owning such a luxury car would only be possible if he won the lottery. At that moment, several of his companions were circling around the car, exclaiming in admiration. Luo Chen got out and went to the nearby tobacco shop to buy cigarettes. He didn't smoke himself, but his father did. The shop owner was also from the Luo family, named Luo Dailong, who was his distant uncle, though they weren't close. Luo Dailong was lounging in a chair, watching Douyin and looking at beautiful women. Luo Chen looked at the cigarettes outside the counter, and he didn't pay him any mind, probably just buying a pack or two for 3 to 5 yuan. There were too many varieties, and Luo Chen was overwhelmed, so he simply asked, "Uncle Dailong, which kind of cigarette is better? You recognize me?" Luo Dailong sat up and glanced over, still not recalling who he was. Huang Tao leaned in and chuckled, "It's Luo Chen from your family, he's driving for the big boss now, look." Huang Tao turned around and pointed to the big Mercedes parked in front of his house, over 2 million. "Ah, is it Luo Chen, the son of Luo Weigua?" Huang Tao nodded with a smile, "That's right. Luo Chen's father was Luo Weigua, a simple and honest farmer, but Luo Chen's uncle, Wang Zhenkue, was a well-known contractor in town, with a fortune that surpassed Huang Tao's father's by quite a bit, and everyone recognized him. However, Luo Chen's aunt and uncle had a tendency to look down on the poor, and since Luo Chen's family was relatively poor, they had little interaction." Luo Dailong glanced at the car but didn't pay much attention. No matter how good the car was, it was still for someone else. The boss could earn 1 million a month, but how much could a small driver like him make? There are many good cigarettes, the more expensive they are, the better they taste. "Which one do you want?" Luo Dailong stroked his stubbly chin. Luo Chen smiled and said, "I don't know much about it, Uncle Dailong, just recommend something. It's fine if it's a bit expensive for my dad." "Oh, a bit expensive is fine, huh? Ha ha." Luo Dailong smirked, chuckling dryly. This kid was still trying to show off in front of him. They all knew each other well enough to know how much he was worth. A few months ago, he had heard that Luo Chen was hiding in Chuan City because he owed a lot of money and was afraid to come back. Now he was trying to act cool? Huang Tao laughed and said, "Luo Chen, you're quite the big shot, huh? Old Luo has Yushi and Jin Zhuang Huangdalu, why not buy a pack and let us have a smoke?" Huang Tao was deliberately teasing Luo Chen, knowing he was trying to show off, pushing him to spend $100 on a pack to make him bleed a little. Luo Chen still smiled without changing his expression. Sure, how much is Yushi? And how much is Huangdalu?" Luo Dailong glanced at him and casually replied, "Yushi, both soft and hard, are from the same family, 100 a pack. The best Huangdalu is the 1916, 160 a pack." Then give me 10 packs of Yushi and 10 packs of Huangdalu 1916, so I can switch it up, Luo Chen said casually. He wasn't trying to show off. With over 200 million in his bank account, spending this little was nothing. But Luo Dailong and Huang Tao were instantly stunned, their eyes wide as they stared at Luo Chen. "Huh? Did you say 1 pack or?" They probably thought Luo Chen had misspoken, buying 10 packs of the same kind? Luo Chen repeated, 10 packs of each, let my dad smoke them slowly at home, so he doesn't have to come buy cigarettes every few days. "Uncle Dailong, how much is that in total?" I'll calculate. Luo Dailong suddenly felt a bit flustered. Normally, he could easily figure out these numbers, but now he was in a bit of a panic. After fiddling with the calculator for a while, he finally calculated, Yushi is 1,000 each, 10 is 10,000, Huangdalu 1016 is 1,006 each, 10 is 16,000, a total of 26,000. Luo Chen nodded and pointed to the bottles on the shelf, asking, "What other good wines do you recommend?" Luo Dailong quickly started to introduce, mentioning Mutai, Woliangye, carefully picking out the expensive ones. This kid might really want to buy, but it's probably not for himself, he's likely buying for his boss. After all, it's business, no matter who he's buying for. Luo Chen picked a few more famous wines, and when he calculated the total, it came to 74,002. Luo Dailong initially thought of saying that buying so much could get a discount, and if Luo Chen only gave 70,000, he would agree. But Luo Chen didn't indicate that at all. He took out his phone, scanned the WeChat QR code, and directly paid 74,002. Then he grabbed a bottle of Huangdalu 1916, tore it open, and handed a pack to each of Huang Tao and the others, saying, "Take it and smoke." Looking at the Huangdalu 1916 in his hand, Huang Tao was a bit dumbfounded. There were 3 of them, and each got a pack, which meant 480 each. Luo Chen bought over 70,000 worth of cigarettes and alcohol. If it was really for his boss, he shouldn't dare to hand it out like this. Even if he wanted to show face, giving 1 stick from a pack to each person would be enough to save face. But giving each person a whole pack felt off. Wasn't this kid in debt? At this moment, Luo Dailong was all smiles, running out from behind the counter to help load things into the trunk of the Mercedes. After Luo Chen locked the car with the remote key, he said to Huang Tao, "I'm going to the supermarket to buy some things. This car needs to stay for a while." No problem. It can stay as long as you want. Who dares to say anything at my doorstep?" Huang Tao said, following him with a grin. "I'll go with you, if you buy too much, you'll need someone to help carry it. Luo Chen didn't stand on ceremony, and the four of them entered the supermarket together. Huang Tao's friends were even more proactive, with one person pushing a shopping cart to assist. Luo Chen picked the most expensive items, nutritional supplements, food, drinks, even bedsheets and pillowcases. The three of them filled 3 shopping carts to the brim. When they checked out, it was over 7,000 again. Huang Tao and the others watched as Luo Chen scanned the payment without changing his expression. What extravagance! Could it be that this kid really struck it rich? The way he was spending didn't seem like he was buying for a boss. Which boss still needed these? Did they really need to come to a small-town supermarket to buy? The four of them helped carry the items, big bags and small bags, to the car, filling the trunk to the brim and stuffing the back seat full. Luckily, it was a big car with plenty of space. If it were a smaller one, it wouldn't have fit. Luo Chen closed the trunk door, then tossed a pack of huangalu to each of Huang Tao and the others, saying, "Thanks." Then he drove off, while Huang Tao and the others directed and watched until he disappeared from sight. Poor in the bustling city, no one asks, rich in the deep mountains, distant relatives come. This saying was truly spot on. Huang Tao had always been arrogant and domineering, with his eyes set high, but today he seemed like a little lapdog in front of Luo Chen. Did Huang Tao respect him? Definitely not. Huang Tao respected money. He merely bought 70 or 80,000 worth of items and gave them each 2 packs of 160 cigarettes, turning 3 cocky punks into lapdogs. If Huang Tao knew he still had 270 million in savings in his pocket, would his eyes pop out? But what does that matter? Maybe a month later, his savings would increase tenfold to 2.7 billion, or even more. After 3 kilometers on the national road from the town, they entered the rural road. His home was about 2 kilometers from the national road. Although the road from the village to home has been paved with cement, it is very narrow, only 3.5 meters wide, making it impossible for 2 cars to pass each other. Moreover, the quality of the cement surface is substandard. In just over 2 years, many places have already cracked. Luo Chen encountered 2 cars coming from the opposite direction halfway down the road, and after a long time of maneuvering back and forth, he finally got past. The Luo family courtyard has 8 or 9 households, and Luo Chen's family is at the far end. During the day, no one is home. Everyone must have gone to work in the fields, with the young people working outside, leaving only the elderly and children at home. Luo Chen parked his car in his family's yard and immediately saw his uncle Luo Weidong sitting at the door smoking a local cigarette. Seeing the car pull up, Luo Weidong thought it was someone coming to do business in the village and didn't move, just watched. Luo Chen got out and took out a pack of Yushi cigarettes, walking over with a smile. "Uncle, are you the only one at home?" As he spoke, he handed the pack to him. "I brought a few packs, take one and smoke." Luo Weidong was taken aback and only then recognized Luo Chen, exclaiming, "Is that you, Luo Chen? I didn't recognize you. Didn't you say that?" He started to say something but didn't finish. Luo Chen understood what he meant and smiled. "Yes, I owed quite a bit of debt before, but I've been lucky these past few months and made some money, so I've paid off all my debts." "Uncle, are my parents in the fields?" Hearing that Luo Chen had made money and paid off his debts, Luo Weidong was also very pleased. He casually tossed the Yushi cigarette onto the chair, brushed the dust off his pants, and said, "I'll go call your parents back. They're in the field behind the branch." Luo Chen smiled and said, "I'll go with you." Luo Weidong glanced at the cigarette on the chair and said, "We're all family, why give cigarettes? It's a waste of money. This one must cost 50 or 60 yuan, right?" Luo Chen laughed. "Money is meant to be spent. It's fine, I bought this cigarette from Uncle Dailong in town. I think it was 1,000 yuan a pack." "1,000? Luo Weidong was taken aback, stopping in his tracks to stare at Luo Chen. "That cigarette costs 1,000 yuan a pack?" Luo Chen nodded. "That should be right. I bought 10 packs of this Yushi, a total of 10,000 yuan. Upon hearing this, Luo Weidong patted his chest, lamenting, "You kid, just made a little money and are spending it so lavishly. Not long ago, those creditors came to the house asking for money. You're already 24, you should be more sensible." After saying this, Luo Weidong turned and took the cigarette back, handing it to Luo Chen. "You take it back. Luo Dailong is family. If he doesn't refund it, I'll talk to him." Luo Chen laughed and shoved the cigarette back into Luo Weidong's hands. "Uncle, just keep it. It's not about the money, I really made some money. You can smoke it without worry." "You really made money?" Luo Weidong asked, looking puzzled. Luo Chen smiled and pointed to his car. "I really did. I even bought a house in the city and this car." "Uncle, how much do you think this car is worth?" Luo Weidong, being an old farmer, didn't recognize luxury brands. He glanced at the car and said, "This car is square and ugly, looks like a matchbox, similar to those old Jeeps in the movies. It must be worth 50 or 60,000, right?" Luo Chen laughed heartily, pretty much. Upon hearing that the cigarette cost 1,000 yuan, Luo Weidong became anxious, went inside to hide it, and locked the door with an iron padlock, which he usually left unlocked, before heading to the field with Luo Chen. Along the way, they chatted about family matters. Uncle and his wife farmed at home. He had 2 sons. The elder son, Luo Yong, worked in another province, and his sister-in-law, Zhu Yingying, had worked with them a few years ago but had rented a place in Chuan City to work in a mobile phone store to take care of their son's education. The younger son, Luo Lin, was 24, just a few months younger than Luo Chen, smart but a bit aimless. After graduating from high school, he had been wandering around and hadn't made much of a name for himself in recent years. Luo Chen's parents had 4 siblings, the eldest uncle, Luo Weidong, the second, Luo Chen's father, Luo Weigui, the third, the eldest aunt, Luo Chuanlian, and the youngest aunt, Luo Chunying. The eldest uncle's husband, Wang Zhenkue, was a contractor and came from a wealthy family, while the youngest aunt's husband, Jiang Shulin, was a teacher and also had a decent living. Among the 4 siblings, only the eldest uncle had a better relationship with them, as they all lived in the countryside and their family situations were generally average. Luo Weidong shouted from several dozen meters away, Weigua, Luo Chen is back. 2 people in the field looked up, and Luo Chen could see clearly that his mother, Zhao Jingyu, had bent over for too long. When she lifted her head, she couldn't straighten up and could only support her waist, half bent and half straight. It's really my son back. Zhao Jingyu wiped her muddy hands on her waist, bent over and walked out of the field, sizing up Luo Chen with red eyes, asking him, "Are you hungry? I'll go home and cook for you." His father, Luo Weigua, put away the farming tools and said with a gloomy face, "Let's go home." After walking for a while, since there were no outsiders, Luo Weigua still spoke to Luo Chen in a low voice. "We sold 2 piglets at home. This year's pig prices are high, and we've saved over 20,000. You can take it to pay off some debts first." Although the words were cold, tears immediately flowed from Luo Chen's eyes. "Dad, Mom, I'm sorry for you," Luo Chen said while wiping his tears. "I don't want the money. I earned some money these past few months. Dad, Mom, I bought a house in Chuan City. Let's not farm anymore. Tomorrow I'll take you to live in the city." Luo Weigua and Zhao Jingyu were both stunned. "You really bought a house?" Luo Chen nodded. "I really bought it. You don't have to worry, I've paid off all the debts I owed before." Luo Weigua was still a bit skeptical. "You really paid it off? I heard from your eldest aunt that you owed almost 200,000, right? Can you earn that much in just a few months? And buy a house?" Seeing his father's stubborn look, Luo Chen estimated that no matter what he said, he wouldn't truly believe it. He smiled and said nothing, reaching out to take the farming basket from his mother's hands. "Mom, tomorrow you and Dad will come with me to the city. You'll understand when we get there." Zhao Jinyu believed him, scolding Luo Weigua, "You really are something. Our son says he paid it off, and you don't believe him. No one has come to collect debts these past few months. If he hadn't paid them, wouldn't they come knocking?" Luo Weidong chuckled and added, Yes, Luo Chen even bought a car, parked it at the yard. The car may not look good, but we have a car now, right?" Luo Weigua was a bit annoyed again. "You bought a car too? People say you learn from your mistakes. At your age, you should be saving more money to find a decent girl and get married. Buying a car, can a car be eaten?" Luo Chen could only smile bitterly and chose not to say anything more. He couldn't exactly tell his father that he still had several 100 million in his bank account, could he? If he did, his father might not hesitate to slap him. When they returned home, Luo Weigua saw that there was indeed a square car parked in the yard, without even a license plate, looking quite new. It seemed he really had bought a car. As soon as they reached the door, he threw down the farming tools, moved a chair, and sat down in a huff. Only after a while did he glance at his son and ask, "How much did this car cost?" Luo Chen smiled bitterly. "Not much, Dad. I brought back some cigarettes and liquor. The eldest uncle drinks, so take 2 bottles. I also bought some new quilts to replace the old ones. Yours are too worn out." While speaking, he opened the trunk to move things out, and when Luo Weigua and Luo Weidong saw that the trunk was completely full, they couldn't help but be stunned. It took them quite a while to finish unloading everything, and even Zhao Jinyu began to complain, "Son, aren't you just wasting money? Can't you save up to get married?" Luo Chen quickly replied, I'm saving. I can afford to marry a few wives." "You child." Zhao Jinyu couldn't help but get angry. "Just marry one, why say such nonsensical things? Why do you want to marry several? I won't allow it." "Mom," Luo Chen looked around at their old house and said, "This old house is too rundown. Why don't we move to the city? Yun is also studying high school there, and it would be nice for the family to live together." Luo Weigua's face darkened as he shouted, "No way. Your mother and I can at least grow some crops in the house and won't starve. If you guys run out of money and come back, at least there will be food to eat and a place to stay. Besides, What can your mother and I do if we move to the city? Luo Chen was immediately at a loss for words. After thinking for a moment, he said, if you don't want to move to the city, that's fine. How about this, you come with me to have some fun for a few days. If you get tired of it, you can come back. And about this old house. If you want to live here, how about I tear it down and rebuild it? Upon hearing this, Luo Weigui nodded in agreement. That's not a bad idea. Look at all the houses we passed by. Which one isn't beautifully renovated? Even your uncle's house has been remodeled, and ours is still an old house. But, after hesitating for a moment, Luo Weigui tentatively asked Luo Chen, if we tear down the house and rebuild, it will cost at least 200,000, right? Do you have that much money? Zhao Jinyu immediately added, haven't we saved almost 30,000 at home? Since our son isn't in debt anymore, we can use that money to fix the house. If we make the house beautiful, it will be easier for our son to find a wife. That works. Luo Weigui could scold his son but was weak against his wife. With Zhao Jinyu backing him up, he softened and stared at Luo Chen, asking, if you can gather 50,000, we can start tearing it down and building. Luo Chen smiled and said, 50,000 is too little. If we're going to build, let's make it grand and beautiful. How about this? I'll take out 2 million. In an instant, Luo Weigui, Zhao Jinyu, and Luo Weidong were all stunned, thinking they had misheard. What? How many tens of thousands did you say? They all thought Luo Chen had misspoken, not realizing he had originally meant to say 5 million but was afraid of scaring his parents. 2 million was already a bombshell. 2 million, Luo Chen said again seriously. They all heard clearly, but Luo Weigui and Luo Weidong couldn't believe it, especially Luo Weigui. Son, although you made a mistake this time, you don't lie, do you? Don't fool your old man. Can you really come up with 2 million? 2 million? Ha! If he really had 2 million, this family would be like riding a rocket, with no worries about building a new house, the daughter in high school and college, and the son getting married. Luo Chen scratched his head, feeling a bit of a headache. After thinking for a moment, he took out his phone and opened the stock app, showing a balance of over 4 million. Dad, Mom, look, I have 426,000 in here from stock trading. The money is not a problem. I can withdraw it, and it will be in the account by 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. The three of them leaned in to look at the phone, and Luo Weigui even counted on his fingers. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million. The number checks out. Is this for real? Luo Chen earnestly explained to his parents and uncle, this is the stock market. Stock trading is a legitimate financial investment, allowed by the country, and it's not illegal. Dad, Mom, trust me. Let me tell you, the house I bought in Chuan City cost about 3 million, and I paid in full, no debts. And this car, a Mercedes, cost 240,000, also paid in full, no debts. Your son is really making money, I'm not lying to you. 3,240,000. For a moment, Luo Weidong and Zhao Jinyu were both dumbfounded, calculating the numbers in their heads, but they still couldn't quite grasp it because they had never seen so much money in their lives. So he didn't dare to say he earned even more. He thought that in the future, he would formally start a company. It would be different from now, where he was going it alone. Once he had a company, he could confidently talk about 100 million or 1 billion. After a while, Aunt Wang Guiyun came back carrying a basket of pigweed and, seeing Luo Chen, asked him with concern about this and that. Seeing that her son had bought a lot of vegetables and food, Zhao Jinyu pulled her sister-in-law aside and said, Sister-in-law, you don't need to cook. Just help me out a bit. Luo Chen is back, and we'll have a meal together. Luo Chen glanced at the leverage of 10 million in his micro-investment account, realizing he hadn't bought any stocks today. After looking at the stocks for a while, he selected one and fully invested. The stock he chose quickly showed a considerable upward trend. With the transaction of 10 million, his account turned into red numbers. He immediately called his dad and uncle over, pointing and saying, Dad, Uncle, look, this is the stock I just invested in. The red numbers below show the profit. Look, the profit from holding the stock is 99,990. As soon as I bought it, it went up by 0.18. With my total of over 5,000 shares, I've made over 90,000. Just $10 short of 100,000. What? You made 100,000 just like that? Luo Weidong and Luo Weigui's eyes nearly popped out. They hadn't even finished a cigarette and had made 100,000? Luo Chen quickly added, of course, it's not always like this. Financial investments carry risks, and not everyone can make this kind of money. Although he softened it a bit, it still scared the two brothers. Luo Chen didn't say more, just flipped through his phone for information. Luo Weidong went upstairs to use the bathroom, then quietly called his younger son, Luo Lin. Son, Luo Chen came back today, bought a lot of things, even brought me a pack of cigarettes and 2 bottles of liquor. He said the cigarettes cost 1,000 a pack. can you check if that's true? As soon as Luo Lin heard this, he hung up and immediately started a WeChat video call, asking Luo Weidong to show him the cigarettes. Luo Weidong held the cigarettes up to the camera, and Luo Lin nodded after a glance. This is Yushi, it costs 1,000 a pack. Luo Weidong secretly peeked out the window and told his son. Luo Chen also said he bought a 3 million yuan house in the city and a car. At first, I thought the car looked ugly, all square, and said it would cost 50 or 60,000. Do you know what Luo Chen said later? He said that car costs 240,000. What? 240,000? Now even Luo Lin was shocked. Really? Let me see what car it is. Luo Weidong quickly moved to the window, positioning his phone camera to show the car below. From this angle, the back of the car was visible, and the Mercedes-Benz logo and letters were very clear. Luo Lin's mouth dropped open. Wow. That's a big Mercedes, a real big Benz, at least over 200,000. Luo Weidong exclaimed, is it really that expensive? I thought that car looked so ugly. Doesn't your uncle have an Audi? The 4 rings, over 40,000, that car looks much better than this one. Luo Lin couldn't be bothered to explain the car to his old man and changed the subject, asking, Dad, didn't you ask him how he made so much money? I'm struggling here, maybe I should hurry back and ride his coattails to make some money. Luo Weidong immediately shook his head. That's not stable. Just now, Luo Chen showed me on his phone what stocks he bought. He made 100,000 right after buying. Do you think that's reliable? It's really not reliable. Don't get into that. Playing stocks? Luo Lin lost interest upon hearing this. It wasn't that he didn't want to make money, he just felt that stock trading was unreliable. Over the years, there had been plenty of news about people losing everything in stock trading. Even if Luo Chen was lucky and made money, it wasn't safe. It was just like gambling. As long as you're still gambling, you can't say you've won. In the end, all players are losers, only the house wins. The dinner that afternoon was lavish, with dishes all bought by Luo Chen from the town. Luo Weidong and Luo Weigua drank a bottle of mutai. The two shook their heads, saying it wasn't as good as the 12 yuan corn liquor they were used to. But mutai had a strong aftereffect, and the two brothers felt dizzy, so they didn't go back to work in the fields that afternoon and just lounged around watching TV at home. Luo Chen also chatted aimlessly with them, and by 9:30 in the evening, he sneaked into his bedroom to play with American stocks and futures. It was just a glance that startled him. The U.S. stock market was crazy today, and the futures were just as wild. Such an opportunity was almost a once-in-a-lifetime chance. For him, if he seized this opportunity, one day could be worth a month, but his limit was a bit insufficient. The U.S. stock market had given him $50 million, and the futures were originally $40 million, but after seeing his crazy profits, Yao Wenbin raised it to $100 million. This limit was already quite high for an individual. There was no other client in the entire Tiger Securities who received such special treatment. After thinking for a moment, Luo Chen picked up the phone and called Yao Wenbin. Once connected, he didn't say anything else and directly asked, Manager Yao, today is a rare opportunity, my limit is not enough. For the U.S. stocks and futures, how much can you help me raise to the maximum? Yao Wenbin paused for a moment before asking him, are you confident? How confident are you? Luo Chen smiled and replied, I never claimed to be very confident about this, but you should be quite clear about my trading. I won't say much more, the market has opened. Give me a response within 5 minutes, and if the time passes, there's no need to reply. Yao Wenbin understood Luo Chen's meaning and immediately said, okay, I'll call the president right away, please wait a moment. Then came the waiting. In less than 5 minutes, at 3.5 minutes, Yao Wenbin called back. Xiao Luo, after reporting to the president and several big shots in the investment department, I managed to secure a temporary limit just for this time. However, they have a condition, you'll get $500 million in leverage for U.S. stocks and $400 million in leverage for futures. The temporary limit will terminate at 4 a.m. when the market closes, and our company will take half of your profits tonight. Can you agree? Half of the profits meant that the actual limit given to him was 200 million for U.S. stocks and 200 million for futures, and he had to help them operate an equal amount of funds. All right. Luo Chen agreed without hesitation. There was nothing to say about leveraging opportunities. Besides, he didn't have the ability to compete with these big shots yet. Once he became stronger and held a higher position, he could open an independent account abroad and operate independently like those capital sharks. Yao Wenbin added, also, you need to understand that our risk control will pay special attention to your account. If there are any adverse changes, your trading qualifications will be terminated. Luo Chen replied expressionlessly, I know. Did that need to be said? With such a large limit given to him, they were all on edge. Yao Wenbin was very efficient. Less than a minute after hanging up, Luo Chen saw that his account leverage had changed. The U.S. stocks became $500 million, and the futures became $400 million. On the U.S. stock side, he chose a stock that had risen by 79% and invested fully, then ignored it, focusing entirely on futures. The current oil price was $36 a barrel, and Luo Chen fully leveraged $400 million to go long. After he bought in, the oil price rose by 8 cents, instantly yielding a profit of over $80,000. As the oil price gradually increased, the securities company naturally wouldn't impose risk control on him. By 10:45 in the evening, the oil price had risen to $37 a barrel, and Luo Chen immediately set a sell order at $37. A minute later, it rose to $37, and the long position was executed, totaling 10,989 contracts of crude oil futures, resulting in a profit of $16,923,060. A profit of $16,900,000 in 1 hour. Yao Wenbin and his team were all staring at the big screen trading, and no one spoke. It was silent as a grave. Luo Chen's profit of $16,900,000 left them speechless. Then something that shocked them even more suddenly happened. Luo Chen actually reversed and fully placed a $400 million short position, setting the price at $37. Immediately, an investment manager spoke up. Should we close this position? The risk is too great. Yao Wenbin pondered for a moment and said, wait a minute, I think we should trust Luo Chen. Just now, we've already made $169 million. With this amount as a cushion, even if we incur some floating losses, we can still close the position in time. It won't lead to a loss. With Yao Wenbin's words, the trading room fell silent. The president didn't speak, which was tantamount to acquiescence. At that moment, a trader raised his phone and said, the International News Department has an urgent report. Russia and Brent crude oil are increasing production, and American shale oil producers have announced a restart of production. The president was taken aback, and before he could issue any orders, crude oil futures plummeted like an elevator. This sudden drop was frantic and fierce. No one had time to react, and the oil price instantly fell below $37, then $36, followed by $35, $34. The investment elites in the trading room were silent. They missed this grand feast of crude oil, and with such a sharp decline, they didn't dare to short sell or buy low. They could only watch helplessly. Their eyes were wide open, filled with regret and envy. By dawn, crude oil had dropped below $24, and then the momentum began to slow. Someone in the trading room started suggesting, should we buy the dip? I feel like it's close to the bottom. Yao Wenbin remained silent, and at that moment, Luo Chen placed an order at a price of $23. The oil price continued to drop, and half an hour later, it reached the price set by Luo Chen, and the transaction was completed. This trader earned $15,676,500. Adding to the previous long position, the total profit reached $173,688,060. A profit of $173 million. No one in the trading room spoke about Luo Chen's operations anymore. In fact, a few investment moguls even regretted giving Luo Chen a smaller quota. What if they had given him $1 billion or $2 billion in leverage? The investment manager who had seen Luo Chen's short position raised another opinion. Since Luo Chen has shorted, does that mean he thinks it will rise? I think we can go long. The president hesitated, and at that moment, Luo Chen placed another order, but this time it was for gold. Going long on gold futures, buying up. The president immediately instructed, let's go long on crude oil. We can buy the dip, but don't invest heavily. Start with 5,000 lots to see the situation. Luo Chen stopped shorting crude oil and switched to gold, and the president felt that Luo Chen didn't believe crude oil would continue to fall. Yao Wenbin remained silent. He had something to say but ultimately didn't voice it. By 4 a.m., when the market closed, Luo Chen's series of trades had brought his account to a terrifying profit of $490 million. Meanwhile, in the U.S. stock market, he had only traded one stock, with a 79% increase, leveraging $500 million to earn $395 million. The combined profits from the U.S. stock market and futures totaled $885 million. This profit, divided equally, meant the company got half, and Luo Chen got half, totaling $442. $5 million. After a night of hard work, the profit was $442. $5 million, which converted to RMB was, wow, 114 billion. The $270 million in his bank account hadn't even spent a cent, and he earned another 114 billion that night. Just as he was parched, his phone suddenly vibrated. It was a call from Yao Wenbin, and he quickly answered. Mr. Luo, congratulations. Yao Wenbin became increasingly polite, then said, our president just announced a decision. The company has decided to give you a leverage of $500 million each for you. Stocks and futures. At the end of each month, your trading profit rate will determine the increase or decrease. Your U.S. stocks and futures account originally had $12 million in margin, and now you only need to make up $38 million to combine it into $50 million in margin. Your profit share from tonight is $404.5 million. After deducting the $38 million in margin, you still have $404.5 million left. The president has just instructed that this money will be converted into the corresponding RMB at the current exchange rate and transferred immediately. Please check your bank information. Okay, thank you, President Yao. Luochen wasn't particularly excited. To him, money was just a string of numbers. Yao Wenbin pondered for a moment, then lowered his voice to ask him, Mr. Luo, I have one more thing to ask you. Why aren't you trading crude oil anymore? Are you bullish? Have you found a bottom? Luochen smiled and said, I never said that. I just think crude oil doesn't have much fluctuation for now, so I switched to trading gold futures, which have greater volatility. As for finding a bottom. At this point, Luochen paused and then lowered his voice to say, recently, both futures and U.S. stocks have been crazy. If possible, please report back, and we can look for opportunities to cooperate again. There's money to be made for everyone. Alright. Yao Wenbin immediately became excited and hung up the phone. Luochen tossed his phone aside, stretched lazily, and was about to lie down on the bed when his phone dinged. He picked it up and saw, your construction bank savings card ending in 4099 has received a deposit of 2,871,950,000 yuan, with a balance of 3,143,615,210 yuan. Construction bank, 3.1 billion. This number is nearly 10 times higher than the last time's 370 million. But Luochen tossed his phone aside and fell asleep, soon snoring soundly. Last time he was too excited to sleep, but this time, no matter how much money there was, he felt nothing, simply because there was too much money, more than he could imagine. Who the hell would have thought that a wealthy person with over 3 billion soft sister coins in cash was hidden in such a third or fourth tier city like Chuan City? Luochen didn't think about that. He used to fantasize about whether to wear a mask or a monkey face shell when winning the lottery, but now that he truly possessed billions in wealth, he felt nothing. Earning this money was neither illegal nor against his conscience. It was money pried from the mouths of those big capitalists abroad, so refreshing. Usually, at this time, the old couple would be working in the fields, but today, Luochen's father, Luo Weigua, hadn't gotten up either. Last night, he and his brother Luo Weidong had shared a bottle and a half of flying Moutai, and as a result, both were so drunk they didn't know east from west. The two brothers didn't even realize that they had consumed 2.5 bottles of this flying Moutai, which cost over 2,000 a bottle. If they knew, they would probably be heartbroken to the point of vomiting blood. They had spent over 5,000 on drinks throughout the afternoon and evening, and they didn't dare to drink the expensive liquor. They didn't dare to drink anymore at breakfast. Luo Weigua glanced at his wife and awkwardly said, that liquor isn't that great, it's too strong. Luochen had a bowl of plain rice porridge, took out his phone to check, and exclaimed, Mom, today is Saturday. Is Yunyun coming back today? Zhao Jinyu replied, yes, she will come back, but she won't leave school until 12. By the time she takes the bus back, it will be around 2 or 3. Luochen put down the bowl and said, then hurry up, Mom, Dad, pack up. We need to leave right away. We can reach Chuan City in an hour, and we can definitely arrive before 12. Luo Weigua shook his head, I'm not going. What's the point of going? I'm not used to it. I'll just stay here and take care of the crops. Luo Chen's head started to ache again. He rubbed his face hard and forced a smile to persuade him. Dad, just go take a look at the house I bought. Besides, it's the weekend, and we're having a gathering with Yunyun's family. Yunyun has been working so hard in high school, and I haven't been able to help her much before. This is a good opportunity to take her shopping for some clothes and to eat something nice. She's so skinny and always reluctant to eat or wear anything. As soon as he mentioned his sister Luo Yunyun, Luo Weigua felt a bit moved. This daughter had been smart since she was little, with excellent grades. Now in her second year of high school, she had never fallen out of the top 3 in her entire grade, often ranking first in her class. Both Luo Weigua and Zhao Jinyu doted on her, but as children from a poor family often do, Luo Yunyun was very frugal. Compared to her classmates, the living expenses her parents gave her were among the lowest, yet she still managed to save some. Instead, her parents worried that she wasn't eating well and might not develop properly. When it came to their daughter, Zhao Jinyu also relented, I think it's a good idea. Just go for a visit. I'll prepare the pig feed and ask your aunt to help watch it for a day. We won't starve when we come back tomorrow. Luo Wegwa chuckled awkwardly. If you say it's fine, then it's fine. Luo Chen quickly helped to clear the dishes, then hurry up, or it will be hard to find Yun Yun once she leaves school. Zhao Jinyu urged Luo Wegwa, go change your clothes. Luo Wegwa obediently changed into some clothes, which were half new and half old. Luo Chen noticed a patch on his elbow and felt a pang in his heart. As they were leaving, Luo Chen stuffed some Yushi cigarettes and Maodai liquor into his uncle Luo Weidong's hands. Uncle, just help keep an eye on things inside. Luo Weidong nodded. Don't worry, your uncle may not be good at cultural matters, but taking care of crops and livestock is no problem at all. Auntie also reassured Zhao Jinyu, saying she would keep an eye on things at home. After finally getting out the door, Luo Chen drove for a while Zhao Jinyu kept glancing back. They had to think of a way to keep them in Chuan City, but it would definitely be challenging. It only took about 10 minutes to get from the village to the town, but from the town to Chuan City, it took over an hour. Luo Chen didn't dare to delay, fearing he would miss picking up his sister, so he drove at a steady pace. Zhao Jinyu and Luo Wegwa sat in the back seat, and she looked around while commenting to Luo Wegwa, this car of our son is quite nice. It's more comfortable than taking the Chang'an bus to the market. It's not stuffy and has more space. Luo Wegwa, hearing her praise the car, snapped back at her, the Chang'an bus only costs 50 or 60,000, while your son's car costs 240,000. If it's not more comfortable than the Chang'an bus, then heaven help us. He ended with a scolding for Luo Chen, prodigal. Luo Chen just smiled and didn't respond. Luo Yunyun was in her second year of high school at Chuan City No. 1 High School, which was considered the best high school in Chuan City. Only two types of students could attend this school, those with exceptional academic performance and those with strong family connections. Naturally, Luo Yunyun got in based on her excellent grades, otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to attend. They arrived at the high school at 11:35, 25 minutes before school ended. Luo Chen parked the car in a spot outside the school. There were too many parents picking up students, and dozens of parking spaces were filled. However, Luo Chen's car was large and very noticeable, attracting the attention of many parents. Luo Chen went to a nearby store to buy a few bottles of mineral water, one for each person. It was Luo Wegwa's first time picking up his daughter from school, and he was quite nervous, sweating profusely, gripping the mineral water tightly without drinking it, his eyes fixed on the school gate. Finally, at noon sharp, the bell rang, and the gatekeeper opened the gate. Soon, students poured out like ants. Luo Wegwa and Zhao Jinyu were afraid of missing their daughter, crowding by the gate and staring intently. There were so many students coming out that it was overwhelming. Luo Chen didn't crowd at the gate, he stood about 10 meters away, watching. The entrance was narrow, and with so many students, it was easy to miss someone. Standing a bit farther away allowed him to see more clearly as the students dispersed. Sure enough, Zhao Jinyu and Luo Wegwa were not paying attention, and Luo Yunyun had no idea her parents were there to pick her up. She came out with her classmates, not looking up, and Zhao Jinyu and Luo Wegwa didn't see her either. Luo Chen, with his sharp eyes, spotted his skinny sister with a ponytail at a glance, slipped over, and grabbed her wrist. Luo Yunyun was startled, and when she turned around and saw it was her brother, she was momentarily stunned before calling out, "Brother, what are you doing here?" Luo Chen, pulling her along while smiling, said, "I came specifically to pick you up." Luo Yunyun responded with an "oh" and then quietly said, "Brother, I've saved over 1,400 this semester, it's all for you." Luo Chen felt a warmth in his heart and chuckled, "What do I need your money for? Hurry up, Mom and Dad are here too." She had saved this money from her meager allowance, and just thinking about it made Luo Chen feel pained. She must have heard the rumors about him being in debt. Luo Yunyun was taken aback and raised her face in surprise. "Mom and Dad are here? Really? Where are they?" Only then did Luo Chen raise his hand and shout towards the entrance, "Mom, over here, over here." Zhao Jinyu, not seeing her daughter, felt anxious, and upon hearing her son shout and seeing him with his sister standing by the roadside, immediately called out to Luo Wegwa, "What are you looking at? Yun has already come out, hurry up." Luo Wegwa also saw Luo Chen and Luo Yunyun, and quickly ran over. As Zhao Jinyu came over and grabbed Luo Yunyun, she was tearfully scolding her, "You girl, what are you saving for? You're as thin as a bean sprout, if you ruin your health, how will you study?" Luo Chen pulled them towards the car, saying, "Mom, let's go, people are laughing at those who cry." When they reached the car, he opened the door and said, "Get in quickly." Zhao Jinyu pulled Luo Yunyun into the car, while Luo Wegwa got in from the other side. Once inside, Luo Yunyun looked around the car in astonishment and asked, "Where did this car come from? Did you borrow it, brother?" Although Luo Yunyun didn't know much about cars, she was still a bit more knowledgeable than her parents. She recognized luxury brands like BMW, Mercedes, and Audi, and seeing the Mercedes emblem, she knew it wasn't cheap. She worried it might be a car her brother borrowed from someone, especially since she knew he was in debt and didn't dare to ask in front of their parents. Zhao Jinyu wiped her tears and huffed, "This car was bought by your brother, over 2 million. Luo Yunyun was stunned again. My brother bought it? Over 2 million? She was confused. Wasn't he in a lot of debt? How could he afford to buy such an expensive car? Luo Chen didn't explain. At this moment, no explanation would suffice. It would be more convincing once they got home. There's a saying that facts speak louder than words. A little over 10 minutes later, they arrived at Tianzong City. When Luo Weiguo and Zhao Jinyu saw the grandeur of the community, they were dumbfounded. Such a beautiful and high-end place was where their son bought a house? Luo Chen drove into the underground garage, and the security guard at the booth greeted them with a standard salute. Luo Weiguo quickly smiled and returned the gesture. The underground parking garage was packed with cars, and as soon as Luo Weiguo got out, he was astonished by the seemingly endless rows of vehicles. My goodness, does it take this much space just to park a car? Luo Chen smiled and led them to the elevator, pressing the button for the 21st floor. Luo Yunyun felt a bit nervous. She was worried about her brother. How could someone in so much debt turn things around? When they reached the 21st floor and stepped out of the elevator, there were only 2 units on this floor, and Luo Chen headed straight for the door at the east end. The door was a double door, looking very impressive. Luo Chen stepped forward and pressed his fingertip on the scanner, and the door opened. Luo Weiguo, Zhao Jinyu, and Luo Yunyun were all amazed. So high-end? Just press a finger? Dad, Mom, Yunyun, come in, Luo Chen said, pushing the door open and smiling as he invited them in. As soon as they entered, the three were stunned by the spacious and luxurious living room. Luo Yunyun excitedly ran to the large floor-to-ceiling window to look at the cityscape. There were no obstructions from this vantage point. This house is so big and beautiful. Could such a luxurious and stunning house really belong to her brother? It was hard to believe. Luo Weiguo and Zhao Jinyu had never seen or entered such a magnificent house in their lives, looking around like they were dreaming. Luo Chen grinned and introduced, Dad, Mom, Yunyun, this house has 4 rooms, you can choose whichever room you like to stay in. There's another floor upstairs. Come on, let's go take a look. Zhao Jinyu was so excited, even more proactive than her son and daughter, tiptoeing ahead. Once upstairs, she was astonished again. A huge bedroom, with a garden outside the floor-to-ceiling window, vibrant red flowers and green leaves competing for beauty. Luo Yunyun's youthful heart fluttered. She pushed open the glass door to admire the flowers, and among the blooms was a rocking chair with a sunshade. Sitting on it, gently swaying, she thought that if she could have such a house in her lifetime, she would die content. It was known that there were only 4 such duplexes in Tianzong City, all designed and furnished to the highest standards of luxury. Who could possibly find anything to dislike? Zhao Jinyu was filled with joy. If this house truly belonged to her son, what kind of daughter-in-law could he not attract? She turned to Luo Chen and asked, Son, this house, is it really yours? Wait a moment. Luo Chen thought for a moment, turned around, and went back inside to bring out the purchase agreement, handing it to her, saying, Take a look, this is the purchase contract, with my signature. You can see clearly below that it was bought in full, for 2,920,000, no debts. Luo Yunyun leaned in to take a look, nodded, and said to her mom, Mom, it's true, it's the purchase contract, brother really paid in full. In her excitement, Luo Yunyun grabbed Luo Chen's wrist and asked him, Brother, weren't you in quite a bit of debt? How did you earn so much? Luo Chen took out his phone and pulled up his stock account to show her, Look, this is the balance in my stock account. When Luo Yunyun saw the balance of over 4 million, she counted it and was shocked again. A 3 million house, a 240,000 car, and a 460,000 balance. When did her brother get so lucky? Dad, Mom, Yunyun, you go to the living room. I have something to tell you. Luo Chen thought for a moment and said, What is it? Zhao Jinyu asked, puzzled, as the family of 4 returned to the large living room downstairs. After sitting down, Luo Chen said seriously, Dad, Mom, I thought about it and decided to let you in on something. Seeing his hesitant tone, Zhao Jinyu and Luo Yunyun suddenly became anxious. What? Is it this time? They were genuinely afraid it was something unimaginable and unsolvable. In fact, the things Luo Chen was dealing with now were already beyond their imagination. Noticing their tension, Luo Chen quickly smiled and said, Don't worry, it's not a bad thing. Actually, I didn't just earn a few million, I should say a few 100 million. What? A few 100 million? This time, even Luo Weiguo was shocked and stood up abruptly. Are you trying to fool your father? Luo Chen could only smile wryly. He hadn't dared to mention that there were over 3 billion in his bank account, but to keep his parents from worrying and to enjoy their lives, he had to give them some reassuring words, otherwise, they would still have to go back to their land and crops. After thinking, Luo Chen opened his Tiger Securities account on his phone, pulled Luo Yunyun over to show her. Yunyun, look, this is my securities account, this isn't domestic stock, it's US stocks and international futures. Look, I have $50 million in margin here, this is your brother's money, $50 million, which converts to 350 million yuan. Luo Chen's words left Luo Yunyun, Luo Weigua, and Zhao Jinyu dumbfounded. I thought Luo Chen had made a few million, bought a house, bought a car, but who would have thought his earnings were even more outrageous? Luo Chen gently persuaded, Dad, Mom, I didn't mention how much I've made because you know the principle of not revealing wealth. How about this, Dad, Mom, let's go to the bank in a bit. I'll transfer you 100 million to keep safe. Whether you want to put it in a fixed deposit or buy a house or a shop, it's up to you. In any case, I'll give you 100 million to manage. Even if I earn more later, or if I lose some, you'll still have that 100 million, which is enough for our family to live well, right? Upon hearing this arrangement from their son, Zhao Jinyu immediately agreed, that's a good idea. Mom will take care of it, no one can touch it. Luo Weigua still believed that Luo Chen had made a lot of money, his son wouldn't deceive them like this. When he heard his son say he would give them 100 million to manage, he felt it was reasonable, but he quietly asked, this isn't illegal, is it? Luo Chen smiled and nodded, of course it's not illegal. I don't do anything illegal. No matter how much money I make, I have to enjoy it, right? If you don't believe me, just ask Yunyun. Stocks and futures are all managed by legitimate financial companies. Luo Weigua immediately reassured, that's right. As long as you don't do anything illegal, your mom and I will be at ease. Luo Chen laughed, to put your minds at ease, let's go to the bank and take care of it. Once it's done, we'll go out for a big meal. That girl needs to be well taken care of. As soon as Luo Chen mentioned Luo Yunyun, he couldn't help but gently pat her on the head. Alright, let's go. Zhao Jinyu was also very excited. Her son made so much money without breaking the law, of course, she was happy. But she immediately reminded Luo Weigua and Luo Yunyun, Luo Weigua, Yunyun, you must not tell anyone about how much money your brother has. After saying this, she shot a glare at Luo Weigua, I trust Yunyun not to say anything, but you, Luo Weigua, remember, you're the one I trust the least. He really wanted to show off a bit in front of his younger sisters. He and his older brother, Luo Weidong, had taken care of these two sisters a lot since they were young, but after they got married, they looked down on their two poor brothers a bit. Over the years, the resentment had built up, and he felt quite uncomfortable. Especially with the older sister, Luo Chuanlian, her husband, Wang Zhenkue, was in construction, and over the years, he had amassed at least 10 million. He was friendly with everyone except for him and his older brother, fearing to associate with them because they were seen as country bumpkins. Now, Wang Zhenkue wouldn't have to look down on him anymore. My son has a better house than you, a better car than you, and more money in his pocket. Luo Chen drove to the construction bank first. There was one a few hundred meters to the right after exiting Tianzong City, with a parking lot. As he drove into the bank's parking lot, the security guard quickly came to guide him to a parking spot and then respectfully welcomed him into the bank. Although the two older ones looked quite rustic, they couldn't resist the luxury of the car. The bank lobby was crowded, with many people sitting and waiting for their numbers to be called. As soon as Luo Chen's family entered, the lobby manager at the entrance asked what business he was there for, and then he swiped his card at the machine to get a number. While swiping his card and getting the number, Luo Chen casually replied, I want to open 2 accounts for my parents and sister to deposit some money. The lobby manager was a middle-aged woman in her 30s, who then asked if he wanted to withdraw cash. If he didn't want to withdraw cash, there was no need to queue at the counter, he could handle it directly at the office desk on the side of the lobby. Luo Chen thanked her and went directly over there. Since it was a cashless transaction, it wasn't as tightly secured as the counter. There were 3 office desks with 3 female staff members working. Luo Chen walked to the middle desk, where no one was being served, sat down, and handed over his bank card, then waved for his parents and sister to come over. You guys give me your ID cards. The female staff member was very young, around 23 or 24, glanced at Luo Chen, then lowered her head to look at the computer screen. What business are you here for? Luo Chen placed his ID card and bank card in front of her, then handed over the ID cards of his mother, Zhao Jinyu, and his sister, Luo Yunyun, saying, open a card for my mom and my sister, and put some money in each. The female staff member said nothing, skillfully processing the request. In less than 10 minutes, she had opened 2 cards and then asked Luo Chen, how much do you want to deposit? Luo Chen separated the 2 ID cards and said, transfer 100 million to my mom's card, and 5 million to my sister's. What? The bank employee, who had been calm and collected, was momentarily stunned, paused, and then stared at him again, asking, "How much?" Luo Chen repeated, 100 million in my mom's card, and 5 million in my sister's. The female staff member immediately stood up, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Please wait a moment." She even changed her address to you, then quickly walked through a side door into the VIP office area. When she came out a while later, she was accompanied by another woman, a middle-aged lady with an air of authority. Sure enough, the staff member respectfully introduced to Luo Chen, "Hello, this is our branch manager, Xianing." Xianing smiled broadly and gestured, "Mr. Luo, please come inside to handle your business." Luo Chen pointed to his parents and sister. "Please, everyone come in." Xianing courteously invited Luo Weigua, Zhao Jinyu, and Luo Yunyun, showing no sign of looking down on them for their modest attire. Xianing led them to a private VIP room, with no one else around, comfortable sofas, and climate control. Luo Weigua sat on the sofa as if he were sitting on cotton, feeling somewhat uneasy. Xianing looked at Luo Chen with a smile and asked, "Mr. Luo, I apologize for the oversight. May I ask what line of work you are in? Stocks, international futures, financial investment, I suppose." "Oh." Xianing suddenly realized, there have been huge deposits into our Chuan City Construction Bank in the early hours these past few days, especially a large one this morning, with the payer being the Tiger Securities Company from Magic City. We were planning to visit the client tomorrow to recommend our private banking services, but we never expected Mr. Luo to come in person. Xianing was very excited. There are 3 branches of Construction Bank in Chuan City, and with such a big client as Luo Chen, whichever branch secured him would boost their performance. Given how difficult it is to attract deposits now, suddenly having such a super rich client drop from the sky was almost overwhelming. The competition in banking was fierce, with several real estate developers fighting tooth and nail, and none of those developers had cash wealth in the tens of billions. One could say Luo Chen alone was worth more than all of them combined, so they had to be extremely careful in their reception. Xianing first did not mention the transfer business but introduced Luo Chen to the aspects of private banking services. Luo Chen waved his hand and said, "It doesn't matter, just do whatever you think is best. The main focus of private banking is to help clients manage their finances, but when it comes to making money, who could compare to Luo Chen's grand ambitions?" Seeing Luo Chen so easygoing made Xianing even happier, her face blooming with a smile, and she quickly recommended a credit card to him. "Mr. Luo, with such a large cash amount in our bank, we can grant you the Global Supreme Dragon Card credit card, with a limit of 8 million, 30 million in insurance services, access to domestic and international airport VIP lounges, global services, domestic parking privileges, luxury car services at the airport, global payment experiences, and other premium benefits. Alright, also apply for my parents and sister to have supplementary cards, with the same limit of 8 million shared." Okay, I will arrange for someone to fill out the information right away." Xianing nodded with a smile. It was all too easy, almost unreal. In the wealthy circles of Chuan City, a deposit of several tens of millions is considered a huge deal, and she truly couldn't understand how such a super-rich individual with over 3 billion had suddenly appeared. With over 3 billion in cash, Luo Chen was unlike any other billionaire in the country. Most wealthy individuals held their fortunes in assets, and very few could pull out 10 or 8 billion in cash. Those who could suddenly produce over 30 billion in real cash like Luo Chen were definitely a rarity. For banks, cash and assets were 2 different matters. Tens of billions in cash made someone a major benefactor in a 3rd or 4th tier city like Chuan City. To be honest, Xianing, the bank's vice president, dealt with money every day and had seen more wealthy people than anyone else. She was well aware of the rumors flying around about the richest in Chuan City. Those so-called real estate tycoons and a few wealthy individuals were all heavily in debt. Without her bank, they were as good as dead. When it came to their assets, none of them had more than 500 million. The young Luo Chen in front of her was the true richest person in Chuan City. With over 30 billion in cash, who dared to compete with him? Who could be wealthier? And he was so young, unbelievably young. Others at his age were merely 2nd or 3rd generation rich. A 1st generation rich person like him was nearly impossible to find nationwide. Zhao Jinyu tucked the bank card into her pocket, holding it tightly, afraid of losing it. That 100 million deposit was something Luo Weigua wouldn't even think about. Once it was in his wife's hands, it was impossible to get it back. However, their son had given each of them a credit card with an 8 million limit, so he was also considered wealthy. Generally, credit cards required a processing time, but the Supreme Credit Card was by invitation only. One couldn't apply for it, only the bank could extend an invitation. In simple terms, it was a credit card customized for super-rich individuals. The bank usually had the cards ready-made, and when a recipient was identified, they just needed to input the client's information and call headquarters to activate it. Luo Yunyun also had one. As Luo Chen drove, he scolded her, "Don't save money for your brother, buy more nice clothes and eat more good food. Your brother's money will last a lifetime." Exactly. Zhao Jinyu chimed in. In the past, when they were poor, it was understandable for their daughter to be frugal, but now that Luo Chen was so wealthy, it was wrong for her to still be saving. While being frugal was a good thing, what Luo Yunyun was doing wasn't saving, it was self-abuse. With the bank matters settled, Zhao Jinyu and Luo Weiguo were overjoyed, feeling secure with 100 million in hand. At this point, whatever their son wanted to do, they had no objections. Then it was time to eat. Luo Chen chose the most famous restaurant in Chuan City and booked a table, spending over 7,000 yuan to treat his parents and sister to a lavish meal. The family had never indulged in such extravagant spending before, and after dinner, they went shopping. Luo Chen smiled and said, "How about we challenge ourselves to spend 5 million in one day?" Zhao Jinyu retorted, "Look at you, now that you have money, you've forgotten your surname. As long as we can eat and use well, that's enough, don't waste it." Luo Chen awkwardly laughed, "Mom, what needs to be used should be used, and what needs to be spent should be spent. Isn't making money just for spending? Come on, you and Dad shouldn't criticize me, just buy clothes. I still need to buy a computer and a phone, and we need to prepare good dining utensils. Plus, you both should change your phones, they're almost unusable." His parents' phones were several years old, and his sister was also using an old phone that often malfunctioned. Just today, the battery had died, and they couldn't get in touch. When Luo Chen mentioned buying clothes, phones, and a computer, Zhao Jinyu didn't oppose, that wasn't considered wasteful. However, she suddenly remembered that her brother-in-law's eldest daughter-in-law, Zhu Yingying, worked at a phone store in Chuan City, and immediately told Luo Chen, "Son, your sister-in-law Zhu Yingying works at a phone store in Chuan City. If you want to buy a phone, go find her. Buying from others won't get you any good words, it's better to support family." Of course, Luo Chen said, "You don't let the good water flow to outsiders." "Mom, can you call my sister-in-law and ask where she is?" Zhao Jinyu took out her old Nokia phone, found Zhu Yingying's number, and dialed it. After a few words, she hung up and said to Luo Chen, "Your sister-in-law said she's at the Huadai communication store on the first floor of Wanda Plaza." "Got it." Luo Chen nodded and drove in that direction. He was quite familiar with the streets of Chuan City and didn't need navigation. After about 10 minutes, he arrived, parked in the underground garage, and took the elevator to the first floor. The entire floor was filled with stores selling electronic products, watches, and jewelry. Zhao Jinyu pulled Luo Yunyun, who was looking around, to find Zhu Yingying but couldn't see her. She couldn't help but mutter, "She said she would come find us, but where is she?" Just then, her phone rang again, and it was Zhu Yingying calling. She answered and asked, "Where are you? We've arrived and can't find you." "Oh, you're outside? We're inside." As soon as she finished speaking, a woman in a work uniform rushed in from the entrance, saw them, and hurried over, waving her hand as she walked, saying, "Here I am. I was waiting at the door. Why did you come out from inside?" It was indeed Luo Chen's sister-in-law, Zhu Yingying, the daughter-in-law of his uncle Luo Weidong and the wife of his cousin Luo Yong. Zhu Yingying was slender, although her looks were average. She had put on some light makeup and wore a well-fitted work outfit that gave her the air of a white-collar beauty. Zhao Jinyu quickly pointed to the elevator and explained, "Luo Chen had to park the car, we came up in the elevator." "Luo Chen drove?" Zhu Yingying glanced at Luo Chen, somewhat surprised. "Wasn't it said that he owed a lot of money? Where did he get a car?" This way. Zhu Yingying pointed to a store not far ahead, surprised that her uncle and aunt, who rarely went out, had come to Chuan City. Buying a phone to support her was nice, even if they wouldn't buy anything high-end. After all, their good intentions counted. When they reached the store, there were 5 or 6 girls in the same uniform behind the counter. One of them glanced over and smiled, "Sister-ing, are these all from your hometown?" Not to mention, Luo Weiguo and Zhao Jinyu clearly had rural attire, while Luo Yunyun looked a bit more refined but still dressed very simply, her clothes slightly faded from washing. Only Luo Chen had a bit of style and was dressed a bit better. What could this group buy? Most of the store's products were high-end phones and electronics. It would be hard to find something cheap, and they probably wouldn't make a sale. Zhu Yingying didn't say anything but still warmly poured each of them a glass of water. Luo Chen glanced at the phone she had on the counter. It was an older model with several cracks on the screen. Zhu Yingying then asked Zhao Jinyu, "Aunt, why did you come to Chuan City? Have you eaten? Should I order you a meal?" No, we just ate." Zhao Jinyu quickly shook her hand and said, "Luo Chen insisted on bringing us to Chuan City. We just had a meal, he said he wanted to buy a phone. I heard from Sister Guiyun that you sell phones here, so if we buy, we can't let others get a better deal, right? Oh. Zhu Yingying smiled and asked Luo Chen, what kind of phone do you want to buy? Luo Chen looked at the counter, pointed to the Apple section, and said, just that one, it should have a smooth system. He looked around and counted before stating the number. I want 5 units, plus 2 tablets, 2 laptops, and 2 Apple desktops. Zhu Yingying was taken aback. What do you want? Luo Chen repeated himself, and Zhu Yingying still thought she had misheard. You can't be serious? Thinking Luo Chen was joking, Zhu Yingying looked at Zhao Jinyu and asked, Aunt, is Luo Chen really going to buy all this? Zhao Jinyu didn't understand either but just nodded. If he wants it, just get it for him. Zhu Yingying still didn't believe it, estimating that her second aunt probably had no idea how much all these things cost, so she specifically pointed it out and asked her, these items add up to quite a bit, probably several tens of thousands. With this clarification, her second aunt should have scolded Luo Chen. This cousin really was a bit outrageous, having incurred so much debt without any remorse. Just look at how the 2 elderly people had turned out. But Zhu Yingying never expected her second aunt to respond as if she felt nothing. Exactly, that's why I came to find you. Otherwise, we could have just bought from any store. A few female staff members nearby were also stunned upon hearing this, and they quickly came over to help, bustling about to gather the items Luo Chen mentioned. Then, when they calculated the total, it came to 128,600 yuan. The female staff member helping with the calculations handed the calculator to Luo Chen, her hands trembling slightly. The total is 128,600 yuan. Luo Chen simply responded with a faint then took out his phone to scan and pay the 128,600 yuan. The store's cash register instantly displayed the received amount, correct and accurate. It was then that Zhu Yingying realized her second aunt's family was really buying. Wasn't Luo Chen in deep debt? Where did he get the money? Over 100,000, this wasn't just a few bucks. She worked here and could only earn about 50 to 60,000 a year, and that was with particularly good business. Had this cousin, who was always said to be in debt, won the lottery? Logically speaking, even if he won a few million, with her second aunt and uncle's personalities, they wouldn't let Luo Chen spend money so recklessly. Looking at her second aunt again, Luo Chen spent over 120,000 right in front of her, and her second aunt and uncle didn't even blink, remaining calm. This was not normal. Luo Chen didn't think about what she was feeling. He casually picked up a phone case and handed it to Zhu Yingying. Zhu Yingying was taken aback. What? Is there a problem with this? It hasn't even been opened. It's not a problem, Luo Chen said with a smile. It's for you. I saw your phone screen was broken. Zhu Yingying froze for a moment, then blushed and shook her head. No, I can't accept something that costs over 10,000. The usually stingy second aunt, Zhao Jinyu, surprisingly spoke up. Yingying, just take it, we're not outsiders. Your phone is in such bad shape, just accept it from Luo Chen. Zhu Yingying stood there dumbfounded, holding the phone case, unsure of what to do. What was happening? One of her female colleagues, sharp-eyed, smiled and asked Luo Chen, isn't it inconvenient to carry all this? Do you need us to deliver it to your home? Luo Chen pondered for a moment and said, no need to deliver it home, just help me take it to the underground garage. I'll put it in the car first and then come back to look at the others. It's inconvenient to carry so much. The female colleagues all felt a thud in their hearts. This guy still wanted to buy more. Was he ridiculously wealthy? One of the prettier ones secretly asked Zhu Yingying, Sister Yingying, what relative is he to you? Zhu Yingying lowered her voice to reply, he's my husband's second uncle's family, my cousin and cousin's sister. Is your cousin married? He's so handsome. Zhu Yingying almost spat out her drink, barely managing to suppress her laughter as she said, I don't think he is. Her colleague's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement, and Zhu Yingying thought to herself, what a fangirl. Why hadn't she seen her greet him before? Now that he was rich, she was all over him? The female staff members, without needing to discuss, each took something to help deliver it to the garage, leaving Luo Chen's family empty-handed. Luo Chen told his parents and sister to wait there while he went down. 4 or 5 female staff members accompanied him to the garage, and when they saw that Luo Chen's car was a brand new Mercedes, they couldn't help but feel envious. He really was a wealthy person. The prettier female staff member even leaned against the car, striking a pose for a photo, and then stepped forward to add Luo Chen on WeChat. Luo Chen couldn't help but smile wryly. This girl was bold. Actually, saying she was bold wasn't quite right. She knew exactly what she wanted and would seize any opportunity without hesitation. As for whether she could be caught or not, that was not a concern. Back on the first floor, Zhu Yingying asked the store manager for leave to accompany Luo Chen and the others shopping. Just from that order worth over 100,000, her commission was quite substantial, and the manager was satisfied since the client didn't even mention a discount. It was a lucrative deal, so the leave was naturally approved. "Let's go take a look at the watches," Luo Chen said, pointing to the watch counter ahead. He himself didn't like wearing watches, feeling they were restrictive, but his sister needed one for school, where using mobile phones was prohibited during class hours. Upon arriving at school, students had to hand their phones to the teacher and could only get them back when leaving on weekends. Xu Ying followed him with a small handbag, glanced at Luo Chen, and then approached him quietly, saying, "My colleague said she likes you." Luo Chen chuckled, "She's not my type." Upon hearing this, Xu Ying sighed in relief. Her colleague had asked her to convey that message, and she was worried that Luo Chen might take it the wrong way. If anything went wrong between them, she didn't want to be involved. Moreover, her colleague was quite scheming, and she didn't want to deal with her. The most prominent watch brand at the counter was Longines. Luo Yunyun took a quick glance at the glass display and saw that the prices started at least from 5 or 6,000, making her heart skip a beat. Afraid of being noticed by the staff, she quickly turned her face to look the other way. A female staff member approached and asked, and Luo Chen directly inquired, "Introduce a few women's watches." The staff member immediately introduced several newer models. Luo Chen didn't ask for the prices but called his sister over, asking her and Xu Ying to try them on. Xu Ying thought he wanted her to help Luo Yunyun try them, and since she knew the staff member, she didn't hold back and tried them on. The styles were indeed nice. Both Xu Ying and Luo Yunyun were slender with delicate wrists, and the watches looked elegant on them. Luo Chen waved his hand and took out his bank card to the staff member, saying, "Swipe the card." The staff member was taken aback. She hadn't even mentioned the prices, and he hadn't asked. How did he know how much they cost? And which of the two models did he want? Seeing her expression, Luo Chen understood her thoughts and said directly, "I'll take both." The staff member was delighted and quickly called over a colleague to help with the transaction. Xu Ying sighed inwardly, realizing Luo Chen had struck it rich, and loosened the watch strap to take it off. "Don't take it off, sister-in-law, it's a gift for you." Luo Chen stopped her. Xu Ying was stunned. "Why are you giving me a watch again?" The staff member chimed in, "Boss, these two watches are priced at 19,003 each and 18,008 for the other, totaling 38,100. Luo Chen remained expressionless, pointing at the bank card on the counter. "Swipe it." Okay, the staff member said with a smile as she took the card to process it. Luo Chen's card didn't have a password, just a signature. Once the card was swiped, Xu Ying finally realized what was happening and hurriedly told Luo Chen, "I don't want this, you should have her return it." Luo Chen didn't pay her any mind, pointing towards the jewelry counter. "You're working, Yunyun is in school, both of you need watches. It's just a matter of buying one more. I won't buy you jewelry over there, let Young buy it for you later. I'm afraid he'll hit me if I do." He finished with a hearty laugh. He wouldn't dare. Xu Ying retorted, not backing down from Luo Chen's cousin, Luo Yong. But as she looked at the beautiful watch on her wrist, she didn't know what else to say. Luo Chen spent money like water, and even her frugal uncle and aunt, who usually saved every penny, didn't say a word, allowing him to buy recklessly. This watch of hers cost 19,003, which was a few hundred more expensive than Luo Yunyun's, and she felt she didn't deserve to wear a watch worth nearly 20,000. She often saw older dramas on TV where people bought gold rings for weddings, and her mother had that obsession too. She didn't ask for much, just wanted a set of gold jewelry. Across from the watch boutique is Zhou Dying, and the female sales clerk had already noticed their group. Although the older ones looked a bit rustic, the young man was quite wealthy, casually buying watches worth tens of thousands. As soon as she saw them turn around, she immediately put on a bright smile and greeted them enthusiastically. Luo Chen was not polite and said, "Mom, come try it out, your son is buying for Dad." Zhao Jinyu walked over with a smile, feeling pleased by her son's words. She thought to herself that after a lifetime of hard work and suffering, she had expected to endure until the day she died, but unexpectedly, she suddenly got to enjoy her son's fortune. The sales clerk cheerfully asked Zhao Jingyu, "Auntie, what style do you like? A ring or a necklace? Or maybe a bracelet?" Luo Chen interjected, "You pick the best of each: rings, necklaces, bracelets, and bring out 2 or 3 of each to try." The sales clerk happily replied, "Sure." Fearing that one person might take too many to manage, she called over a colleague, and together they picked out 6 or 7 of the most expensive styles. When it was time for Zhao Jinyu to try them on, the 2 clerks routinely flattered her, saying things like, "Auntie looks so good in this. And this style really suits you." Luo Chen just smiled from the side, fully aware of the clerk's tactics. However, he, Luo Daquan, was not short on money. Today, he had challenged himself to spend 5 million but had only spent less than 200,000, far from the target. After trying on a bunch of jewelry, Zhao Jinyu turned to Luo Chen and asked, "Son, Which one do you think looks better on me? Luo Chen smiled and said, Mom looks good in anything, just wrap up everything you've tried. The two sales clerks gasped, wrap everything up? They had initially thought this person was wealthy and would probably buy one or two items for a couple of tens of thousands, but they never expected him to say such an extravagant thing. The two were momentarily stunned, and one of the clerks poked the other in the side. The first clerk finally realized and quickly grabbed the invoice to ring it up. Zhao Jinyu was also taken aback and said, buy them all? Isn't that too much? Just the bracelet and the ring will do. She liked the shiny gold bracelet and gold ring. Luo Chen tilted his head and said, Mom, think about it, in the future, your daughter-in-law will wear a 100,000 yuan ring on one finger and a 200,000 yuan ring on another, with a 300,000 yuan necklace around her neck. If you keep being frugal, your daughter-in-law won't be able to save at all. You are my favorite woman, why not spend this money? Zhao Jinyu thought for a moment and realized that other women were desperately spending their son's money. After raising him from infancy, why shouldn't she buy? A moment later, the sales clerk brought out the invoice and read the details to Luo Chen. Gold ring 7,100, gold bracelet 44,880, platinum diamond ring 1 carat 168,800, diamond necklace 116,800, a pair of gold earrings 4,600, a pair of platinum earrings with small diamonds 32,000, jade ring 78,800, totaling 456,900 yuan. Zhao Jinyu was stunned. She thought it would be just a few tens of thousands, but it turned out to be over 450,000. She immediately waved her hand and said, not so much, just the gold bracelet and gold ring. Luo Chen ignored her and tossed his bank card over, directly telling her to swipe it. The sales clerk hurried to get the card, wanting to secure the payment in case this aunt insisted on not buying. But before she could get the card in hand, Luo Weigua, who had been silent, suddenly threw out a bank card as if shouting, charge it to mine. Luo Chen and Zhao Jinyu were both taken aback, and Luo Yunyun and Zhu Yingying looked at Luo Weigui in confusion, wondering what he was up to. The money was all Luo Chen's, whose card he swiped didn't change the fact that he was paying. Luo Weigua huffed at Luo Chen, my wife is spending my money, what does it have to do with you? Luo Chen suddenly understood, his father was trying to assert his presence and show off. Alright, swipe your card. Luo Chen grinned and nodded eagerly, his dad's pride was something he had to uphold. Zhao Jinyu remained silent, knowing better than to poke at her husband's ego. He just wanted to show off a bit. Luo Chen chuckled inwardly, thinking his dad could keep up this act for 10 years. Over 400,000 worth of gold and silver jewelry, and he didn't even flinch before buying it. After swiping the card, Luo Weigua tucked it away and walked ahead with his head held high. It wasn't until they were far from the jewelry store that Zhao Jinyu spat at Luo Weigua, what a character. Then they went shopping for clothes, shoes, and socks. There weren't any luxury brand stores in Chuan City, the most expensive items were only a few thousand. The whole family browsed around, each buying several outfits, even cousin Zhu Yingying got a few sets, yet they only spent a little over 10,000. Luo Chen pondered that completing the challenge of spending 5 million in a day seemed impossible. After buying so much, they had only spent a little over 600,000. His parents didn't drive, his sister was still in school, so they naturally wouldn't need a car. Without buying a car or a house, how could they easily spend the money? As it was getting dark, Luo Chen rubbed his sore legs and said, let's go eat, find a restaurant. But Zhu Yingying suggested, how about we buy some groceries and cook at home? I'll make dinner. Sure, I can't get used to restaurant food anyway, let's just cook at home, Zhao Jinyu decided immediately. Luo Chen checked the time, it was almost 7, so they headed home to cook. At the supermarket, they bought a bunch of groceries. Originally, Zhu Yingying wanted to pay for the groceries to treat her uncle and aunt, but today Luo Chen inexplicably spent tens of thousands on her, so she felt embarrassed and wanted to cook a meal to thank him. But Luo Chen wouldn't let her pay, he quickly scanned his phone to pay. After leaving the supermarket and driving out of the parking lot, they went to Zhu Yingying's rented place to pick up her son, Luo Jun. Zhu Yingying's life was still tough, she had to support her son in kindergarten and work at the same time. She chose a cheap place on the outskirts to rent, saving her husband Luo Yong's earnings. 6-year-old Luo Jun stayed home alone on weekends. He was very obedient, otherwise, she wouldn't feel at ease leaving him alone. On the way back, the Mercedes was spacious with 5 adults and 1 child. Zhu Yingying's son, Luo Jun, recognized his great-uncle and great-aunt and called out to them, but he felt a bit shy around Luo Chen and Luo Yunyun since he didn't see them often. Luo Chen felt a bit anxious on the drive home, realizing he had failed the challenge of spending 5 million in a day. Why was it so hard to spend money? Was this the house Luo Chen bought? Zhu Yingying had a good relationship with Luo Yunyun. A few years ago when she married into the Luo family, Luo Yunyun was still a young girl. The two brothers of the Luo family only had this one girl, and she had no companions growing up, so when Zhu Yingying married in, they instantly became best friends. Curious about Luo Chen, Zhu Yingying found an opportunity to secretly ask Luo Yunyun. Luo Yunyun didn't dare to tell the whole truth but didn't lie either. She stammered that her brother bought the house and the Mercedes outright, and it seemed he still had 4 to 5 million in his stock account. She didn't dare mention the part about giving their parents 100 million. Zhu Yingying was truly overwhelmed. Just a few months ago, she heard Luo Chen was finished, ruined by a woman, and in massive debt. No one would have expected that in just a few short months, he had made such a fortune. That evening, Zhu Yingying cooked dinner with Luo Yunyun helping out. It wasn't a lavish meal, but the family was genuinely happy. After dinner, Zhao Jinyu insisted that Zhu Yingying and her son stay the night. There were 4 rooms with space to stay. Zhu Yingying didn't refuse, but after putting her child to sleep, she couldn't rest and secretly called her husband Luo Yong to talk about Luo Chen. Luo Yong was working in the south, and upon hearing this, he couldn't sleep either, wanting to return and make money with Luo Chen. But when he heard it was from stock trading, he felt deflated. That was something he didn't know how to do, and he thought it was quite unreliable. But in any case, Luo Chen had struck it rich. Zhu Yingying recalled the hardships she and Luo Yong had faced over the past few years. Their child would start first grade next year after finishing kindergarten, and she couldn't afford to slack off any longer. She had to return alone to take care of their son, but any hopes of saving money seemed to vanish. Compared to her second uncle's family, Luo Chen's situation was like heaven and earth. He slept in such a luxurious room, while she and her son were cramped in a dirty, chaotic village house on the outskirts of the city. Just thinking about it made her heart ache. The next morning, Zhu Yingying got up early, but Zhao Jinyu woke up even earlier. She quietly suggested that Zhu Yingying leave her son there for the day since it was Sunday, and she would help take care of him until she got off work. Without much thought, Zhu Yingying agreed. She felt reassured leaving her son with her second aunt and uncle for the day, knowing it was much better than leaving him alone in their rental apartment. Luo Chen, accustomed to his routine, woke up at 10. His mother and sister had already prepared breakfast, his usual rice porridge and fried dough sticks. While he was eating, his mother and father went for a stroll in the community. The greenery and recreational areas in Tianzong City were vast, and most of the homebuyers were rural folks from various towns, elderly couples who could chat together. His sister, Luo Yunyun, was playing with her new phone. After finishing a bowl of porridge, Luo Chen suddenly asked her, "Yunyun, do you often visit your aunt's house at school?" Luo Yunyun was taken aback for a moment before shaking her head. "I rarely go. My uncle is afraid I'll tell people we're related." Luo Chen asked again, "I heard your cousin from your aunt's side is in the same class as you. Are you too close?" Luo Yunyun hesitated for a moment but still shook her head. "Not really. She doesn't talk to me much." Luo Chen felt a pang in his heart, put down the bowl, walked over, and pulled his sister to the floor-to-ceiling window. He pointed outside at the scenery and said, "Sister, let's not worry about what others think of us. As long as you have your brother, that's enough. I'll raise you like a princess." Luo Yunyun's eyes turned red, and she suddenly threw herself onto him, crying, "Brother, you don't know how worried I am about you after you got into debt. I'm just afraid you might do something drastic. I don't care how you make a fortune. I just want you to be okay, and for our family to be well." Luo Chen felt a wave of sadness at her words, and after a while, he patted her back and said, all right, just focus on your studies and don't worry about anything else." He looked out at the recreational area for a while, then considered his current situation. Going solo always felt lacking in some way, or perhaps there was a sense of worry. When funds were small, it didn't matter much, but once his funds reached a certain level, it would definitely attract envy from all sides, and he had to think ahead. For someone like him, making money wasn't the problem, but lacking the ability to protect himself meant that no matter how much money he had, a small force with connections could easily take him down. So, what he needed to consider wasn't how much money to make but how to start cultivating a protective charm. As for the protective charm, he had no thoughts of mingling within the system, but there were ways to build connections. For example, through charity, donations, or bringing people with backgrounds onto his ship. Right now, the quickest and most effective way for him was through charity and donations. However, doing charity and donations in his own name wasn't ideal. It would be better to establish a company. After thinking for a while, Luo Chen decided to immediately start setting up an investment company and first called to inquire about advertising with the television station. The conversation went smoothly, and the television station's instant ads could be aired within an hour since they didn't require film production. Luo Chen's advertising content was simple. He needed to hire 3 people, 1 financial investment manager with experience in domestic and foreign stock markets and futures trading, salary negotiable, 1 human resources manager with a bachelor's degree or higher and over 5 years of relevant experience in corporate human resources management, salary negotiable, and 1 personal assistant with experience in office and various government and enterprise affairs, starting salary of 200,000 yuan. The first 2 positions did not have a starting salary set. The interview would depend on the candidate's abilities. The personal assistant set a starting salary of 200,000, which he had considered. He initially thought of setting it at 500,000, but then felt it was too high. Not that he couldn't afford it, but he was afraid of fostering complacency with a high salary from the start. Moreover, in a place like Chuan City, a high monthly salary is only about 6 to 7,000, while ordinary jobs are around 3 to 4,000. An annual salary of 200,000 is definitely an eye-catching high salary. The advertisement content was immediately produced and could go on television during the noon slot. The advertising cost was 2,000 a day, starting from at least a week. If it were a video advertisement, the starting time would have to be at least 3 months. Luo Chen directly transferred 180,000 to the advertising department's business account at the TV station, securing 3 months of advertising. After the company was established, there would definitely be many recruitment advertisements, so he decided on 3 months right away. At 4 in the afternoon, his sister Luo Yunyun finished her meal and was about to go to school, so Luo Chen drove her there. After Luo Yunyun got out at the school gate, Luo Chen took a glance inside. The territory of the first high school was still quite large, but the teaching buildings and student dormitories were relatively old, and the small playground outside was still muddy. After thinking for a moment, Luo Chen said to the security guard at the gate, "Could you please notify the school leaders? I have something to discuss." The security guard, seeing his brand new and imposing Benz, did not dare to be negligent and quickly called the school affairs director to report. Soon, a man in his 40s rushed over, ran into the guard booth, and asked what was going on while glancing at the Benz at the entrance. The security guard immediately pointed at the Benz and said a few words. Luo Chen got out of the car and introduced himself. "Hello, my name is Luo Chen, and I am a parent. My sister is in her 2nd year at the first high school. I just dropped her off." Upon hearing that he was a parent, the middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it was some leader who had come, as the security guard hadn't made it clear over the phone. He introduced himself. "My surname is He, and I am the director of the school affairs office. Are you looking for me regarding a student issue?" Luo Chen smiled and shook his head. "No, I wanted to ask if the school needs to add some books to the library or replace some damaged desks and chairs, and whether the playground needs to be formalized." Director He was taken aback and blurted out, "Are you a wholesaler of books and desks, or a contractor?" Luo Chen realized he had misunderstood and smiled, shaking his head. "Neither, I just wanted to ask if the school needs donations to improve the students' environment." Director He was momentarily stunned, then understood what Luo Chen meant, quickly stepping forward to shake Luo Chen's hand vigorously. Yes, of course we need it." This was a benefactor. After hearing what Luo Chen said, Director He felt that he meant to donate at least 2 to 300,000, so he accompanied him while introducing various aspects of the school. Chuan City is located in a mountainous area, with 90% of the towns and villages belonging to the mountains. The entire city has little industry, and the vitality of enterprises and economic foundation are weak. The only well-developed sector is tourism, so the finances have been in deficit for many years. The resources allocated to education are relatively significant, but unfortunately, there are many students and too little porridge. It is almost impossible to rely on funding to replace old desks and increase books or repair dangerous walls. The student dormitory buildings are also basically over 10 years old, and the design concepts from back then differ greatly from today, making student life quite inconvenient. Luo Chen did not go to the school affairs office but asked Director He to show him around the teaching buildings and student dormitories. After looking around, he remained silent. Director He did not understand why he wanted to see the teaching buildings and dormitories first. Wasn't he supposed to be replacing old desks and adding books? Luo Chen pondered and said, "Director He, you see that the area of the playground over there is quite large. Does the school have plans to build 2 new teaching buildings and student dormitories there? Then, we could demolish the old buildings and plan for a new playground and sports field, etc." Director He couldn't help but smile wryly. How could it be that easy? The school has to propose the new building to the municipal government first, then it gets approved, and finally, it has to go through the queue. With the city's finances so tight, even if it gets approved, who knows when it will actually happen? This parent was really eating from his own family's plate while worrying about the country, only thinking about meaningless things. They should discuss the donation matter first. Director He, Luo Chen said seriously, looking at him, why don't you draft a project plan for a new teaching building and dormitory, see if the city supports it. If it gets approved, we can then assess the required funds. If it's feasible, I'll cover the costs. Director He was taken aback, and it took him a moment to digest what Luo Chen had just said. Staring at him, he hoarsely asked, You mean you'll donate to build the building? Luo Chen nodded earnestly, yes. Director He still couldn't believe it. Do you know? Building a teaching building and dormitory for 2,000 teachers and students will cost at least 60 to 70 million, right? Not 60 to 70,000. Luo Chen smiled and said, how about this? Let me just state a number. I'll donate 100 million. The school is an educational institution, and we cannot allow any shortcuts in the construction. I require that a first-class professional engineer supervise the quality of the building project. Once it passes inspection, I will immediately transfer the funds according to the progress. Additionally, Luo Chen pointed towards the old teaching building and continued, once the new building is completed and in use, we will demolish the old building area and build an international standard sports field and all facilities. I will assess the costs at that time and donate separately. Director He was left speechless, nearly stumbling. Mr. Luo, please wait in the office for a moment. I need to report to the principal and invite the higher-ups to discuss with you. Luo Chen took out his phone, glanced at it, and nodded, all right. After all, it was the weekend, and there were no stock market or futures operations, so he had time. In the office, Director He hurriedly made a cup of tea for Luo Chen and then left. About 10 minutes later, he returned with a man in his 50s wearing high-powered glasses. Mr. Luo, this is our principal, Huang Jichen. Principal Huang, whose hair was mostly gray, warmly shook Luo Chen's hand and greeted him. However, seeing how young Luo Chen was, he was still puzzled and asked, Mr. Luo is an entrepreneur from out of town? This was actually to consider Luo Chen's feelings. The real implication was the son of an out-of-town entrepreneur. Luo Chen smiled and shook his head, not from out of town. I live in Chuan City. My business connects with an international securities company in the Magic City, but the actual operation of my company is in Chuan City. I am involved in international futures financial investment. Upon hearing that he was from Chuan City, Principal Huang felt a bit disappointed. The largest enterprises in Chuan City were just a few real estate companies. Even if they donated, it would be at most a few million. 100 million was not child's play. Luo Chen understood that Principal Huang thought he couldn't come up with that 100 million, but just wanted to create some buzz and was bragging. Principal Huang, Luo Chen immediately reassured him, how about this? You can first set up a public account for the school construction project. My company can transfer 100 million into it, but my company will have supervisory rights over the funds in this account. If there are any misappropriations or unreasonable expenditures, my company will have the legal right to recover the funds. Principal Huang and Director He were instantly excited, their trust level skyrocketing by 95%. Okay, then. Principal Huang said, rubbing his hands together excitedly. If such a significant change occurred at the first high school under his leadership, it would be a tremendous achievement and benefit for the entire education sector in Chuan City, a legacy for generations. Mr. Luo, I will arrange the progress work immediately. First, I will report to the higher-ups, and second, I will ask professionals to form a project evaluation team to conduct an overnight assessment. I estimate we can have a rough idea by tomorrow. Additionally, at this point, Principal Huang sincerely said to Luo Chen, Mr. Luo, you have done a great deed for the people of Chuan City, and on behalf of all the teachers and students of the first high school, I thank you. We will also hold a special donation ceremony, presided over by the leaders, and I would like to name the new teaching building after you, Mr. Luo. Luo Chen did not refuse this. He did not seek a return for his charitable act, but rather desired the reputation that came with it. Seeing that the matter was settled, Director He was also very pleased. After relaxing his mind, he suddenly remembered something and, after a moment of thought, realized and said to Luo Chen, by the way, Mr. Luo, I remember you came to drop off a student. Which student is it? My sister, Luo Yunyun, from class 4 of the second year. Luo Chen replied candidly, but he also said to Director He and Principal Huang, my sister has excellent grades. My donation for the school is not to give her any preferential treatment. I am very opposed to any kind of transaction regarding the donation. I also ask Principal Huang and Director He not to give my sister any special consideration because of my donation. Please keep our relationship confidential. I do not want to affect her mindset and studies. All right. Both Principal Huang and Director He nodded solemnly, and their impression of Luo Chen rose sharply. Principal Huang thought for a moment and said to Luo Chen, Mr. Luo, please sit for a while. Director He and I will immediately gather the available talents from the school for an emergency meeting to temporarily establish a new project preparation team and hold a brief meeting. Please, go ahead. Luo Chen smiled and instructed. As the two left, he surveyed the office. The shelves were filled with documents and materials, but there were only a few books. He casually picked one up and flipped through it. It was about management, but he couldn't get into it. Suddenly, footsteps approached, and Luo Chen looked up to see the other person staring at him. When their eyes met, they both froze for a moment. What are you doing here? The person turned out to be Luo Chen's uncle, Zhang Shulin. Zhang Shulin was the homeroom teacher of a key class in the third year at the first high school and was considered an important teacher at the school. Luo Chen did not expect to encounter him in the office of the school affairs director. Before Luo Chen could respond, Zhang Shulin frowned and quickly said, I don't care what you're here for, just don't mention my name to Director He. Don't use my name to do this or that. Luo Chen's expression turned cold, and he replied, rest assured, I will not take advantage of you. Zhang Shulin snorted, then I thank the heavens. Seeing that there was no one else in the office, Zhang Shulin finished speaking and prepared to leave, but unexpectedly, Director He rushed in. Director He. Zhang Shulin quickly greeted him with a smile while glancing at Luo Chen, warning him not to get involved. Luo Chen nodded, all right. Zhang Shulin was taken aback. What did that mean? The atmosphere felt off. What was Luo Chen's status? A small character who was in debt, down on his luck, and lacking ability. Why were the leaders from the bureau in the city in such a hurry to meet him? Director He sat beside Luo Chen and, noticing Zhang Shulin in a daze, asked him, Mr. Zhang, is there something you need? Zhang Shulin quickly replied, a few of the stools in our class are broken and unusable. I'm here to apply for replacements. Director He waved his hand, then you should go to Director Wang in logistics. Why are you looking for me? Zhang Shulin smiled and said, I already asked him. Director Wang said there's no stock and that the school affairs team needs to issue a note to apply for funds to buy new ones. Director He suddenly felt a headache coming on and smiled wryly at Luo Chen, Mr. Luo, please don't laugh at us. You see how tough it is for our first high school. Mr. Luo? Zhang Shulin couldn't help but blurt out, what kind of Mr. Luo is he? This guy must be trying to pull some kind of scam at the school. Didn't he know what kind of person he was? He's just a nobody. As soon as Director He heard Zhang Shulin's tone, he immediately asked, Teacher Zhang, do you know each other? Zhang Shulin quickly denied it. No, I don't know him. It has nothing to do with me. He certainly couldn't admit to any familial relationship. He didn't want to have any dealings with him, and if there were any, it would be to take advantage of his connections. Moreover, this guy was still fabricating some CEO story to deceive the school, so he couldn't admit it even more. Oh, Director He responded with a sigh, his brow furrowing again. Luo Chen didn't even glance at Zhang Shulin and directly said to Director He, take your time with the school construction, it's not something that can be rushed. However, the students' supplies can't be delayed. How about this, you tally up how many desks and chairs need to be replaced, and also list how many computers and books are needed for the students. Give me a list, and I'll arrange for them to be sent to the school tomorrow. Director He suddenly stood up, his face flushed with excitement, and trembled as he said, Really? Really? Luo Chen smiled and replied, look at Director He's excitement. How much does it cost to build a school? This is just a small amount. Director He thought about it and realized that they had already spent over 100 million on the school. This was just a matter of 1 or 2 million, even if exaggerated. For others, 1 or 2 million is a huge deal, but for this benefactor, it really wasn't. Zhang Shulin was confused again. What was Luo Chen really doing at the school? If it were some kind of scam, he probably wouldn't come to the school. Besides, if he were scamming, wouldn't he be asking the school for something like repairing a dangerous wall or clearing some weeds? Donating desks and chairs, books, and computers, these were expenses, not scams, and they weren't small amounts either. He couldn't understand. In any case, Zhang Shulin would never believe that Luo Chen had the ability to donate these things, nor did he believe he would actually donate. He had just heard Director He say that soon the leaders from the Education Bureau in the city would come. He was just waiting to see their jokes. Director He was very excited and immediately called together the heads of each class to tally up the numbers. Soon, they got a figure. There were 2,200 students in the school, and the 2,200 sets of desks and chairs were basically 7 or 8 years old, with more than half damaged, most of which were still in use after repairs. About 200 sets were no longer usable. Luo Chen considered for a moment and said, Director He, the damage rate of the school's desks and chairs has exceeded half. Who is your wholesale supplier? How much does one set of desks and chairs cost? Director He's assistant, Director Wang from Logistics, immediately answered, the table is 320, the chair is 100, so one set is 420. One set costs 420, and for 2,200 sets, that's 924,000, just under a million. Luo Chen quickly calculated and said, Director Wang, you should immediately contact the wholesaler to order 2,200 sets. If we're replacing them, let's replace them all, don't keep swapping out other desks and chairs every day. I can transfer the 924,000 to the school's account right away. Everyone present was stunned. Although donating money to replace old, damaged items is a good thing, where did this money come from? Over 900,000 just like that? This was real money, not just paper. Luo Chen didn't hesitate. He asked Director Wang for the school's public account number and directly transferred 924,000 yuan via mobile banking. It was instant. Jiang Shulin, who had been shrinking in the corner of the office, was also dumbfounded. What was this guy up to? Did he really have money? Over 900,000, just like that. He and his wife, Luo Chunying, earned less than 150,000 a year combined. Damn it, over 900,000 would take them more than 6 years without eating or drinking. This reckless spendthrift. Although he had been afraid of getting involved with Luo Chen, once he discovered that Luo Chen had money, Jiang Shulin couldn't help but feel envious and angry, calculating in his mind to call Luo Chunying back to discuss it as soon as he got home. Luo Chen noticed the expression of his uncle-in-law, Jiang Shulin, in the corner, not even looking at him, thought for a moment, and then took out his phone to call his cousin, Zhu Yingying. Last night, Zhu Yingying took the initiative to exchange phone numbers with him. Sister-in-law, yesterday I bought that type of desktop and laptop. Can you send me 100 sets of each to the first high school? Is that not enough? Alright, have your manager allocate some, and try to get them delivered by 7 tonight. What's the total price? 3,720,000? Good, send me an account number, and I'll transfer the money right away. The office was silent as a grave, no one dared to breathe, all ears on Luo Chen's phone call. He had just donated 920,000, and now he was immediately buying 100 desktop computers and 100 laptops, totaling 3,720,000. Damn, does he have to be this extravagant? The teachers present were sharp-minded, quickly calculating 3,720,000 for 200 units, which averages out to 18,600 per unit. Damn. Jiang Shulin felt a stab of pain in his heart. If it weren't for so many people around, he would have called Luo Chen's aunt right away to have her bring his parents to deal with him. If he has money to throw around like this, why not give them some? His BYD car had been in use for over 5 years, and it was falling apart. He had been eyeing a Buick Envision for half a year, which costs over 200,000. He planned to make a down payment with his bonus after the college entrance exam and drive it home. Just a few months ago, he heard that people were desperate over debts. Where did he get so much money from? But recalling the heartless words he had just exchanged with Luo Chen, he felt regret creeping in. Damn it, why did he say he shouldn't get involved with him? That was a slap in the face. On Luo Chen's side, after finishing the call, he transferred 3,720,000 to Zhu Yingying's account and then said to Director He, I've ordered 100 sets of Apple desktops and 100 sets of Apple laptops. The money has been paid, but the stock is a bit short at the moment. They said they would expedite the allocation, and it should arrive before 7 tonight. Additionally, about half of the stock will be delivered shortly. Please arrange for someone to receive it. Okay. Director He mechanically nodded in response. Luo Chen's shock had already left him and the other school leaders numb. Yesterday, Luo Chen had bought over 120,000 worth of electronics from her, and her commission was several thousand, making it the highest income month she had ever had at work. After visiting Luo Chen's home last night, she realized he had truly struck it rich, but what did it mean to suddenly buy over 370,000 worth of computers today? Honestly, her mind was in a whirl. She could earn over 100,000 in commission from this 3,720,000. 100,000. Just thinking about that number made her want to explode. Although Luo Chen had also bought several tens of thousands worth of items for her when shopping with his parents and sister yesterday, that couldn't be converted into cash. But this commission was real cash that would land in her hands. It seemed that families were indeed different. Even if Luo Chen spent money lavishly, he still knew to include her, his sister-in-law. A few minutes later, Zhu Yingying and several colleagues arrived at the school in a small truck. Luo Chen, accompanied by Director He and other school leaders, went to the small playground to receive and inspect the goods. The computers had to be checked and verified. Just because the money was paid didn't mean they could accept substandard products. The school teachers were all adept at using electronic products, and under Director He's instructions, they began unboxing and inspecting. As they checked, the teachers were itching with excitement. These were all the latest Apple products, all-in-one desktops, and the latest laptops, with market prices above 19,000 each. Normally, donated items from companies wouldn't be too good. Even if Luo Chen wanted to donate computers and laptops, cheap ones costing 3 or 4,000 each would have sufficed. He never expected him to donate such expensive and high-quality ones. Jiang Shulin was among them, feeling furious. This prodigal son, he had always wanted to buy a 7,000 yuan Apple laptop but had never been willing to spend the money. He had gritted his teeth to buy his daughter a 3,900 yuan one. This guy just directly donated such good ones to the school. Xu Wengying saw Luo Chen standing by with his hands behind his back, watching quietly, and walked over to ask him softly, "What are you doing? Why are you donating so many computers to the school?" Luo Chen smiled and replied in a low voice, "It's nothing, just a small amount. Donating to the school is doing a good deed." Before the goods were finished being checked, the school gate opened, and several more vehicles came in. Director He received a phone call and quickly went over to greet them, saying that the leaders had arrived. After a while, a group of people came over, and the person at the front looked to be in his 50s, with a somewhat square face and a tall stature. Principal Huang also arrived, stopping in front of Luo Chen and introducing him, "Mr. Luo, this is Vice Mayor Qin, and this is Director Xie from our Education Bureau." The tall man with the square face shook Luo Chen's hand enthusiastically and said loudly, "Mr. Luo, I'm Vice Mayor Qin Feiyang in charge of the economy. I was in a meeting in the city, but when I heard that Mr. Luo was donating to build a school, such a great act of kindness, I had to come see you right away." Huh? Luo Chen then shook hands with Director Xie. Qin Feiyang and Director Xie looked at Luo Chen with a mix of curiosity and confusion. "So young?" Director He stepped forward with a beaming smile to report, "Vice Mayor Qin, Director Xie, Principal Huang, the inspection is complete. All the computers donated by Mr. Luo are brand new, unopened models, no mistakes." Qin Feiyang glanced at the pile of computers and asked, "What's going on?" Director He quickly explained, "Vice Mayor Qin, these computers were donated by Mr. Luo to the school. Just now, Mr. Luo also transferred 924,000 to the school's account to replace new desks and chairs for all the students. The total for these computers is 3,720,000. Qin Feiyang was taken aback, looking at Director Xie, and the confusion in their eyes soared to the clouds, realizing that this person was definitely a true philanthropist. Moreover, he was not an ordinary wealthy person. Which ordinary person could casually donate 100 million? A few million was like tossing a piece of paper. Just take a look at the few tycoons in Chuan City. Qin Feiyang's mind raced, and he smiled at Principal Huang, saying, "Principal Huang, are you just going to leave the guests here?" Principal Huang was taken aback and quickly invited, let's go, let's talk in the office." To the office. The group went to the office again, but this time only Qin Feiyang, Luo Chen, Director Xie, Principal Huang, Director He, and a few others entered. Jiang Shulin, outside in the crowd, was so annoyed that he wished he could rush forward and tell Qin Feiyang that he was Luo Chen's uncle by marriage. But he didn't dare to do so. After all, he had been cold and hard towards Luo Chen before. It was all his fault. He wished he could slap himself a few times. In the office, Director He was busy pouring tea and water. Qin Feiyang invited Luo Chen to sit in the main seat, with him and Director Xie accompanying him. After the tea was served, he asked Luo Chen, "Mr. Luo, where did you make your fortune?" Luo Chen replied directly, "I'm in financial investment, dealing in the domestic stock market, U.S. stocks, and international futures, but I focus more on international futures and U.S. stocks, making money from those foreign capitalists." Qin Feiyang responded with an pondering. Although he didn't have trading capabilities, he understood the implications, but he was also somewhat puzzled. This was a high-risk endeavor. What ability could such a young man like Luo Chen have to make money from international capital giants? Luo Chen glanced at the people present, thought for a moment, and said, "I have over 3 billion in cash deposited at the construction bank in Chuan City. I've been working alone, as it's been somewhat inconvenient. I'm preparing to establish a financial investment company, with the main business naturally being international futures and U.S. stock trading. I plan to set the company up in Chuan City and hope Vice Mayor Qin will support it." Qin Feiyang was overjoyed upon hearing this. Over 3 billion, he couldn't be deceived, and there was no way to lie about it. He could clarify with a single phone call. Chuan City's economy was already relatively weak, with underdeveloped industry. If Luo Chen set up his company in Chuan City, it would be a tremendous boon. First, it can establish a financial leader for Chuan City, and second, it will increase Chuan City's tax revenue. It's a win-win situation. After Luo Chen proactively introduced his situation, Qin Feiyang's doubts about him disappeared. It was clear to think about. Who would be so bored as to casually donate millions? When he heard Luo Chen mention that the construction bank had over 3 billion in custody, Qin Feiyang's heart inexplicably raced. How did such a wealthy person hide in Chuan City? Qin Feiyang immediately introduced Luo Chen to the company's setup process and personally said he would arrange for his secretary to assist him with the procedures. Of course, with such a big tycoon, they had to do everything possible to keep him in Chuan City. Someone of Luo Chen's caliber wouldn't be cultivated in this place even in 10 years. They then discussed the new school building, and Luo Chen straightforwardly said to Qin Feiyang, Mayor Qin, I can guarantee that I will transfer 100 million for the new school to the designated school account in advance, but I have one requirement, the construction quality must meet the highest rigid standards. I will not tolerate any fraudulent behavior. Upon hearing this, Qin Feiyang's expression became serious, and he earnestly replied, Mr. Luo, I also guarantee you that I will take the lead on this project. If there are any quality issues in the future, you can only hold me accountable. Luo Chen laughed heartily, that I have no problems. On the way back, Qin Feiyang, Director Xia, Principal Wang, Director He, and a large group of people escorted Luo Chen out. Jiang Shulin, watching from the back of the crowd, felt a mix of emotions, thinking that something had gone wrong today. He saw Luo Chen get into a square-shaped Mercedes-Benz and couldn't help but sneak a look on his phone at the car's price. Damn, the net price of this car is over 2 million. Jiang Shulin felt both regret and heartache for Luo Chen's reckless donation of millions. While returning to the office, he called his wife, Luo Chunying, and rambled on, urging her to quickly call Luo Chen's parents to scold him. Just because he has money doesn't mean he can act like this. Would he rather donate it all away than give something to his own uncle? His wife simply made a few dishes because she didn't know how to use many appliances, planning to wait for Zhu Yingying to get off work to teach her. Just after dinner, his sister-in-law's call came to Luo Chen's father, Luo Weigua's phone. When Luo Weigua saw that the caller was his younger sister, Luo Chunying, he glanced at Zhao Jinyu. Zhao Jinyu chuckled, your phone never rings, and your two sisters never call you in a year. They usually look down on you two poor brothers, so if they suddenly call, it can't be for anything good. Luo Weigua smiled awkwardly but still answered, putting it on speaker, Chunying, what's the matter? Second brother, I want to ask you something, Luo Chunying said on the phone. Has Luo Chen struck it rich? I remember he was still in debt a few months ago. I was thinking of discussing with Luo Chen's uncle to gather some money for you, but then I forgot about it. Zhao Jinyu's expression darkened, and he muttered quietly, talking nonsense with open eyes. Luo Weigua felt a bit uncomfortable. He had indeed approached both sisters before, but even when he was poor, he never borrowed from them. This time, he had to muster the courage to ask for Luo Chen, their only son, but both sisters made excuses, saying they had no money. Luo Chunying continued, second brother, stop lying. I'm asking you, has Luo Chen struck it rich? Do you know? This afternoon, he was so generous at the first middle school, donating 3 to 4 million, changing tables and chairs, giving computers and books. This donation is just throwing money away. What benefits can you get from it? His uncle has been wanting to change cars for years but hasn't succeeded. Why doesn't Luo Chen, with all this reckless spending, give his uncle a car or a house? He's just giving away money to the school without getting anything in return. You need to seriously scold him. Alright, tomorrow I'll come with his uncle to have a face-to-face chat. After hanging up the phone, Luo Weigua wanted to remind them that they hadn't come back to their hometown, but he didn't have the chance to say it. He originally planned to call back to mention it, but he was preoccupied with what Luo Chen's aunt had just said, and he forgot about calling back, focusing instead on asking Luo Chen, son, is what your aunt just said true? Upon hearing that several million had been donated to the school, Zhao Jinyu also stared at her son. Luo Chen nodded honestly and said, yes, I donated 4 million. In fact, I didn't just donate that 4 million, I also donated 100 million to build a new school building. 100 million? This time, both Luo Weigua and Zhao Jinyu were shocked, their faces changing color. Luo Chen smiled to reassure them, don't panic or be afraid, your son won't do anything foolish. I only donate when I have spare money. Besides, building schools benefits future generations, it's a great deed, and it's worth it. Luo Weigua stammered, but do you have that much money? Luo Chen laughed, Dad, Mom, you can rest assured. The reason I didn't tell you the truth earlier was that I was afraid you would worry or not believe me. In fact, I didn't earn just a few 100 million, I earned 3 to 4 billion. Our family has plenty of money, and there will be even more in the future. Zhao Jinyu worriedly said, son, I don't oppose you donating money to build schools. It's a blessing from heaven that we have money, and doing good deeds is a good thing. But donating so much at once makes me afraid. Afraid of what might happen in the future. Luo Chen shook his head and smiled bitterly, Mom, I know what you're worried about. How about this, tomorrow, I'll buy you a whole building in Tianzong City and a few floors of shops. You and Dad can just collect rent without doing anything, and you can earn over $1 million a month. The houses and shops you have, along with that 100 million in savings, I won't touch or need. If, by any chance, I end up like you worry and squander everything, at least you can still support me, right? Also, Mom, Dad, I'm not making small money now, I'm making big money. Our family has enough money to last for generations, so you need to think long term. With such a large family business, aren't you afraid others will covet it? There are many powerful and capable people in this world, how many can we compete with? So, donating money to build schools and do charity is not a bad thing, it's a protective umbrella for our family. Once our family gains fame and status, who would dare to openly seize our wealth? Upon hearing this, Zhao Jinyu and Luo Weigua felt their son was right and nodded slowly. Luo Chen continued, Mom and Dad, we can earn at least several billion a month. What does donating to a school count as? In the future, I plan to build the best school in every town in Chuan City, so that all the ordinary people in Chuan City will know about the great deeds of the Luo family. Hearing this, Luo Weigua felt a surge of excitement and couldn't help but say, yes, son, I agree with you, but we should still donate within our means, as long as it doesn't harm ourselves. Don't worry, Dad, Mom, just do as I say. Tomorrow, I'll buy you a big building and a few floors of shops. You can just be landlords, and you don't need to worry about my matters, let me handle it. You just need to be my support. I can only rely on you and my sister for this family, right? Zhao Jinyu and Luo Weigua were overjoyed, feeling relaxed, and nodded in agreement. At that moment, someone rang the doorbell, and when they looked at the video monitor, it was Zhu Yingying. Zhao Jinyu went to open the door. Why are you off work so early today? Didn't you say you wouldn't finish until 9? Zhu Yingying smiled and pointed at Luo Chen. Isn't it because of Luo Chen? The manager let me leave early again, saying it's not easy to take care of the kids. Luo Jun, who was sitting on the sofa watching cartoons, rushed over to greet his mother affectionately. Seeing that his parents hadn't mentioned returning to their hometown, Luo Chen didn't bring it up either. Soon, his mother would ask Zhu Yingying to teach her how to use the kitchen appliances, and the two of them went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Luo Chen vaguely heard his mother mention to Zhu Yingying about the pigs and chickens back in their hometown, suggesting that his uncle and aunt sell them for their own use. It seems his mother has come to her senses and is no longer concerned about that little bit of money. Of course, the main reason is still what he just said, his mother needs to be a strong support for him. With this 100 million in savings, he still needs to buy a big building and several floors of shops tomorrow. How can she not manage such a large family business? Returning to their hometown is definitely out of the question. There are plenty of envious people, like Luo Chen's aunt and uncle, who called to have his father scold him. Why should his son be scolded by them? They even said, with money, why not buy them a car or a house? What was their attitude when his son was in trouble? How could they forget? Now that his son has made a fortune, they all jump out wanting money, but there's no way. He doesn't understand why their faces are so thick. People without shame are invincible. Luo Chen reached for his phone and opened his eyes to see an unfamiliar number. He immediately pressed it off and went back to sleep, but it rang again right away. Rubbing his eyes, Luo Chen sat up to answer. Hello, who is this? A pleasant female voice came from the phone. Hello, I'm here for an interview. May I ask where it is? Interview? Luo Chen perked up a bit and thought for a moment before saying, Tianzong City, Building 9, 21st floor. An interviewee was coming. He quickly got out of bed, washed his face, brushed his teeth, and tidied up. His parents weren't in the house. They were used to going to bed early and getting up early, having breakfast before heading out for a stroll. About 15 minutes later, the doorbell rang. When Luo Chen opened the door, he found a tall young woman standing there. She had her hair in a bun, wore black-rimmed glasses, and wasn't dressed very fashionably, but her face and figure were quite good, looking about 25 or 26. After entering, the woman looked around and hesitantly asked Luo Chen, is this not the company's recruitment? This is, Luo Chen pointed to the sofa, let's sit down and talk. The woman cautiously walked over and sat on the sofa, glancing around the room, looking as if she would run away at the slightest hint of ill intent from Luo Chen. Luo Chen said lightly, don't worry. How could the woman relax? She asked him, where is the company? Can you tell me what business the company is in? Luo Chen shrugged, the company deals in US stocks and international futures trading. Currently, that's the business. The company hasn't been officially registered yet. What position are you applying for? Upon hearing that the company didn't even exist yet, the woman felt even less confident in Luo Chen. He was too young. She hesitated, wondering if she should back out of the interview. Luo Chen tilted his head, smiled, and asked, do you think my company is just a shadow and not reliable at all? Hearing him speak her mind, the woman wanted to say she was leaving but felt embarrassed to say it out loud. After thinking for a moment, she decided to stay put. At worst, she would just sit for a while longer. If he dared to act recklessly, the wolf spray and stun gun in her bag were not for show. Luo Chen didn't expect her to be so prepared. This girl was very guarded, so he didn't even pour her any water. Even if he did, she wouldn't drink it, fearing he might put something in it, so he simply leaned back on the sofa lazily and said to her, "Why don't you introduce yourself first?" The woman still didn't say anything, then took out a document from her bag and placed it on the coffee table in front of Luo Chen, silently watching him. It was a personal information sheet. Luo Chen picked it up to read. Name, Luo Chenya, from Chuan City, age 26, Masters in Foreign Languages from Peking University, fluent in English, Japanese, and French, with 3 years of experience in the Human Resources Department of a foreign enterprise in the Magic City. Damn, a prestigious university graduate. Why did she come back to Chuan City? Isn't working in a foreign enterprise department appealing? Luo Chenya could see the question in Luo Chen's eyes and took the initiative to explain. There are only 2 sisters in my family. My younger sister is still in college, and my parents are not in good health. I plan to return to Chuan City to find a job to take care of them, but the salary level in Chuan City is far lower than in Magic City, so I haven't found a suitable job. Yesterday, I happened to see a recruitment ad on TV, and since the salary for your personal assistant position starts at 200,000 a year, I thought I would give it a try. Having clarified, it was clear she was aiming for the 200,000 annual salary. Luo Chen smiled and asked her, "You have experience in human resources, why do you want to apply for a personal assistant position instead?" Luo Chenya replied, "Isn't the personal assistant position 200,000 a year? The HR manager position didn't specify much salary." Luo Chen scratched his scalp and smiled wryly, then waved his hand. Alright, just start working. We'll do a 1-week trial. If you qualify, you can choose whether to be a personal assistant or an HR manager, but it doesn't matter right now. It's always hard to start, and there's plenty of work to do anyway. Luo Chenya was taken aback. "You mean, I got the job?" Luo Chen shrugged. What else could it be? Luo Chenya bit her lip and said, "So where will I be working? I'll head back now and come here tomorrow to officially start." No, let's start today. I really need someone to work." Luo Chen wouldn't let her leave, grabbed his phone, and stood up, saying, "Let's go handle some business first, then register the company and so on, you can take care of that." Luo Chenya was a bit dumbfounded. This was too casual, right? She still felt this young boss was unreliable. She would see how it went. If he really was unreliable, she would find a chance to slip away. Once in the elevator, Luo Chenya instinctively stood behind Luo Chen, remaining vigilant. Luo Chen couldn't be bothered with her, picked up his phone, and called his parents, asking where they were, and they agreed to meet at the sales office in Tianzong City. After going downstairs and walking a few steps outside, Luo Chenya still felt uncertain and asked him again, "So, what business are we handling?" Luo Chen casually held up a finger and gestured, "We're going to challenge ourselves to spend 100 million in a day." But, Luo Chenya almost spat out her drink. This person was indeed unreliable. Boss, Luo Chenya didn't want to follow him and was preparing to slip away. "What do you mean? You want to run? We're already here, hurry up." Luo Chen glared. They had arrived at the sales office, and having caught a top student from a prestigious university, he certainly wouldn't let her escape. Seeing that they had indeed arrived at the sales office, Luo Chenya noticed the bustling crowd and felt a bit more at ease. With so many people around, she wasn't worried about him taking advantage of her. Alright, she would just go in and take a look, it wouldn't hurt to see. Once inside the sales office lobby, his parents were also there. They had mentioned last night about buying a building or a shop, and Zhao Jinyu had been talking about it since early morning, having come to browse for half the day. However, she just looked without saying anything and didn't communicate with the sales staff what to buy and how much would all be discussed by her son. "Let me introduce you, this is my mom and dad," Luo Chen said, pointing to his parents as he introduced them to Luo Chenya, then introduced Luo Chenya to his parents. "Dad, Mom, this is Luo Chenya, the first employee I hired for my company, a top student from Peking University." From Peking University? Although Luo Weigua wasn't very educated, he still knew the prestige of Peking University and Tsinghua University, the top universities in the country where only the best talents could go, akin to being a top scholar in ancient times. Although Luo Chenya thought Luo Chen was unreliable, she still politely greeted, "Hello, uncle, hello, aunt." "Oh, good. Zhao Jinyu liked Luo Chenya's obedient demeanor and took her hand, saying, "You also have the surname Luo? Then we're family." After saying that, she secretly glanced at Luo Chenya's figure. In rural areas, a larger backside was said to be good for bearing children, and after a quick look, it wasn't too big, but acceptable. 2 salespeople approached, one of whom recognized Luo Chen, the wealthy tycoon she had seen last time. She turned and called out, Wei Lin, your client is here. There was a rule in their sales department that any new guest could be attended to by anyone, but once attended, no other salesperson could take over. So even though they knew Luo Chen was a cash buyer, they couldn't steal the client. Wei Lin responded from the reception area and hurried out. Upon seeing Luo Chen, she froze. Wei Lin bit her lip, her eyes reddening, and turned her head, saying, I know you're rich, but are you here to bully me like those others? Wei Lin was already beautiful, and seeing her looking so pitiful, with tears about to fall, the atmosphere suddenly felt off. Sure enough, Zhao Jinyu and Luo Weiguo exchanged glances with each other and then looked at Luo Chen, their eyes filled with questions. What was the relationship between this beautiful girl and their son? Why did she look like that the moment she saw Luo Chen? Was their son bullying her? Luo Chenya's thoughts were even more ambiguous. Oh no, this guy really isn't a good person. This girl must have been wronged by him, otherwise, why would she be in this state upon meeting him? Luo Chen quickly raised his hand and said, Hey, stop right there. I'm here to buy a house. I haven't bullied you, nor have I done anything to you. Don't start crying the moment you see me. I'm in the right, and if you ruin my reputation, who am I supposed to cry to? Wei Lin was taken aback, blinking in surprise. You said you wouldn't come again, and now you're here looking for me. What else could it be but to bully me? My head hurts. Luo Chen replied irritably, Am I bullying you? I have no such hobby. I haven't even touched your finger. How can you say I'm bullying you? The more he spoke, the angrier he got, pointing at his parents and Luo Chenya, who were watching in confusion. This is my dad and mom, my personal assistant. I'm here to buy a house. Miss, I make hundreds of thousands a minute. I don't have time to chat with you. I didn't even call for you, your colleague brought you out, okay? Wei Lin was stunned for a moment, then quickly said, Oh, you're buying a house? Good. I'll take you to see it. What kind of house do you want? Are you introducing it to relatives or friends? Luo Chen replied impatiently, I don't have the time to introduce it to others. I'm buying for myself houses, shops, office buildings, I want all three types. Are you really buying for yourself? Wei Lin still couldn't believe it, thinking he wanted to buy houses, shops, and office buildings all at once. Luo Chen glanced at her and said, Just tell me if you're selling or not. If not, I'll find someone else. Selling, of course, we're selling. As soon as Wei Lin started talking business, her energy returned. She quickly invited them to sit in the reception hall and brought over a large stack of brochures. This is a 138 square meter layout, this is 118 square meters, this is 96 square meters, and here are the shops. Tianzong City Plaza has shops on the 1st to 8th floors. You can take a look at the shop locations first. The earlier you choose, the better the position. This is the office building. No need for introductions, Luo Chen interrupted her, waving his hand. Just pick an entire unsold building for the houses. I want entire floors for the shops, not individual ones. It's inconvenient to manage. The office buildings should also preferably be entire floors. Aside from Luo Weiguo and Zhao Jinyu, who knew the truth, Wei Lin and Luo Chenya were instantly petrified, mouths agape like sculptures. Was this guy really joking or really buying? After a moment, Wei Lin suddenly realized, could he really be buying? He brought his parents along, he shouldn't be joking, right? Then, wait a moment, I'll go find the manager, Wei Lin said hurriedly, rushing toward the manager's office without caring about her image as a beauty. Luo Chenya's heart was also racing. Was this guy really buying? Did he really have that kind of strength? Suddenly, she recalled what he had said when they were downstairs about spending $1 billion in a day. Could it be true? After a while, Wei Lin, with a slight blush on her face, led the manager in. Luo Chen had met this manager before. She was a woman in her 30s, still charming, and it was clear she had been a remarkable figure in her youth. This is our manager Xia, Wei Lin introduced to Luo Chen. Xiaing, hello, Mr. Luo, I've long admired your name. Xiaing smiled as she shook hands with Luo Chen. From her expression and demeanor, Luo Chen sensed that this woman was quite capable. This was Luo Chen's impression of Xiaing. Hello, Manager Xia, Luo Chen casually said. Wei Lin should have told you my requirements, right? Do you have the properties I want? Yes. Xiaing replied straightforwardly, currently, there are no units sold in Building 12, 32nd floor. It's not that they aren't for sale, they just haven't been released yet. There are 3 types of layouts, 138 square meters, 118 square meters, and 96 square meters, with 4 units per elevator, 8 units per 2 elevators, totaling 8 units per floor. The total area for the 8 units is 896 square meters, and there are 896 units in total across 32 floors, with a total area of 28,672 square meters. The bare price per square meter varies by floor. averaging 7,176 yuan per square meter, while the fully decorated price is 4,000 yuan per square meter, totaling 11,176 yuan per square meter. The commercial building's basement has already been pre-leased to a well-known chain supermarket. The first to 8th floors have currently sold 121 units, and the 8th floor has been pre-leased to China Film International. The best units that haven't been released for sale are on the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 5th floors, each with an area of 2,028 square meters, and the sales price per square meter for the commercial units is 13,000 yuan. As for the office building, the entire floor is currently only available on the 12th floor of Tianshu Building, with an area of 2,268 square meters. Originally, the office building company only rented out, not sold, but due to the need for cash flow during this year's COVID-19 pandemic, they are also selling it. The selling price is 12,000 yuan per square meter. Mr. Luo, what do you think? Luo Chen waved his hand and said, "You've made me dizzy, just give me a total price." Xiaoying nodded, looking at the data while calculating on her calculator. The total area of Building 12 is 28,672 square meters, with a unit price of 11,176 yuan per square meter, totaling 320,438,272 yuan. The first floor of the commercial building is 2,028 square meters, at 13,000 yuan per square meter, making the total price for each floor 26,364,000 yuan. The office building is 2,268 square meters, with a unit price of 12,000 yuan, totaling 27,216,000 yuan. I want all the unsold commercial units on the 4th floor, calculate that again. Luo Chen interrupted her. Xiaoying calculated again, the first floor is 26,364,000, and the total for the 4th floor is 105,456,000 yuan. Adding the total for Building 12 and the office building together, it comes to 453,110,272 yuan. Xiaoying took a breath, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and exhaled deeply. Finally calculated it clearly. Mr. Luo, this is a super large purchase. You only need to pay 20% as a down payment to secure a mortgage loan. The total price was over 450 million, even a 20% down payment would be 90 million. Who would have thought Luo Chen would act all cool, pulling out a bank card and saying, "Why take out a loan for 400 to 500 million? Just swipe the card, I'll pay in full." Xiaoying, Wei Lin, and Luo Chenya were all stunned, wondering if he was bragging or truly wealthy. After a moment of shock, Xiaoying quickly said, "Mr. Luo, please follow me to the finance office." Wei Lin's heart raced as she followed. She had been surprised when Luo Chen paid in full for the duplex in Building 9. However, later, when she took Luo Chen to her brother's place to buy a car, he had to wait until the next day to pay the 2.4 million for the car. At that time, she figured he had money, but it was probably just a few $100,000 to $1 million. She never expected that just a few days later, he would want to pay in full for a 450 million property. Good heavens, was this guy bragging or really that rich? Even Xiaolin was wondering if Luo Chen could really swipe 450 million from his card. The same thought crossed Luo Chenya's mind as she followed to the finance office, wanting to see if her young boss was just boasting. Over 450 million smoothly swiped out. Wei Lin stared at the receipt in a daze. This guy actually swiped out 450 million. If he counted it one by one, how much would that be? Also, people say that business is about bargaining. For such a big deal, he could easily negotiate a discount of 10 to 20 million, right? The impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, the economic downturn, everyone has little balance in their pockets, and they can't take out money. Houses aren't selling well either. Yet here he is, without even mentioning a price, just paying in full. A client like this, the boss would probably want to pamper him like a father. She never imagined that at this moment, Luo Chen was thinking about how he had failed the day before in his challenge to spend 5 million in a day, and today he was challenging himself to spend 100 million, successfully exceeding the task. This Luo tycoon didn't bargain because he simply didn't want to negotiate. He wasn't short on money. While handling the procedures in the reception hall, Luo Chen suggested using his parents' names, but Zhao Jinyu disagreed, so they processed it under Luo Chen's own name, with her and Luo Weigui just overseeing him. Luo Chen didn't argue, his parents' names were still his name, it didn't matter. Before the procedures were completed, his phone rang again, still an unfamiliar number. Luo Chen answered, guessing it was another job applicant. Who would have thought that once the call connected, a man's voice said, "Is this Mr. Luo? Hello, I am Yang Zhe, secretary to Mayor Qin. I am here to assist you with the company account registration and other procedures." "Oh, hello. Luo Chen switched the phone to the other ear and said, I'm at the sales department of Tianzong City handling some procedures, you can come over. Yang Zhe said he would arrive in 10 minutes and then hung up. Luo Chen waved to Luo Chenya, Secretary Yang Zhe from Mayor Qin is here to assist me with the company account registration and other formalities. You will go first to the bank to open a corporate account. After it's done, call me, and I'll transfer 1 billion to the account as registered capital, okay? Luo Chenya was stunned for a moment, then nodded vigorously. Now, in her eyes, Luo Chen was incredibly impressive. Previously, she thought he was unreliable because he was young, now she saw him as a young achiever. Before, when he said he would challenge himself to spend 100 million in a day, she thought he was bragging. Now, saying he would transfer 1 billion as registered capital was proof of his strength. In an instant, she felt that not leaving at that moment was the right decision. If she had left, she would have missed an opportunity that might never come again in her lifetime. 10 minutes later, Yang Zhe arrived right on time, slightly out of breath. He looked about 30, tall, nearly 1.8 meters, slim, and appeared very shrewd. Hello, Mr. Luo, I am Yang Zhe, secretary to Mayor Qin. Upon arrival, Yang Zhe greeted them respectfully and politely. Luo Chen nodded, pointing to Luo Chenya, saying, this is my assistant, Luo Chenya. She will handle all the procedures on my behalf, so I'll trouble Secretary Yang. No problem, no problem. Yang Zhe agreed while glancing at Luo Chenya. Luo Chenya seemed lost in thought, her face flushed, and she stood up to say she was going to the restroom. When she returned without her black-framed glasses, she had a refreshing look. Luo Chen was taken aback. This girl was really pretty, easily an 8 out of 10. After regaining his composure, he asked her, where are your glasses? Why aren't you wearing them? Luo Chenya's face turned red, and she fidgeted a bit, saying, I'm not nearsighted, those were just plain glasses. They were uncomfortable after wearing them for a long time. I usually wear them mainly to prevent that harassment. Upon hearing this, Luo Chen couldn't help but snort through his nose. To put it bluntly, today was just to guard against me, right? Deliberately wearing black-framed glasses to make herself look a bit ugly to ward off wolves. He really wanted to find a mirror to see if he looked that lecherous. Luo Chenya completely lost the intention to leave, picking up her bag and saying to Luo Chen, Mr. Luo, shall I go with Secretary Yang? Wait a minute. Luo Chen said without looking up, do you have a driver's license? Can you drive? Luo Chenya nodded honestly and replied, I have a license, I've driven for 2 years. Luo Chen nodded and said, alright, later we'll go directly to the dealership to buy a car as the company's official vehicle. You'll drive it for work, it'll be very busy during this time, and it's inconvenient without a car. Luo Chenya responded with an oh and sat back down. Yang Zhe certainly wouldn't rush to get things done, his task was to assist Luo Chen in completing the company procedures, without a time limit. Wei Lin took the completed documents filled out by Luo Chen to the office to get them stamped by Xiaoying. As Xiaoying stamped the documents, she glanced at Wei Lin and said, Wei Lin, is this Luo tycoon pursuing you? Look at him coming to you every few days to buy a house. This deal today is incredible, your commission will be 450,000. I don't know what to say, you've earned more in one day than I have in several years. Wei Lin blushed, feeling shy and not saying a word. She added that this deal almost went to someone else that day. Was she a bit too much towards him? After signing and stamping the documents, it was considered complete. The property certificate wouldn't be ready in a short time anyway, and Luo Chen didn't mind since he wasn't waiting to sell the house. He handed the document bag to his mother. Mom, I'm leaving this to you now. Zhao Jinyu smiled as she took it, waving to Luo Weigui. Let's go back, our son has things to do, don't delay him. Wei Lin hurriedly saw them off, still unable to hide her smile, looking radiant and very attractive. Xiaoying gave Wei Lin a quirky smile and said, I'll approve your leave, hurry and accompany President Luo to buy a car. Your task is to keep him company. Wei Lin blushed again, but this time she didn't give Luo Chen a hard time. Luo Chenya speculated in her heart that her young boss probably had a thing with this beautiful saleswoman. Naturally, they went to Juncheng car dealership. Although Luo Chen and Wei Lin were a bit sulky, they still had a good impression of Wei Chang. Upon arriving at Juncheng, Wei Chang, hearing that Luo Chen was buying another car, couldn't stop smiling. He glanced at his sister, noticing her flushed face and shyness, feeling that she looked even prettier. Love indeed makes women more beautiful. When he heard Luo Chen say the car was mainly for the assistant, he figured it wouldn't be too high-end, so he asked, what price range and model are you looking for? It was probably between 200,000 to 400,000, it wouldn't be too good for an assistant. Luo Chen thought for a moment before answering, this car is to be classified under company reception. I will buy my own car for personal use later, but for company business, the car can't be too shabby, it would affect the company's image. This model should be stable and dignified. Do you have a Mercedes-Benz level sedan? The Mercedes brand is old, and its sedans are dignified and stable without losing class, making it suitable. Wei Chang was taken aback. Buying a good car again? Well, there's only one in stock, a Mercedes-Benz 4-wheel drive limited edition, with a net price of 1.2 million. Alright, let's reserve 3 cars for now. You hurry and handle the paperwork for this one, my assistant is waiting to use it. Notify me when the other 2 arrive, and I'll come to handle the paperwork. Let's pay in full. Luo Chen didn't say much. In full was almost his standard phrase. Having someone to run errands was great, although at first, Luo Chenya was both wary and distrustful of him. Spending 450 million in Tianzong City completely won her over. So what if he only had a high school diploma? Even with that, Luo Tycoon could still make highly educated talents run around for him. He didn't have much else but money. Wei Lin, sitting in the passenger seat, was lost in thought, her face flushed, occasionally stealing glances at him. Luo Chen didn't initiate conversation with her. After she embarrassed him last time, he decided not to take the initiative to talk to her. A man's pride still mattered. After returning to Tianzong City, Luo Chen parked the car in the underground garage and got out to see Wei Lin standing by the car, fidgeting and seeming hesitant to speak. What's wrong again? Luo Chen pointed to the camera above them and said, see, there are cameras everywhere. Don't accuse me of doing anything to you, I didn't even call you to my house. Wei Lin was originally feeling shy and wanted to take the initiative to suggest going to his house for a visit. His parents were there, so she thought nothing inappropriate would happen. After reflecting on it for a few days, she felt that Luo Chen wasn't as unbearable as she had initially thought. Although his words that day were crude, he hadn't taken any real action. Besides, he had helped her out a few times, and one could even say he was a hero saving a damsel in distress. For the past few days, her mind was filled with thoughts of him, and she even found him quite handsome. Of course, this could be the effect of love making one see beauty in their partner, but Luo, the wealthy man, wasn't ugly either. Coupled with his wealth, a few colleagues had already encouraged her to muster the courage to be proactive. Who would have thought that he would infuriate her again? She stomped her foot and angrily headed towards the elevator in the sales office. It was hard to say if it was because he was particularly wealthy, but Luo Chen seemed to have lost the passion and care he once had for relationships. In the past, if a stunning beauty like Wei Lin had been so proactive, he would have been ignited with desire long ago. But now, he felt rather indifferent, as if he were an ancient well, unmoved by the raging waves around him. When she got home, her parents were there, and just as she was about to tease her mother, Zhao Jinyu suddenly grabbed her ear and sternly said, "You better be honest with me. What did you do to that girl?" Ouch, that hurts. It wasn't really painful. Her mother was still being reasonable, but Luo Chen had to put on a show of discomfort. It would be embarrassing for such a wealthy man to be punished like a child. Zhao Jinyu pulled him over and threw him onto the sofa, saying, "You better confess." Luo Weiguo was watering the potted plants on the balcony, seemingly oblivious. As the head of the family, he had the authority that came with it, and as long as his son hadn't made any fundamental mistakes, he couldn't be bothered to interfere. Nowadays, whether rich or poor, isn't it normal for young men to date girls? Luo Chen spread his hands and said, "What do you want me to confess? I've only met her a few times, just at the sales office when buying a house. What do you want me to say?" Zhao Jinyu's expression immediately turned to disappointment. "You really didn't bully that girl?" "I really didn't." Luo Chen raised his hand in a gesture of swearing, but seeing his mother's disappointed expression, he wondered if she actually hoped he had bullied her. Zhao Jinyu was genuinely disappointed. She had seen clearly at the sales office that the girl was truly beautiful, elegant and graceful, with the right proportions. She looked like she could bear children. Their son would be 26 next year, handsome and wealthy. With a career established, all that was left was to settle down and give her grandchildren. Sigh, what a good girl. Why didn't you take advantage of her? Zhao Jinyu sighed, losing her mood. Luo Chen breathed a sigh of relief, and with nothing to do, he took out his Apple computer, opened the box, and placed it on the table. It was Monday, and he could use it for trading that evening. He connected both computers and laptops to the wireless network, downloaded the trading platform software from the brokerage, logged in, and checked the stocks and futures. Under the COVID-19 pandemic, the safest place in the world was our great China. The unreliable president had led the U.S. into a pit with his foolish moves, causing a chain reaction. The international financial market was plummeting today, soaring tomorrow, crashing the day after, and then soaring again, creating wild fluctuations that left stock and futures investors in despair. But for Luo Chen, these ups and downs were like pies falling from the sky. He decided to buy a stock before the market closed, knowing he could easily make over 2 million, even a mosquito was meat, after all. Operating on the computer was indeed much smoother than on the phone. He had just selected a few U.S. stocks when his father's phone rang. After answering, his father said one sentence before quietly covering the phone and whispering to Zhao Jinyu, Luo Chen's aunt and uncle. Zhao Jinyu pouted and huffed, remaining silent. Luo Weigui released his hand and spoke, "Chunying, it's me. Have you returned from your hometown? Ah, I forgot to tell you about this last night. We've been in Chuan City for a few days now, not back home. Oh, then. Come on over, we're staying in Building 9 of Tianzong City, on the 21st floor." After hanging up the phone, Luo Weigui glanced at Zhao Jinyu and awkwardly said, "When your aunt and uncle come later, you better not have a long face, okay? After all, she's still my sister." Zhao Jinyu replied, I know. How many times did your little sister and big sister come to see us before? But every time we went back home, didn't I treat them warmly?" Just a few words of nagging were behind their backs. Luo Weigui sighed in relief. He was worried that Zhao Jinyu would give his little sister a hard time, so he hurried out the door and downstairs to meet them. However, he was indeed unhappy inside. When they were young, the family was poor, and both his big and little sisters went to school thanks to him and his older brother working hard to earn money for them. Yet, after raising his sisters, they seemed to forget their roots. Luo Weigui wasn't angry for himself. He was upset that his son and daughter sought help from his two sisters but were refused. First, Luo Chen wanted to borrow money from his big and little sisters after getting into debt, but both refused, saying Luo Chen was useless and that even if they lent him money, he wouldn't be able to pay it back. There was also a time when it was about his daughter Luo Yunyun attending a high school, and he wanted his uncle to take care of her a bit, but his uncle directly refused, saying he was being valued by the school leaders and that doing favors would ruin him. In fact, Luo Yunyun was an excellent student, sensible and hardworking. His uncle Jiang Shulin had even hinted at her that she could benefit from his connections, but Luo Yunyun had too much pride to mention their relationship. The next semester, she would be in her senior year, and for 2 whole years at the high school, no one knew that Luo Yunyun was related to Jiang Shulin. Moreover, Jiang Shulin's daughter, Luo Yunyun's cousin Jiang Shiqi, was in the same class, and Jiang Shiqi never mentioned it to her classmates. The two hardly interacted. Luo Weigui waited at the community gate for just a few minutes when Jiang Shulin's old BYD arrived. His little sister Luo Chunying poked her head out of the passenger window and waved, "Second brother, get in the car first." Luo Weigui quickly opened the door and climbed inside. The back seat was filled with several gifts, including a pack of cigarettes, 2 bottles of liquor, and some fruits. Luo Chunying turned to him and said, "Second brother, this is the cigarettes and liquor that Shulin bought for you. The cigarettes cost over 200 a pack, and the liquor isn't cheap either, 120 a bottle. You didn't mention it last night, so we had to drag it back from the countryside." Just then, as Jiang Shulin was looking for a parking spot, he happened to park next to Luo Chen's Mercedes. When Jiang Shulin got out of the car, he glanced over and asked Luo Weigui, "Second brother, this car looks like Luo Chen's, right?" Luo Weigui nodded. "Yes, it's his car." Luo Chunying didn't know much about cars, but she recognized the Mercedes logo. After glancing at the car a few times, she asked him, "How much does this car cost?" Luo Weigui honestly replied, "Luo Chen said it cost 240,000. Luo Chunying gasped, and after they entered the elevator, she couldn't help but complain, "Second brother, you too. Luo Chen has suffered such a big loss and still doesn't understand. I won't say anything about him buying a car, even if it's not suitable, he should at least enjoy it himself. But what's with the 400 to 500,000 he donated to the school? Is he just wasting money? With that kind of money, how could he forget about his aunt? He suffers losses and still doesn't learn, such a spendthrift." Although Luo Weigui defended his two sisters in front of his wife, he wasn't pleased with Luo Chunying belittling his son. He turned his head and said, "Chunying, you shouldn't say that. Although Luo Chen has been fooled and suffered losses, his nature isn't bad. He's very smart and not a spendthrift. Both his mother and I know about the donations to the school, and we support it. You and your wife both know?" This time, both Jiang Shulin and Luo Chunying were taken aback. Second brother Luo Weigui and sister-in-law Zhao Jinyu had been farmers all their lives, lacking in experience and always stingy. Jokingly, how could they possibly agree to Luo Chen donating 4 to 5 million to the school? That's 4 to 5 million, not just 4 to 500. Even if it were 4 to 500, they would want to split it into several parts to spend. Donating 4 to 5 million to the school? Had they lost their minds? After entering the elevator, Luo Chunying and her husband couldn't help but envy the luxurious appearance of the elevator. Their house was bought over a decade ago and felt outdated. Last year, she wanted to change houses, but now a good house required a down payment of 300 to 400,000, with monthly payments exceeding several thousand. Jiang Shulin had also been wanting to change cars, and the couple was in a dilemma, as their finances couldn't support it. She envied her sister Luo Chulian's big house, but she was used to her sister being better off than herself. The second brother's family, which she thought would never rise above their circumstances, suddenly soared, leaving her not only envious but also uncomfortable, as the superiority she had maintained for years suddenly vanished. The environment of this community was particularly beautiful, and the scale was immense. She liked it at first glance. However, Tianzong City was the most expensive housing area in Chuan City, and she knew that buying a house here was a significant burden. Upon reaching the 21st floor, the elevator opened to a spacious and bright corridor. Looking out the window, the view was almost unobstructed, and the scenery was excellent. This floor had only 2 units, one on the east and one on the west. Luo Chunying was immediately taken by the grandmother and child bronze door and couldn't help but ask Luo Weigua, second brother, how much is this house? Luo Weigua finally couldn't resist showing off. This house is 2,920,000, a duplex with 2 floors, and there's a large private garden outside on the second floor, very beautiful. Luo Chen paid in full for both this house and the car, which cost 240,000, without a single penny of loan. 2,920,000? And both were paid in full? Luo Chunying and Jiang Shulin's eyebrows jumped. When Luo Chen donated 4 to 5 million to the school, they had estimated that he must have at least 10 million, otherwise, how could he donate 4 to 5 million so casually? At the door, Luo Weigua pressed his fingerprint and skillfully opened the door. Naturally, Luo Chen had already stored the fingerprints of his parents and sister. Over the past few days, Luo Weigua and Zhao Jinyu had become quite familiar with the fingerprint unlocking. As soon as the door opened, Luo Chunying placed the fruit she was carrying in a prominent spot in the living room, surveying the house while chatting with Zhao Jinyu. Although Zhao Jinyu felt a bit stifled inside, she still maintained a polite and warm demeanor, serving tea and water. Luo Chen also came over and politely called out, "Aunt, uncle, please sit." Jiang Shulin was astonished, gaping at the spacious and luxurious duplex. Luo Chunying, being siblings with Luo Weigua, felt less restrained and stood up to look around, with Zhao Jinyu accompanying her, exploring both upstairs and downstairs. The more Luo Chunying looked, the more uncomfortable she felt. How could her second brother's family deserve such a nice house? She had never lived in a place like this, and just thinking about it made her furious. In the upstairs sky garden, Luo Chunying quietly asked Zhao Jinyu, sister-in-law, what exactly did Luo Chen do to get rich? He must have made quite a bit, right? Tell me, I won't spread it. Zhao Jinyu felt pleased inside but replied, I think he's into stock trading or something like that. I don't really understand what he does, but it's definitely legitimate. However, I'm not sure how much he's made. Upon saying this, Zhao Jinyu thought to herself, if you all knew that my son once bought over 400 million in real estate, your eyes would probably pop out. You looked down on us poor relatives when you had money, complained when you didn't, and now that you're wealthy, you want to come and take advantage. Serves you right. In the living room downstairs, Jiang Shulin took a sip of tea and glanced at the insincere smile of Luo Chen, racking his brain to find a topic to discuss. Luo Chen, how about I ask Yunyun to come stay with me in Shichi? It would be convenient for me to help them catch up on their studies. They're about to enter their senior year, the most crucial semester. Luo Chen smiled noncommittally and replied, that girl has a stubborn temper. She doesn't want to rely on her uncle, afraid it might affect him. I can't make her listen, so let's leave it at that. Jiang Shulin forced a smile. He had come with a belly full of grievances and well-prepared remarks, but now, facing Luo Chen, he couldn't bring himself to say anything. Deep down, Jiang Shulin felt that Luo Chen exuded an aura of authority without anger, which was quite absurd. After a moment of silence, Jiang Shulin tentatively asked Luo Chen, what did you talk about with Director Xia and Mayor Qin last night? As he spoke, a sudden thought struck Jiang Shulin. Luo Chen's generous donation to the school might not be without its benefits. At least it could help him build connections with Director Xia and Mayor Qin. If he were to hint at his relationship with the Luo family to Director Xia, wouldn't that be? Luo Chen smiled blandly and replied, what else could we talk about? Jiang Shulin grinned and stood up, calling upstairs, Chunying, I have class tonight, so I'll head back first. Luo Chunying came downstairs, puzzled. Didn't they agree to have a good talk with her second brother and sister-in-law? Why were they leaving before it even started? She hadn't even asked for any benefits yet. Luo Chen had clearly made a fortune. He could easily donate so much to the school. Was it too much to borrow a couple of million from her uncle? Of course, it was just borrowing, and it was definitely not going to be paid back. If they were leaving, then so be it. Luo Chen was too lazy to guess the intentions of his uncle and aunt. On the other side, Luo Chenya was going through the company registration process and called to ask what name to register for the company. Luo Chen asked her over the phone. Can you suggest a name? It should have symbolic meaning. Luo Chenya, being a top student from a prestigious school, quickly provided several names. If it needs to have symbolic meaning, something like rising sun, sunrise in the east, future, etc. It depends on what kind of symbolism the boss wants. A flash of inspiration struck Luo Chen, and he decisively said, future sounds great. We're making money for the future, so let's call it future finance. That's it. His ability was to foresee the next 24 hours, and this future perfectly aligned with his capability, earning money for the future. Since it was a sole proprietorship, he couldn't register it as a limited company. With Yang Zhe's assistance, Luo Chenya navigated the process extremely smoothly, without needing to wait in line, completing everything in a one-stop service. The city leaders had given special instructions. Who would dare to make things difficult? After the company registration, they proceeded with tax registration and opened a corporate bank account. The business scope was registered as financial investment, stock trading, U.S. stock trading, international futures trading, among other categories. Luo Chen transferred 1 billion in cash into the corporate account, and the company's registered capital was set at 1 billion, with a tentative employee count of 10 to 99. Although the boss was young, he was still reliable. At least all his exaggerated claims had turned into reality. This was Luo Chenya's assessment of her young boss, or else she wouldn't have willingly run errands for him today. However, despite the wealth, Luo Chenya still worried about the young boss's actual capabilities. Starting off on such a grand scale without any income would lead to obvious consequences. She certainly didn't want to be associated with a boss who could go bankrupt overnight. After completing the process, Luo Chenya thanked Secretary Yang and then returned to report to the young boss at Tianzong City. It was almost 6 o'clock. To be honest, I was quite tired from running around today. However, on my first day at work, I was assigned a brand new Mercedes, a car worth over 1.5 million. I felt a sense of satisfaction, even though this car was officially a company vehicle and I would have to return it when the company grew larger, rather than using it personally. Luo Chen was half sitting, half lying on the sofa, listening to Luo Chenya report on today's work projects. He responded with a praising her. Not bad. It seems you can get the hang of things right away, which shows your capability. I'm very satisfied with today's work. Here's a reward, you've passed the probation period. Congratulations on becoming a formal employee of Future Finance, and also congratulations on being the first veteran employee of Future Finance. Luo Chenya was taken aback. Is that it for passing the probation? She then nodded. Alright, it was worth the effort today. Boss, I left the car keys on the table. I'm heading home now. I'll come back tomorrow morning. Wait a minute, Luo Chen called her back. My mom is cooking dinner. There's still work to do. You have to work overtime tonight. Luo Chenya was stunned for a moment, and her face changed slightly. Boss, I can work overtime, I can do more work, but I absolutely won't do those shady things. No matter how rich you are, I won't. Have you said enough? Luo Chen interrupted her irritably. What's going on in that head of yours? Can you stop thinking of me as some lecherous, unscrupulous boss? Look over there. He pointed to the two computers on the desks nearby. Today is Monday, and the U.S. stock market and international futures are open for trading. Since you've joined Future Finance, you must familiarize yourself with my work. The trading hours for the U.S. stock market and international futures are from 9:30 p.m. to 4 a.m. There's a lot of work to do. If you don't know how to do it, I'll teach you. I'll give you a day off tomorrow, and also, Luo Chen extended his hand towards her and said, give me your bank account number. The emperor doesn't starve his soldiers. I'm very satisfied with your work today, so I'm giving you a bonus as encouragement. Oh. Luo Chenya's expression softened, and hesitantly, she took her bank card out of her bag and handed it to him. Luo Chenya's family situation was average. Her parents often fell ill, and her younger sister was in college, which left her exhausted and without savings. After more than a month of returning home without finding a suitable job, she was on the verge of running out of resources. If this young boss didn't have any ill intentions towards her, he could indeed be considered a good boss. He seemed very satisfied with today's work, and she estimated he would at least give her a red envelope of 200, right? Luo Chen logged into his mobile banking and directly transferred 50,000 yuan to her. When Luo Chenya received the notification of the deposit and opened it, she was stunned. Boss, did you accidentally add 2 extra zeros? Maybe he meant to give her 500, and then mistakenly sent 50,000. Luo Chen scoffed. I'm young, and my eyesight isn't failing. You're shocked by 50,000 yuan? He added, your work ability is okay, but your psychological endurance is lacking. Luo Chenya silently criticized the young boss in her heart, but smiled on her face. My annual salary is only 200,000, and your bonus for one day is already a quarter of my annual salary. Which employee would fantasize like this? Just for this, she felt a bit more gratitude and warmth towards this young boss. Although he looked young, he seemed to understand people well and was generous. That 50,000 yuan was like a timely help for her, even if it was nothing to him. Luo Chen didn't want to get too sentimental with her, waving his hand. After dinner, take a half-hour break, and then I'll teach you some basics. We'll start practical operations at 9:30. Luo Qianya nodded, feeling inexplicably nervous. Although she was a top student from a prestigious university, she had never operated stocks or futures before, fearing she wouldn't meet the young boss's expectations. Luo Chen wasn't worried at all. He had been a cabbage until today, and all Luo Qianya needed to learn was just the operation. Choosing to buy or sell was his responsibility. She was merely a soldier following orders, so what was the difficulty? Soon, dinner was ready, and Luo Qianya was bustling around helping Zhao Jinyu, while Luo Chen lay on the sofa like a lord, not moving. After dinner, Luo Qianya was about to help with the washing, but Zhao Jinyu wouldn't let her into the kitchen. Luo Chen lazily said, "Don't bother, get ready to start working." Luo Qianya responded with an "oh," quickly sitting down at the computer desk and turning on both computers. Luo Chen brought over a cup of tea, sipping it while teaching her how to open the software, explaining how to buy in, how to sell out, and how to place orders for trading. He also briefly mentioned short and long positions, and Luo Qianya's thoughts were clear. She remembered everything and felt it wasn't difficult at all. In her U.S. stock account and international futures account, there was a leverage limit of 500 million. Luo Qianya counted and confirmed it was indeed 500 million. She thought this must be a virtual trading software, otherwise, how could there be so much money? She also considered that perhaps the young boss had her work overtime today just to practice virtual trading, since the trading hours for U.S. stocks and international futures were from 9:30 in the evening to 4 in the morning. So even if it was virtual trading, it had to be at night, which was why she was asked to work overtime. After 2 hours, Luo Qianya was basically familiar with it. Whatever stock Luo Chen mentioned, she could skillfully place buy or sell orders immediately. At 9:30, the U.S. stock market opened, and Luo Chen chose a stock for Luo Qianya to fully invest the 500 million, then shifted to trading futures. It was still crude oil futures. Today, whether it was crude oil, gold, silver, or copper, they were all falling, with crude oil having the largest drop, so Luo Chen still chose crude oil. Countless investors had already bottom fished before the market closed last week, and today, as soon as the market opened, there was a large influx of funds bottom fishing again. With crude oil priced at $1 per barrel, Luo Chen shorted 500 million, fully investing. On the board, almost all were long positions, but a green line came crashing down, and it quickly fell below $21. With 500 million contracts purchasing 23,800 lots of crude oil, they instantly made a floating profit of $42,800,000. A floating profit of $42 million was indeed powerful due to the large principal. Seeing the low price of $21, countless people rushed to bottom fish, but soon there were cries of despair as the crude oil price fell below 21 and turned into 20. After a while, it dropped to 20. Blood flowed like a river, and it looked like it was about to break the $20 mark. The long positions could no longer hold back and began to stop loss. Many even switched to short positions, fearing it would drop below $20. Suddenly, Luo Chen instructed Luo Qianya, place an order at $20. Luo Qianya was having fun. This virtual trading was quite interesting. Upon hearing Luo Chen's command, she immediately placed the order as he said. The crude oil price continued to fall, breaking $20, and the order Luo Qianya placed was successfully executed, earning $6,354,000, a profit of $63 million. Quickly go long, fully invest at $20, Luo Chen instructed Luo Qianya to buy on the upswing. Luo Qianya was surprised, but it's still falling, how can we buy on the upswing? I think it will break 20. Luo Chen glanced at her and huffed, are you the boss or am I the boss? Luo Qianya was momentarily taken aback and obediently followed Luo Chen's instructions to place a long order. The first rule of being a boss, the boss is always right. As the crude oil price fell to $20, all of Luo Chen's long orders were executed. Luo Qianya glanced at Luo Chen, pouted, and said, boss, I think it will break 20, and you still don't believe me. The long positions were already showing a floating loss, but the number wasn't large, it had dropped 3 cents per barrel. Luo Chen didn't explain to her, if she could predict accurately, she wouldn't be in such a predicament. Luo Qianya waited to see the boss make a mistake, and suddenly, the crude oil futures rose slightly, turning into a red line, and the price changed to 20. Luo Qianya exclaimed, oh no, why did it go up? A portion of the stop-loss had exited the long position and switched to a short position, and her heart felt like it was being twisted by a knife. Hurry up and drop below 20. But in reality, the red line kept rising, and the oil price continued to climb, soon breaking 21, then 21. Sell all the long positions at 21. Luo Chenya stopped arguing with the young boss and followed his instructions. She thought the boss would sell and then reverse to short, but unexpectedly, Luo Chen asked her to switch to trading gold futures. It must be to train her in handling various futures, so she complied. Although it was just buying and selling, which was quite monotonous, Luo Chenya adapted well and was having a great time. Luo Weigua and Zhao Jinyu, who had been watching for a long time, could hardly keep their eyes open. They didn't understand and decided to go to sleep. Until 4 in the morning, after the last order was sold under Luo Chen's instructions, Luo Chenya still felt unsatisfied and asked Luo Chen, "Is that it?" Luo Chen chuckled, changed the payment transaction accounts for the U.S. stocks and futures to the company's public account registered today. After Luo Chenya successfully changed the account, Luo Chen asked her, "How much profit is there in the two accounts?" Luo Chenya leaned in a bit closer, counted after seeing clearly, and replied, "The U.S. stock account has 104 million, and the international futures account has 372,668,806. After reading it, she laughed. "If this amount is real profit, it would be incredible. Boss, was my practice tonight okay?" "Not bad." Luo Chen smiled and pointed at the computer. "Convert the money in both accounts to soft sister coins and transfer it back to the company account." Luo Chenya was taken aback, then suddenly realized, "Oh, I see, you want to test my experience in withdrawing and transferring money, right?" While speaking, she proceeded with the operation. The total of the two accounts was 4731333806, which converted to soft sister coins was 3,359,250,000. Luo Chenya clicked to withdraw, and it showed that the withdrawal was in process. Other accounts took 3 working days to process withdrawals, but Luo Chen's account was treated specially, transferring immediately, and after deducting the commission, it still amounted to over 3 billion. Luo Chenya rubbed her eyes, stretched a big yawn, and then asked Luo Chen, "My back hurts. Hey, boss, is my performance okay?" "Not bad." Luo Chen nodded and instructed her, "Check the company account to see if the withdrawal has arrived." "Withdrawal arrived?" Luo Chenya exclaimed, "Isn't this a virtual operation practice? Can it still arrive virtually?" Luo Chen replied irritably, "Who can do virtual operations with you? Do you think such a big boss like me has nothing better to do than stay up late with you practicing virtual operations? You really have a big ego." Luo Chenya didn't back down, retorting, "Boss, is it fun to always put down your employees?" While saying this, she opened the online banking account on her computer. When she looked, she was suddenly dumbfounded. How did the money increase? She remembered that after Luo Chen transferred the registered 1 billion cash in the afternoon, the account had a balance of 1 billion, but now the leading digit was not 1, but 4. The rest was 35925. Luo Chenya stared blankly for a while, then suddenly clutched her chest and asked Luo Chen, "Boss, you, weren't we just playing virtually tonight?" Luo Chen snorted, took out his phone, and transferred money to her, saying while operating, "Do I have the leisure to accompany you in practice? Tonight, consider it a bit of your hard work. You've worked hard, here's a reward of 100,000. As he transferred, Luo Chenya received a deposit notification on her phone, and when she looked down, she almost fainted from joy. Luo Chen yawned, pointed to the door of a nearby room, and said, "That's the guest room. It's late, so you can just sleep at my place for the night. Make sure to keep the car keys, you can drive the car without returning it every day. Get some rest. Tomorrow, you should design the framework for a few departments in the company, roughly outline what positions to hire for and how many people, then report back to me." Oh, Luo Chenya didn't know how to respond, just standing there foolishly. Luo Chen yawned again and, shuffling in his slippers, went upstairs to sleep. In the living room, Luo Chenya remained frozen like a statue. She leaned over the computer desk, writing and drawing, surrounded by a pile of documents. "Girl, did you not sleep at all last night?" Zhao Jinyu asked her in surprise. The girl had dark circles under her eyes like a panda, her complexion pale, looking particularly pitiful. Luo Chenya looked up and, seeing Zhao Jinyu, quickly said, "Auntie, good morning. Last night, the boss asked me to summarize the company's framework and some matters, and I lost track of time while working on it." Upon hearing this, Zhao Jinyu became angry, turned to go upstairs, and said as she walked, "Is there any work that can't be done during the day? Why make a girl stay up all night? Is there such a way to treat people? She's a girl, not livestock." "Hey, Auntie. Luo Chenya, in a panic, stood up and followed her upstairs. Zhao Jinyu stormed to Luo Chen's bedroom door, opened it, and rushed in, yanking the blanket off and throwing it aside. Luo Chen, how can you be so unreasonable? The Luo family has never raised someone like you. Luo Chenya hurried in after her, and upon seeing Luo Chen in bed, gasped and quickly backed out, turning her back to the room and calling, "Auntie, auntie, it's not what you think." Luo Chen woke up suddenly, and upon seeing his mother standing at the foot of the bed with her hands on her hips, he quickly pulled the blanket over himself and asked, "Mom, what are you angry about this time?" At the door, Luo Chenya quickly jumped in to explain, Auntie, it's not the boss's fault. He didn't make me work at night, I just couldn't sleep and did it myself. It's not his fault." Zhao Jinyu was taken aback, her expression a bit awkward, but she couldn't admit she was wrong. She huffed and said, "Get up quickly, breakfast will be ready soon. Why are you still in bed?" Then she held her head high and went downstairs. Luo Chen was a bit dazed, glancing outside to see that it was still not fully light, probably just a little past 6, so how was that considered sleeping in? Seeing that her boss had been scolded, Luo Chenya kept quiet and quickly slipped downstairs. Luo Chen, feeling a bit irritated, pulled the blanket over his head, wanting to sleep a little longer, but sleep eluded him. He turned over and got out of bed. After washing his face and brushing his teeth, he went downstairs. In the living room, Luo Chenya had organized the materials she prepared and handed them to him. "Boss, this is the company department framework I created, along with the approximate number of people we should hire and the recruitment details. Take a look, and if there are no issues, I'll contact the newspapers and TV for advertisements." Luo Chen took it and glanced over it. Currently, several departments were tentatively set up: Trading Department, Investment Department, Human Resources Department, Finance Department, Logistics Department, Technical Maintenance Department, and Operations Department, with 2 cleaners and 2 drivers also tentatively planned. The Trading Department was the most important, with the most personnel, proposing to hire around 25 people. The Investment Department was not the most urgent, with personnel still uncertain, only hiring a department head for now. The Human Resources Department was set to manage human resources, tentatively 5 people. The Finance Department had 5, the Logistics Department 3, the Technical Maintenance Department 2, the Operations Department 5, and 2 each for cleaners and drivers, totaling 50 people, plus Luo Chenya and the boss, making 52 in total. After reading it, Luo Chen instructed, "The framework is well done, but it seems a bit stingy. Your boss isn't short on money, for now. Except for the cleaners and drivers, double the hiring numbers for all other departments." At this moment, Luo Chenya was completely immune to the young boss's pretentious words. Others thought he was showing off, but in fact, he was speaking the truth. With the state the young boss was in last night, earning money was a breeze. It didn't matter if he hired double the staff or even 1,000 or 10,000 more, he could easily afford it. Good. Luo Chenya noted it down and then asked him, "How should we set the salaries for the new hires?" Luo Chen pondered for a moment before answering, "Let's set the salary for ordinary employees at an annual salary of 50,000. For management positions, we can negotiate. It's best to find a headhunting company to recruit globally. I'm willing to pay whatever it takes for capable people. I won't set the salary for ordinary employees too high to avoid a flood of mediocre and idle people. Although I have money, I won't support incompetence. For those who work hard and seriously, I won't skimp on bonuses. If after 2 years in our financial company they still can't afford a house or a car, it's not the employee's incompetence, but my failure as a boss." Luo Chenya felt her heart skip a beat, her blood surging. She had experienced the terrifying bonuses of this young boss, and he had just said that if after 2 years they couldn't buy a house or a car, it was his failure. In Chuan City, buying a house would cost at least 500,000, right? A car would be around 200,000, right? This meant that the salary the boss offered was at least 300 to 400,000 a year. It's simply unbelievable for an ordinary employee to earn so much. "Okay, boss." Luo Chenya noted it down again and asked him, "I'll contact the advertising company to put up the company sign, and we also need to hire a renovation company to redo the office building. How should we design the offices for the department heads and the boss?" Luo Chen thought for a moment and said, "Let's keep one room as a trading room, and completely renovate the rest to the highest standards. We also need to add a leisure and entertainment room. Currently, our company's main business focuses on stocks and futures, and the trading hours for US stocks and international futures are opposite to those in the country, so staying up late is unavoidable. Therefore, the company's conditions must be good. There should be places to lie down, sleep, and rest. Design the resting areas to be like the top hotels. Don't be stingy with the money. When you contact the renovation company, make sure the contract is well written, and all materials must meet international environmental standards. If I find any inferior materials, I won't pay a single cent." "Okay." Luo Qianya fully supported this requirement, just like the boss. In just one day, she felt that this young boss was truly great, exceptionally great. Thankfully, she had held back yesterday and didn't leave, otherwise, she might never encounter such a boss again in her life. She had previously thought he was young and reckless with money, though wealthy, he seemed unstable. But after spending the whole night playing US stocks and futures with him, Luo Qianya had wholeheartedly become a fan of the young boss. The young boss was definitely not just lucky, there were countless people in the world trading stocks and futures, but she had never seen anyone as impressive as him. Seeing her gaze fixed on him, Luo Chen couldn't help but smirk. You're infatuated, huh? My mom needs to finish breakfast. After you eat, go sleep in the guest room for a few hours. Don't let people say I'm a heartless boss. Luo Qianya replied with a smile, okay, boss. Her panda eyes were quite obvious, wearing glasses could cover them up. Luo Chen casually asked her, where are your glasses? Luo Qianya casually answered, I threw them away. She bit her lip, unable to suppress her laughter, but shook her head in denial, no, boss. Alright, let's eat. Luo Chen frowned and waved his hand. Luo Qianya cheerfully went to the kitchen to help the empress, still thinking that the young boss was being unreasonable. With so much money, he was still reluctant to hire a nanny. But it shouldn't be that way, the young boss was quite extravagant, often giving out rewards of 50 or 100,000. How much could hiring a nanny cost? Luo Chen, on the other hand, was thinking that if she had given him a stun baton during the interview yesterday, he wondered if he would still have kept her in the company. To be honest, Luo Qianya is indeed quite capable, and her looks are top-notch. She is easy to manage, and during the interview yesterday, it was uncertain, but now it's clear that she definitely cannot be let go. After lunch, Mayor Qin called to say that the donation ceremony is set for next Tuesday, with media coverage and a very formal atmosphere, so Luo Chen should prepare as soon as possible. Luo Chen knew that Mayor Qin was making a big deal out of this because he had donated such a large sum to solve the educational issues in Chuan City. There aren't many entrepreneurs with a sense of social responsibility these days, and even fewer who are willing to spend big money, so the donation ceremony must be grand to show respect for Luo Chen. Additionally, they wanted to use this event for advertising, hoping other entrepreneurs in Chuan City would follow suit. Strength lies in numbers, after all. At Chuan City No. 1 High School, director he was leading a few young teachers to set up the new computers donated by Luo Chen in the computer room. 100 units of 29-inch Retina 5 displays from Apple. The young teachers were envious. Director I wish I could have met the wealthy donor yesterday. I wonder if he needs a runner. Director he laughed and scolded, no need for a lackey, but a wife is needed. He doesn't have a wife yet, too bad you're all men, it's not suitable. One teacher sighed dramatically, why did my mom have to give birth to such a handsome guy back then? The group laughed and joked while working. At that moment, someone walked in and smiled at Director He, saying, Director He, are you busy? Director He glanced over and recognized Zhang Shulin, teasingly saying, if I weren't busy, would I be empty-handed? Zhang Shulin smiled and glanced at the others, then leaned closer to Director He and lowered his voice, Director He, I need to tell you something. Director He wiped his sweat with his sleeve and said casually, just say it, no need to be so mysterious. Fine, I'll agree to you directly this time, you don't need to beat around the bush. The new desks and chairs will arrive in the first batch this afternoon, and they'll all be here in a few days. If you want to change them, go ahead. Zhang Shulin shook his head, it's not that. Director He, he leaned in closer and whispered in Director He's ear, Director He, I'm Luo Chen's uncle by marriage. Director He replied irritably, so you're his uncle by marriage, just say what you need. No need to be so secretive. He thought Zhang Chen was just a student from some class at the school, probably here to request a class transfer. Zhang Shulin awkwardly smiled and quietly added, Luo Chen is the one who donated to the school. Director He was taken aback, then suddenly jumped up, grabbing Zhang Shulin and gasping, what did you say? What? Zhang Shulin glanced at the other teachers present and said with a grin, Director He, let's talk outside. Alright. Director He quickly brushed off the dust on his hands and affectionately draped his arm around Zhang Shulin's shoulders as they walked outside. Once they were outside and saw no one around, Director He quietly asked Zhang Shulin, Teacher Jiang, you said you are? Zhang Shulin smiled and nodded, yes, I am Luo Chen's uncle by marriage. Director He was half convinced, recalling how Zhang Shulin hadn't mentioned being Luo Chen's uncle that day in the office. Zhang Shulin continued, that day, the leaders were present, and I couldn't just call out to Luo Chen. You know my wife, Luo Chunying, she's a teacher at No. 2 Elementary, Luo Chen's aunt. I'm not just making this up, it's true. Luo Chen's sister, Luo Yunyun, is in class 4 of the second year, in the same class as my daughter, Zhang Shiqi. Director He felt delighted, this was great news. Having this connection with boss Luo would make things much easier. Thinking this, he immediately grabbed Zhang Shulin's hand and headed straight for the principal's office. Teacher Jiang, we just had a meeting last night. We need to form a capable team for the preparatory committee, and you're just the right candidate. I'll hurry and tell Principal Huang. Zhang Shulin was overjoyed. He had come to see Director He to squeeze into the preparatory group, and unexpectedly, revealing his relationship with Luo Chen made everything fall into place. Other teachers were desperate to get in, but Zhang Shulin was pulled in eagerly. When he mentioned it in Principal Huang's office, Principal Huang immediately agreed and said that the bureau was holding a coordinating meeting, asking Zhang Shulin to go with him to report this to Director Xie and Mayor Qin. As he asked the administrative office to prepare the materials, Principal Huang patted Zhang Shulin on the shoulder and said, Teacher Jiang, go home and change into something more formal. It will be easier for me to introduce you. Zhang Shulin happily agreed and hurried home to change his clothes. After going out, he called Luo Chunying and said, Chunying, I finally made it. Principal Huang let out a long sigh, stepped outside, and lit a cigarette, feeling exhausted but relieved, knowing he could contribute something unprecedented to the first high school before retirement. At Luo Chen's home, Zhao Jinyu strolled around Tianzong Square. She owned 4 whole floors of the 8-story commercial building, and she was thrilled to see the building under renovation. Her husband, Luo Weigua, received a phone call and told her, Jinyu, Luo Yong called back and said it's tough out there this year, the factory has no orders, he works 2 days and takes 3 off. He wants to come back and find a job with Luo Chen, what do you think? Zhao Jinyu sighed and after a few steps said, tell our son when he gets back, we'll see what he says. Luo Yang is not bad to us, and in the Luo family, it's just you and your brother helping each other out. We should help if we can, after all, he's family, right? Luo Weigua nodded but still frowned and added, helping the older family is the right thing to do, but I think we shouldn't meddle in our son's affairs. Luo Yang doesn't have much education, can he handle what our son does? Zhao Jinyu repeatedly said, exactly, let's ask our son first when he gets home. Luo Chen had a meal and then took a nap, waking up feeling much better. He found several messages from Luo Chenya on his phone, all reporting on work progress, saying that the office building had already reached an agreement with a renovation company. Luo Chen then felt the joy of being a boss, having a capable subordinate to delegate tasks to was indeed satisfying. Just as he was feeling pleased, his phone rang again, this time from an unknown number. It might be someone applying for a job? He forgot to remind Luo Chenya to use her number for external contacts, but he decided to answer this call. As soon as he picked up, a loud male voice came through. Hello, is this Mr. Luo? I am Han Wenjun, the general manager of Junyue Real Estate. Do you have time to meet? Junyue Real Estate? Luo Chen thought for a moment, confirming he had never heard of it and had no impression of Han Wenjun. However, Han Wenjun quickly explained, Tianzong City is invested and built by Junyue Real Estate. He called Luo Chenya to meet him at the sales office in Tianzong City. Just as he went downstairs, he ran into his parents, who immediately asked where he was going. The owner of Tianzong City asked to meet me at the sales office. Luo Chen pointed towards the sales office. Oh, then go ahead, when you come back, I have something to tell you, Zhao Jinyu said, not interrupting him when she heard he was meeting the owner of Tianzong City. Luo Chen waved goodbye to his mother and headed to the sales office. As he arrived at the entrance, he saw the elegant sales manager Xia Ying and the tall and beautiful Wei Lin accompanying a slightly overweight man in his 40s, who was looking towards him. As soon as Xia Ying saw Luo Chen, she smiled and greeted him warmly, hello, Mr. Luo. Wei Lin glanced at Luo Chen, her face turning red. The slightly overweight middle-aged man stepped forward, extending his hands to shake Luo Chen's, saying, Mr. Luo, you are truly young and promising. I've been on a business trip these past few days, and although I was away, I have heard so much about you. Luo Chen smiled politely and then warmly led Han Wenjun into the sales office, with Xia Ying leading the way directly to the reception room. As they passed through the lobby and reception area, about 20 well-dressed salespeople bowed and greeted Han Wenjun. Han Wenjun's office was not in the sales department. After sitting down in the reception room, he instructed Xia Ying to hurry and make tea. Wei Lin quickly said, I'll go. Han Wenjun waved his hand and said, Shaolin, you don't need to go. Stay with President Luo. Such a big boss, you should keep an eye on him. If I were a girl, I would have pounced on him already. As soon as he said this, Wei Lin's face turned bright red, and she lowered her head, staring at her toes, too shy to speak. Luo Chen also chuckled awkwardly, not bothering to explain. His phone vibrated, and after looking down, he answered it, then said to Han Wenjun, my assistant has arrived. I'll go out to meet her. I'll go meet her. Wei Lin finally found an excuse, regardless of whether Luo Chen agreed or not, and dashed out. Han Wenjun laughed heartily and meaningfully said to Luo Chen, President Luo, Xiaolin is the prettiest in our entire company. Many people pursue her, but none have succeeded, haha. Luo Chen chuckled along but inwardly wondered why Han Wenjun was bringing up such trivial matters. Was he trying to play matchmaker for him? Xiaoying came in with the tea, and Han Wenjun glanced at her and sighed. Xiaoying is the top and most capable person in my sales department. She's been with me for 7 years now. Time flies. Wei Lin entered with Luo Chenya, and Luo Chen pointed to the seat beside him, saying, "Sit down." He then introduced to Han Wenjun, "This is my assistant, Luo Chenya." Han Wenjun sized up Luo Chenya, his eyes lighting up, and couldn't help but praise, "Wow, President Luo, you have quite the talent here." He had just praised Wei Lin, and now he found Luo Chen's assistant equally stunning. This young President Luo seemed to be a bit of a looks person. He wondered what kind of assistance this assistant provided. Would it lead to something more intimate? Luo Chen smiled and asked Han Wenjun, "You didn't just call me here for tea, did you?" Han Wenjun laughed again, stroking his chin with a wry smile, and said, "President Luo is indeed a smart person. I do have some matters to discuss with you. What industry are you in?" It was undeniable that Luo Chen had money. No one would casually pull out 400 to 500 million to buy properties in shops without it. But how could someone so wealthy remain so low-key? Luo Chen smiled and replied, "I work in financial investment, trading stocks, playing with futures, doing some venture capital. I've been going solo, and it's tiring. I want to start a company and hire a few helpers. I just bought an office building, still in your area, President Han." Impressive, impressive, Han Wenjun gave a thumbs up, shaking his head in lament. "We in the real estate business generally avoid finance. We can't afford it, nor do we have the technical capability." Luo Chen shook his head lightly and said, "I'm just playing around, a bit of small-time stuff." Next to him, Luo Chenya couldn't help but roll her eyes. Her boss was showing off again. Earning tens of billions in one night and still calling it small-time? If he wanted to play big, wouldn't that be something else? Han Wenjun sighed, "It's tough for those of us in real estate, especially with the pandemic this year, which we haven't seen in 1,000 years. After being stuck at home for months, I really thought about retiring." After lamenting for a while, Han Wenjun glanced at Luo Chen and said, somewhat intentionally, "President Luo, are you interested in real estate?" Real estate? Luo Chen was surprised. Was Han Wenjun trying to recruit him? Han Wenjun's expression turned sincere as he said, "President Luo, let me be honest with you. What we in real estate need most is cash flow. But this pandemic has caused banks to tighten their lending, and no one can get loans. The funding chain is on the verge of breaking, and the houses we have can't be sold. The common people have no money either. I've been borrowing money everywhere during this time, but everyone is struggling. I've come to realize that at this point, it's useless to beg anyone. It's all about who can endure. Those who can endure will survive, and those who can't are doomed." Mr. Luo, the Tianzong City project that our Junhua Real Estate is investing in is currently the largest and most high-end commercial real estate in Chuan City. The initial benefits have been quite good, and now it all depends on whether we can endure these next 2 quarters. As long as we get through, the properties, shops, and office buildings in the second and third phases will be excellent assets. I calculated that the current loan for Tianzong City is 1 billion, with 400 million due soon, 350 million due by the end of the year, and 280 million due next year. Meanwhile, the unsold assets of Tianzong City exceed 2.4 billion. After paying the downstream suppliers 700 million, we have a net asset of 1.7 billion. Subtracting the 1 billion loan and interest, we can still have over 500 million left. Luo Chen felt a bit disdainful. For such a large project, the final net profit was only 500 million. Comparing this to his own profits was simply disheartening. However, he understood what Han Wenjun meant and pondered for a moment before asking, "Mr. Han, are you suggesting I take a stake or something?" Han Wenjun hesitated, thought for a moment, and then said, "Mr. Luo, I personally hold 35% of Junhua Real Estate and am the largest shareholder. What I mean is, how about I transfer 15% of my shares to you?" Not interested. Luo Chen shook his head and directly refused. "Mr. Han, I really don't care for such profits in the real estate business. It takes years of hard work to earn just a few 100 million in profit, and there are always people trying to stifle you. I'm not interested. However, I am willing to hold properties personally. I'm not interested in taking a stake in your company, but if you want to sell Tianzong City to me as a package, that would be fine." Luo Chen's words immediately shocked everyone present. He smiled and counted on his fingers as he said, "Mr. Han, first, I really am not interested in the profits from the real estate business. Of course, I don't look down on it, it's the foundation. Second, I dislike shareholding divisions. I particularly dislike being restricted by others pointing fingers and dictating terms, so I'm not interested in taking a stake. If you sell Tianzong City to me as a package, I would be willing to take it over. Well, this. Han Wenjun pondered, thought for a moment, and then shook his head with a bitter smile. Junyue Real Estate is the culmination of my life's work. Selling it just like that leaves me unsatisfied. Sigh, it seems we can't reach an agreement with Mr. Luo. Luo Chen waved his hand and said, Mr. Han, don't be so quick to refuse. I have a proposal. You sell Tianzong City to me as a package, and you keep your own shares. I will invest to establish a new real estate company, and I will give you 15% of the shares. I won't interfere with the development of the new company. You can fully utilize your strengths, and I will provide the necessary funds. At this point, Luo Chen said something that wasn't very imposing in tone but was quite assertive. What I lack the least is money. Han Wenjun was momentarily stunned, looking at the seemingly young yet steady Luo Chen. After a while, he asked a question he hadn't anticipated. How much funding can you provide me? Real estate relies not just on land or talent, but on banks. Luo Chen smiled and said, how much I can give you depends on your development level. For example, if you are in Chuan City, I could give you 10 billion a year, but you might not even be able to use it all. If you are investing in projects in the provincial capital, 10 billion would be far from enough. If you are expanding nationwide, even 100 billion wouldn't suffice. So, how much funding I can provide isn't just a number I throw out, it's based on your foundation and the speed of your expansion. At this point, he smiled and asked Han Wenjun, Mr. Han, this year, I can give you 5 billion in cash. You can continue developing the 4th and 5th phases of the Tianzong City project, and you can also develop the townhouse and villa projects. Although Chuan City isn't very large, there is still considerable high-end demand. Han Wenjun, a seasoned veteran, was suddenly stirred by this newcomer, his face flushed with excitement. He stood up, rubbing his hands together, and then stared wide-eyed at Luo Chen, asking, can you really give me 5 billion? Han Wenjun is indeed a top talent in real estate, especially in Chuan City. The only thing holding him back is funding. If Luo Chen really has strong financial backing, he could even be confident in making it into the top 10 nationwide within 10 years. Real estate relies heavily on banks and loans. If funding isn't a hindrance, it's like robbing money. But does this young Luo Chen really have such a strong cash flow? Luo Chen pointed to Luo Chenya and said to Han Wenjun, General Manager Han, if you agree, as long as you register the new company, my assistant will cooperate with you. Whenever you register the company, my 5 billion will be transferred immediately, without any delay. Additionally, I can guarantee that every year, I will double the funding compared to the previous year, with a minimum term of 5 years. This can be written into the contract. Smack! Han Wenjun slapped his thigh, panting, President Luo, I'm in. This year 5 billion, next year doubling to 15 billion, the year after that 45 billion, and the year after that 135 billion, then he muttered a few words. Currently, Junyue Real Estate has total assets of about 2.6 billion, with loans of 1 billion, owing suppliers 700 million, and the engineering party 700 million. President Luo, Han Wenjun suddenly looked up at Luo Chen and said, if you can come up with 3 billion, I can convince the other shareholders to sell their shares. The projected final profit for the entire Tianzong City is over 400 million. If Luo Chen offers 3 billion in cash, it means he's taking out the profit of over 400 million in advance, plus a premium of about 200 million. Currently, the entire Tianzong City project is estimated to be around 2.8 billion, and the profits for the next 3 years need to be factored in. And now, with the current market, houses aren't selling. It will take at least until after the pandemic to digest, and even if it recovers, there will be a process. Whether ordinary real estate can survive is debatable. Only a boss like Luo Chen, who isn't short on money, doesn't care. Real estate is an asset as long as he doesn't owe bank loans or debts. He can live better than anyone else. Of course, Han Wenjun hopes that Luo Chen can use his money to support him in realizing his dreams. Even if he only gets 15% of the shares, he would be satisfied. In fact, Han Wenjun still doesn't understand Luo Chen's ability to make money. If he did, he would be grateful that Luo Chen gave him 15% of the shares. Perhaps in 10 years, that 15% could be worth over 100 billion. Luo Chen understands General Manager Han's excitement and enthusiasm. He felt the same when he made big money at night, but after a few experiences, it became mundane. Now, his weakness isn't making money, but spending it. Chenya, you are the full representative of future finance, fully responsible for coordinating with General Manager Han. Once everything is settled, notify me to sign. Okay. Luo Chenya was already used to being shocked, even though she had only been on the job for a day. In the VIP room, the most excited and thrilled was Han Wenjun, followed by Wei Lin and Xiaoying. In fact, Wei Lin and Xiaoying were still in a daze. How did the conversation turn into selling Tianzong City as a package? The young Luochen had suddenly become their boss, and the only one at that. This sale meant that Tianzong City was Luochen's private property. My goodness, President Luo always does shocking things. The first time he came to Tianzong City, he bought a duplex outright for 2.92 million, making a dozen or so salespeople so angry they nearly spat blood. The second time, he bought assets worth 450 million, leaving everyone wide-eyed. Everyone envied Wei Lin, saying Luochen was waving cash to buy, just to pursue her. The third time, he packaged and bought Tianzong City for 3 billion. Xiaoying didn't even know what to say. She had been in sales for so many years, even reaching executive level, and could be said to have a discerning eye, yet she couldn't see through Luochen. She had to admire Wei Lin for her good fortune. If she were 5 or 6 years younger, she would want to claw and compete with Wei Lin for him. Luochen frowned. These people were all dazed. He stood up and said, "Let's leave it at that. Notify me when there's a result. I'm heading back." Slapping her butt and leaving, Wei Lin suddenly caught up with him and said, "You, wait for me a moment." After saying that, she turned around and quickly returned to their changing room. A moment later, she came out holding a bag, her head lowered and her face flushed as she followed him. "Not working anymore? What's in that bag?" Luochen glanced at her apple-red face and asked. Wei Lin shyly replied, I got my salary, a bonus of over 4 million, all thanks to you, so I bought you a gift." After saying this, she seemed a bit embarrassed and quickly added, "I also got a small gift for auntie and uncle. They are nice people and like to come chat with me in the morning and afternoon." My head started to hurt again. Luochen let Wei Lin follow him home, watching as she carried something in one hand and asked her, "Do you want me to help you carry it?" Wei Lin shook her head, "No, I'm fine." After walking for a while, Wei Lin, already tall and good-looking, looked even more attractive in her short skirt, accentuating her long legs. Passers-by couldn't help but steal glances at her, then looked at Luochen with disdain, thinking it was inhumane for a big man to let his beautiful girlfriend carry things with both hands. Luochen also noticed the envious and jealous looks from the men passing by and quickly quickened his pace to intentionally create some distance from Wei Lin. Who would have thought that Wei Lin also sped up to keep up with him, even panting as she stayed beside him? Luochen's mind was filled with 1,000 thoughts. "Sister, either let me carry your things or stay a bit further away. Are you trying to make me, Luo boss, look like a scumbag?" In reality, Wei Lin didn't have such thoughts. She simply felt capable of carrying it herself and didn't need help. She wasn't the type to struggle with a water bottle in front of others but then hit you behind your back, and she felt a bit guilty for having been too much towards Luo boss in the past. After all, Luochen had saved her like a hero. After finally walking this not-so-long distance, Luochen finally breathed a sigh of relief once they entered the elevator and pressed the button for the 21st floor. Remembering the words that had made Wei Lin angry before, Luochen couldn't help but smile slightly. Wei Lin happened to catch sight of his smile and tilted her head to ask, "What are you laughing at?" Luochen laughed heartily and pointed upstairs. "This time you went by yourself, I didn't ask you to go." Wei Lin then remembered the past, her face flushed, her eyebrows raised, and after thinking for a moment, she chose not to explode. Luochen's house was sold by her, so she certainly knew how luxurious it was, but she hadn't been inside since Luochen moved in. Today was her first time. When they reached the door, Wei Lin suddenly felt a bit flustered and glanced weakly at Luochen. Luochen ignored her, pressed his fingerprint to open the door, and in the living room, his mother was cutting fruit. Without looking up, she said, "Son's back? Come eat some fruit. This fruit is good, imported, very expensive, but I tried it, and it's really delicious. No wonder it's so pricey." I met Wei Lin, that pretty girl, while I was out shopping this morning. She insisted on accompanying me to the supermarket, and in the end, she even insisted on paying. I really like this girl. She's beautiful, sensible, and polite. The key is she has a slim waist and a big butt. She can bear children. Zhao Jinyu rambled on, and in her standards, big breasts, a slim waist, and a big butt were the highest standards for a daughter-in-law. Luochen cheerfully entered, took a piece of cantaloupe with a small fork, and tasted it. It was indeed sweet and delicious. While eating, he said, "Mom, you need to change this habit of yours, always talking about people behind their backs." Zhao Jinyu continued cutting fruit and said, "I'm not talking about her, I'm praising her." Suddenly, Luo Weiguo, his father, coughed and spoke, Xiao Wei, come in, sit down." Zhao Jinyu was taken aback, stopped, and looked up to see the tall and slender Wei Lin standing in front, holding something and blushing. "What is this?" Zhao Jinyu scolded her son and reached out to twist his ear. Luochen had long been prepared. He smiled and swiftly dodged aside. Zhao Jinyu felt a bit embarrassed to chase after him, wiped her hands on her apron, and hurried to take the things from Wei Lin's hands. "Oh, come sit. Wei Lin shyly sat on the sofa, feeling a bit unsure of where to put her hands. Zhao Jinyu, however, looked more and more satisfied and reproached Wei Lin, saying, "Look at you, coming here and buying things. I'm already very happy just to see you. Why spend that unnecessary money?" Wei Lin glanced up at Luo Chen and saw him sitting on the other side, playfully glancing at her. Their eyes met, and she blushed, lowering her head and murmuring, I got my salary, and I thought, I wanted to thank Mr. Luo, so I bought him a watch, and I also got a small gift for auntie and uncle. This girl is so sensible." Zhao Jinyu sat down next to her, holding her hand while admiring her. "You look really good, those eyebrows, those eyes, that little mouth, tsk, just like a person from a painting." Wei Lin bit her lip, unsure if she was shy or smiling, and just kept her head down without speaking. After chatting for a while, Zhao Jinyu quickly took out her phone to call Zhu Yingying. "Yingying, can you take a day off today to help Aunt Air cook? We have guests at home." Okay, can you bring some vegetables when you come?" No, we have plenty of vegetables at home, just come over." When Wei Lin heard Zhao Jinyu calling someone to help cook, she couldn't help but weakly chime in, "Auntie, I can cook too, how about I help you?" Zhao Jinyu waved her hand, "You're a guest, just sit there, wait for Luo Chen's wife to come over." Wei Lin replied with an "oh" and obediently sat back down. Luo Chen pulled out his phone and aimlessly scrolled through it. Last time he called her over, he lost his temper. Today she came on her own without saying anything, and now his mother was calling someone to cook, and she didn't even hint at leaving. Is being pretty enough to be so willful? Xu Yingying arrived very quickly, in half an hour, saying she wasn't allowed to buy vegetables, but still brought a big bag. Zhao Jinyu naturally complained again, telling her not to spend money. Xu Yingying smiled and said it wouldn't cost much. Luo Chen had taken care of business worth hundreds of thousands. Zhao Jinyu then quietly asked Wei Lin, "Shaolin, are you hungry? If you're hungry, auntie will cook right away." Wei Lin shook her head, No, auntie, take a break for a while." Luo Chen lay back lazily and said, "I think we should just eat at a restaurant. It saves the trouble of cleaning up after." Zhao Jinyu immediately suppressed him mercilessly, "No way, eating at a restaurant is not hygienic at all, and I can't get used to it. Besides, why are you shouting? No one asked you to cook, you just sit there and wait for food to be served. When have you ever cleaned up?" Luo Chen quickly raised both hands in surrender. "Mom, I'm wrong, I'll just eat at home." Only then did Zhao Jinyu let him off the hook, but she continued to mutter, "No matter how big a boss you are, you're still my son. My head hurts." Luo Chen grabbed his hair and tugged at it, then rolled up and said, "Mom, I'm going to take a walk downstairs. I feel a bit stuffy, need to clear my mind." "Alright, that." Zhao Jinyu pointed at Wei Lin, "Shaolin, let Luo Chen accompany you for a while. When the food is ready, I'll call you." "Oh, okay." Wei Lin obediently stood up to agree. Luo Chen left with a bitter face, and Wei Lin followed him with quick steps. Zhao Jinyu watched the two of them go out and smiled at Xu Yingying, saying, "Yingying, don't you think they are quite a match?" Xu Yingying smiled and replied with an thinking to herself, with Luo Chen's current status and identity, could he easily settle down? In the elevator, as Wei Lin was with Luo Chen, her awkwardness gradually faded, and she glanced at Luo Chen and asked, "You seem to be quite afraid of your mom?" Luo Chen smiled and said, "Is that fear? My mom has suffered a lot with my dad. Our family conditions have always been poor. She has endured hardships over the years to support me and my sister. She has a saying that goes well, no matter how big a boss I am, I'm still her son." At first, she only thought he was a wealthy and willful tycoon. Later, after that incident where he insulted her, she felt he was arrogant and disrespectful towards women. Then he saved her again, and she began to feel he wasn't such a bad person. During those nights, she inexplicably dreamed of him, and even at work, she found herself thinking about him, which frustrated her. She wanted to see him but feared he would think she was after his money. Fortunately, his parents came to visit recently, and upon seeing them, she deliberately sought opportunities to bump into them, accompanying them to look at houses, shops, and grocery stores. After getting to know Luo Chen more seriously, she realized he wasn't as reckless and rude as he appeared, and he wasn't lecherous either. After all, a man who is filial and obedient to his parents is definitely not a bad man. She wandered around the green path downstairs for a while. Wei Lin had rushed over without even changing out of her work clothes, and people in the community thought she was showing a client a property. Luo Chen looked at the vast land ahead, all purchased by Tianzong City Phase 3, which was huge. The largest real estate project in Chuan City was no joke. Wei Lin was about to formally introduce him to the situation of Tianzong City Phase 3 when she suddenly thought that he would soon be the sole owner of Tianzong City, and her heart sank. She felt Luo Chen was lukewarm towards her, which was a bit disheartening. If he were just buying a duplex, it would be fine, but who would have thought he would go for 400 to 500 million? Now he was even planning to buy Tianzong City in one go. She felt powerless in front of such a wealthy man. Was she not worthy of him? Wei Lin wallowed in self-pity when Luo Chen pointed to the outdoor chairs ahead. Just as he was about to sit down and take a break, his phone vibrated. Seeing it was a call from Luo Chenya, she pressed the answer button. Luo Chenya must have been on the side making this call because there was no cover. Boss, President Han has called a meeting with the shareholders to discuss this matter, and all the shareholders agree. We are all in a difficult period. You are becoming the one to take over, boss. Should I negotiate a lower price? Luo Chen snorted. What do you know? They can't afford it. Besides, if you don't give them a little premium, would they agree so readily? It's just letting them earn an extra 2 billion. I also gain Han Wenjun as a person. Besides, we are not short on money. The phrase not short on money defeated Luo Chenya again, and she lost interest in saying more, telling him to go to the sales office to sign, then hung up. Luo Chen smiled and turned to Wei Lin, saying, let's go to your sales office. Once you sign, you will be mine. Wei Lin's face flushed. That sounded ambiguous. Luo Chen, quite excited, strode towards the sales office, where a large group of people was already waiting at the door to greet him. As soon as he appeared, 7 or 8 shareholders from Junyue Real Estate eagerly lined up to shake his hand. To be honest, these shareholders were also shocked by Luo Chen's youth. They then crowded him into the conference room, where Han Wenjun had already arranged for someone to prepare the full transfer contract for the shares. Luo Chenya had filtered it several times to confirm there were no issues. In fact, aside from the more than 2 billion premium, Han Wenjun was still considering Luo Chen's interests. The other aspects of the contract leaned towards Luo Chen's side. After all, once sold in a package, he would become a partner with Luo Chen, and in the future, Luo Chen would be his support. Luo Chen didn't even look at the contract, took a pen, and signed. After Han Wenjun and the other 8 shareholders signed, Luo Chenya took a photo, then took all the documents with the people from Junyue Real Estate to the administrative hall to complete the transfer procedures. Once the procedures were completed, 30 billion was transferred directly. Luo Chen didn't accompany them for the errands. He had a cup of tea at the sales office, glancing around. Soon, this place would all belong to him, and he could enjoy the beauty at will. However, there wasn't much to see. He didn't know if it was because he was particularly wealthy now, but he felt somewhat insulated from beautiful women. Just like the two beside him, Wei Lin and Luo Chenya, he didn't feel any attraction. Wei Lin was a bit better. She had never entertained any improper thoughts about Luo Chenya. After all, he was the #1 errand runner in future finance, and a rabbit doesn't eat the grass by its burrow. If things got messy, his reputation would be ruined. He needed to set a rule for himself. He could never have a romantic relationship with the female employees of his company. But what about Wei Lin? She wasn't his employee before, but now that Tianzong City had become his private property, by rights, she was also his employee. Should he indulge in this temptation? Wei Lin had no idea about Luo Chen's sneaky thoughts. She poured him a cup of hot buckwheat tea and asked, there are some snacks and fruits at the counter. Do you want some? I can go get you some. Luo Chen shook his head. No, if I can't eat when I get home, my mom will nag me again. I need to save my appetite for home. Wei Lin smiled and agreed. Right, listening to your mom makes you a good child. Luo Chen's face instantly turned green, and he shook his head and left without waiting. Wei Lin followed him with a grin, and Luo Chen turned around, annoyed. Aren't you going to work? Wei Lin nodded with a smile. No, Manager Xiao already granted me special privileges. I can choose to come or not. With such a big boss around, who would care if she showed up for work? They would be lucky to curry favor with her. Luo Chen angrily walked out of the sales office, and just a few steps later, a white BMW zoomed past, startling Wei Lin so much that she screamed. This was already within the community, where people came and went. Clients looking to buy houses had to slow down and park carefully. Luo Chen glared at the car in annoyance, and Wei Lin, pale-faced, ran over to check, her right arm covered in dirt from the car. The BMW didn't even stop. It turned directly into a parking space, parked, and a person got out, glancing at Luo Chen, loudly saying, Luo Chen, what are you staring at? You didn't get hit. The person turned out to be his cousin Wang Wei. Luo Chen had 2 aunts. His younger aunt was Luo Chunying, and his elder aunt was Luo Chunlian. His uncle, Wang Zhenkue, was a well-known contractor in town, having made millions as a bricklayer. Wang Wei was 4 years older than Luo Chen, with a 5-year-old son, but he had never been reliable, spending his days fooling around with friends. However, he was the only son of his uncle, spoiled since childhood, getting whatever he wanted. From Wang Wei's tone, it was clear he had recognized Luo Chen long ago and was driving recklessly, showing no fear of hitting him. What shocked Luo Chen even more was that a woman got out of the passenger seat, his ex-girlfriend Zhu Hongyan, who had dumped him just 6 months ago. What kind of script was this? An ex-girlfriend and a cousin? Wang Wei walked over, patting Luo Chen on the shoulder. "What are you looking at? I know you two had a thing. There's a saying, a good saddle matches a good horse, a beauty matches a hero. How can a poor guy like you afford a beautiful woman? I'm telling you, cousin, your ambitions are too big. This city isn't the place for you. It's hard for rural men to find wives these days. Hurry back, or you'll miss even the ugly ones." Xu Hongyan came over, affectionately linking her arm with Wang Wei's, saying, "Forget it, let's go look at houses." What's there to say to him? We're not on the same level. Even as an ex, she used him and then kicked him to the curb when he had no money, and now, in front of her current partner, she belittled her past. Xu Hongyan was fairly pretty. If rated, she'd get a 70, plus she knew how to dress up, put on makeup, and flatter men. But now, as Luo Chen looked at her, he couldn't understand why he felt more and more disgusted. He didn't know why he had been so infatuated with her before. A woman like that, even if she offered to lick his shoes, he would find it repulsive. Seeing the two suddenly disrespect Luo Chen and almost hit him, Wei Lin couldn't help but rush in front of Luo Chen, hands on her hips, shouting at Wang Wei and Xu Hongyan, "What are you doing? Are you really going to talk like that after almost hitting someone?" Xu Hongyan saw Wei Lin jump out to help and noticed she was wearing the sales department uniform, so she didn't hold back and shot back, "What's it to you? Go do your job and sell your houses, or I'll complain to your boss about you." Wang Wei was about to explode, but when his gaze fell on Wei Lin, he was instantly taken aback. That figure, that face, those long legs, damn. He glanced back at Xu Hongyan, and the difference was quite obvious. Then he noticed the name tag on her chest, Sales Consultant Wei Lin. Wei Lin was just about to retort back at Xu Hongyan when she thought, "You want to complain? You've already belittled the big boss to nothing, and you still want to complain to him? Complain to your big head." Besides, these two had arrogantly insulted Luo Chen, and she felt even more displeased than if she had been wronged herself. But then a few female sales staff rushed out from the main office, hearing that a man and a woman were there to buy a house, and with the new boss right in front of them, they quickly put on a warm display of professionalism. They hadn't heard Xu Hongyan and Wang Wei's insults towards Luo Chen, and even if they had, they wouldn't have been polite about it. "Handsome guy, is the beautiful lady here to look at houses?" Our Tianzong city is the largest and most upscale community in Chuan City, with all kinds of complete facilities. Several girls surrounded Wang Wei and Xu Hongyan, chattering away. Wang Wei glanced at Wei Lin's flawless face, feeling a bit restless, and said to her, "Then why don't you introduce it to me? As long as you serve. If the introduction is good, I'm a softie for beautiful women. If I'm satisfied, buying a house won't be a problem." Wei Lin's expression darkened. Just as she was about to snap back, Luo Chen suddenly reached out and took her hand, saying, "Let's go sit in the lobby for a while." Hadn't they just come out? He was holding her hand. This was the first time Boss Luo had taken the initiative to hold her hand, right? And in front of so many colleagues, he was asking her to go back to the lobby and sit for a while. Wei Lin's heart was instantly filled with joy, and Wang Wei and Xu Hongyan were immediately cast aside as she walked hand in hand with Luo Chen into the sales department. Wang Wei was stunned. What was going on? This wasn't how the script was supposed to go. He didn't think much of others, but he was very familiar with Luo Chen. Not only was he in deep debt, but Xu Hongyan had also kicked him to the curb, and he had heard that he almost jumped off a building. How could such a person be holding hands with this beautiful saleswoman? Was he pretending to be a rich man to buy a house? It had to be that way, either pretending to be rich or claiming to be there to buy a house. How could that stunning saleswoman let him hold her hand? Also, was there some unspoken rule at Tianzong City? Were they encouraging sales staff to do something shady? It must be. Wang Wei felt a surge of heat in his heart and suddenly regretted bringing Xu Hongyan along today. That saleswoman was really beautiful. Usually, he thought Xu Hongyan was quite impressive, stylish and pretty, but upon seeing this saleswoman today, the difference was immediately apparent. No way, I, Wang Wei, am much better than Luo Chen in every way. I'm richer, I'm more handsome, I drive a BMW, and I can easily buy a house. If Luo Chen is trying to deceive, can he really pull out money to buy a house? Definitely not. So as long as I expose Luo Chen's true colors, that stunning saleswoman won't be fooled by him, and of course, I can take the opportunity to show off. If I could marry this girl, my status would be even greater. In an instant, many thoughts raced through Wang Wei's mind, and he wondered how he had ended up in a confrontation with Luo Chen. He had snatched his ex-girlfriend, and now he was clashing with the woman he had just deceived. It didn't matter, he had already stolen once, so what was one more time? In fact, Luo Chen didn't even know that Xu Hongyan abandoning him was because Wang Wei had taken a liking to her the moment he saw her. Just a little show of strength, and Xu Hongyan was completely on board. Xu Hongyan was still fuming and didn't notice Wang Wei. She pulled him aside and said, "We must complain to her boss later." Didn't they say the customer is king? Is this how they treat kings? Wang Wei tried to persuade her, forget it, don't stir up trouble. We're here to look at houses. I think this community is really beautiful, I genuinely want to buy. If you cause a scene with them, how are we supposed to buy a house? Zhu Hongyan thought about it and realized that if they fell out with them, how could they still buy a house here? The houses in Tianzong City were the best in Chuan City, buying elsewhere wouldn't carry the same status. Other places had houses for just over 4,000 per square meter, while the rough houses in Tianzong City started at 7 or 8,000 per square meter. Just looking at that difference made it clear. The reception hall of the Tianzong City sales office was designed to be similar to a 5-star hotel banquet hall. Upon entering, there were neat and upscale tables and chairs, with drinks and fruit snacks on the side, and each table had a bouquet of fresh flowers and water, filling the air with fragrance. As soon as Wang Wei entered, he spotted Luo Chen and Wei Lin sitting at a table. Without hesitation, he walked over and plopped down in the chair opposite Luo Chen. Cousin, it's been over half a year since I last saw you, right? Wang Wei chuckled, I heard you racked up a mountain of debt and were about to jump off a building. Where have you been hiding these past few months? He said this deliberately in front of Wei Lin, wanting to make an impact, wanting to give her a wake-up call. Luo Chen smiled and replied, where else could I hide? Down in the sewer, I guess. Wang Wei laughed heartily and waved his hand generously. During that time, your dad came to find my dad, asking to borrow money to pay off your debts. Ha, my dad refused. But after all, we are family, very close. As long as you listen to me, those debts may seem like a lifetime burden for you, but for me, they are nothing. If I'm in a good mood, I can lend you a bit to settle it, how about that? Luo Chen smiled and asked, so what would make you happy? Wang Wei glanced over at Zhu Hongyan, who was sitting next to him with a serious face. Yen, I need to chat with my cousin for a bit. Why don't you find a sales agent to look at some houses? Go see if there's anything you like. As he spoke, he waved over a sales agent who had just attended to them, pointing to Zhu Hongyan, take her to look at some houses. The allure of the houses in Tianzong City was too great for Zhu Hongyan. After a moment's hesitation, she followed the sales agent to look at the houses, planning to come back and take a jab at Luo Chen afterward. Luo Chen smiled on the surface but sneered inwardly. Zhu Hongyan and Wang Wei really were cut from the same cloth, both of the same ilk. He couldn't understand how he had been so bewitched to like such a shallow girl for 2 years. Once Zhu Hongyan left, Wang Wei's expression became unrestrained. He placed the BMW car keys in front of him, making sure the blue sky and white clouds emblem was facing up. Unfortunately, the beautiful saleswoman Wei Lin, who made his heart race, didn't even glance at his car keys. Her attention seemed solely focused on Luo Chen. Would you like some fruit? It's all very fresh, just delivered this morning, Wei Lin asked Luo Chen softly. Luo Chen lazily replied, sure. Wei Lin immediately stood up, swaying her hips as she walked away, her long legs catching everyone's eye, leaving Wang Wei dumbfounded. Luo Chen, after finally pulling his gaze back to Luo Chen, Wang Wei asked, how did you manage to trick this girl? Did you tell her you were buying a house? Luo Chen smiled and said, how did you guess so accurately? The Tianzong City sales office is practically a den of beauties. As soon as I arrived, I didn't want to leave, and these beauties are really easy to please. I just said I had a few 100 million and wanted to buy a few buildings, and this prettiest girl just latched onto me. Wang Wei was left speechless, taking a long time to respond. You're so full of it, and she actually believes you? In Wang Wei's imagination, Luo Chen, pretending to be a wealthy man, would only claim to have a car, a house, and a few million at most. He never expected him to boast so extravagantly. Wasn't he afraid of bursting his own bubble? A few 100 million, buying several buildings, only someone with a skin thicker than the Great Wall would dare to say such things. And that Wei Lin, looking beautiful and smart, how could her IQ be on the same level as a bear? It was probably Luo Chen just talking nonsense. He certainly wouldn't say that to Wei Lin. A moment later, Wei Lin came over with a plate of fruit and a plate of snacks, placing them in front of Luo Chen. She used a small fork to pick up a slice of apple and held it out to him, saying, try this. Luo Chen opened his mouth and took a bite, responding with a very sweet. Damn! Wang Wei was so envious that his eyes nearly fell out. Was it really that exaggerated? After thinking for a moment, Wang Wei decided to expose Luo Chen's facade, forcing a smile as he said to Wei Lin, Miss Wei, you probably don't know, but Luo Chen and I are actually close relatives. His aunt is my mom, so we know each other very well. Do you really believe him when he says he has a few 100 million and wants to buy several buildings? Of course. Wei Lin nodded vigorously, feeding another piece of fruit to Luo Chen, her face full of sweetness. Wang Wei's worldview shattered. She believed that? Her IQ must have dropped a level, going from 4 years old to 3. Could it be that beautiful women only have looks and no brains? This girl was shamelessly undermining him. Luo Chen was both angry and amused. Having such a relative was truly sad. He even just found out today that Zhu Hongyan dumped him because Wang Wei had been meddling behind his back. It was indeed infuriating, but he also felt grateful to Wang Wei. If it weren't for him encouraging Zhu Hongyan to break up with him, he wouldn't be where he was today. Cousin, Luo Chen suddenly wanted to turn the tables on Wang Wei, asking with a smile, "Does your wife know you're openly looking at houses with Zhu Hongyan today?" Wang Wei was taken aback, not expecting Luo Chen to expose him. Anger surged in him, and he replied with a stern face, "Just messing around, we're about to divorce." Luo Chen chuckled and said nothing more. Wang Wei glanced at Wei Lin, and in front of Luo Chen, he said to her, "What does it matter? There are plenty of people getting divorced these days. My dad's family business is worth over 10 million, and I'm his only son, so I can afford it. In this day and age, having money is what matters. For example, why do girls want to marry me instead of you?" Luo Chen smiled and replied, "I know, you have money and I don't." Wang Wei chuckled, but he didn't expect the beautiful Wei Lin to suddenly say, "That's not true. I wouldn't marry someone I don't like, no matter how rich they are." This statement left the smug Wang Wei momentarily stunned. Was this girl under some kind of spell? Wang Wei felt a bit annoyed, snorted, and waved his hand, saying, "Get me a few floor plans, I want to look at the houses." Wei Lin couldn't be bothered with him. If it were another polite and courteous customer, she would have attended to them, but this person was too rude and arrogant, thinking he was something special just because he had money, especially with how he belittled Luo Chen. She found him utterly displeasing. "Find someone else, I don't want to work today." Wang Wei was taken aback again. Was there really someone who didn't want to do business? Didn't want to make money? Feeling humiliated by a beautiful woman, Wang Wei was really furious. After thinking for a moment, he put on a stern face and said to Wei Lin, "What kind of attitude is this? I insist on you selling to me, bring me the floor plans." "I won't sell." Wei Lin was even more direct this time, refusing without a second thought. Wang Wei suddenly stood up, slamming his hand on the table with a loud thud, startling everyone nearby, who turned to look. Wang Wei pointed at Wei Lin and shouted to another salesperson, "Is this how you treat customers? Since I walked in, you haven't greeted me, offered me tea, or attended to me. I ask for floor plans, and you refuse, outright telling me you won't sell. Where's your manager? Call the manager out, I want to file a complaint." Since she was so ungrateful, he couldn't be polite anymore. The salesperson next to them glanced at Wei Lin, then at Luo Chen, who was lounging comfortably, before turning back to speak with their client. Wang Wei was completely bewildered. What was going on? He was being ignored. This was truly intolerable. Wang Wei slammed the table and shouted, "Where's the manager? Get the manager out here, I want to file a complaint." The noise disturbed Xia Ying, who was in the office. She came out and asked a salesperson, "What's going on?" The salesperson pointed at Wang Wei and said, "That client wants to complain about Wei Lin. I don't know how he provoked him." Xia Ying caught sight of Luo Chen sitting there, calm and collected, and paused for a moment before quickly walking over to Wang Wei and politely asking, "Hello, I'm the sales manager of Tianzong City. What seems to be the problem?" Wang Wei angrily pointed at Wei Lin and exclaimed, "You're just in time. What does your company mean by this? Since I arrived, she hasn't attended to me or acknowledged me. I asked her for the layout and information to choose a house, and she told me to find someone else. What do you want from me?" Wei Lin, seeing him play the victim, felt a bit smug, but she wondered why Luo Chen, who was so close to her, was pretending to be oblivious. "No way, I want her." Wang Wei crossed his arms, trying to assert dominance, pointing at Wei Lin and saying, "Don't fool me. What kind of work uniform is she wearing if she's not on duty?" The reason he was so adamant about wanting Wei Lin was that, among the salespeople he had seen, she was the most beautiful. Additionally, Wei Lin had been deceived by Luo Chen, and seeing her act so sweetly with him was particularly irksome. Moreover, Wei Lin had refused to give him any face, so he was determined to have her. Xia Ying felt a bit awkward and stole a glance at Luo Chen, who had a look of indifference, as if he were watching a play, leaving her unsure of his intentions. After hesitating for a moment, Xia Ying passed the matter to Luo Chen. Mr. Luo, what do you think we should do?" "Me?" Luo Chen smiled but didn't answer. Wang Wei scoffed, "Hey, you've been promoted to Mr. Luo? I wonder what kind of Mr. You are, you seem a bit swollen." Luo Chen self-deprecatingly replied, "Yeah, I feel a bit swollen too." "Wei Lin, my cousin insists you sell houses. What do you say? There's a commission." Wei Lin twisted her mouth and shot him a glance, saying, "If I don't want to sell, I won't, I can just quit." "You?" Wang Wei was also getting angry, feeling frustrated. What was wrong with this girl? He turned to Xia Ying and said, "Manager Xia, where's your General Han? I want to see him." After saying that, he worried that Xiaoying might not know his relationship with General Han, so he added, "Some of the projects in Tianzong City were done by my dad's company. General Han has to give my dad some face." Xiaoying paused and asked, "Who's your dad?" Wang Wei proudly replied, "Wang Zhenkue." "Wang Zhenkue?" Xiaoying nodded, understanding now that part of the interior brickwork for the second phase of Tianzong City was subcontracted to him. He had a construction team that did masonry work. Wang Wei felt a bit high and mighty. After all, he was the wealthy older brother, and mentioning his father's name had a different effect. He had met Han Wenjun once before, having had a meal with him at his father's invitation. Han Wenjun was a big shot in the real estate business in Chuan City, ranking among the top 3 in assets. Previously, Wei Lin's direct superior was Xiaoying, and she had almost no contact with Han Wenjun, the top figure in Junyue real estate. Today was the most contact she had ever had with him. Of course, it was also thanks to Luo Chen. She had always found Han Wenjun to be imposing and intimidating, feeling a sense of distance whenever she saw him, often avoiding him. However, after today's interaction, her perspective seemed to change. General Han couldn't display any authority in front of Luo Chen. Moreover, Tianzong City was no longer under General Han's control. It had completely belonged to Luo Chen, so what was there to fear? Not afraid of any of them, the real big boss is right here, and this guy actually keeps belittling Luo Chen time and again. I really can't understand how there can be such a relative. Truly a sight to behold. Xiaoying looked at the furious Wang Wei, then glanced at the stubborn Wei Lin twisting her hair, and finally at the cheeky Luo Chen. My head hurts. But coincidentally, Han Wenjun actually walked in through the sales office door, looking a bit different from his usual calm and imposing self, his face glowing with joy. After all, the company shares had been fully transferred, everyone made a profit, and he now had 300 million in cash. Moreover, the new company was partnering with Luo Chen, holding 15% of the shares. With Luo Chen as a major backer, their development would surely be many times better than before. Accompanying him was Luo Chenya. After the company transfer procedures were completed, Han Wenjun accompanied her to review the design of the company headquarters on the 8th floor of the office building, making some adjustments with the renovation company for unsuitable areas, and reserving over 100 square meters to set up office equipment. This was for Luo Chen to trade stocks and futures at night. It wasn't convenient to do it at home, and as the staff gradually increased, a temporary workspace was necessary. After handling things at the office building, Han Wenjun called Xiaoying, knowing that Luo Chen was currently at the sales office, and excitedly rushed over with Luo Chenya. Xiaoying was frowning in distress when she looked up and saw Han Wenjun walking in with a smile. She felt relieved, stood up, and called out, "President Han." Wang Wei was taken aback and turned to look. Indeed, it was the big boss Han. He quickly stood up with a smile and respectfully called out, "President Han." Han Wenjun glanced at him, feeling no impression, nodded slightly, and also nodded to Xiaoying, then grinned widely at Luo Chen. "President Luo, leave the office building renovation to me. However, I feel the first floor isn't impressive enough. Since it's all your property now, I think we should use the 3 floors 6, 7, and 8 as office space. I listened to Miss Luo's planning proposal, and I think adding a bit more would be better." "Sure, then you handle it," Luo Chen said without hesitation. Han Wenjun was a professional. In terms of real estate, he was definitely much more skilled than Luo Chenya, not even on the same level. Wang Wei was still pondering how to strike up a conversation with Han Wenjun. Of course, he had to bring his father Wang Zhenkue along, otherwise, wouldn't he be ignored? But he was instantly confused by Han Wenjun's attitude and tone towards Luo Chen. Why was he speaking to Luo Chen in such a low-key manner? Could it be that Luo Chen had even deceived Han Wenjun? This guy hadn't been seen for just a few months. How had he become so capable? Was it that his deceit had improved, or had Han Wenjun's intelligence dropped? He needed to remind President Han. Wang Wei didn't know why he suddenly felt bold and spoke up to Han Wenjun. "President Han, what project is Luo Chen working on with you?" Without waiting for Han Wenjun to respond, he turned to Luo Chen and complained, "Luo Chen, let me tell you, you can deceive others, but you can't deceive President Han. Given my dad's relationship with President Han, since I know about this, I definitely can't ignore it. If you're struggling, just tell your brother me, I can still come up with 1,000 or 800. Wang Wei was determined, and while speaking, he pulled out his wallet, took out a stack of cash, counted 10 bills, and slapped them down in front of Luo Chen. Han Wenjun was taken aback, staring at Wang Wei and asking, "What do you mean by this?" Wang Wei quickly replied earnestly, "President Han, Luo Chen is my second uncle's son. He grew up poor and has suffered a lot, always resenting the rich. This year he has also accumulated a lot of debt, hiding everywhere, scamming food and drinks. I don't care if he deceives others, but he can't deceive you, President Han. Fortunately, I ran into him today while buying a house in Tianzong City, otherwise, this Wei Lin in your sales office wouldn't even pay me any attention. Han Wenjun's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Wang Wei, as if he were looking at a monster. Is this guy really that clueless? Han Wenjun's expression darkened, and Wang Wei thought he was about to explode at Luo Chen. With a sinister smile, he said to Luo Chen, "Cousin, listen to me, stop fooling around. Take this 1,000 yuan and buy some calming medicine. If you keep this up, you'll end up in jail." Jail my ass. Han Wenjun could no longer contain his anger. He grabbed a large stack of promotional flyers from the table and slammed them into Wang Wei's face, shouting, "Who do you think you are? Xiaoying, call security and throw him out. This is infuriating. Also, call Wang Zhenkue and cancel all subsequent projects. We're not giving him anything." Okay. Xiaoying had been waiting for his orders and immediately stepped aside to call Wang Zhenkue. Wang Wei was dumbfounded, completely at a loss for what was happening. "President Han, I was just trying to help you." After a moment of confusion, he couldn't help but explain to Han Wenjun. He was clearly trying to be friendly, so how did it end up like this? Looking over at Luo Chen, he found him staring back like he was watching a monkey at the zoo. Damn it, this is all his fault. At that moment, Zhu Hongyan returned with the salesperson who had taken her to see the property, looking quite pleased, and waved at Wang Wei from a distance. Han Wenjun angrily cursed Wang Wei, "Are you out of your mind?" Security. 4 burly men in security uniforms stormed in, bowing to Han Wenjun in unison. "President Han, what's the matter?" Han Wenjun pointed at Wang Wei, "Throw this guy out. He's banned from entering Tianzong City from now on. Kick him out every time he shows up." He ended with a curse, "You piece of trash." The 4 security guards wasted no time, surrounding Wang Wei and grabbing him like eagles catching a chick, dragging him out. This left Zhu Hongyan stunned, her face pale as she ran after them, asking in shock, "What are you doing? What are you doing?" The security guards ignored her, dragging Wang Wei straight to the entrance of the community and tossing him onto the ground. Wang Wei landed hard, nearly splitting his backside, crying out, "Ouch, ouch." One of the security guards even kicked him in the face, not too hard, but it still left a big shoe print on his cheek. Zhu Hongyan, frightened, bent down to help Wang Wei up, trembling as she asked, What happened?" Wang Wei, with a quivering voice, replied, "How would I know? That President Han inexplicably had the security drag me out." Zhu Hongyan was taken aback, unable to comprehend how a property viewing could turn into this. Aren't customers supposed to be treated like gods? Wang Wei got up, rubbed his sore backside, and suddenly turned to the glaring security guards, My car is still inside. I need to get it out, right?" The head security guard ignored him and shouted, "My boss said you are permanently banned from entering Tianzong City. Get lost." Wang Wei was frantic, scratching his head in confusion, unsure of what to do. If he were in Xizang town, he would have immediately called a group of thugs to confront them, but this was Chuan City. He felt powerless here, and even if he could gather people, he wouldn't dare to confront Han Wenjun. Who is Han Wenjun? Even his father, Wang Zhenkue, had to serve him with a smile, as their family's livelihood was practically dependent on Han Wenjun. The security guards were relentless in keeping him out, and Wang Wei was too anxious to call the police, fearing he would offend Han Wenjun even more. After hesitating for a while, he decided to call Zhu Hongyan to take a taxi and leave, planning to go back and tell his father about this. He had lost face in front of Han Wenjun, and now he could only rely on his father's reputation. In the reception hall of the sales office, Han Wenjun was still fuming when he asked Luo Chen, "Luo, what's going on with this guy?" Luo Chen. After sitting down, Han Wenjun suddenly remembered something and quickly said to Zhao Jinyue and Luo Weigua, sister-in-law, "Brother, there's one more thing I need to tell you. Our Junyue real estate, along with all the assets of Tianzong City, has been fully transferred to General Manager Luo for 30 billion. From now on, you two will be the sole owners of Tianzong City. After we finish eating, I'll notify everyone in the company and the property department, along with the 22 security guards, to gather in the square for an announcement." Han Wenjun seemed particularly excited, mixing the red wine with Sprite to wake it up, then pouring a glass for everyone, smiling as he said, "This is wine from a Bordeaux winery. It's not the best, but it's decent. I didn't have time to prepare today, so let's make do with it. Next time we gather, we'll get the best." Zhao Jinyu took a sip and said, "It has a bit of a sour taste, sweet and sour, like rice wine." Luo Weigua also tasted it and asked Han Wenjun with a smile, "General Han, this wine is light, it doesn't have the kick of corn liquor. How much is this wine per bottle?" He estimated that this wine, which was as light as water, would cost at most 30 to 50 yuan a bottle. Han Wenjun thought for a moment and said, when this batch of wine was reimbursed, the receipt seemed to be 888 euros a bottle. Over 800? Luo Weiguo was taken aback, lifting his wine glass to take a closer look at the red liquid inside. Over 800? How much corn liquor could you buy with that? Luo Chen laughed heartily, not telling his father that 800 euros would cost 6 to 7,000 yuan, otherwise it would scare him. He raised his glass and took a sip. Not bad, it really didn't have much strength. Upon hearing over 800, Luo Weiguo didn't care whether the wine was strong or not, and clinked glasses with Han Wenjun. Han Wenjun's alcohol tolerance was indeed impressive. He downed 4 or 5 glasses without changing color. The few women each had a glass or two, and no one urged anyone to drink, just enjoying themselves. After one glass, Wei Lin's face turned red, her eyes sparkling, and Zhao Jinyu liked her even more, continuously serving her food. Zhao Jinyu's behavior was completely that of a warm-hearted rural person, her feelings written all over her face, but city folks were used to hygienic practices, using serving chopsticks for dishes, so her way of serving food wasn't appreciated by everyone. However, Wei Lin quite liked it. She usually didn't eat such greasy food, and now she was enjoying what Zhao Jinyu served her. The meal was delightful, and after finishing, Xia Ying and Wei Lin insisted on helping to clean up. After everything was done, Han Wenjun cheerfully invited Luo Weiguo and Zhao Jinyu to the community square. Upon arriving at the square, they found a large crowd gathered. Han Wenjun stepped forward and shouted, "Everyone, quiet down, quiet down." At his shout, the crowd immediately fell silent. In front of everyone, Han Wenjun respectfully invited Luo Weiguo, Zhao Jinyu, and Luo Chen to the front, then loudly announced, "Is everyone from Junyue Real Estate, except for the shareholders, and all the people from the sales and property departments of Tianzong City here? We're all here." Over 100 people responded loudly, with the 22 security guards especially loud. Han Wenjun, the largest shareholder and highest leader of the company, rarely appeared in such situations, making the lower-level employees the most excited, shouting the loudest. "Good." Han Wenjun gestured for silence again and said, "I now announce that we have fully transferred Junyue Real Estate to General Manager Luo Chen. From today on, all assets of Junyue Real Estate in Tianzong City, both past and future, belong to General Manager Luo." When Luo Chen heard Han Wenjun put him forward, he didn't say anything, just smiled and raised his hand. As soon as Han Wenjun made this announcement, the more than 100 people in the square were stunned, then instantly began to murmur among themselves. This change, or rather this upheaval, made them all anxious. Everyone feared job instability and didn't know what this change would bring them. Moreover, seeing Luo Chen's ridiculously young face, as the saying goes, no hair on the mouth, unreliable in action. How could such a young person be a boss? What future could there be? Han Wenjun pressed his hand down again and said, "Don't overthink it, I assure you, things will only get better from here. Now, let's listen to our big boss, Mr. Luo Chen, speak. Everyone, please welcome." After Han Wenjun finished speaking, he took the initiative to clap his hands in welcome, and then Wei Lin, Xiao Ying, and others joined in. Luo Chen smiled and stepped forward, saying, "Hello everyone, I am Luo Chen. Maybe you all look at me and think, can this young guy be reliable?" His self-deprecating remark made everyone laugh, subtly closing the distance between them. Luo Chen continued, "Actually, I don't have much to say. I am just an investor in Junyue Real Estate, and I will not interfere in real estate matters in the future. Mr. Han Wenjun will be fully responsible for everything, and there will be no changes or layoffs among the staff. Additionally, for the property management of Tianzong City, I plan to have my parents as the legal representatives. The main goal of property management is not profit. I don't need that money. The main objective is to develop the Tianzong City community in a positive direction, with all profits fully invested in community public welfare projects, making our Tianzong City the best community in Chuan City, the most technologically advanced, the safest, and the most beautiful." At this point, Luo Chen introduced his parents to everyone. "These are my parents, rural folks, not hypocritical or pretentious, and they won't participate in any management in the future. I propose that we must focus on safety. The current number of security personnel should be doubled. I hope everyone will work diligently and responsibly, not afraid of being ordinary, but afraid of not fulfilling their duties. I have plenty of money and won't support idlers, so please, everyone, work hard." Additionally, Luo Chen smiled and said, "Today, the new company is officially established. All employees, regardless of position, will receive a red envelope of 20,000 yuan. You can go to the finance office to collect it shortly. That's all from me." The crowd was stunned for a moment, then erupted in cheers. Wow, 20,000 yuan for each person. The senior executives might not care much about 20,000, but for most grassroots employees, whose monthly salary is about 3 to 4,000, this meeting gift of 20,000 is more than half a year's salary. Who wouldn't be ecstatic? 20,000 is an incredible amount for ordinary people. In an instant, everyone's fondness and warmth towards this young boss skyrocketed. He was handsome, spoke little, and came straight to the point with such a generous gesture. There was no way around it, Mr. Luo had plenty of money. Han Wenjun waved over the lead security guard he had seen at the sales office, a tall and strong man who looked like a tower, giving a strong sense of security. Guo Zhuang, I have a task for you. Han Wenjun pointed at Luo Weigua and Zhao Jinyu, saying, their safety is in your hands. Guo Zhuang saluted sharply, guaranteed to complete the task. Just as Han Wenjun was about to invite Luo Chen to the office building, someone in the distance was waving and calling out, Mr. Han, Mr. Han. Han Wenjun looked up and was surprised to see Wang Zhenkue. Luo Chen's uncle was also tall and robust, rushing over in a hurry, wiping sweat from his brow, and with a smile, he gasped, Mr. Han, you suddenly called me and left me confused. I rushed over right away. Mr. Han, you have to explain this to me. I'm just a simple man and don't know where I offended you. As Wang Zhenkue spoke, he suddenly noticed Luo Weigua and Zhao Jinyu beside him, and he paused, asking, what are you doing here? His gaze shifted to Luo Chen, and his brow furrowed slightly, feeling quite displeased. How did he end up encountering this family while making a fool of himself in front of Han Wenjun? We are here with our son. Wang Zhenkue glanced at Luo Chen again, huffing with an air of superiority. Luo Chen, your life is basically wasted. You say you're useless, and indeed you are, but you also want to drag your parents down with you. They've spent their lives toiling in the dirt just to support your extravagance. This place isn't meant for you. Hurry up and leave, don't let President Han laugh at you. Han Wenjun couldn't help but chuckle at that moment. Truly, if they weren't family, they wouldn't even enter the same door. This father and son were utterly speechless, even their ambitions were the same. As the saying goes, dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes give birth to phoenixes, a mouse's son can dig a hole, and that couldn't be more true. Wang Zhenkue disparaged Luo Chen and his family thoroughly before turning to Han Wenjun with a smile, saying, President Han, please don't mind. This family is really amusing. They owe a mountain of debt and still aren't being practical. A few months ago, they even came to borrow money from me. I suppose there's some familial connection, but I help in emergencies, not in poverty. How can one live by borrowing money? Han Wenjun chuckled again, saying, Wang Zhenkue, to be honest, I really didn't see this side of you. If I had known you were such a person, I wouldn't have given you the project at the dock. It's good to see your true colors now. Let's settle the previous accounts and end this cleanly. We won't have any dealings in the future. Wang Zhenkue was taken aback, his face instantly falling. Han, President Han, what's going on? Haven't we always cooperated well? Han Wenjun sneered. Wang Zhenkue, how should I put it? I say you have no vision, I say you're blind, do you believe it? Seeing that Han Wenjun was serious and his expression was chilling to the bone, Wang Zhenkue panicked and quickly said, I believe. President Han, whatever you say goes. If you say I have no vision, then I have no vision. If you say I'm blind, then I'm blind. President Han, I've worked with you for so many years, I may not have achievements, but I've put in hard work. So, what is this all about? Ever since that inexplicable, heartless phone call from Xiaoying, he had been in a daze, feeling something was off, which is why he rushed over from Xizang town to meet Han Wenjun. He never expected Han Wenjun to show no regard for past relationships. What was going on? At least he deserved to know the reason for his downfall, right? Han Wenjun coldly said, Wang Zhenkue, let me give you a piece of advice, don't go too far, don't bully the young and poor, putting on one face in front and another behind, what kind of person are you? After saying this, Han Wenjun turned to Luo Chen and said, President Luo, I'm tired of this family. Let's go to the office building. Wang Zhenkue was initially confused, but suddenly seeing Han Wenjun being so affectionate towards Luo Chen, he realized, so it was Luo Chen pulling the strings. Wang Zhenkue instantly flew into a rage, unable to hold back as he shouted at Luo Weigua and Zhao Jinyu, Luo Weigua, Zhao Jinyu, your worthless son is simply scum, irredeemably bad, even coming to ruin my affairs, truly not worth anything. President Han. After mercilessly scolding Luo Weigua and Zhao Jinyu, he turned to Han Wenjun and shouted, President Han, this Luo Chen is a fraud. You mustn't be deceived by him. I'm his uncle, and I know his background very well. Luo Chen had initially thought of just watching the show, he didn't care about the insults, but upon hearing Wang Zhenkue curse his parents, he could no longer hold back. He waved to the security captain, Guo Zhuang, saying, Guo Zhuang, throw this old fool out and never let him into Tianzong City again. Got it. Guo Zhuang had been instructed by Han Wenjun to protect Luo Weigua and Zhao Jinyu, the chairman and empress dowager, and he didn't expect Wang Zhenkue to suddenly barge in and insult the boss's boss. He felt utterly embarrassed. Guo Zhuang rushed forward and kicked Wang Zhenkui, sending him sprawling, and with a wave of his hand, 4 or 5 security guards pounced on him like wolves, lifting Wang Zhenkui by his collar and dragging him out of the community. Wang Zhenkui was still oblivious to the fact that it was Luo Chen in command, stubbornly believing that Luo Chen had deceived Han Wenjun. Struggling, he shouted with all his might, "President Han, please don't be fooled by Luo Chen. He's just a penniless loser." Luo Weiguo's face turned ashen as he watched Guo Zhuang and a few security guards forcibly drag Wang Zhenkui out, yet he didn't intervene. He was furious. Did he really have such a relative? In front of outsiders, they would love nothing more than to trample their family underfoot. Even if they looked down on him, he was still blood-related. Just because he was poor, they couldn't tolerate him? Zhao Jinyu watched Guo Zhuang and the others retreating figures for a long time before spitting out 2 words, "Deserved it." Han Wenjun saw the anger flashing in Luo Chen's eyes and comforted him as they walked. "Forget it, don't stoop to their level. His vision is limited, and he has no future in this life. His son is both foolish and useless, with no one to carry on. One shouldn't look down on the poor, especially since you have this familial connection. I never realized he was like this before." Luo Chen felt a bit of his anger dissipate after Han Wenjun's advice. Indeed, with Wang Zhenkui's insight and vision, what great future could such a person have? He could be extinguished with just a finger. At that moment, Luo Chenya received a phone call and reported to Luo Chen, "President Luo, there's someone from Jianghan applying for the position of U.S. stock trader." Luo Chen waved his hand. "Alright, let him go for the interview at the office building." Meanwhile, Wei Lin gently supported the trembling Zhao Jinyu, trying to calm her down and advising her not to be angry. Luo Weiguo also approached Zhao Jinyu to comfort her. "Don't be upset, my dear. If Wang Zhenkui doesn't acknowledge us as poor relatives, then we won't acknowledge him either. What's there to be angry about? We don't rely on him for food or clothing. At worst, we just won't associate with him anymore, out of sight, out of mind." Speaking of out of sight, out of mind, he thought of his younger sisters and felt a surge of anger. Other families have siblings who love and care for each other, but why were his 2 younger sisters like this? When he and his older brother Luo Weidong were young, they worked so hard to send their 2 sisters to school. How did they end up with 2 ingrates? Just thinking of Wang Zhenkui's earlier face made Luo Weiguo tremble with rage. Suddenly, his phone rang, and with a scowl, he pulled it out, only to find it was Wang Zhenkui calling. Luo Weiguo nearly smashed the phone to the ground, but it wasn't Wang Zhenkui's phone, it was his own. He angrily pressed the reject button. A few seconds later, it rang again, and he continued to press the button. Han Wenjun was right, what a nuisance. The phone quieted for 3 or 4 minutes before ringing again. Luo Weiguo glared at the screen and saw that this time it wasn't Wang Zhenkui but his sister-in-law, Luo Chuanlian, calling. After all, Luo Chuanlian was his own sister. He could fall out with Wang Zhenkui, but he couldn't harden his heart against his own sister. "Hello, Chuanlian?" On the other end, Luo Chuanlian's voice was urgent and fiery as she said, "Second brother, are you still taking care of Luo Chen? Just now, Zhenkui called me and said Luo Chen was trying to deceive President Han, and he did it right in front of Zhenkui. You don't know, but I just wanted to tell you, Zhenkui's projects are all with President Han. President Han is our family's breadwinner. Why would Luo Chen choose to deceive him? Zhenkui has to deal with this. You need to rein in Luo Chen. If he ruins our family's business, I won't let him off the hook." Luo Weiguo could no longer hold back his anger and snapped, "Chuanlian, you are my sister. Once you marry, do you only have the Wang family and not the Luo family? Luo Chen is my son, your own nephew. If you won't help him, why do you insist on labeling my son a fraud? Let me tell you, my son is quite capable. He doesn't steal, rob, kidnap, or deceive, he earns his living honestly. You call me up and hurl accusations without understanding the situation. Don't you think it's immoral for Wang Zhenkui and your son? Your son has been living a life of debauchery for years, with no skills to speak of, only getting into trouble. Why don't you manage him?" Luo Chuanlian was taken aback. In her impression, her elder brother and second brother had always been submissive to her and her younger sister's families, never commenting on the merits or faults of her family. For instance, when Luo Chen and Wang Wei had a dispute, regardless of right or wrong, they would only scold Luo Chen, and everyone had grown accustomed to letting him take the blame. His sudden boldness in retorting to her left Luo Chuanlian unaccustomed, and after a long pause, she finally spoke. "What do you mean, second brother? Are you saying that Luo Chen can do such things and I can't scold him?" Luo Weiguo suddenly became irritated and shouted, "I don't want to talk to you." After saying that, he hung up the phone. After a moment of daze, he still felt quite upset, just sulking in silence. Zhao Jinyu snorted coldly, "Look at your 2 younger sisters. We provided for their food, clothing, and education since they were young, giving them everything good from our home. Look at how they treat our family and your elder brother now? Wei Lin comforted from the side. Uncle, don't be angry. They're relatives. If we get along, we can interact. If not, we don't have to. We don't rely on them, so why get angry? Our health is our own, let's not be upset, and just live our own good lives. Xu Ying, pulling her son, couldn't help but say indignantly, yes, the elder aunt and younger aunt are too biased, only caring for themselves. Back when we were in the old home, even if Wang Wei and Jiang Shiqi were playing and fell while wrestling, the three brothers Luo Yang, Luo Lin, and Luo Chen would get scolded. They were just spoiled. Second uncle, just ignore them. In the past, when the family was poor, the elder aunt and younger aunt were arrogant, and we let them be. Now that Luo Chen is doing well, a big boss, does he still need to look at the faces of the elder and younger aunts? Everyone is human, and the country says everyone is equal. Why should their families feel superior? They've just been spoiled. Wei Lin supported Zhao Jinyu, saying, Auntie, Uncle, let's go back. Let's rest for a while. Or we can go to the supermarket to buy some vegetables, and make some porridge for dinner. Earlier, Luo Chen told Luo Chenya that he would be working late at the office tonight. Working late is tough, and eating something else at night isn't comfortable. It's best to have some porridge and eat something light. Okay, good. My son works hard for his money. Zhao Jinyu immediately nodded. Although she didn't understand stocks and futures trading, she knew her son was indeed making money in that field, working from 9:30 at night until 4 in the morning, which was indeed tough. On the other side, on the 8th floor of the office building in the square, the renovation company only worked during the day, and at this moment, they were just finishing up. The noise and dust during renovations made it hard to see anything clearly. Luo Chenya and Han Wenjun quickly took Luo Chen to a reserved office, closed the door, and the noise was much reduced. Luo Chen surveyed the office, which was about 100 square meters, with 2 sets of multi-seat leather sofas, a circular office desk, and 10 Apple 29-inch all-in-one computers already set up on the desk. Luo Chen sat on one of the chairs and spun around. The chair was of good quality, a brand product bought by Luo Chenya, not skimping on expenses. It's acceptable for now, Luo Chen nodded and said, in the future, pay more attention to the renovation aspect. Design and decorate it as luxuriously as possible. The company isn't short on money, and the employee's environment is very important. Got it, Luo Chenya nodded in agreement. Han Wenjun beside them smiled wryly. It seemed that the young General Luo's catchphrase was that they weren't short on money. After a while, Luo Chenya's phone rang again. After answering, she said the interviewee had arrived, and she went out to greet him. Currently, the company had no other staff, and Luo Chenya, as the executive assistant, also had to take on the front desk duties. A few minutes later, Luo Chenya brought in a tall, thin man in his 30s, wearing glasses. Luo Chenya introduced him to Luo Chen and Han Wenjun. This is our General Luo and General Han. The man first glanced at the office environment, then looked at Luo Chen and Han Wenjun. Han Wenjun still exuded the aura and authority of a boss, while this General Luo was just too young. He instinctively distrusted those who were too young, as many experiences and abilities were lacking in them. Hello, General Han, hello. General Luo, the man hesitated before greeting. Moreover, this office was too damn empty. Was this how a company looked? Aside from the tall beauty who brought him in, who was indeed beautiful, this company held no appeal for him. Han Wenjun could tell from his expression that he looked down on Luo Chen's financial company and subconsciously regarded him as the biggest boss. Han Wenjun smiled but remained silent. This was a recruitment for Luo Chen's financial business, and he had no say in it. If it were for real estate, he would have to nod in agreement. Luo Chenya seemed to sense the man's confusion and distrust, smiled, and said, both bosses are here, you can introduce yourself, consider it an interview. The man nodded, then took out a document from his briefcase and handed it to Han Wenjun. Han Wenjun chuckled, not even looking at it, and passed it to Luo Chen. Take a look, General Luo. The man was a bit puzzled. Why did this imposing General Han seem to show such respect towards the young General Luo? Luo Chen lowered his head to read the document. Song Shuai, 33 years old, a master's student from the Han University Finance Department, had worked in a foreign company for 3 years, then spent 4 years at a securities trading company in Jianghan, where he had risen to the position of team leader for the 4th group of U.S. stock trading, with an annual salary of 80,000 plus personal trading profit commission. The surname was quite rare. Song was the first time Luo Chen had encountered it. Mr. Song, I'd like to ask, Luo Chen pondered before speaking, what was your annual trading profit commission? Song Shuhai answered somewhat arrogantly, last year my commission was 640,000 yuan, the year before that was 400,000, and the year before that was 320,000. This situation was basically the same as Luo Qianya's. Luo Chen smiled. Song Shuai's abilities were what he currently needed, though not for him to take the lead. He just needed someone to follow orders for trading operations, and it was best if they had experience in this area, saving him the trouble of teaching. Song Shuai's pride was insignificant in front of him. When it came to money and the ability to make it, in front of him, they were all nothing. Mr. Song, Luo Chen said playfully, I estimate that seeing the people in my company and the state of the office has probably left you feeling quite disheartened. I didn't plan to ask you this or that in this interview. I've seen everything in your documents. How about this? I'll give you a rather unique interview. At this point, Luo Chen paused with a smile before continuing. The U.S. stock market and futures open at 9:30. There are still 2 hours left. My interview will be you conducting actual operations here tonight. Of course, I don't need you to operate yourself. You just need to follow my commands for trading. The interview will end at 4 in the morning, and I'll give you 10,000 yuan as a fee for your efforts. As for whether you want to stay in my company, that's your personal consideration. I won't force you. Song Shuai had initially wanted to leave, thinking Han Wenjun was the real boss, but who would have thought that this young General Luo was the one truly in charge? Suddenly, he lost the desire to continue, but Luo Chen's words piqued his interest. No need to operate himself, just follow his commands for trading, and he would get a reward of 10,000 yuan afterward. Did this young boss Luo have so much money he didn't know what to do with it? Alright. After a brief consideration, Song Shuai agreed. If Luo Chen had asked him to operate himself, he would have had to think it over carefully. He was well aware of the dangers of the U.S. stock market and international futures. He basically didn't dare to take big risks, preferring to find some less volatile redline stocks for short-term operations, satisfied if he could earn $1,000 or $800 in one night. But young CEO Luo only needed him to follow orders to execute the trade, and then he would receive $10,000. Such a good deal was hard to find anywhere else. After returning, it was indeed not easy to find a suitable job in Chuan City, and the anxiety of spending without earning was overwhelming. How could he refuse such an effortless opportunity to earn 10,000? Beside him, Han Wenjun also felt a surge of interest. Luo Chen was not a rich second generation. The billions in cash he had were all earned by himself. Han Wenjun had not seen it with his own eyes, but when he heard Luo Chen say he would operate live tonight, he immediately wanted to see how the young boss Luo made money. Among the three present, only Luo Qianya remained calm and unperturbed. She had long been immune to the shock of Luo's ability to make money. Knowing that trading would take place here tonight, Luo Qianya had prepared early, buying a coffee machine and some snacks and drinks. Whether they ate or not was irrelevant, it was better to be prepared. Seeing there was still time, Song Shuai, feeling idle, went to the computer to check the stock market's previous trends. After Luo Qianya sent the computer over and set it up, she downloaded the securities software and logged into her account, leaving the computer on. As soon as Song Shuai clicked the mouse, the screen lit up, revealing the page of Tiger Securities. Song Shuai saw that the account was logged in, with the name Future Finance. This was modified by Luo Qianya, changing all the transaction accounts to the company's registered public account. Song Shuai clicked on the account details and exclaimed, "What the hell?" His eyes nearly popped out. The leverage number. A long string of zeros. It was impossible to tell how much it was at a glance, but it was certainly very large. He began counting with his fingers. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, 100 million, what the hell, 500 million. And this was for the US stock market. 500 million meant $500 million. Was this real? No way. Song Shuai checked the web page and account again, confirming it wasn't fake, but he still couldn't believe it. In the trading company in Jianghan, the entire company's leverage limit was $80 million. How could this young CEO Luo's new company, which hadn't even hired anyone yet, have a leverage limit of $500 million? Then he looked at the international futures section, clicked to see, and again saw a 5 followed by a long string of zeros, counted again, and it was 500 million. Song Shuai was completely stunned. Luo Chen couldn't be bothered to say anything, absorbed in looking at futures on his phone. The US stock market was boring. He just picked the one with the highest increase, mainly focusing on futures. Han Wenjun didn't disturb Luo Chen's stock and futures research. He stood up to look at the computer where Luo Qianya and Song Shuai were checking stocks. As soon as he saw the screen filled with zigzagging red and green lines, he felt dizzy and shook his head with a wry smile. While waiting, Han Wenjun found it hard to endure, but for Luo Chen, Luo Qianya, and Song Shuai, it seemed like no time had passed at all. At 9:30, the US stock market opened, and international futures began trading. Luo Chen stood up and sat at the computer desk, then pointed at Luo Qianya and instructed, "Qianya, operate the US stock account. Song Shuhai will operate the international futures account. Luo Chenya and Song Shuhai quickly returned to their respective trading pages. Luo Chen reported a US stock to Luo Chenya, instructing her to fully invest the $500 million. Song Shuhai frowned upon hearing this. He was familiar with that stock, which had been quite volatile recently, and most people wouldn't dare touch it. Was this young CEO Luo just throwing around money because his family had too much? But this was not small money. Fully investing $500 million in leverage meant that if it dropped by 20%, they would lose $100 million, which converted to soft sister currency was over $700 million. Even the wealthiest families wouldn't let their spendthrift children play like this. Just as he was pondering, Luo Chen suddenly instructed him, Song Shuhai, for Brent crude oil futures, place a buy order at $38, fully invest with $500 million leverage. Song Shuhai was taken aback. Another full investment? This was even riskier than the US stock market, where $500 million could be lost in an instant. What are you thinking? Hurry up and execute the trade. Luo Chen frowned and shouted, and Song Shuhai suddenly realized, instinctively placing an order to go long as Luo Chen suggested. But to be honest, crude oil had been falling recently, going short seemed more reasonable. There were occasional short-term spikes, but who would dare to catch those? No one could grasp them steadily. If one wanted to be safe, going short was the best option. However, Song Shuhai had always sought stability. He dared not go long or short on crude oil futures. At most, he would choose to go long on gold futures, as gold had been slowly rising under the international pandemic. Even if he went long on gold futures, he would only dare to put in a few $1 million. Anything more was too risky. Luo Chen's $500 million had entered crude oil at $38, with a transaction of 13,100 lots, equivalent to 13,100,000 barrels of crude oil. This young general manager Luo was truly unreliable. Song Shuhai muttered to himself, his eyes fixed on the screen. Although the money wasn't his, the amount was huge, $500 million, a sum he could never touch in his lifetime, yet today he had operated it himself, and his heart was pounding like a drum. Just when he thought the young general manager Luo was unreliable, the red line of crude oil futures jumped up, soaring high. During the new book period, old Luo needed everyone's encouragement. Brothers and sisters, at the last page of each chapter, there is a comment function. If you think the book is worth a few stars, just click on a few stars. If you don't mind, write a few words. If you find it troublesome, just click on a few stars and submit it. For me, this is a form of encouragement. Thank you. Additionally, many students have asked about the book title. At first, my book was titled Making a Trillion, meaning gradually becoming wealthy. Then the editor suggested changing it to Starting with a Trillion, as it suited the current popular environment, so it was changed. However, the content of the book does not imply that there was a trillion from the start. I believe the process of becoming wealthy is the most enjoyable, and those who have read this book will find it different from other wealthy novels. Yes, it is indeed different, and I hope everyone likes it. I will continue to work hard. Everything was so sudden. Song Shuhai was dumbfounded as the floating profit in the crude oil account soared from $5,240,000 to $6,320,000, then to $7,860,000. Damn, it jumped by over $1 million in an instant, and the numbers kept rising by over $1 million again. His little heart was racing. The red line shot up like a helicopter, with the floating profit changing every second. Song Shuhai could hardly breathe. He had seen such scenes before, but hardly anyone could grasp them steadily. Opportunities were fleeting, and no one could predict the future. The crude oil price, amidst Song Shuhai's shock, broke through the $39 mark and continued to rise at the same speed. The floating profit had surpassed $11,790,000. The rise in crude oil prices was incredibly rapid. In less than half an hour, it broke the $40 barrier, and there were no signs of slowing down. The floating profit exceeded $24,890,000. By nearly 11 o'clock, the crude oil price had already surpassed $41. Song Shuhai felt his face flush and his heart race. It seemed there was no end in sight for the rise in crude oil. He even thought about increasing his investment. But just then, Luo Chen spoke, place a sell order at $41, fully liquidate. Song Shuhai was taken aback and couldn't help but add, it's rising sharply now, I think there's still a lot of upward space. Selling now doesn't seem wise. Luo Chen replied calmly, are you the boss or am I the boss? Song Shuhai immediately shut his mouth and obediently followed Luo Chen's instructions to place the sell order. 3 minutes later, the crude oil price reached $41, and the sell order was executed. The profit amounted to $39,550,000. Song Shuhai could no longer think normally. His mind was filled with a string of numbers, which converted to soft sister currency amounted to 280 million. Damn, is making money really this easy? Over an hour and he made 280 million. In just over an hour he became a billionaire. Is it really that easy to become a billionaire now? Is it really that worthless? Stop daydreaming, quickly place a short order, buy in full, set the short order price at $41. Suddenly hearing Luo Chen's command, Song Shuhui could hardly believe it and couldn't help but advise him, Boss Luo, if you want to go long, I won't hard sell you, the money you win is your own, but to turn around and short now, the oil price is rising, shorting means throwing the money you just earned back, please don't short. Luo Chen's face darkened, and he shouted, short. Song Shuhui was stunned, suddenly feeling the imposing presence of Luo Chen, which made it hard for him to breathe, and he dared not say more. Wiping his sweat, he placed the short order as instructed. However, he still sighed inwardly. The young boss Luo got lucky and made 280 million but was still not satisfied. Now he was turning around to short. Wasn't that like an old man hanging himself because he thought he was living too long? But there was nothing to be done, after all, he was the boss. Once the short order was placed, the crude oil price started rising from 41, and in a moment, the short order was executed. Then, in just a few seconds, it rose to 42, and Luo Chen's short order lost 4 cents per barrel. The profit and loss numbers turned green, showing a loss of $524,000, losing $520,000 in less than a minute. Song Shuhui sighed and glanced at Luo Chen, not listening to the advice of the elders, suffering the consequences right before his eyes. Kid, you are still too young. But Luo Chen's face was as calm as a deep well, without a hint of fluctuation. He was still composed, but it was likely he wouldn't be able to hold it for long. Just as Song Shuhui was thinking this, the red line jumped and suddenly stopped, then began to drop, and the crude oil price suddenly turned around and fell by 2 cents. Although the drop was weak, this situation shocked Song Shuhui to the core. Did it really drop? The decline lasted about 10 seconds before suddenly plummeting. The drop was rapid, and in the blink of an eye, it broke through $41. Damn, this young boss Luo got it right. Is he a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse? The crude oil price today was like a roller coaster, first shooting up high, then crashing down. In a moment, it broke $40, and after a while, it fell below $39, slowing down only when it reached $38, but it was still dropping. Song Shuhui was in a daze, seemingly recalling that he had just advised the young boss Luo to hold onto the long position and not sell, believing it would rise. Young Luo Chen insisted on selling and shorting, and he had advised against shorting at all costs, and what happened? In the blink of an eye, it kept falling, about to return to the original price when the market opened. If he had followed his own recommendation, he would have shorted from the start, and with such a sharp rise, he would have definitely cut his losses, then chased the rise to go long, and then, needless to say, the long position would have been a complete disaster. Place the short order at $38. Luo Chen commanded again. This time, Song Shuhui dared not say anything else to dissuade him, obediently following Luo Chen's instructions, and soon the price broke the order and was executed. This trade made a profit of $39,693,000, and combined with the previous long position profit, the total profit amounted to $79,648,000. $79 million, converted to soft sister currency is over 560 million. Song Shuhui wished he could hit himself on the head. Why didn't he just follow the buy? But there was no use in regret. He originally didn't trust the young boss Luo, and his own views were completely in the opposite direction. If he had bought, he would have definitely followed his own research. But if he had really bought like that, he would have been in deep trouble. Of course, if he were working at the company in Jianghan, he absolutely wouldn't have bought like this. At most, he would have bought some promising US stocks. As soon as he thought of the US stock market, Song Shuhui suddenly remembered that when young CEO Luo first opened the market, he had instructed Luo Chenya to leverage 500 million into a single stock. He immediately glanced at Luo Chenya's computer and was stunned to see that the stock had actually risen by 11%, yielding a floating profit of $55 million. I'm going to explode. This was Song Shuhui's thought. Since becoming a stockbroker, he had never felt so exhilarated and frantic. His heart simply couldn't take it. Han Wenjun, who had no sense of finance and didn't understand stocks or futures trading, watched Song Shuhui acting like a fool and couldn't help but ask him, "Hey, Xiao Song, I don't understand what going long or short means. What's going on?" Song Shuhui, upon being asked, felt as if he had suddenly been released from a spell. Exhaling heavily and pointing at Luo Chen, he said to Han Wenjun, "CEO Han, our CEO Luo is a god, a god." Han Wenjun frowned and said, "Stop rambling, what's really going on?" Song Shuai pinched his own face hard to confirm the pain was real before saying, CEO Han, my futures account has made over $79 million, and Miss Luo's U.S. stock account has made $55 million. The two accounts combined have made over $130 million. What did you say? Even Han Wenjun, who was used to big waves, almost stumbled in disbelief, thinking he had misheard. Thank you all for your comments and encouragement. This chapter came quickly. Han Wenjun truly couldn't believe it. But Song Shuai nodded vigorously a few times, saying, yes. Han Wenjun was instantly at a loss for words. Luo Chen then instructed Song Shuai, go long on crude oil. Song Shuai's brain froze, back and forth like this, toying with crude oil. Even Buffett wouldn't dare to operate like young CEO Luo, right? But at this moment, he no longer had the courage to advise Luo Chen. He could only obey unconditionally. Whatever he said went. Sure enough, just 2 minutes after placing the order to go long, the crude oil price turned around and rose again. Song Shuai no longer had any doubts or contempt for Luo Chen. His original pride had vanished without a trace. Whenever he thought of his earlier pride and smugness towards Luo Chen, cold sweat would involuntarily break out. This young CEO Luo operated like a ghost or a deity. He had never understood it from start to finish, yet it was so precise. This was no longer just picking up money off the ground, it was like an airplane raining money down from the sky. Until 4 in the morning, when the U.S. stock market and futures closed, Luo Chen's command work finally came to an end. He then stretched his neck and yawned, muttering, so damn tired. Meanwhile, Song Shuai, Luo Chenya, and Han Wenjun felt like they had drunk 500 cans of Red Bull, their eyes wide and spirits high. Seeing it was over, Han Wenjun couldn't help but ask Song Shuai, how much did we make tonight? Song Shuai used his fingers to count the string of Arabic numerals in his account, 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, 100 million, a total of $426,196. Then he turned to look at Luo Qianya's U.S. stock account. The profit from the U.S. stock account is, let me count, 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, 100 million. $101,740,000. The total profit from the U.S. stock and futures accounts combined is $522 million. Han Wenjun couldn't help but pinch his own thigh, murmuring, 522 million. Damn, that's 36 billion in soft currency. Earning 36 billion in one night, what kind of concept is that? A few minutes later, Luo Chenya opened the company's online banking account and said to Luo Chen, President Luo, Tiger Securities has already transferred the profits over. After deducting the fees and leverage commissions, it's 3,600 million. The new contract with Tiger Securities uses leveraged amounts, with the margin remaining unchanged, and each profit is directly transferred by Tiger Securities. Of course, if there are losses, that would be calculated separately, but Luo Chen's account has never recorded a loss, whether in U.S. stocks or futures, so Tiger Securities has granted him the maximum privileges. For such a top-tier client, if they don't offer the best privileges, it's easy for other securities companies to poach them. One could say that as long as Luo Chen speaks up, the world's top securities firms would treat him like a king. Han Wenjun was pulling his hair out, but he wasn't envious or jealous, he was happy. He was glad to be following a reliable and infinitely promising boss. With Luo Chen's speed of making money, he could earn back the value of a military real estate project in just one night. He had sold the military real estate for 3 billion to Luo Chen, while Luo Chen made 36 billion in one night. Previously, when he heard Luo Chen always say, money is not a problem, Han Wenjun thought Luo Chen was just showing off, but now he understood that he truly wasn't short on money. Luo Chen instructed Luo Chenya, you've worked hard. Transfer 100,000 as a bonus to yourself, and also 100,000 to General Han. He has worked hard staying up late with me and is my partner, so it's only right to give him a bonus. Additionally, Luo Chen glanced at Song Shuai and added, give Song Shuai 10,000. After all, he's not an employee of our company yet. Song Shuai immediately turned red and anxiously said, President Luo, the 10,000 reward is whatever, but you can't kick me out. I won't leave, not even if you beat me to death. If you keep me, I'll consider it a pass for the interview. Luo Chen looked at him with a half smile and eventually asked, actually, weren't you thinking that you were interviewing me as your boss? Song Shuai felt that Luo Chen had hit the nail on the head, his face flushed, and he awkwardly smiled, still thick-skinned enough to say, President Luo, really, even if you don't pay me a salary, I want to stay. I just want to learn more from you. Luo Chen chuckled and said, I can't do the thing of not paying a salary. Since you've passed the interview, your annual salary will be 200,000, with bonuses calculated separately. For now, you'll manage the international futures trading. How does that sound? Song Shuhai immediately nodded in agreement, fearing that Luo Chen might not want him. If he really entered the future finance sector, a 200,000 annual salary was nothing. The real deal was the commission from trading profits. With Luo Chen's unpredictable skills, he could easily make hundreds of billions in a year, and even a small commission would be astronomical. Luo Chenya was already beaming with joy, receiving bonuses of 50,000, then 100,000, and then another 100,000. In just 2 or 3 days of employment, she had already earned more in bonuses than her annual salary. At this rate, she would easily make millions in a year. Boss, I should start ramping up recruitment here. I'll quickly rehire the finance staff and your personal assistant. Luo Chen was taken aback and stared at Luo Chenya, asking, "What's wrong? You suddenly don't want to work anymore?" Luo Chenya quickly shook her hands and said, "I'm not quitting, I just want to follow you in trading U.S. stocks. Since you've handed futures over to Song Shuhai, let me handle the U.S. stocks. I'll quickly find a new secretary for you." Luo Chen couldn't help but chuckle and said, "Alright, but if you find someone new and I don't like them, I'll have to take you back." Luo Chenya giggled, thinking it was a good thing that the young boss couldn't do without her. Originally, being close to the boss meant that being a personal assistant was undoubtedly the best position, but she figured that since personal assistants didn't participate in U.S. stock and futures trading, their bonus commissions would probably be much lower. Luo Chen certainly understood that having ambitions was a good thing. Luo Chenya was busy getting a few cups of coffee when Luo Chen's mother's call came in, asking if they were done and if they could come back for a late-night snack. Although Luo Chen's mother didn't understand stocks, she was clear about Luo Chen's work schedule. As soon as it was past 4 in the morning, it was his time to rest after work. Since they wouldn't be drinking coffee anymore, Luo Chen smiled and asked Song Shuhai, "Are you going home or coming to my place for a late-night snack?" Song Shuhai was sweating profusely and immediately replied, "Of course." Luo Chenya teased him, "The boss is treating you to a late-night snack, and you say of course? Does the boss owe you?" Song Shuhai awkwardly laughed, but his face was happy. "I can treat you too, but I'm a bit broke right now." The group chatted and laughed as they headed back. As soon as they entered, a slightly stocky man with a tan face approached and said, "Yang Di, you're back?" This man turned out to be Luo Weidong's eldest son, Luo Yong, his cousin, and Zhu Yingying's husband. Luo Chen was taken aback. "Brother Yong? When did you come back?" Zhu Yingying quickly stepped forward to speak for him. "Your brother Yong arrived in the evening. I knew you were busy at night, so I didn't let him call you." Luo Chen pulled him to sit down at the dining table and turned to greet the others. "Everyone, eat up. My mom made late-night snacks, plain rice porridge with pickles. City folks generally prefer soup, and if they eat porridge, they like nutritious mixed grains, known as treasure porridge." However, Luo Chen didn't like it. The taste was too mixed. Plain rice porridge was good, with a fragrant aroma of rice. The dining table was filled with a large spread of dishes, prepared by Zhu Yingying and Wei Lin, with Zhu Yingying taking the lead and Wei Lin as the helper. Han Wenjun brought out red wine and poured a glass for everyone. Luo Chen also took a glass and tasted it lightly. It was sour and sweet, and he really didn't like it. "Brother, try a glass of red wine." Although Luo Chen didn't like drinking, he still urged his cousin Luo Yong to give it a try. Luo Yong raised the glass and took a sip, wanting to say something, but his eyes turned a bit red. He put down the glass and said to Luo Chen in a low voice, "I've been working at a construction site in the south, didn't earn any money, and got bullied. I originally wanted to find another site, but my dad said to come back and see if you could help me find a job. I don't have skills or education, and I'm afraid of being a burden to you." Zhu Yingying quickly added, "I wanted him to come back. Even if there's no work for him here, he can look for other sites. It's better than being out there." "It's fine." Luo Chen smiled and asked Luo Chenya, "Have the 2 drivers the company is hiring had any applicants?" Luo Chenya nodded, "4 called me yesterday, and 3 came to submit their information. I haven't shown you yet, and I haven't received any replies." Luo Chen nodded, "Alright, no need to show me. Just keep the standards and hire 2. My brother can drive too, let him start as a driver at the company." When Zhao Jinyu and Luo Weigua heard that Luo Chen was letting Luo Yang work as a driver at the company, their tense hearts relaxed. The elderly couple was worried about Luo Yang returning without a plan. With their son's assets being so substantial, it should be easy to find a place for Luo Yang, but they didn't want to interfere in their son's affairs while also wanting to help Luo Yang, feeling caught in a dilemma. Now, everything was settled. Zhu Yingying's worried face instantly broke into a smile. It seemed that her little brother-in-law was quite conscientious, unlike many who forget their roots and become arrogant after overnight wealth. In fact, Luo Chen was very sentimental, but he particularly hated grievances. He was the type to distinguish clearly between kindness and resentment. Since childhood, his father had been close to Uncle Luo Weigua's family. The two were brothers, and even the house was inherited from their ancestors, with each brother having half and the walls being shared. Luo Chen had the best relationship with Luo Yong when they were young. Whenever he felt wronged, he would turn to Luo Yong, and they often slept on the same bed as children. The family of Uncle De will definitely be taken care of by Luo Chen. He believes in repaying kindness and avenging grievances. If he were to become wealthy and a super rich person, he would never look down on his poor relatives. Zhao Jinyu stayed up, insisting on making porridge, and at that moment, she served everyone a small bowl of white rice porridge. Wei Lin and Zhu Yingying helped serve the porridge bowls, and Luo Qianya hurried over to assist. Song Shuhai had already heard Luo Chen call the aunt serving porridge mom, knowing that this was the Empress Dowager, so he dared not let her serve him and quickly went to get it himself. In the company where he had previously worked, there were also gatherings and activities, and the boss's family participated. The boss's family members were all high and mighty, completely avoiding contact with employees from the lower and middle levels. Although the boss's wealth could not compare to the young CEO Luo, the young CEO's family was different from those people, showing no airs at all, purely the demeanor of rural folks. Moreover, Luo Chen, as a boss, did not put on airs, but he still exuded a strong presence, a feeling of authority without anger. Luo Chen took a couple of bites of the dishes. That evening, Zhu Yingying had specifically chosen light dishes, so they tasted good. He then said to Zhu Yingying, "Sister-in-law, my company is currently hiring. Why don't you quit your job at the mobile phone store and come work as a cashier in my finance department? The cashier's job isn't difficult, you just need to distribute the money." Zhu Yingying was taken aback, then immediately nodded, "Sure, as long as you don't mind that my education level isn't high." Luo Chen smiled and said, "Sister-in-law has a high school diploma, you can work while also taking some time to enroll in a training class to learn. Besides, my parents are always idle, let's find them something to do, like temporarily picking up and dropping off Junjun." Zhao Jinyu immediately agreed, "That works, your dad and I just wander around here and there, always worried about having nothing to do." Luo Yong's eyes turned red again. After hearing Zhu Yingying, he realized that Luo Chen was indeed unimaginably rich. Before returning, he felt an invisible barrier had formed between him and his uncle's family, not for any other reason, but the gap between rich and poor. But now, looking at his uncle's family, they were still the same as before, simple and familial. Thinking of Luo Chen's care for their family, and recalling the grievances and struggles of life outside, he couldn't help but want to hug Luo Chen and cry. Luo Chen patted his shoulder and said, "You're just like my own brother, you're back now, so don't think about anything else. I'm here for you." The words "I'm here for you" struck a chord with Luo Yong and Zhu Yingying, making them want to cry. Unconsciously, Luo Chen naturally became the backbone of this big family. Others also felt moved and reassured. A boss who values loyalty is definitely worth following. Luo Chen ate a few more bites, finished the white rice porridge in his bowl, and put it down, saying, "Don't eat too much, it won't feel good if you're too full. After you all finish eating and drinking, just make do on the sofa for a while, and we can head back after dawn. I'm tired, I'll lie down for a bit." Han Wenjun waved his hand at him, "You hurry and sleep, we'll chat for a while." Among those present, only Luo Chen couldn't hold on, while everyone else was excited, especially Han Wenjun, Luo Qianya, and Song Shuhai. They had just witnessed a net income of 3.6 billion yuan that night. Although the money wasn't theirs, the boss had also given out generous bonuses, and their excitement was still high. How could they sleep? Zhu Yingying and Luo Yong were also very excited. They no longer worried about work, and their son had someone to look after him after school. Most importantly, Zhu Yingying knew that following her cousin Luo Chen meant limitless financial prospects. In the previous few times Luo Chen bought electronic products from their store, her commission had already totaled over 200,000 yuan. Luo Qianya took out her phone to check today's schedule and reminders. The hiring had already been arranged, but she suddenly saw that the boss, Luo Chen, had an important event today. The donation ceremony for the first high school was being held today, and important leaders from Chuan City, including Mayor Qin, would be present. This matter must not be forgotten. Luo Chen's duplex had a total of 4 bedrooms, and he occupied the master bedroom on the 2nd floor. He initially intended for his parents to stay there, but they chose a room downstairs, so he had to live there himself. There were still 2 empty rooms. Luo Yong and Zhu Yingying stayed in one with their son, while the other was for Luo Yunyun, who returned on weekends, leaving it empty during the week. Luo Qianya and Wei Lin lay together for a while. Song Shuai was excited, chatting with Han Wenjun until dawn. Although Zhao Jinyu had stayed up all night, she still got up at her usual time in the morning. When she saw Han Wenjun and Song Shuai chatting animatedly in the living room, she couldn't help but laugh and immediately made them fresh tea. At that moment, Luo Weigua hurried out of his room with his phone, looking somewhat grim. Zhao Jinyu asked him, "What's wrong?" Luo Weigua showed his phone, frowning, and said, "Luo Chen. His aunt has come, and the whole family is at the entrance of the community." From the tone, it sounds very. Upon hearing that Wang Zhenkue had come again, Han Wenjun stood up and said in a deep voice, "Does he dare to come? I'll go teach him a lesson and make him scram. What kind of person is he? Does he have no shame?" Luo Weigua shook his head to stop him. "Mr. Han, don't go. Although they are unkind, I still don't want to act unjustly. After all, they are my own sister and brother-in-law. If we don't get along, we just won't associate, but teaming up with outsiders against them is not acceptable." Han Wenjun thought for a moment and nodded. Indeed, it was best not to get involved in their family matters, but what Wang Zhenkue did was truly despicable. When Luo Weigua went out, Zhao Jinyu followed him, knowing that he was soft-hearted and cared for his sister, so she had to keep an eye on him. The two of them, with serious faces, arrived at the entrance of Tianzong City, where Captain Guo Zhuang led 7 security guards, glaring at Wang Zhenkue and Luo Chunlian. A few meters away, Wang Wei glanced nervously at Guo Zhuang. He was scared of these people. Wang Zhenkue had returned home in a rage yesterday, and when he told Luo Chunlian about it, she was equally furious. Had the second brother's family gone crazy? Wang Zhenkue was the most respected big shot in town, who wouldn't give him face? Moreover, her son Wang Wei had also reported a case, which made Luo Chunlian even angrier. Her son was her pride and joy. She couldn't bear to hit or scold him, yet he had been tricked by Luo Chen into bringing people to beat him up. Was this going too far? Luo Chunlian immediately called Luo Weigua, unleashing her anger over the phone, but to her surprise, her usually submissive second brother actually yelled at her and hung up. Luo Chunlian was even more furious. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. After discussing with Wang Zhenkue, as soon as dawn broke, the three of them drove to Chuan City, only to be blocked by security at the entrance of Tianzong City. Guo Zhuang had instructed all the security guards to keep a close watch on Wang Zhenkue and Wang Wei, ensuring they couldn't enter the community. The security guards didn't need to be told twice. Luo Chen had just given each of them a 20,000 yuan greeting gift, and other matters could wait, but anything related to Boss Luo's family was the top priority. After receiving reports from his subordinates, Guo Zhuang rushed to the entrance, standing like an iron tower outside the community, glaring at Wang Zhenkue. Wang Zhenkue, furious, shouted at him, "You're just a security guard, why are you acting so tough? The community is a public place. On what grounds are you not letting us in? I'm here to find Luo Weigua. I'm his brother-in-law, his own brother-in-law. If you keep this up, I'll call the police." Guo Zhuang completely ignored him, coldly replying, "I'm not acting tough, I'm just stating facts. Understand this clearly, Tianzong City is not a public place, it belongs to our boss Luo Chen's private property. We are employees of boss Luo's company, and it's our job to maintain order and security in Tianzong City. Who you are is none of my business, even if you were the king of heaven, it wouldn't matter." Guo Zhuang's firmness left Wang Zhenkue dumbfounded. He really had no way to deal with Guo Zhuang. The matter was on the other person's side, and they were not the owners of Tianzong City. If the other party didn't let them in, there was truly nothing they could do. However, Luo Chunlian suddenly jumped out. In the town and at home, everyone praised her, so when someone was disrespectful to her, it created a stark contrast in her heart. Originally, this matter was already tense, and with Guo Zhuang's provocation, she couldn't help but explode. Luo Chunlian rushed over, wanting to force her way into the community, and Guo Zhuang immediately shouted, "Form a human wall." Instantly, a bunch of security guards rushed over to form a human wall blocking the main entrance. Luo Chunlian squeezed a few times but couldn't get in and ended up being pushed down, sitting on the ground with her hair disheveled, crying and throwing a tantrum. Wang Wei looked at the fierce-looking security guards and didn't dare to approach. It was Wang Zhenkue who ran over to help Luo Chunlian up, and then he couldn't help but call Han Wenjun. He had just heard the security guard say that the Tianzong City community was the private property of boss Luo Chen. Wasn't that a huge joke? Even if Luo Chen had made some money through theft or deceit, to turn a large community like Tianzong City into his private property, he probably wouldn't have the ability to do so even if given 8 lifetimes. It was still too early, it was just past 7, and Han Wenjun probably hadn't gotten up yet. But Wang Zhenkue couldn't wait. He didn't understand how such a big boss, one of the richest people in Chuan City, could be deceived by that little scammer Luo Chen. It was really strange. Was Luo Chen's scamming skill that impressive? Wang Wei kept peering into the community's main entrance. Of course, he couldn't see the sales office from here. His BMW was still parked in front of the sales office. Wang Zhenkue calling Han Wenjun was also out of necessity. He had to clarify the situation with Han Wenjun no matter what. He needed to secure the business, or else he would be in trouble. Yesterday, Han Wenjun had already torn his face with him. He didn't know if he would still answer his call. Wang Zhenkue felt anxious, and after dialing, he waited nervously. But what he didn't expect was that as soon as he dialed, Han Wenjun actually picked up. Hello, is this Manager Han? I'm Wang Zhenkue. Please don't hang up. I need to tell you, you must not believe that scammer Luo Chen. I just heard your Tianzong City security guard say that Luo Chen is the owner of Tianzong City and that Tianzong City is his private property. Isn't that a huge joke? I really can't believe he dares to be so reckless in his deception. So Manager Han, if you have time, it would be best for us to talk face to face. I will explain everything about that little scammer clearly. Enough. Han Wenjun said impatiently. If he weren't at Luo Chen's house, he would have directly ignored Wang Zhenkue's call. He had 2 phones on him, and he had already blacklisted one of Wang Zhenkue's numbers yesterday. After thinking for a moment, Han Wenjun still said this to Wang Zhenkue. Wang Zhenkue, I didn't want to waste my breath with you, but considering your close relationship with Luo Chen, I'll advise you one more time. Stop looking down on others with your high and mighty attitude. Don't bully the young and poor, old Wang. And let me tell you something, Luo Chen is not deceiving me. He actually took out 30 billion in cash to buy Tianzong City. Tell me, which scammer has 30 billion in cash to buy a community? If you have any, introduce a few to me. What? Wang Zhenkue was stunned. Han Wenjun's words exploded in his mind like a thunderclap, leaving him confused and disoriented. Luo Chen took out 30 billion in cash to buy Tianzong City. Is that even possible? Wang Zhenkue would rather believe that his dead father crawled out of the grave than believe that Luo Chen had 30 billion in cash. Turning back, his wife Luo Chuanlian was still throwing a fit and crying, while his son Wang Wei was trembling, scared by the security guards. Although his son was usually praised by everyone in Xizang town, in reality, he was timid and weak. Without his father's status and face, his son was nothing. Wang Zhenkue suddenly thought, has he been a bit too much towards Luo Chen and his family? After calming down, Wang Zhenkue slowly regained his rationality and began to piece together the events of today and yesterday. Gradually, a cold sweat broke out on his back. Everything pointed to one truth, Luo Chen was indeed wealthy now, and extremely so. Yet yesterday, he had acted like a clown in front of Han Wenjun and Luo Chen, all the while thinking highly of himself, even though Han Wenjun had indeed reminded him midway. The more Wang Zhenkue thought about it, the hotter his face became. He hurried over to pull the tantrum throwing Luo Chuanlian up from the ground and walked her aside, shouting to his son Wang Wei, come here. At that moment, Luo Weiguo and Zhao Jinyu happened to come out and saw them from a distance. Guo Zhuang quickly stepped forward to salute Luo Weiguo, reporting loudly, Chairman, those 3 people are blocking the entrance of the community. Do you have any instructions? Guo Zhuang's voice was already loud, and he spoke even louder. Although Wang Zhenkue was 7 or 8 meters away, he heard it clearly, and his heart skipped a beat. This was bad. It seemed the matter was indeed serious. To be honest, although he was quite annoyed with Wang Zhenkue, Luo Weiguo still didn't want to be too ruthless. He nodded slightly to Guo Zhuang and said, alright, you go ahead and handle your business. I'll take care of this myself. Guo Zhuang was taken aback for a moment but quickly saluted in agreement. He just needed to follow orders, of course, he couldn't just leave. He kept a distance to monitor the situation, ready to rush over if Luo Weiguo and Wang Zhenkue got into a dispute. After dispersing the security guards blocking the entrance, Luo Weiguo took Zhao Jingyu out of the community gate. As soon as Luo Chuanlian raised her eyes, she saw Luo Weiguo and Zhao Jinyu, and she couldn't help but explode in anger. Second brother, I don't care how your family is scamming food and drink here, but how can you ruin Jinkuei's business? And bullying my son, that dog Luo Chen. When Wang Wei was little, we didn't give his good clothes to others but gave them to him. He is ungrateful and now repays kindness with malice. Is he even human? Luo Weiguo was instantly enraged by Luo Chuanlian's words, speechless. Zhao Jinyu immediately retorted, yes, I remember very clearly. When Luo Chen was 4, you brought us 4 pieces of Wang Wei's old clothes, 4 pieces. Later, you even said in front of us that Wang Wei's clothes were of high quality, and although they were old, Luo Chen didn't deserve to wear them. Haven't you stopped giving Luo Chen old clothes since then? I appreciate what you gave, but you don't need to belittle our Luo Chen like that. My son doesn't deserve to wear Wang Wei's high-quality clothes. Luo Chuanlian was momentarily at a loss for words, realizing it was indeed true, she had only given that one time. The reason she hadn't given more was that after Luo Chen wore Wang Wei's clothes, he looked quite handsome, and she felt Luo Chen looked better in them than Wang Wei, which made her unhappy, so she stopped giving clothes to Luo Chen. Zhao Jinyu coldly continued, also, Luo Chuanlian, although I as your sister-in-law, have never raised you or helped you. Your elder brother and second brother worked hard to support you and Luo Chunying through school. You didn't get into college but insisted on going to a technical school, while Luo Chunying got into college. The tuition, living expenses, and other costs for both of you, wasn't it your elder brother and second brother who sent it? Have you two ever repaid your elder brother and second brother? I'm not saying you need to repay us, but after you and Luo Chunying got married, you were afraid our poor relatives would embarrass you, never introducing our relationship outside. No matter how good your conditions are, I don't expect to benefit from you, but I ask you not to slander and wrong my son. Your son is a person, but my son isn't? Luo Chuanlian felt guilty, but how could she allow the poor second sister-in-law, whom she had always looked down upon, to jump on her head and show her power? With crossed fingers, she started to scold, Zhao Jinyu, don't you know what's good for you? I only call you second sister-in-law because you're good. If you're not, I won't even recognize you. That good-for-nothing Luo Chun from your family ruined our project, and you won't let him go to General Han to clarify things? This isn't over. Zhao Jinyu laughed in anger, saying, fine, go ahead and make a scene, but let me tell you something, my son has already bought Tianzong City. It's useless for you to look for General Han, my son decides who gets the project. You Wang family, please, we can't afford to have rich relatives like you. Luo Chuanlian also wanted to laugh. This poor second sister-in-law was talking big without fear of biting her tongue, claiming that Luo Chen had already bought Tianzong City. She couldn't even afford the model in the sales office, let alone buy a community. Who would have thought that Wang Zhenkui suddenly slapped Luo Chuanlian, the sound echoing loudly? Luo Chuanlian was stunned, then felt the pain, covering her face and staring at Wang Zhenkui, taking a long time to realize he had hit her. Unable to hold back, she shouted, Wang Zhenkui, have you lost your mind? Wang Zhenkui grabbed her, covering her mouth to silence her, while turning to Luo Weiguo and Zhao Jinyu, saying, second brother, second sister-in-law, you go back first. I'll find a time later to apologize. After that, he yelled at his dazed son Wang Wei, get in the car, you good for nothing. Wang Zhenkui drove a Land Rover, pushing Luo Chuanlian into the car, then called for Wang Wei to hurry up and get in, speeding away. After driving for a few minutes, far from Tianzong City, Wang Zhenkui said to Luo Chuanlian, you're foolish, I told you not to speak, yet you still want to show off. Luo Chuanlian covered her still painful face, pulled down her makeup mirror, and saw her right cheek swollen high, with 5 clear finger marks. Unable to help herself, she cursed, Wang Zhenkui, I want a divorce. Wang Zhenkui frowned, saying, enough, stop with the nonsense. Hurry and call your sister Chunying to ask about the situation, see if she knows anything about Luo Chen's fortune. Luo Chuanlian was taken aback, exclaiming, you mean, are you saying Luo Chen really got rich? Wang Zhenkui snorted, they all say you're foolish, not paying attention to things. Those security guards called your second brother chairman, and even General Han made it clear to me that Luo Chen spent 3 billion in cash to buy Tianzong City. Tianzong City is now your second brother's private property. After taking a breath, Wang Zhenkui continued, your second sister-in-law also said that the project of Tianzong City is decided by Luo Chen, he can give it to whoever he wants. Don't you see? The Luo Chen we looked down on and slandered is really very rich. Just the 3 billion he spent to buy Tianzong City, I could work a lifetime as a contractor and never earn that much. Now, let's not talk about this, I want to slap myself a few times. You hurry and call Luo Chunying to ask, then we can discuss how to apologize and make amends. Hello, Chunying, do you know about second brother's family? Have you heard about Luo Chen? Of course I heard. Luo Chen is really impressive, he donated 4 to 5 million to the school, replacing all the desks and chairs for the students, and donated 200 Apple computers, each costing around 18 to 19,000. The teachers don't even have such good computers, and later, I heard from the school that this is just a small matter. Luo Chen donated 100 million to build a new school. Without Luo Chuanlian needing to ask, Luo Chunying spilled everything. Sister, 100 million. Does Luo Chen even see us, his 2 aunts? He'd rather donate that much money than give it to us. What kind of person is he? Luo Chuanlian was instantly dumbfounded. It turned out Luo Chen wasn't a fraud, he really had gotten rich, and not just a little, but a tremendous amount. Buying Tianzong City for 3 billion, donating 100 million to build a new school, casually giving away 4 to 5 million, what on earth did he do to earn such wealth? Even printing money wouldn't be this fast, right? Wang Zhenkui was driving and heard everything clearly, feeling a deep regret in his heart, wishing he could slap himself. Yesterday, President Han had clearly pointed it out, so why didn't he listen and instead insisted that Luo Chen was a fraud? And his son, that bastard, the root of all trouble lay with him. But then Wang Zhenkui thought to himself that he wasn't much better, his son was foolish, and he was foolish too. After a moment, Wang Zhenkui suddenly remembered something and quickly asked Wang Wei, I heard you've been hanging out with a woman named Zhu Hongyan these past few months? Wang Wei stammered and didn't dare to say it outright, so Wang Zhenkue continued, I also heard she's Luo Chen's ex-girlfriend? Did you have a hand in this? Hearing his father's tone turn serious, Wang Wei quickly deflected, I just met Luo Chen last year, and Zhu Hongyan latched onto me. Wang Zhenkue was furious, ready to hit him if he weren't driving, and shouted angrily, you better call her right now and cut ties immediately, no more contact. Oh, got it, Wang Wei pouted in response. Although he wasn't smart, he wasn't stupid either. Upon hearing that Luo Chen had really struck it rich, he knew he had to change his position and quickly took out his phone to call Zhu Hongyan. Zhu Hongyan hadn't returned to Xizang with him last night and was still in Chuan City. It was still early, and when she answered Wang Wei's call, she was yawning and asked, what's up so early? Wang Wei didn't beat around the bush and said directly, let's break up, don't contact me anymore. Zhu Hongyan was taken aback, and after a few seconds, her voice turned sharp, Wang Wei, what do you mean? You think you can just dump me after using me? I'll tell you, no way. If you make me angry, I'll go to your house and cause a scene, or to your wife's house, and ruin your reputation. Wang Wei was stunned. When it came to IQ, he really couldn't match Zhu Hongyan. In his panic, he blurted out, what good would it do you to cause a scene? It's not like I want to break up with you. I'm telling you, Luo Chen has struck it rich. He bought Tianzong City for 30 billion and donated 100 million to Chuan City No. 1 high school. My aunt just told my mom that. On the other end, Zhu Hongyan seemed to be dumbfounded and didn't say anything. After a while, Wang Wei heard the busy tone on his phone. She had already hung up. Wang Zhenkue couldn't help but curse, you idiot. How did I end up with such a fool for a son? Don't you think this is enough trouble? Do you think telling her about Luo Chen will lead to anything good? Wang Zhenkue was an old hand. He could guess what kind of person Zhu Hongyan was with just his toes, pleasure-seeking, spending money like water, willing to do anything for money. And precisely because his son Wang Wei was that kind of person too, they hit it off perfectly. After scolding his son, Wang Zhenkue sighed, there was no helping it, he was his own flesh and blood. He thought for a moment and then said to his still-dazed wife, Luo Chunlian, let's not go home yet. Let's go to No. 1 high school and talk to Shulin. We both need to think of a way to mend our relationship with Erd's family. Tianzong City, Luo Chen's home. Luo Chen, wanting to sleep in, was still in bed. In the living room, Luo Chenya glanced at the clock and then at the upstairs direction, hesitating. Just then, she saw Wei Lin and an idea struck her. Wei Lin, come on, go wake the boss up with me. Wei Lin was taken aback. Why do you want me to wake him up? Luo Chenya made a pitiful face and said, I'm scared, I'm just a little assistant. You're different, you're his girlfriend, right? It's more appropriate for you to wake him up. We have to leave for No. 1 high school in an hour for the donation ceremony, just help me out. Wei Lin's face flushed, and she mumbled, he never said I was his girlfriend, but the words sounded nice to her, and she shyly agreed to go. As she went upstairs, Wei Lin's heart raced. She decided to knock on the door first. If she woke him up, she wouldn't go in. However, when Wei Lin reached the door of Luo Chen's bedroom, she realized he hadn't closed the door at all. She held her breath, peeking in quietly. Luo Chen was sprawled out on the bed, one foot sticking out from under the blanket. After hesitating for a moment, Wei Lin mustered her courage and called out, Luo Chen. There was no response. She called out 2 more times, but still nothing. Gaining a bit more courage, Wei Lin crouched down and entered, poking Luo Chen's back gently, saying, Luo Chen, it's time to get up. Luo Chen mumbled a reluctant, and grumbled, what is it? Wei Lin quickly replied, Chenya asked me to wake you up. We need to go to the 1st high school for a donation ceremony soon, she said. Luo Chen's mind jolted awake, and he instantly lost all sleepiness. How could he have forgotten about that? Wei Lin gasped and, covering her eyes, turned and ran away. Luo Chenya was downstairs in the living room, sipping a drink while glancing towards the stairs. Suddenly, she saw Wei Lin rush down, face flushed and hands covering her face, and couldn't help but laugh. Luckily, she had cleverly sent Wei Lin up. That scene was definitely not suitable for children. Wei Lin ran downstairs, biting her lip and shooting a glare at Luo Chenya, only to find her stifling a laugh, which made her unable to resist pinching Luo Chenya's waist, and the 2 girls burst into laughter. Xu Ying didn't go to work. She had already called the manager to resign. She just needed to handle the departure procedures and settle her salary at noon. This morning, she had also gotten up early to make breakfast with her aunt, Zhao Jinyu. The breakfast was simple, and after Luo Chen got up and ate, Luo Chenya urged him to head to the 1st high school, then handed the car keys to Luo Yong, saying, Younggu, here are the car keys. You drive. Luo Yong didn't hold back, excitedly walking to the front. When he saw the car in the underground garage, his hands trembled a bit. A Mercedes-Benz sedan. He had never imagined he would even get to touch or sit in one. Carefully and excitedly, Luo Yang drove the car out of the garage, where Luo Chen and Luo Qianya were already waiting downstairs. Luo Qianya opened the back door for Luo Chen to get in, then took the front seat, leaving the back for the boss. As Luo Yang drove, he excitedly said, "Yang Di, driving this car is really different, it's amazing. There's not even a sound in the car." Luo Chen smiled and said, "Let's let Qianya drive this car for now. A few more cars are on the way, Qianya." Luo Qianya responded and turned her head to look at Luo Chen. "I see that the company ordered all Mercedes-Benz cars, but it still feels like the class isn't high enough. After the donation ceremony, let's take a trip to the provincial capital and buy a few higher-end cars." Luo Yang couldn't help but gasp. Even a car worth over $1 million wasn't high enough, and they wanted even more luxurious ones. Suddenly, a person darted out in front of them, and Luo Yang was taken aback, slamming on the brakes. Since he wasn't wearing a seatbelt, Luo Chen nearly slammed into the seat back in front of him. Frowning, he looked ahead and saw that someone had jumped out to block the car. Moreover, he recognized the person, not just recognized, but was intimately familiar with her. The person who jumped out to block the car was his ex-girlfriend, Zhu Hongyan. "What are you doing? Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Luo Yang shouted as he rolled down the window. Zhu Hongyan, with red eyes, said sorrowfully, "Luo Chen, get out of the car, I have something to say to you." Luo Qianya didn't know Zhu Hongyan and turned to look at Luo Chen. Luo Chen pondered for a moment, waved his hand to Luo Yang, and said, "Let's go." Luo Yang nodded, ignoring Zhu Hongyan, and began to reverse the car, intending to move aside. But Zhu Hongyan pressed herself tightly against the front of the car, calling out to Luo Chen inside, "Luo Chen, get out of the car, I have something to say to you." Luo Yang glanced back at Luo Chen, unsure of what he meant. After thinking for a moment, Luo Chen rolled down the window and said flatly, "If you have something to say, hurry up, I have things to do." Zhu Hongyan quickly ran to the window, tears streaming down her face as she cried, "Luo Chen, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Can you forgive me? You forgive me, and I promise to be good to you for the rest of my life." Luo Chen couldn't help but chuckle coldly, saying, "If I had known today would come, why bother back then?" Zhu Hongyan immediately burst into tears. Luo Chen, too lazy to look at her, said, "Step aside, I'm leaving." Zhu Hongyan suddenly grabbed the car window, twisting her head and crying, I won't leave, please forgive me." Zhu Hongyan was not actually unattractive, she had a decent appearance, but now, as she cried, she looked pitiful. However, Luo Chen no longer felt the same way about her. All he saw was her ugliness. He watched her perform for a while and then said, "You want me to forgive you? Fine, I forgive you. Now step aside." Zhu Hongyan was instantly overjoyed, raising her tear-streaked face to Luo Chen and saying in surprise, "You forgave me? Great! I promise to listen to you from now on, I promise to be devoted to you." "Stop!" Luo Chen interrupted her directly, "Your promises have nothing to do with me. In fact, I no longer care about forgiving you or not, because you simply don't matter to me anymore. Do you really think I would consider reconciling with you? Then I can only say you're overthinking it." Zhu Hongyan was stunned. Luo Chen's indifference sent a chill through her heart, as if she didn't exist at all. Luo Chen waved towards the security booth. "Wei Zhuang, drag her away." Several security guards, already eyeing the situation, rushed over as soon as Luo Chen spoke, grabbing Zhu Hongyan like eagles catching a chick. Zhu Hongyan struggled and cried out again. Her wealth and status, her life of luxury, all turned into a dreamlike illusion because of her own actions. Luo Chen couldn't be bothered to look at her, silently raising the window. Luo Yang spat towards Zhu Hongyan outside, driving while muttering, "I've never seen such a thick-skinned woman." Of course, Wang Wei was no better. How could a cousin do this to Luo Chen? Not even as good as a beast. The drive from Tianzong City to Yizhong took about 10 minutes. As Luo Yang approached Yizhong, he suddenly said nervously, "Why are there so many police officers?" Luo Qianya looked closely and smiled, "These are traffic police, maintaining order. Besides, we have all our documents in order, and we're not breaking any laws, so what are you afraid of?" Luo Yang smiled awkwardly, and when they reached the school gate, he realized that these were all there to maintain order at the school. The school gate was wide open, with two lines of students, one of boys and one of girls, each holding a bouquet of hydrangeas. In front of the gate stood a dozen people, and from the back row, Luo Chen saw Mayor Qin, Director Xia, Principal Wan, and others through the windshield. Luo Yang slowly parked the car, and Director He ran over quickly, opening the door with a big smile to welcome Luo Chen out. Qin Feiyang and Xia Zhengang approached one after the other, and after shaking hands with them, Luo Chen smiled bitterly. "Mayor Qin, is it really necessary to make such a big deal?" Qin Feiyang shook his head seriously. "It must be grand. We need the people of Chuan City to remember this event. It's a benevolent act that will benefit generations. A security guard came to guide Luo Yong on where to park, and after parking, the scene at the school was truly overwhelming. Today, classes were suspended for a ceremony, with thousands of students, over 200 teachers, and countless parents and citizens present. The school had opened its doors to the public, and news had been released early in the morning. The Chuan City TV station had just procured a batch of high-tech equipment, and reporters and camera crews surrounded Luo Chen for interviews. A red carpet was laid out in the middle of the small playground, and the host was Wang Ning, the news anchor from Chuan City TV. A dozen people crowded around Luo Chen and Qin Feiyang, and Wang Ning, dressed in a white suit, appeared sharp and efficient, welcoming Luo Chen and Mayor Qin to the center of the stage, holding a microphone and saying, "Welcome our brightest entrepreneur in Chuan City, General Manager Luo Chen." Then there was a deafening round of applause. Citizens, common folks, teachers, students, everyone was clapping sincerely, for it was truly rare in these times to donate such a large sum for charity. Several budget proposals for new school buildings were set up at the entrance and on the playground, with an investment of 100 million. Apart from Luo Chen, there probably wouldn't be anyone else in Chuan City who could donate such an amount. "Everyone, quiet down, quiet down." Wang Ning spoke up again. "I think everyone understands the significance of today's event, so let's invite our protagonist, Mr. Luo Chen, to say a few words." Another round of applause erupted, but this time everyone clapped and then settled down. Luo Chen took the microphone from Wang Ning's hand, cleared his throat lightly, and began, "Hello everyone, I am Luo Chen, a true Chuan City native. I work in financial investment, mainly in U.S. stocks and international futures, making money from international capitalists. My family is from the countryside, and I grew up in poverty. I didn't even finish high school before dropping out. A few days ago, I took my sister to school, and when I arrived, I saw." Luo Chen pointed at the old buildings and the unpaved playground, saying, "Students live in dilapidated buildings, using worn-out desks and chairs. The school doesn't have a cafeteria, so they eat sitting on the ground in this playground. Seeing this broke my heart, so I made a decision then. I want to donate money to build a school that meets the highest standards in the country." Mayor Qin waved his hand, and two staff members immediately brought over a large printed check that read 100 million yuan. Luo Yong felt a surge of excitement in the crowd and suddenly spotted several familiar faces on the left side. It was his Aunt Luo Chunlian, Uncle Wang Zhenkui, younger Aunt Luo Chunying, and Uncle Jiang Shulin. They were huddled together, their expressions truly indescribable. Wang Ning, ever adept at sensing the mood, took the opportunity while everyone was moved and excited to ask Luo Chen, "Mr. Luo, could you share your thoughts on donating 100 million? Luo Chen smiled slightly and said, "Actually, Mayor Qin," and suddenly turned to Qin Feiyang, "How many townships do we have in Chuan City?" Qin Feiyang was surprised by his sudden change of topic but nodded and answered, "Chuan City has 12 townships. Luo Chen clenched his fist and said, "Good, I've decided to donate 30 million to build an elementary school in each township, totaling 360 million for all 12 townships. I want every child in our Chuan City to be able to study in a good environment." Mayor Qin was taken aback. Director Xie was stunned. Principal Huang was shocked. The thousands of people present were all in disbelief. Wang Ning was also momentarily speechless. How did this deviate from the script? Suddenly realizing that Luo Chen had added another 360 million for building schools, he thought, "Wow, is this kid just burning through money, or is he truly a great benefactor sent by heaven?" Among the crowd, Luo Chen's aunt and younger aunt, Jiang Shulin, and Wang Zhenkui felt as if their hearts were being sliced open. Luo Chen didn't treat money as money at all. They were all deeply affected by Luo Chen's sudden increase in donations, as if he were spending their money instead of his own. Wang Ning, being the host, was the first to react and praised, "Mr. Luo, I feel suddenly at a loss for words. After several years of being a news host, this is the first time I've been so moved. Mr. Luo, on behalf of everyone in Chuan City, thank you for providing the children of Chuan City with an excellent environment to create their future." "Thank you." Luo Chen politely nodded, "You're welcome. I wish all the children a bright future." At this moment, Mayor Qin regained some composure, stepped forward, shook Luo Chen's hand, and suddenly his eyes turned red, but a smile appeared on his face. "Mr. Luo, thank you." The thank you was sincere. Most people wouldn't understand that it's rare for a politician like him to genuinely say thank you to anyone. The news of Luo Chen donating 360 million had not been mentioned to anyone before, and when it was suddenly revealed, it had the explosive effect of dropping a nuclear bomb. After the donation ceremony, Qin Feiyang invited Luo Chen to his office to discuss the specifics of the operation. Luo Chen waved his hand and pushed Luo Chenya forward, saying, "Mayor Qin, for financial matters, please contact my assistant Luo Chenya directly in the future. However, you need to establish a special team to assess the exact costs. My 360 million does not mean that this is the fixed amount. You should follow the highest domestic standards to ensure practicality without waste. If the costs exceed the budget, I will increase the funding separately, but I absolutely will not allow any shortcuts in quality. I will set up a quality inspection team, and if the project quality does not meet the standards, I will refuse to pay. Qin Feiyang readily agreed, no problem, I will report the situation to the top leadership and apply to be in charge of this project. In Xuan City, a project worth 400 to 500 million is already considered a major project, especially in education. Undoubtedly, Luo Chen's donation and construction project would bring unimaginable benefits to Qin Feiyang's career. Luo Chen was practically his lucky star. Principal Huang arranged for 2 students to present flowers to Luo Chen, both girls holding a bouquet each. One girl was blushing with excitement, while the other looked somewhat gloomy and unhappy. Luo Chen smiled as he accepted the flowers. He recognized the unhappy girl as Jiang Shiqi, his aunt's daughter, who had always been quite proud and had never spoken to him when visiting their home. Naturally, they had no familial ties as they grew up. This was, of course, related to the educational values instilled by Jiang Shulin and Luo Chunying. Jiang Shiqi looked down on Luo Chen and Luo Yunyun, but ironically, Luo Yunyun's academic performance was better than hers, which made Jiang Shiqi extremely envious and she never spoke to her. Now that Luo Chen had suddenly become wealthy, it inadvertently elevated his sister Luo Yunyun's status, a change Jiang Shiqi could not psychologically accept. The school had specifically chosen her to present flowers to Luo Chen because of the familial relationship between their families. Her parents, Jiang Shulin and Luo Chunying, had particularly instructed her to maintain a good relationship with Luo Chen, as their family would need his support in the future. After accepting the flowers, Luo Chen chatted with Qin Feiyang for a few moments before calling Luo Chenya to the car and instructing, Chenya, privately inform the school that the project team cannot include Jiang Shulin, otherwise, you will have to drag it out with them. Luo Chenya glanced at him and asked, who is Jiang Shulin? Luo Chen chuckled, a teacher from the first high school, also my uncle by marriage. My dad has 2 sisters, you should know my eldest aunt, Wang Zhenkui's family. My uncle by marriage is Jiang Shulin. Although my 2 uncles work in different fields, their personalities are exactly the same. As for me, Luo Chen sneered again, pausing before continuing, my principle is this, for those who have helped me, I repay with gratitude, for those who have wronged me, I return the favor double. If you expect me to forget those grievances and smile back, then I'm sorry, that's not my style. Luo Chenya nodded, I understand. Then she got out of the car, feeling a headache. The young boss had thrown this huge task onto her. The trust from the boss was certainly a joy, but it was also exhausting, a mix of pain and happiness. Luo Chen said to Luo Yong, brother, let's go. Once Luo Chen left, Luo Chenya became the center of attention, with several leaders inviting her to the school office for discussions. After taking a sip of mineral water, Luo Chenya said to Principal Huang, Principal Huang, I have one condition for the project that you must agree to. Principal Huang and Director He were both taken aback, exclaiming, what conditions? Luo Chenya glanced around the office to ensure there were no others present before she said earnestly, in our collaborative project, the presence of Jiang Shulin is absolutely not allowed, now or in the future. Principal Huang was momentarily stunned and turned to look at Director He. Director He also found it strange and couldn't help but remind Luo Chenya, Miss Luo, this teacher Jiang Shulin is the uncle of President Luo. I don't know if you. Luo Chenya immediately interrupted him, I don't know, nor do I want to inquire, but I can tell Principal Huang and Director He that this condition was personally instructed to me by President Luo before he left. Principal Huang's expression suddenly turned contemplative, and after a moment, he instructed Director He, you handle it. Everything should be based on President Luo's wishes. It was no joke. How could they go against the wishes of the major investor? It was clear that Luo Chen and Jiang Shulin had a strained relationship. So what if they were uncle and niece? Even biological fathers and sons, brothers could have irreconcilable differences. Jiang Shulin brought over the tea and lowered his voice, saying, Chunying, he should just say less. That money was earned by Luo Chen himself, neither stolen nor robbed. He can use it however he wants. For you? Have you ever thought about what you've given them over the years? Jiang Shulin shook his head, regretfully saying, if I had known Luo Chen would achieve so much, I should have treated him better back then. Unfortunately, there was no remedy for regret. Luo Chunying was taken aback. She realized she indeed hadn't given Luo Chen anything. Over the years, she hadn't treated her older brothers well either, always looking down on them, and often feeling embarrassed by them, never considering them as family. But she had developed a mindset where her older brothers only gave to her, while she gave nothing in return. It was hard for her to change that mindset, and subconsciously, she regarded Luo Chen's wealth as something she should also possess, which only made her more infuriated. Wang Zhenkue sipped his tea, his brow tightly furrowed. His current project was entirely dependent on Luo Chen. If Luo Chen agreed, he could enjoy a lavish life for a year. If not, he wouldn't earn a single penny. This year's projects were particularly hard to secure, so he had to think of ways to mend his relationship with Luo Chen. However, seeking help from Jiang Shulin was useless. Their relationship was merely superficial, filled with hidden schemes. Luo Chunlian and Luo Chunying whispered to each other about how to approach their second brother, as they believed he was particularly protective of them. While discussing, Luo Chunlian suddenly mentioned that Luo Chen had spent 30 billion to buy Tianzong City, causing Jiang Shulin and Luo Chunying to be stunned. 30 billion, oh my, how much had Luo Chen actually earned? But it was easy to guess that Luo Chen couldn't possibly have only 5 or 6 billion. If he had just a few billion, no fool would donate it all, right? Luo Chunying gritted her teeth in resentment towards Luo Weigua, saying, I say, second brother is really confused. How could he let Luo Chen do as he pleases, donating 4 or 5 billion just like that? Sister, why don't we go to Tianzong City to see second brother later? Upon hearing this, Luo Chunlian slapped her thigh in frustration, saying, don't even mention it. We went there this morning, but the security at Tianzong City wouldn't let us in, and they were fierce. Chuanlian. Wang Zhenkue suddenly interrupted her, giving her a look. Luo Chuanlian huffed, and although she didn't say anything further, her expression was still a mix of resentment and anger. Jiang Shulin felt pleased. Wang Zhenkue had been bragging about earning over 1 million this year, changing cars, and buying a BMW for his son, showing off endlessly, while he was still driving that old BYD, losing all face. Now it's all good, they have completely ruined their relationship with Luo Chen. Although my relationship with Luo Chen isn't great either, I took the opportunity to build connections in front of the school leaders. Joining the project team and making some money shouldn't be a problem. At the end of the year, I can make some moves, using Luo Chen's uncle's name as a cover, and getting promoted to director or vice principal should still be feasible. In a couple of years, with some more maneuvering, I could directly become the principal. Once I'm the principal, how far can the education bureau director be? Just as I was feeling pleased with myself, my phone suddenly rang. I looked and saw it was Director He calling. I immediately raised my finger to signal Luo Chunying, Luo Chunlian, and Wang Zhenkue to be quiet before answering the call. Hello, Director He. I'm in the teacher's office. What instructions do you have? I'll take care of it right away. Huh, what? I've been removed from the project team? Why? Luo Chunying was startled upon hearing this and quickly ran over to listen to the phone conversation with Jiang Shulin. Jiang Shulin put the phone on speaker, and Director He's voice came through. Teacher Jiang, I don't know the exact reason, but this decision wasn't made by us, it was made by President Luo's side. His personal assistant just emphasized this point. I think. Director He paused for effect before continuing. I think you should understand the reason behind this, right? After saying that, Director He didn't even say goodbye and hung up the phone. Jiang Shulin was dumbfounded. Luo Chunying jumped up angrily and cursed, this dog thing. He doesn't remember any family ties, does he? I'm going to find my second brother. Luo Chunlian quickly grabbed her, sighed, and advised, Chunying, listen to me, listen to me. Luo Chunying was so furious she was panting, gritting her teeth, wanting to vent her anger on her second brother Luo Weigua. Luo Chunlian held her back, sighed again, and gently advised, Chunying, I was just like you this morning, angrily going to find our second brother to reason with them, wanting to vent. But you saw the result. You should think about it. What reason do you have to be angry with them? He has money now and doesn't need to live by your face anymore. If you go over like this, it will be no different from our current situation. It's useless to find the second brother. He listens to Luo Chen now. Don't you think about it? Luo Chen is a big boss with a fortune of tens of billions. Can we still act tough with him? As Luo Chunlian spoke, she sighed again, feeling self-pity. No. Things are different now. We were indeed too harsh on them in the past. There's a saying, if you don't accompany the sunset, who are you when the sun rises again? We didn't treat him well when he was poor, can you expect him to treat us well now that he's rich? Luo Chunying was left speechless and after a while muttered, who knew he could become so wealthy? Wang Zhenkue also angrily chimed in, who knew, who knew? Let's stop talking nonsense and discuss how to win back our relationship with the second brother. No more guarding against each other. If we keep this up, no one will benefit. We need to work together. Jiang Shulin sighed, wanting to say something but couldn't bring himself to speak, even too lazy to move his mouth. Because he suddenly realized that Luo Chen had become so high and mighty, he was now looking up at a height that was almost out of sight. Having the school kick him out of the project team was clearly revenge, but he had no way to fight back. How could he win? Luo Chunying looked at her dejected husband Jiang Shulin, then at her frustrated sister and brother-in-law Wang Zhenkue, and suddenly rushed out, "I'm going to find my second brother. He loved me the most when we were kids. If he doesn't let Luo Chen allow Shulin back into the project team, I'll die in front of him." Luo Yong sighed while driving, "I haven't been around here for years, the changes are so big." Luo Chen smiled and suddenly said, "Brother, do you remember the year you brought me to Chuan City for the first time? We were both so hungry our stomachs were growling, and then we went to Wenwen's snack shop to eat soup dumplings?" Luo Yong smiled and said, "How could I forget? We only had enough money for a basket of dumplings, and we each split it in half, still not full. We drank a few bowls of the scallion soup from the snack vendor, haha. Who would have thought that 6 or 7 years later, you would become such a big boss?" Luo Chen replied, "No matter how big a boss you are still my brother." After saying this, he instructed Luo Yong, "Brother, find a place to park the car. Let's go try the snacks at Wenwen's. That little dumpling. Sometimes I dream about eating it, I've never had anything better." "Alright." Luo Yong agreed, driving towards the old city area. Wenwen Snacks are located in the northern part of the old district of Chuan City, and it has been there for many years without moving. However, once they arrived, Luo Yong circled around but couldn't find a place to park. Luo Chen told him to stop, got out of the car first, and noticed a narrow alley next to Wenwen's, about 4 meters wide, filled with street vendors. Luo Chen approached a vendor, an aunt in her 50s, and asked, "Auntie, how much can you earn in a day?" The aunt shook her head with a bitter smile and said, "What can I earn? It was better before, but now it's not. People nowadays are particular, they want hygiene and a good environment. We street vendors have a few plastic stools and folding tables, and we're out in the open. Nowadays, people care about their image and won't accept it. I'm just making a meager living, anyway, my children aren't around, so I might as well keep myself active." Luo Chen smiled and said, "Auntie, how about this? I have a car." He pointed to the big Benz that Luo Yong was driving. "I want to go eat something at Wenwen's. Could you move your stall back a few meters? I'll park the car for a bit, and I'll give you 1,000 yuan, is that okay?" 1,000 yuan? The aunt was taken aback. She worked from morning till night, earning 200 to 300 yuan a day, and after expenses, she would make just over 100. This young man wanted to give her 1,000 just to park? The aunt looked at the car Luo Yong was driving and realized it was a big Benz. This young man must be from a wealthy family. Rich people have strange temperaments. Why would they come to this old, shabby place to eat instead of a nice restaurant? Seeing the aunt hesitating, Luo Chen immediately took out his phone and scanned the QR code on her cart, transferring 1,000 yuan. The small speaker on the cart, which had an automatic announcement feature, immediately chimed, "Alipay account credited with 1,000 yuan. He really transferred 1,000. The aunt was stunned, then quickly moved her cart and stools to clear the space, saying, "You young people, if you really want to give, 100 yuan is enough. Scanning 1,000 is too much." Luo Chen smiled and said, "Not too much, not too much. Thank you, auntie. We'll eat and then leave." He then waved for Luo Yong to park the car. Luo Yong carefully parked the car in the alley, and the aunt waved her hand, saying, "You go eat, I'll keep an eye on your car." Luo Chen smiled and nodded, then entered Wenwen Snacks with Luo Yong. Inside, Wenwen's was indeed very old. The chairs creaked as one sat down, seeming like they might collapse. The master chef was still the same chubby man, though his hair had turned much whiter. The woman collecting money was still the same, but she had wrinkles around her eyes. She was probably Wenwen, who was a young woman back then and was now in her 30s, approaching 40. Luo Yong asked Luo Chen, "What do you want to eat?" Luo Chen looked at the menu on the wall, saying as he read, 2 baskets of dumplings, 2 servings of shredded pork with green peppers noodles, and, 2 bowls of scallion soup. The dumplings were a must, he dreamed of eating them. The shredded pork noodles would take a while, but the dumplings were ready and arrived immediately, steaming hot. Luo Chen picked up his chopsticks and ate one dumpling in a single bite, then another. Oddly, he felt that the taste wasn't as good as before. The filling seemed a bit salty and not fresh. Luo Chen picked up a bowl of scallion soup and took a sip. It was faint, seemingly lacking the flavor he remembered. He couldn't help but quietly ask Luo Yong, "Brother, don't you think it doesn't taste like before?" Luo Yong shook his head with a smile. "Actually, it still tastes the same as before, but people are no longer the same. Back then, my pockets were as heavy as 2 or 4, I had no money, and I was hungry and poor. Eating this felt like the most delicious thing in the world. Now, what do you want to eat? This flavor was just average to begin with. If you eat it again, of course, it won't taste like before." Luo Chen fell silent, putting down his chopsticks, no longer wanting to eat. At that moment, the vendor ant brought over 2 bowls of rice wine tang yuan, saying, "You've given me too much, I always feel bad about it. I brought you 2 bowls of rice wine tang yuan. I sell this every day, and I make it myself. Just try the taste, if it's good, eat it, if you don't like it, leave it." Luo Chen scooped up a tang yuan and tasted it. It was sweet and glutinous, and he praised, delicious." He finished the bowl of tang yuan, but he couldn't eat any more of the soup dumplings. However, he was full. Luo Yong finished the soup dumplings and a small bowl of rice wine tang yuan, patting his belly and saying he was about to burst. Luo Chen smiled, took out his phone, and just then received a call. Seeing it was Wei Chang, he answered immediately. "Luo Zong, I have a high-end sports car for you. Do you want it?" Wei Chang spoke excitedly and quickly. Ferrari 812, net price 5.3 million, on the road 6 million. It was ordered by a real estate tycoon's son, but after waiting for half a year, his family had some financial issues, and he can't take the car anymore. "Most people think it's too expensive, so I thought I'd see if you want it." Luo Chen replied, "Sure, I was thinking of ordering a few more cars anyway, so I'll come to you." He thanked the vendor ant, drove out, and headed straight for Jun Cheng car dealership. Wei Chang was already waiting at the entrance, directing him to park as soon as he saw his car. As soon as Luo Chen got out, Wei Chang excitedly pulled him straight into the showroom. Inside, many people were gathered around a red Ferrari supercar, with a salesperson inside starting and stopping the convertible roof, looking flashy, like a transformer, opening and closing. The crowd around was filled with envy, but unfortunately, it was just too expensive. With a total price of 6 million, even with a loan, it was hard to bear. A 30% down payment would be 1.8 million, and the remaining 4 million loan, even with a 3-year mortgage, would mean paying about 150,000 a month. Few could afford that. Luo Chen didn't even glance at it, directly telling Wei Chang, "Alright, I want this car. Also, order me 2 more cars of a higher class." Wei Chang was taken aback. "You still want to buy cars? 3 Mercedes-Benzes aren't enough?" Luo Chen smiled and said, "I just feel like it's a bit lacking in class. Do you have any cars in the 8 to 9 million range? Order 2 more. What a show-off." This drew the attention of the crowd around the Ferrari supercar, all eyes turning to him. However, introductions still needed to be made. Lacking materials, Wei Chang directly pulled out his phone and searched on an auto website for this price range. "Let me see, Rolls-Royce Phantom, net price 9.2 million, Bentley Mulsanne, net price 5.55 million. But if you want class, I think Rolls-Royce is better. Even Li Chaoren drives this car." Without thinking, Luo Chen nodded. "Then this one, order 2. Wei Chang scratched his head and asked, "Still full payment, no loans, right?" Luo Chen laughed, "Full payment, no need to worry about money." "Wow!" The crowd nearby gasped. 2 Rolls-Royce Phantoms would cost at least over 20 million. Buying a 20 million car without a loan was like buying cabbage. When did Chuan Chang produce such extravagant goods? Luo Chen wasn't really showing off. He was just used to it and ignored the gazes of the people, directly calling Wei Chang to handle the paperwork. Pay the money, sign the papers, and then go to the vehicle management office to handle the license and plate procedures. Luo Chen was too lazy to go and wanted to lie down for a while, so he let Luo Yong go with Wei Chang. Jun Cheng car dealership traded all kinds of cars, but to be honest, 99% of the cars sold throughout the year were mid to low-end models, with the best being around $1 million, like Toyota, Land Rover, or BMW. Luo Chen, on the other hand, had bought almost every luxury car that Jun Cheng car dealership might not sell in 10 years. The owner was, of course, delighted. Luo Chen was advertising for them. In the future, anyone looking to buy a high-end car in Chuan City would probably know that Jun Cheng car dealership had sold cars worth over 10 million. Luo Chen lay on the sofa in the corner and dozed off for a while. When he woke up, he realized he had napped for half an hour, stretched lazily, felt refreshed, and found the showroom stuffy. Not wanting to look at cars anymore, he decided to take a walk. This section of the auto city was nearly 1,000 meters long, all selling cars, with the vehicle management office at the forefront. The government designed the auto city to provide a one-stop service, buying cars, paying taxes, and getting plates without having to run too far. As he strolled leisurely, he noticed a vendor pushing a bicycle selling ice cream at the edge of the square. Luo Chen found it quite curious. Who still sells this stuff by pushing a cart these days? He walked over to take a look, and there were quite a few people in the square buying and eating, mostly children asking adults to buy for them. Luo Chen's childlike spirit surged, and he scanned the code to buy one for 3 yuan. He tore off the paper and took a bite, filled with the taste of frozen milk, refreshing. Sitting by the flower bed, he had eaten half of the ice cream while his eyes wandered around looking for beautiful women. There were few in the square, mostly older folks with children, and very few young people. However, his gaze caught a glimpse of a woman waiting for a bus by the roadside. Her silhouette was graceful, her back was beautiful, and her figure was tall, probably no less than 1.7 meters. He couldn't tell how her face would score, but that back was worth 9 points. However, a woman with a good figure might not necessarily have a beautiful face. Luo Chen had seen enough to know that a flower from behind could turn into a dog's mess from the front. The woman, perhaps by coincidence, turned her head to glance at the square, revealing her face for a moment before turning back. Luo Chen's heart jolted, and for a moment, his mind went blank. What an indescribably beautiful face. He didn't even know what words to use to compare it. Nothing like sinking fish and falling geese or closing flowers and shying moons seemed adequate. Smack, the ice cream fell to the ground. Luo Chen stood up and walked over, standing side by side with the woman as he passed by. She was looking down at her phone, half of her face fair and smooth, without makeup. The girl seemed to sense Luo Chen's intense gaze, lifted her face to glance at him, her eyes flashing with a hint of annoyance, then she moved a few steps away. Luo Chen's heart raced. He couldn't describe his feelings. How could there be such a beautiful girl? He had seen beautiful women before: Wei Lin, Luo Chenya, Xiaoying, all at least 8 points on the beauty scale. But this girl, if 10 was the full score, he felt she deserved 12. The girl waited for a long time but still didn't see a taxi come by. While looking at her phone, she moved a few steps away again, seemingly very annoyed by Luo Chen, the man who was intentionally getting closer. With looks like hers, she was bound to attract men's attention, no matter where she was or what the environment was, whether they knew her or not. Luo Chen felt a bit dry in his mouth, his mind filled with thoughts of this girl, seemingly with only one idea: to chase her. He had to chase her. She wanted to catch a ride, she wanted to catch a ride, she wanted to catch a ride. Luo Chen looked around. His cousin Luo Yang and Wei Chang had gone to the vehicle management office and wouldn't be back anytime soon. He didn't have the car keys, and even if he went to get the car, the girl would probably be long gone. Just as he was anxious, Luo Chen suddenly saw a taxi coming up ahead. His mind sparked, and he quickly took off running toward the taxi, sprinting over 20 meters to intercept it, and the car came to a stop. The driver was a man in his 30s. Luo Chen quickly jumped into the car and asked him, "Master, can you sell me this car?" The driver was taken aback and replied, "What?" Luo Chen hurriedly said, "Master, I'll be brief. I need to use your car. How much is it?" The driver seemed a bit amused. After years of driving a taxi, it was the first time he encountered such a peculiar customer. "Nevertheless," he answered, "this car isn't worth much, just about 70 to 80,000 in depreciation, but the taxi license is worth 300,000. Luo Chen calculated, the car is 80,000, the license is 300,000, totaling 380,000. "I'll double it to 760,000. Will you sell it?" The driver pondered for a moment. Luo Chen glanced at the girl in front and, in a moment of urgency, added, all right, 1 million. "I'll give you 1 million. Do you sell or not?" "Sell." The driver agreed without hesitation. Refusing $1 million would be foolish. But was he a madman who escaped from a mental hospital? Who would spend $1 million on a taxi worth only a few 100,000? With that money, he could enjoy life instead of struggling to buy a taxi at a high price. Without further ado, Luo Chen took out his phone and said, "Give me your payment code. I'll scan it and transfer the money to you right away. Then I'll give you an address and phone number for you to contact my company to handle the transfer procedures. I need the car urgently, so I'm driving it away first." The driver, half in disbelief, took out the payment QR code. Luo Chen didn't ask any questions and directly scanned to pay 1 million. If it were WeChat or Alipay, transferring such a large sum directly wouldn't be possible, but the driver's payment code could handle it. As he scanned, the driver's phone chimed. "Alipay has received 1 million. What the hell? It was real." The driver was instantly stunned. What kind of game was this? Luo Chen moved to the driver's seat and urged him, hurry up, hurry up." The driver, still in a daze, got out of the car. Luo Chen jumped in and told the driver, "Go to Tianzong City Future Financial Investment and find a girl named Luo Chenya to handle the transfer procedures. Quickly note down her phone number." After giving the driver Luo Chenya's number, Luo Chen shifted gears and stepped on the gas, shooting out like an arrow. Luo Chen covered most of his face with his right hand and said, "Please hurry, this place doesn't allow parking." The girl quickly got into the car, fastening her seatbelt as she said, "Master, please go to the People's Hospital." Luo Chen nodded and drove off. The girl lowered her head, texting on WeChat. Luo Chen stole glances at her. Her eyelashes were long and fluttery, and she wasn't wearing makeup. Although he could only see her profile, she was truly beautiful. A faint fragrance filled the car, and Luo Chen felt a bit intoxicated. He was indeed moved. He had never believed in love at first sight, but this girl made him smitten. He didn't know why, but he felt a willingness to give anything for her. Stealing a few glances was a pleasure. How could someone be so good-looking? Originally, Luo Chen thought about taking a few detours to get her to the hospital, but fearing she might be in a hurry, he drove straight there instead. Luo Chen didn't stop at the hospital entrance but drove inside. The girl opened her phone to prepare to scan WeChat, and Luo Chen quickly pulled out his phone and said, Hey, don't scam that. Just add me on WeChat and then transfer the money. The girl was taken aback, turned her head to look at him, and asked, Do I need to add you on WeChat just to pay for the fare? I've never heard of that. Luo Chen quickly seriously explained, You see, the photo on that payment code in the car isn't me, right? We are in different shifts, he works nights, and I work days. I forgot to bring my payment code into the car. If you scan that code, the money will go to him, and I won't receive it. The girl thought for a moment and nodded, Alright, I'll transfer it to you, but I won't add you on WeChat. You can set your WeChat to receive payments, and I'll just scan to pay. Luo Chen felt a wave of annoyance and was quite alert. Since he couldn't use WeChat, he had to pull up the WeChat payment code and set it to 5 yuan. The girl scanned it, glanced at it, and asked, Why is it only 5 yuan? I saw your meter showing 13 yuan, right? That's broken, Luo Chen replied sullenly. Oh. The girl paid, looked at Luo Chen again, seeming to find him a bit familiar but couldn't recall where she had seen him. However, she felt a bit more favorable towards him. This driver wasn't greedy. After the girl got in the car, she entered the hospital gate and then disappeared. Luo Chen stared at the entrance for a while, thought about it, and decided to get out and look for her. Once inside the hospital, he was worried about being seen by the girl, so he hid, but to his surprise, he wandered around the first floor and didn't see her at all. Could she be upstairs? This outpatient building was 8 stories high, and with so many departments and offices, it would take forever to check each one. Thinking of that girl, Luo Chen steeled himself, preparing to search floor by floor, but just then, Luo Yong called, asking where he was, saying the car paperwork was done and he needed to come over to drive. Luo Chen sighed, feeling a bit lost, and left the hospital to drive to Juncheng car dealership. Luo Yong was waiting at the dealership entrance. When Luo Chen drove up, he didn't notice and was looking around in the distance. Luo Chen found a parking spot, got out, and waved, Bro, over here. Luo Yong turned around, and when he saw the taxi, he exclaimed, Why are you driving a taxi? Whose is this? Luo Chen waved his hand, I bought it, just parked it here for now. You come over and drive it back to Tianzong City later. Luo Yong was puzzled. Why would he buy a taxi out of the blue? Did he suddenly become super rich and develop a tendency for self-torture? Wei Cheng happened to come out and handed him the keys to a Ferrari, saying, Mr. Luo, here are the car keys. There's another key and the driving manual in your car. Okay. Luo Chen took the keys, opened the car door, and after sitting down, Wei Cheng taught him how to adjust the seat with the electric button. To be honest, the car was indeed very cool, but the seat wasn't as comfortable as a Mercedes. It seemed that supercars were just to satisfy the vanity of those rich second-generation kids, proving their difference from ordinary people. The salespeople and customers in the dealership watched as Luo Chen slowly drove the Ferrari out of the showroom, their eyes filled with envy. Luo Chen didn't feel the thrill of driving a luxury car for the first time. His mind was still lingering on that unknown beautiful girl. However, although the Ferrari's seat wasn't very comfortable, the power was incredible. With just a little push on the gas, the car roared and instantly left the other cars behind, engulfed in its exhaust. Before he reached Tianzong City, Luo Chen received a call from Luo Chenya, so he pulled over to take the call. Boss, I have something to tell you. Luo Chenya's tone on the phone seemed a bit unable to contain herself, and Luo Chen grunted, What is it? Hurry up. Luo Chenya giggled and said, Boss, as soon as I heard about this, I rushed to report it to you. You need to hurry. Luo Chen grunted again, Are you going to say it or not? If not, I'm hanging up. I'll say it. Luo Chenya immediately caved, her tone exaggerated and unable to stop laughing. Boss, do you know? A rich second-generation kid came to the Tianzong City sales department, driving a Porsche 911 parked right in front, and set up a big heart-shaped candle to propose to Wei Lin. Luo Chen was taken aback, pondering for a moment before asking her, Is he proposing to Wei Lin with the car? Luo Chenya replied, Not exactly, he drove the sports car to show off his wealth, but the proposal is with a ring. Got it. Luo Chen hung up the phone and then drove to Tianzong City. The security guard at Tianzong City noticed the bright red supercar and, upon seeing a young boss behind the wheel, quickly saluted and opened the gate to let the car in. Luo Chen drove straight to the sales office, and from a distance, he saw a large crowd gathered in front of it. The sound of the Ferrari supercar was unmistakable, and some people turned to take a glance, thinking, Damn, another supercar has arrived, better make way. The salespeople at the sales office recognized that the convertible sports car belonged to their boss, Luo Chen, and they all smirked and giggled. The one proposing was a young man in his mid-20s, who, despite having a somewhat slick appearance, was quite handsome. He had arranged candles in a heart shape in front of him, with a jewelry box placed in the center, which was open to reveal a sparkling silver diamond ring. Behind him was a deep blue Porsche 911, with a large bunch of colorful balloons tied to the backseat, creating a romantic atmosphere. Wei Lin, standing on the stone steps in front, looked both shy and angry, glaring at the young man and saying, "I told you before, it's impossible between us. I don't like you, so stop bothering me." The young man stubbornly replied, "I don't understand why you won't accept me. You know my family's situation. I can provide you with a comfortable life. I can give you anything you want. How much can a sales clerk like you earn in a month? Wei Lin, please agree to me. I truly love you." Luo Chen found it amusing and stepped forward to the young man, saying, "A proposal should be sincere. Your car is nice, how about proposing with the car?" The young man was momentarily stunned. He had driven the car to show off his wealth and status. It was his most cherished vehicle, one he had begged his parents for a long time to buy. He liked Wei Lin because she was indeed beautiful, but giving away his beloved car for a proposal was something he couldn't bear to do. Luo Chen chuckled, raised the car keys in his hand, and took a few steps forward to present them to Wei Lin. "Wei Lin, this Ferrari 812 is one I just bought for 6 million, but I don't like driving it, so it's yours." Wei Lin immediately beamed with joy as she took the car keys. The young man was left dumbfounded, thinking, where did this guy come from? After a moment of shock, he still couldn't believe it and asked Luo Chen, "Are you really giving her a 6 million car for a proposal?" Luo Chen raised a finger and shook his head. "I'm not proposing. I'm just friends with Wei Lin, and I'm giving her a car." "Just a car?" The young man wanted to curse out loud. "You casually give away a 6 million car like it's a cabbage. Is there anyone richer than him in Chuan City?" He couldn't stop thinking about Wei Lin, who had rejected him every time. The more he couldn't have her, the more he wanted her. Looking at Wei Lin, who was smiling brightly with the car keys, he felt furious, wishing he could pull out a knife and stab someone. Wei Lin, holding the Ferrari keys, was beaming with joy, and he thought bitterly that she had just been pretending to be aloof. This 6 million Ferrari was more expensive than his over 1 million Porsche. It turned out she had already hooked up with such a rich guy. "Do you know who I am? How dare you steal my woman, He Shuai? Have you thought about the consequences?" The young man, He Shuai, said fiercely. This proposal show was supposed to be impressive, but unexpectedly, it was ruined by this idiot. He Shuai knew most of the wealthy people in Chuan City, but he was unfamiliar with Luo Chen, guessing he was a rich second generation from out of town. As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. No matter how impressive you are, you have to respect me in Chuan City. As He Shuai spoke arrogantly, before Luo Chen could respond, several security guards began to chuckle. Threatening Boss Luo in Tianzhong City was just ridiculous. The richest people in Chuan City all know each other. He Shuai's father, He Fugui, is known as the richest man in Chuan City, but Han Wenjun is on the same level as He Fugui, both being big shots. Boss Luo, on the other hand, has more money than Han Wenjun by at least 10 times, and since they are on the same side, they aren't afraid of He Fugui. More importantly, Boss Luo has just donated 400 to 500 million to build new schools across the city, winning the hearts of the people. The city is treating Boss Luo like a treasure, let alone a flashy playboy like He Shuai. Even his father He Fugui has to curry favor with Boss Luo when they meet. What is He Fugui even worth? Anyone who dares to go against Boss Luo, they only have one word, fight. When He Shuai made his harsh remarks, Luo Chen smiled lightly and said nothing. He thought Luo Chen was scared and provocatively said, "Speak up, why aren't you saying anything?" At that moment, someone walked out of the sales office, sneering coldly, "You little brat, so full of yourself, you think you can take on the heavens?" He Shuai found the voice somewhat familiar, and when he looked up, he was shocked to see it was Han Wenjun. He quickly put on a smiling face and said, "Uncle Han, what brings you here?" Han Wenjun replied with a stern face, "Don't call me uncle. I don't have a nephew as arrogant as you, daring to confront and threaten my boss. Damn it, I'm furious. This car is confiscated. If you want it back, tell your father to come get it." He Shuai was taken aback. That didn't make sense. Han Wenjun had a good relationship with his father, and they were both the richest in Chuan City. Why would he make things difficult for him? "Uncle Han, are you talking about me?" He Shuai thought Han Wenjun had made a mistake and pressed further. "I'm talking about you, you little brat." Han Wenjun scolded angrily. At this moment, Luo Chen finally spoke, waving over several security guards and pointing at the Porsche 911, saying, "Smash this car, everyone who participates gets a reward of 10,000. Damn, what a command. In an instant, the security guards and salesgirls rushed out, some with hammers, some with wooden sticks, and they all swarmed to smash the Porsche. He Shui shouted, my car, it's worth 160,000. I'll make you pay for this. The people smashing the car ignored him. Luo boss spoke up, let alone a car worth over 100,000, they would dare to smash a plane. Originally, Luo Chen hadn't planned to be so extravagant, but since He Shui had insulted him, he wouldn't hold back. He had been holding in his anger towards the girl whose name he didn't even know, and since He Shui insisted on provoking him, he had no choice. A dozen or so people smashed away, and even the salesgirls joined in. He Shui didn't dare to step forward to stop them, no one paid him any mind, and he could only watch helplessly as his beautiful sports car was reduced to a pile of scrap metal. Among them, the security team leader, Guo Zhuang, was the fiercest. After they finished smashing, everyone looked at Luo Chen. Luo Chen waved his hand, go to the finance office to collect your money, 10,000 each, and Guo Zhuang gets 20,000 for his hard work. Oh, long live the boss. The crowd immediately went wild, rushing to the finance office, but Guo Zhuang stayed behind, still guarding the area. Luo Chen glanced at him and beckoned to Luo Chenya, saying, come with me to the company, I have something to arrange for you. He Shui reached out to grab Luo Chen, you smashed my car and wanna run? Stop right there. Guo Zhuang was watching closely and rushed forward, throwing He Shui over his shoulder, slamming him to the ground. He lay there for a long time, unable to get up, and when he came to his senses, tears and snot were streaming down his face as he shouted, alright, you smashed my car and even hit me. I'll have my dad sue you. Luo Chen casually replied, you're not worthy. Tell your father to come and ask for money, I'm so poor that all I have left is money. Seeing Luo Chen walk away without looking back, Wei Lin raised her hand with the car keys and anxiously said, what about this car? Luo Chen didn't turn around and said, the car is yours, if you don't want it, you can smash it. Wei Lin gritted her teeth in anger, you're the one who should be smashed, you idiot. If you smash it, won't you have to compensate them? Do you think I have money to burn? I'm not an idiot. Well, scolding aside, I still like him. It's just that Luo Chen's rogue demeanor really gets on her nerves. He came to propose to He Shui, but instead of doing that, he broke the tension with He Shui. Even if he wasn't going to propose, couldn't he at least express his feelings? He stirred up trouble and left things unclear, it's infuriating. Luo Chen sat there with a sullen face, and behind him, Luo Chenya and Han Wenjun didn't dare to speak. They thought Luo Chen was angry with He Shui. After they got to the office, Luo Chen plopped down on the sofa and called out to Luo Chenya after a while, go find someone for me. Luo Chenya nodded, sure, who should I look for? A girl. Luo Chenya habitually took out her notebook and pen. Boss, what's her name? What's her phone number and address? Luo Chen paused for a moment before answering, I don't know. Luo Chenya was taken aback, then how am I supposed to find her? After a moment, she asked again, well, do you have a photo of her? Luo Chen frowned and said, no, then thought for a moment and felt it was too much to ask of Luo Chenya, so he added, I met a girl at the car city, she's about 1.7 meters tall, shoulder-length hair, very beautiful, and then she went to the hospital. Luo Chenya was both amused and exasperated, was the boss infatuated? Han Wenjun couldn't help but chuckle, though he didn't dare show it. This little Luo was usually so cunning, but who would have thought he could be so childish at times? However, Luo Chenya sensed something unusual in Luo Chen's words. He added very when he said the girl was beautiful. Just how beautiful was she? Was she more beautiful than her and Wei Lin? Right, and what about Wei Lin? What did the boss mean by that? Luo Chenya wanted to ask more, but Han Wenjun interrupted her. Chenya, let's go. I'll take you to check it out. I have a friend who works in household registration. Let's see if we can find her. Seeing Han Wenjun giving her a knowing look, Luo Chenya held back her questions and followed him out. Outside, Han Wenjun quietly said, Chenya, don't you have any sense? The boss is in a bad mood, and you keep pressing him about this. Luo Chenya pouted, but it can't be that unreasonable. With no information at all, where am I supposed to find this person? Han Wenjun chuckled and suddenly said, Chenya, don't you think our boss seems more human now? More human? Luo Chenya couldn't help but laugh. Wasn't he human before? Han Wenjun shook his head. Before, I always felt he was so high and mighty, like a god. Think about it, who makes tens of billions in a day? Although he's young, I've never seen him as a real young person. But today, he likes a girl, worries about her, gets angry for her. Don't you think he suddenly seems just like you and me? Luo Chenya thought for a moment and nodded, that's true. But then she quickly added, but, what about Wei Lin? Han Wenjun laughed, why are you worrying about the boss's affairs? Luo Chenya tilted her head and huffed, did you see the commotion at the sales office today? Who doesn't know that Wei Lin is the future boss's wife? Look at the boss, he's straddling multiple boats. Han Wenjun shook his head. I was there. Luo Chen was just helping Wei Lin out. He Shui is just a pretty face, and Luo Chen was thinking of Wei Lin. As for whether there are feelings involved, I can't say, but with such a wealthy boss, do you think his love life would be so simple? After a moment of silence, Luo Qianya said, but he can't be a scumbag. Han Wenjun chuckled, I see you're about 25 or 26, yet you're still so naive. We shouldn't worry about the boss's personal feelings. I think he's a person of loyalty, generous to his subordinates, capable, and responsible to society. I think that's enough. He's a boss worth following. With his wealth, do you think his life could be plain? Look at Principal Seetsong. He's definitely a scumbag, but so what? Luo Qianya was somewhat speechless and too lazy to drive, so she took Han Wenjun's car to the household registration office, feeling a bit annoyed. Wasn't this like searching for a needle in a haystack? Had such a big boss never seen a beautiful woman before? She simply couldn't believe it had come to this after just one meeting. Luo Chen was sulking. Song Shuhai would only come over at night, sleeping and resting at home during the day. It was broad daylight, and finding a punching bag was not easy. After sitting in the office for a while, the renovation noise next door was too loud to bear during the day, so he decided to go home and take a nap, planning to vent his frustrations later in the evening with Stocks and futures. Just as he stepped out of the elevator, his phone rang. It was a call from Qin Feiyang. He reached out and pressed the answer button. President Luo, there's a financial forum meeting in the provincial capital, an exchange meeting for entrepreneurs of a certain caliber within the province. Our Chuan city originally didn't have any qualified entrepreneurs, but this year, with you emerging, you far exceeded the standard. I've signed you up. We're leaving for the provincial capital tomorrow, all day for registration. Luo Chen smiled bitterly. Mayor Qin, I actually don't really want to deal with those people. How about? Qin Feiyang immediately interrupted him. I've already registered you, you can't back out. Go, the bigger the circle, the more people you know, it will definitely be beneficial in the future. Alright, I'll go tomorrow. Luo Chen realized he couldn't refuse and agreed straightforwardly. After Qin Feiyang provided the address and reminded him a few more times, he hung up. Luo Chen suddenly thought about asking Qin Feiyang for help in finding that girl, but the thought flashed by, how could he ask for help without any information? Besides, if he mentioned this to Qin Feiyang, it would be embarrassing, and that girl clearly didn't have a good impression of him. Even if he found her, it might just end up with a cold splash of water. He opened the door and walked into the house. There were people in the living room. His father stood up and said, Luo Chen, your aunt is here. Luo Chunying quickly stood up, looking at Luo Chen. Her mouth moved, but in the end, she didn't say anything. The Luo Chen before her was no longer the small character she used to look down on. Luo Chen nodded slightly and said lightly, Aunt. Hearing Luo Chen call her aunt, Luo Chunying seemed to regain her composure and spoke somewhat angrily. Luo Chen, the school suddenly cancelled your uncle's qualification to join the project team. I'm a bit upset. Your uncle is over 40, and if he misses this opportunity, he won't have much of a future. He asked, and they said it was your personal assistant's request. Luo Chen, you need to talk to her. How can she handle things so carelessly? Luo Chunying knew very well that this was Luo Chen's intention. However, she spoke indirectly, shifting the responsibility onto Luo Chen's assistant. Luo Chen replied calmly, it's not her fault, this was my instruction. Luo Chunying was taken aback. She never expected Luo Chen to take full responsibility for it. This conversation had just killed the mood. Luo Chunying's face turned red, her anger flaring up, and she immediately disregarded everything, raising her eyebrows and saying, what do you mean by that? You need to clarify. Luo Chen said expressionlessly, that's exactly what I mean, clarifying it is still the same meaning. Luo Chunying's face instantly flushed red, and she turned to Luo Weigua, saying, second brother, look at this little brat, does he even see me as his aunt? Does he have any respect for his elders? Does he even know I'm his aunt? Luo Chen chuckled, Aunt, let me say a few serious words to you. This world operates on cause and effect. For every cause, there is an effect. You get what you give. I won't say much more to avoid completely tearing our faces apart. I repay kindness with kindness and enmity with enmity. Money? I have plenty, I could spend it for several lifetimes. I can give it to whoever I want, and if I don't want to give it, I won't. I have money, so I can be willful. Luo Chunying angrily retorted, just say it directly, you see me as your enemy. Luo Chen pointed to the door and said, as for grudges, I can't be bothered to discuss this with you. I'll just say one thing, my project, my money, so don't think too much about it. The door is right there, if you have any anger, please vent it outside. This is my home. Luo Chunying was so angry that her teeth were clenched, her hands trembling. She pointed at Luo Chen, shook for a moment, then pointed at Luo Weigua and said, second brother, good, you all are good. Zhao Jinyu had been watching the drama without saying a word. She had long been displeased with these two younger sisters-in-law, who were ungrateful and snobbish. What did it matter to her whether they were relatives? Luo Chunying had no choice but to stomp her foot in frustration and turn to leave. Luo Weigua thought for a moment and hurriedly chased after her. Luo Chen smiled and said, "Isn't this a good thing, Mom? This proves that my dad isn't a cold-blooded animal. Even if my aunt is heartless, he still can't bear to be cruel to her." Zhao Jinyu frowned and said, "But you just said you had a falling out with your aunt?" Luo Chen sighed, "Mom, my dad is a kind-hearted man. How could he be harsh to his two biological sisters? The reason I say this is to make it clear that my aunt and younger aunt shouldn't think they can take advantage of me. I can't control how my dad treats them, that's a matter of one generation to another. If he can't help but secretly give something to my aunt and younger aunt, that's up to him, but I definitely can't. I'm the kind of person who holds grudges." As soon as he mentioned grudges, Zhao Jinyu couldn't help but get angry. "Your two aunts are indeed ungrateful. If it were me, I wouldn't treat them well either. Let's not talk about them, just mentioning them makes me angry." Luo Chen shook his head, grabbed a grape from the fruit plate on the coffee table, and popped it into his mouth, saying, "Mom, tomorrow I have to go to the provincial capital for some meeting. I'll be back in 2 days. I didn't really want to go, but Mayor Qin has already signed me up, and I can't refuse him. If you have to go, then go. It's good to meet more friends." Zhao Jinyu had no objections and got up to head to the kitchen. "I'm going to cook." In the afternoon, Luo Qianya and Han Wenjun returned. Luo Qianya looked frustrated. "Boss, I couldn't find the person. I even went to the hospital to look. Otherwise, why don't you send me to the sea to fish for needles? I can't do this job of finding people." Luo Chen was also quite frustrated. Han Wenjun reported to him about the current preparations, which mainly involved acquiring another batch of land to develop 4 phases, focusing on high-end properties like villas and Western-style houses. Luo Qianya received quite a few interview calls today but had been too busy until now to attend. She asked Luo Chen, who lazily waved his hand. Luo Qianya then looked at Han Wenjun. "Mr. Han, please accompany me to the company. You're the big boss, and you have much more experience in hiring people than I do. Help me out a bit." Han Wenjun readily agreed, and the two went to the company together. There were a total of 17 people coming for interviews today, among them 5 women applying for Luo Chen's personal assistant position, which is the CEO's assistant. All 17 were sitting in the lobby on the first floor of the office building, waiting. Luo Qianya had already set up a reception area in the lobby since the upstairs was under renovation, making interviews inconvenient. Now, in Tianzong City, whether it was residential buildings, shops, or office buildings, all the property rights belonged to Luo Chen, so Luo Qianya could set things up however she wanted. A temporary workspace was partitioned off on the right side of the front desk for interviews, while others waited in the lobby. The first batch of interviews consisted of 5 women, and the first one called in was named Song Ziqing, 25 years old, with a bachelor's degree in financial management from Han University, applying for a finance position. Luo Qianya asked her some basic questions, and Song Ziqing responded quickly and logically. This girl was very attractive, about as good-looking as her and Wei Lin. Luo Qianya made a note and then called in the next candidate. Out of the 17, only 6 were confirmed, 1 HR, 4 traders, and 1 finance person. All 4 traders had experience in stock trading. Luo Chen's personal assistant kept 2 resumes, one for Song Ziqing and one for Wang Yu, both of whom shared a common trait: they were beautiful. Luo Qianya had considered that Luo Chen, as the president's assistant, not only needed to have outstanding personal abilities but also a high level of attractiveness, since he would be representing the president. Therefore, looks were the primary requirement. After making her selection, Luo Qianya called Luo Chen to inform him that she had shortlisted 2 candidates for the assistant position and asked him to come to the first floor of the company building to take a look. Luo Chen lazily came over after washing his face, only to realize he hadn't changed his shoes and was still wearing a pair of flip-flops. He couldn't be bothered to go back and change, so he just shuffled over to the office building. When Luo Qianya saw his appearance, she couldn't help but want to laugh, but with Song Ziqing and Wang Yu present, she held it in. "Mr. Luo, this is Miss Song and Miss Wang. Here are their profiles," Luo Qianya said as she handed the documents to Luo Chen. Luo Chen took the first profile, which was Song Ziqing's. He had to admit both were quite pleasing to the eye, but Song Ziqing appeared to have a more polished and refined look. After glancing at Wang Yu's profile, which showed she had a bachelor's degree, he noted they were quite similar. Generally speaking, candidates with their level of education wouldn't choose to return to Chuan City for work. Firstly, Luo Qianya's salary was set quite high, starting at least at 100,000 a year, and the cost of living in Chuan City was definitely lower than in first and second-tier cities. Moreover, they were both from Chuan City, so being close to home was always more convenient. Luo Chen didn't hesitate and said directly, Wang, you can start at the front desk for reception, and for now, Song Ziqing will act as my personal assistant. In fact, both Song Ziqing and Wang Yu felt a bit anxious. The president was not only very young but also lacked a professional image. Did this seem reliable? Luo Chenya could tell they were making the same mistake she had made before, so she quickly said she would take them to the interview room to explain some work-related matters. Once inside the interview room, Luo Chenya said to them, Do you think the boss is too young and worry he might not be reliable? The two girls felt she had hit the nail on the head, looking a bit awkward. Although they didn't voice it, their expressions clearly conveyed their thoughts. Luo Chenya continued, We're all girls and from Chuan City. I'm just saying a few heartfelt words. If you leave, you might regret it for life. Don't be fooled by our boss's youth, his abilities. I don't know how to put it. If I tell you the truth, you might think I'm bragging. Anyway, if you think you can stay, then stay. If you don't want to, feel free to leave. Song Ziqing glanced at Luo Chenya and then at Luo Chen outside, hesitantly asking, Well the boss, Luo Chenya laughed when she heard this. Do you think the boss chose you as his personal assistant with ulterior motives? You're overthinking it. Let me tell you, when I came for an interview, I had the same thoughts as you, but the boss never even glanced at me except to make me work. Don't worry. Song Ziqing sighed in relief. Beautiful girls often approached any man with a sense of caution, seeing every man as a potential wolf. Although Song Ziqing was confident in her looks, she didn't dare to claim she was more beautiful than Luo Chenya. As long as the boss wasn't lecherous, that was fine. Also, Song Ziqing wanted to ask something else but hesitated. Wang Yu interjected, Will the company pay salaries on time? Luo Chenya smiled and said, It's as punctual as can be. Our young boss is not short on money. If you choose to start working today, you'll understand our boss's capabilities by tonight. Song Ziqing asked doubtfully, Work tonight? Luo Chenya explained, Because our company's main business is trading in US stocks and international futures, there's a time difference with Europe and America. The market opens at 9:30 p.m. and closes at 4 a.m., so our working hours are during that period. Additionally, the company office is still under renovation and should be ready in about a month, so we currently don't have day shifts. However, if you're willing, you can come for day shifts, and the pay will be doubled. Song Ziqing and Wang Yu felt relieved. Wang Yu mentioned he had some matters to attend to in the evening and would officially start work tomorrow morning. Since Song Ziqing had nothing to do and wanted to see what Luo Chenya meant by the boss's capabilities, she nodded and agreed to start working today. As she stepped outside, she saw the young boss waving at her, just in time. There's something I need you to come with me for. Song Ziqing's mouth fell open in surprise. Could it be that the young boss had some ulterior motive? Just moments ago, Luo Chenya had said that boss Luo wasn't lecherous, so why was he asking her to go out alone? Hurry up, don't dawdle. Luo Chen urged again before heading out first. Song Ziqing looked at Luo Chenya with a pitiful and helpless expression, hoping she would say something to help. Luo Chenya snapped, Just go, what are you thinking? Song Ziqing bit her lip, steeling herself, and followed him out. After all, she had wolf spray in her bag. If the boss dared to make a move on her, she would let him taste it. Worst case, she could just quit this job. Luo Chen looked around downstairs. His car was parked over by the residential building, and only a taxi was waiting at the company building. Perfect, they could use this taxi. As Song Ziqing came out, she blinked and realized she had lost sight of boss Luo. Where did he go? Had she already lost the boss on her first task? Just as she was feeling lost, a taxi pulled up beside her, and Luo Chen leaned out from the driver's seat, calling, Get in. Song Ziqing was taken aback for a moment before hurriedly getting into the car. The taxi was so old it was hard to look at, with holes in the seats, and after fastening her seatbelt, she was still confused. Was this really their wealthy boss Luo? This seemed different from what Luo Chenya had described. How could such a boastful boss be driving such a dilapidated taxi? After a while, Song Ziqing couldn't help but ask Luo Chen, Boss Luo, where are we going? Luo Chen replied while driving, You can drive, right? I saw you have a driver's license in your file, so I called you. We're going to a class reunion. If I drink later, you'll drive. Oh, so it's just driving. Her heart raced, and Song Ziqing secretly sighed in relief. She wished he had said that earlier. But a big boss like him driving a rundown taxi to a class reunion, wasn't he worried about losing face? After about 10 minutes, Luo Chen parked at a seafood restaurant on Binjiang Road. After getting out, he spotted someone looking around at the entrance and waved, Huang Tao, over here. The person was his classmate Huang Tao, who immediately came over and stared at Song Ziqing for a moment, exclaiming, I said, Old classmate, is this your girlfriend? This setup is too high. Upon seeing Song Ziqing's looks, Huang Tao couldn't help but swallow in envy. This guy had really struck it rich. Beautiful women really did love wealthy men. What about you? What car did you come in? Huang Tao looked around for the car, still envious of the Mercedes Luochen had driven home last time. Luochen laughed and pointed at the taxi, saying, I came in this car. Huang Tao was stunned. This car? You are driving a taxi now? Could it be that this guy's wealth was a lie, and he was actually just a driver who had been fired and was now driving a taxi to make money? Who's driving a taxi? A slightly high-pitched voice came over, and a man walked up, patting Huang Tao on the shoulder. When he spotted Luochen, he exclaimed, Oh, it's Luochen. I heard you went down south. When did you come back? This was Zhao Jin, whose father was the deputy mayor of Xizang town when they were in middle school, and later became a deputy director in some bureau in Chuan City. Zhao Jin had always had a cocky personality. Teachers often said, if you study well in math and science, you won't be afraid anywhere, but he would retort, studying math and science is nothing compared to having a good dad. Indeed, while some classmates struggled to get into college and then found it hard to find jobs after 4 years, Zhao Jin was already working as an office clerk in a state-owned enterprise. You are still in college, while he has been earning a salary for several years. When you struggle after graduating, he has already been promoted. No matter what, he is ahead of you at the starting line. Zhao Jin caught sight of Song Zicheng and his eyes lit up instantly. He opened his mouth and said, Oh, this lady. So beautiful, Huang Tao, is she your girlfriend? Huang Tao chuckled awkwardly, I wish she were, but she's not. She's brought by General Manager Luo. Ha, General Manager Luo, what kind of general manager is that? Zhao Jin pointed at the taxi mockingly. When did driving a taxi make someone a general manager? That's too cheap. After openly belittling Luochen, Zhao Jin turned to Song Zicheng and asked, Miss, is she really General Manager Luo's girlfriend? Song Zicheng quickly clarified, No, I'm General Manager Luo's personal assistant. Oh wow, so you really are playing the role of General Manager Luo. Zhao Jin laughed heartily. Luochen, just a few months ago, I heard from the class monitor that you were in deep debt. He said he was afraid you'd drag the classmates down, so he kicked you out of the group. Where did you scam money from to recover these past few months? Luochen replied, Recover? Just struggling. Look, our Luochen is honest and doesn't lie. Zhao Jin patted Luochen on the shoulder and said to Song Zicheng, You, with such good looks, what kind of job can't you find? Why do you have to be an assistant to someone driving a taxi? Isn't that laughable? Come on, come in and sit. After you eat and drink well, I'll help you find a good job. Song Zicheng quickly dodged Zhao Jin's hand, saying, No need, I'm doing just fine at this job. I don't want to change. Seeing that Song Zicheng was not giving him face, Zhao Jin felt a bit disappointed. As he took out his phone, he straightened his waist and intentionally shook a BMW car key hanging from his belt. When he saw that Song Zicheng didn't look at the BMW car key on his belt, Zhao Jin turned to Huang Tao and said, Tower, I heard you want to change cars. I bought this BMW 5 last year for 460,000. If you want to change cars, I can give you a discount. I want to switch to a BMW, a coupe, a million flat, very powerful. Huang Tao knew he was just trying to show off in front of the beautiful woman, so he laughed dryly and said, I don't really like the BMW 5, I prefer the Mercedes-Benz S. Zhao Jin was momentarily taken aback, then said, Damn, the S is over $1 million. Huang Tao glanced at Luochen, smiled, and didn't mention cars again, directly urging, Let's go in, we're here. Song Zicheng opened the taxi door and said, I won't go in, I'll just sit in the car for a while. Zhao Jin couldn't help but urge again, Come on, what's the point of sitting in a taxi? We're all classmates, familiar faces. Come on, this seafood restaurant is the most famous new place in Chuan City. You should try it, it's really good. I come here often, I never spend less than 3,000 to 5,000 per meal. Really, no need. I'll just wait in the car. Song Zicheng directly jumped into the car and slammed the door shut. Zhao Jin felt a bit awkward. This beautiful woman was giving him no face at all, which made him a bit angry. He thought about finding a few people to drag her in later. Of course, his main purpose was still to show off his current situation, and it was only in front of this group of classmates that he felt more impressive and proud. Zhao Jin had booked a super large room for 50 people, with a huge round rotating dining table in the middle adorned with large fresh flowers. This room reservation cost 1,000 yuan. Dozens of male and female classmates were chatting with each other, and the female classmates were generally dressed beautifully, while the male classmates placed their phones and car keys in front of them. Having a car at least made it seem like you weren't doing too badly. Of course, Zhao Jin's BMW car key was even more impressive. When Luochen entered, hardly anyone looked at him, as if he were transparent. However, Huang Tao pulled him over to sit down. Come, General Manager Luo, sit here. I want to soak up some of that rich atmosphere. Ha ha ha. Huang Tao's words immediately caused many classmates to burst into laughter, all believing that Huang Tao was mocking Luo Chen. Huang Tao was a bit of a thug, coming from a well-off family and mingling in society. Usually, few dared to provoke him. His politeness towards Luo Chen was clearly a trap meant to ridicule him. However, Huang Tao was still somewhat puzzled. Why did Luo Chen come in a taxi? If he had fallen on hard times, how could he afford such a beautiful assistant? Was he playing some sort of playing dumb to catch a tiger? Most likely. So Huang Tao was genuinely polite to Luo Chen. Last time Luo Chen returned to his hometown, he was so extravagant that Zhao Jin couldn't even compare. Zhao Jin stood up, clapped his hands, and then raised his glass, saying, "Classmates, everyone who can come is here. Come on, let's have a toast first." Everyone stood up. The female classmates took a small sip, while the male classmates downed their drinks in one go. The thumb-sized glasses only held a small amount. Luo Chen didn't down his drink. He took a small taste and then set the glass down. Zhao Jin was watching him closely, laughing as he walked over, patted Luo Chen on the shoulder, and said loudly, "Do you all remember our classmate Luo Chen? He has now been promoted to General Manager Luo." "General Manager, how much can you earn driving a taxi for a day?" Luo Chen replied with a forced smile, "What money can I earn? It's just to make a living." "Then I'm really curious," Zhao Jin chuckled, "how much can you earn driving a taxi all day? How could you possibly afford such a beautiful assistant? You must be lying, right?" Luo Chen laughed, "I'm just as puzzled. She only applied today. I told her being my assistant is tough, but if she wants to come, what can I do?" Look, Zhao Jin said, both envious and resentful, "No matter how good your conditions are, they can't compare to how well you can talk. Come on, show us how you tricked her." At this point, Zhao Jin turned to everyone and said, "You probably don't know, but Luo Chen brought a goddess-like beauty with him. The beauty herself said she is General Manager Luo's personal assistant, and now she's sitting in the taxi that General Manager Luo drove here. I really can't understand what these girls are thinking nowadays. They'd rather sit on a bicycle and smile than sit in a BMW and cry." "Really? Luo Chen, don't keep her hidden. Bring her in so we can all see." In an instant, both male and female classmates were interested in Luo Chen's personal assistant, all shouting for him to bring her in. Luo Chen thought for a moment, then took out his phone and called Song Ziqing. "Once connected," he said, "come in and have something to eat." After a while, Song Ziqing walked in gracefully, and all 30-plus classmates of Luo Chen were instantly stunned. Even Xinyu, who had always been known as the class flower, felt a sense of inferiority upon seeing Song Ziqing. This girl was so beautiful. Luo Chen pulled a chair beside him and patted it, saying, "Xiao Song, sit here. My classmates want to meet you. If they want to meet, let them meet. Come, have something to eat." Zhao Jin was filled with envy and jealousy, rushing over with his glass to try to engage Song Ziqing. "Sister, since you're here, you have to drink with us." Song Ziqing immediately refused. "I can't drink. General Manager Luo has already been drinking, and I need to drive later." Zhao Jin patted his chest confidently and said, "Don't worry, I'll drive my BMW to take you home later. It'll be much more comfortable than sitting in Luo Chen's taxi." "I'm sorry, I can't drink." Although Song Ziqing spoke softly, her tone was very firm. Zhao Jin squinted his eyes and said with a smirk, "Oh, sister, Luo Chen probably hasn't told you who I am. Let me tell you, if someone doesn't give me face when I say something, they'll be in trouble. You probably can't get away with not drinking today." Luo Chen stood up and raised a hand to stop him, saying, "Zhao Jin, this is a class reunion. If you want to gather and rekindle some old friendships, that's fine, but there's no need to show off your power. My little assistant here isn't even your classmate. If she wants to drink, she can, and if she doesn't, it's none of your business." The crowd was taken aback. Luo Chen's words were laced with tension. It was strange, though Luo Chen had always been an inconspicuous and mild-mannered person in their memories. When did he become so assertive? Zhao Jin was also stunned. He had never encountered someone who didn't give him face before. After a moment of shock, he realized what was happening, and his expression changed, his eyebrows shooting up. "Luo Chen, are you trying to pick a fight with me?" Luo Chen sneered, "Pick a fight with you? You really have gotten used to your lofty position, always overthinking things. I don't have the time to pick a fight with you. Forget it, this reunion is really pointless. Besides you all bragging and showing off wealth, what else is there? I heard that female classmates drink for free, while male classmates have to pay 200 each. How about this? I'll cover the bills for the other classmates, and you can pay your own 200. I'm leaving." After saying this, Luo Chen called for Song Ziqing and walked out without saying goodbye to the other classmates. Zhao Jin was left dumbfounded, then looked at the table of classmates who were just as stunned as he was, feeling utterly humiliated. Damn it, he had lost all face. "Luo Chen, stop right there." Zhao Jin was filled with rage, his anger boiling over as he chased after him. Luo Chen was at the front desk preparing to settle the bill when Zhao Jin caught up, ready to confront him. Luo Chen was no pushover either. He grabbed a bottle of beer from the samples on the counter, ready to defend himself if Zhao Jin really tried to grab him. Just then, Zhao Jin noticed two familiar faces coming out from the back, and his expression changed in surprise as he quickly put on a smile and approached them. Secretary Yang, Uncle He. The two men who emerged were one in his 30s and the other in his 50s, both exuding an impressive aura that made it clear they were not ordinary people. The younger man glanced at Zhao Jin, nodded slightly, and then looked up to see Luo Chen. He was momentarily taken aback before quickly stepping forward to shake Luo Chen's hand, saying, "Mr. Luo, what are you doing here?" This man was actually Secretary Yang from Mayor Qin's office. To Zhao Jin's surprise, Secretary Yang brushed past him without acknowledging him and went straight to greet Luo Chen. Zhao Jin was stunned. How could Secretary Yang know someone like Luo Chen, and be so friendly with him? Given Yang's status, he wouldn't treat even the heads of various towns with such familiarity, leaving Zhao Jin utterly confused. Yang quickly introduced the older man beside him to Luo Chen. "Mr. Luo, let me introduce you to this is Mr. He Fugue." Luo Chen responded with an "oh," saying, "So it's Mr. He, the richest man in Chuan City. I've heard so much about you." He Fugue's round, chubby face broke into a smile as he shook Luo Chen's hand vigorously, chuckling, "What richest man? That's just what those clueless kids say. I feel like crying. If we're talking about the real richest man, if Mr. Luo says second, who would dare say first?" Luo Chen let out a dry laugh. This He Fugue was far more cunning than his son, He Shuai. He must know that Luo Chen had smashed He Shuai's Porsche 911, but he showed no signs of discomfort, wearing a broad smile like a benevolent Buddha. Yang then asked Luo Chen, "Here for a meal?" Luo Chen smiled and replied, "Just a class reunion. I was about to settle the bill and leave." He Fugue stepped forward, taking up most of the counter space, and casually tossed out a bank card, instructing the front desk, "Charge it, I'll cover Mr. Luo's bill." Luo Chen smiled and said, "Mr. He, let me handle it myself. How can I let you spend your money?" He Fugue said with a serious face, "Brother Luo, you're being too modest. I've been wanting to invite you for a while now. There's no better time than the present, so let's do it tonight. I know a great place. We can eat first and then have some fun." Luo Chen glanced at his phone and shook his head. "Mr. He, I'm really sorry, but I work on stocks and futures during the weekdays until 9 in the evening. Let's plan for the weekend instead. I'll have time to hang out with you then." "Absolutely." He Fugue nodded with a smile. He didn't insist on Luo Chen agreeing, as he understood the time difference between the U.S. stock market and domestic trading, even if he didn't trade himself. Zhao Jin was dumbfounded behind them. He dared not offend either Yang Zhe or He Fugue. One was the mayor's secretary, and the other was the richest man in Chuan City. He often used his connections with them to boast to others, but he never expected these two people, whom his father had to curry favor with, would be so familiar with Luo Chen. This scene was beyond mere familiarity, it was practically flattery. When did Luo Chen gain such status? He Fugue insisted on paying the bill and then accompanied Yang Zhe to see Luo Chen and Song Ziqing off. Song Ziqing drove the taxi out, and Luo Chen smiled, waving goodbye to Yang Zhe and He Fugue before getting into the car. The old taxi sputtered out black smoke as it drove away. Yang Zhe and He Fugue didn't turn back until the car was out of sight. Yang Zhe said to He Fugue, "Old He, I'll report back to the leadership, so I'll head back first." He Fugue nodded, and after Yang Zhe drove off, he muttered, "What a player, with a fortune of billions driving a broken taxi. Who is he trying to fool?" He turned back to Zhao Jin, nodded as a greeting, and then left. Zhao Jin, a spoiled rich kid, wasn't worth his time to flatter. If it were his father, he might have given him some face. Once they were gone, Zhao Jin came to his senses and took a few steps back, only to find a large group of classmates gathered at the entrance, watching. Damn, he had lost face big time. In the taxi, Song Ziqing felt a warmth in her heart. This young boss really hadn't made any inappropriate moves on her, not even a lingering glance. What warmed her even more was that Luo Chen had defended her without hesitation in front of that rogue classmate. That was impressive. She glanced at Luo Chen in the rearview mirror. This young boss wasn't particularly handsome, his face was even slightly dark, but he had thick eyebrows and big eyes, exuding a strong masculinity. As they approached Tianzong City, she asked, "Mr. Luo, are we going to your home or the company?" "Directly to the company." By this time, it was dark, almost 8 o'clock, and the market would open in about an hour. There was no point in going anywhere else. They soon arrived at the office building. Guo Zhuang had even arranged for 2 security guards to be on duty at night and had hired about 10 more, ensuring there were plenty of hands on deck to guard the boss's place. After parking the car, Song Ziqing quickly caught up with Luo Chen. It was much quieter without the renovation workers at night. They headed straight to the leftmost office, where the lights were on. Upon entering, they found quite a few people inside. Luo Qianya, Song Shuhai, Han Wenjun, and 4 or 5 newly hired traders were there, with Song Shuhai temporarily acting as the head of the futures trading department. Luo Qianya was the head of the U.S. stock trading department, with only 2 people under her, 1 male and 1 female, Wang Yu, who had something to attend to tonight and would officially start tomorrow. Luo Chen nodded as a greeting, and Luo Qianya quickly handed him a bottle of mineral water, twisting off the cap and offering it to him. Had a drink? Just a little bit. After Luo Chen finished speaking, he turned to Han Wenjun and said, President Han, tonight at dinner I ran into Mayor Qin's secretary and he Fugue. That old guy insisted on paying for me and didn't even mention that I smashed his son's Porsche worth over $1 million. Han Wenjun laughed and said, he dares? His title as a rich man is just for show. What real estate mogul isn't buried in debt? You, with your overflowing pockets, are someone he wants to curry favor with. Who knows when he might come begging you for a loan when he can't borrow from the bank. Besides, with your reputation for generous donations, which fool would dare to cross you? Luo Chen chuckled, just because he has that kind of eagerness to come to me, it's not impossible for him to borrow from me in the future, but he has a grudge with my son, huh? Song Shuhai and Luo Qianya were each familiarizing their newly hired subordinates with the computers. The 4 new traders had all done this work before and were quite experienced, but they were taken aback when they saw the $500 million in leverage in their accounts. Song Shuhai didn't look at the market. He thought it was pointless since everything depended on boss Luo's on-site direction. Luo Qianya knew that futures were Luo Chen's focus, so she asked first, Boss, what are we buying tonight? Luo Chen lazily opened the mobile app to scan, suddenly froze, and jumped up. The people present, who had been laughing and chatting, were startled by Luo Chen's sudden expression and action, staring at him in silence. Luo Chen quickly pulled up Yao Wenbin's number and dialed it directly. When the call connected, he put it on speaker, and Yao Wenbin's voice came through, President Luo, what do you need? Luo Chen cut to the chase, Manager Yao, immediately use your highest authority and connections to give me the highest leverage limit. The rules remain the same, half for you, half for me. Yao Wenbin's voice trembled upon hearing this, Is it safe? It seemed he sensed something was off and quickly added, okay, wait for me. I'll report to the president right away. Luo Chen lightly tapped his fingers on the back of the chair. He was already used to making money without getting excited, but this prediction still stirred his emotions, making it hard to calm down. This wait was much longer than the last time. Last time Yao Wenbin only made him wait 5 minutes, but this time, 25 minutes passed without a callback. Luo Chen glanced at the time on his phone, 20:49, with about 40 minutes left until the market opened. There was still time, but he felt a bit anxious. The current limit was $500 million, which was enough for making money, but this time, it was truly different. Finally, at 21:20, Luo Chen's phone rang. It was Yao Wenbin. He took a deep breath before answering on speaker. On the phone, Wang Wenbin's voice sounded excited and trembling. President Luo, our president has urgently convened an investors' meeting. We've done our utmost, but because it's still too urgent, you need to prepare 2 or 3 days in advance. No, just 1 day is fine. The investors have decided to give you a leverage limit of $1 billion. You must be careful. Luo Chen nodded, don't worry, after it ends at 4 in the morning, I won't call you again. Just deduct your share and transfer the balance to my company's account. Then he hung up, with 7 minutes left until the market opened. Qianya, Luo Chen raised his head and instructed Luo Qianya to buy a stock. Tonight, stocks were mostly down, and after looking around, he only picked one with an 11% increase. Luo Qianya immediately had her new subordinates save this stock, waiting to buy $25 million worth after the market opened, and then they would sit back and watch Luo Chen direct the futures trading team. Song Shuhuai's heart raced. The night before, Luo Chen had given him a lesson he would never forget, and tonight, it seemed even more intense. Last time, they had quietly made 3.6 billion soft sister coins, and now the boss was a bit excited. How much would they earn this time? But the newly hired traders watched like it was a show, unconvinced. They already had a leverage limit of $500 million in their accounts, which was not low for an ordinary trading company, yet he still found it insufficient and asked Tiger Securities to open a leverage limit of $10 billion. Was he trying to fool them? Was it really that easy? 10 billion, no trading company could possibly have that kind of limit, right? It was probably just a virtual game. To be honest, the 5 or 6 new hires began to doubt its authenticity, feeling it was unrealistic, and some even thought about quitting after enduring the night. It was too unreliable. At 9:30 p.m., the U.S. stock market and international futures opened on time. Luo Chenya and her partner immediately bought the selected stocks. The newcomer, Fu Xin, was under 30 and had been a trader for 6 years, considered experienced, but his performance was not outstanding. However, in the future of finance, performance didn't matter much. It ultimately depended on the boss Luo Chen's choices. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Chen instructed Song Shu Huai, go long on crude oil futures, set an order at $31, and 500 million. You all spread the amounts and enter separately. Okay. Song Shu Huai quickly ordered his 4 subordinates, and the 5 of them each placed a $100 million long order. Luo Chen was cautious because he noticed that whenever his orders exceeded $1 billion, the crude oil curve would fluctuate, so he needed to time it perfectly. He had tested it before. The closer to the moment of change he bought, the smaller the subsequent changes would be. The traders were still bullish on crude oil, but their confidence was not very strong. The young boss buying $500 million was still bold, so they thought tonight's trade was just a virtual interview, definitely not real. Otherwise, who would play around with $500 million? In fact, it wasn't 500 million, but 1 billion. There was still 500 million in the US stock account, and the young boss humorously performed a skit in front of them about needing $1 billion in leverage. Who would believe that? As soon as the crude oil futures were purchased, the price rose to $31, and the account instantly showed a floating profit of $2,080,000. $2,080,000. Fu Xian and the other newcomers couldn't help but lament how great it would be if this were real. In their previous company, due to the immense risks of futures, the entire company would be lucky to make around $10 million in profit over the year. $2 million was 1/5 of their annual profit, but that wasn't the final figure, as crude oil futures continued to rise, soon breaking $32. The momentum was rapid. Within 10 minutes, it surpassed $33. The speed of the increase made the newcomers blush. Although the trading was virtual, the rise in crude oil was real. How great it would be if they could actually invest that much money. Just as it broke $33, Luo Chen issued a second command: place the order, set the price at $33. The newcomers were momentarily stunned. With such a sharp rise, anyone could see that there was likely another surge coming. It would be a shame to miss this opportunity. Song Shu Huai glared and shouted, "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and place the order." Unlike the newcomers, Song Shu Huai had been harshly educated by Luo Chen in reality and knew how terrifying Luo Chen's judgment was. Once the newcomers realized, they quickly followed the instructions. It didn't matter, after all, it was just virtual. As soon as the order was placed, the crude oil price rose to $33, and the $500 million order was fully executed, resulting in a profit of $28,800,000. $28,800,000. If this were real, they would probably wake up laughing in their dreams. However, if it were a real operation, I'm afraid they wouldn't dare to go this big. At this moment, Luo Chen appeared particularly cautious, staring at the screen. Seeing that the oil price was still rising, as soon as it passed $33, he immediately shouted, "Short it, place the order, $33, buy in $10 billion. Wang Bolan, a newcomer under Song Shuai, couldn't help but say, "Boss Luo, although this is a virtual operation, I think there's still considerable room for the oil price to rise. Shorting now is irrational." Luo Chen chuckled and ignored him, just glancing at Song Shuai. Song Shuai jolted and quickly shouted, "What nonsense are you talking about? If you can do it, then you're the boss. Hurry up, place the short order at $33. Although Song Shuai also agreed with Wang Bolan's view, boss Luo Chen was a genius. Even if the boss was wrong, he chose to believe in him. The 5 of them no longer hesitated, each placing a $1 billion short order at $33. In a luxurious office of a financial building in the distant west, several tycoons were staring at the massive electronic screen. "We're going to make a fortune tonight. I estimate we're about to set a new historical record. The bullish trend is promising, right? Over $100 billion in orders? Good, good, we can act now, immediately, right away." "What? Someone placed a $100 billion short order? Damn, there's no time to react, damn it, damn thief." The dollar quickly fell below $30, and the newcomers were left dumbfounded as oil plummeted like an airplane engine losing power and shutting down. The speed of the oil decline was terrifying, something they had never seen before, breaking $29, breaking $28, breaking $27, breaking $26, breaking $25, breaking $24, breaking $23, breaking $22. The office was silent, only the sound of heavy breathing could be heard, and through the screen, one could almost feel the blood and gore in the oil market. Tonight was destined to be an unsettling night. Who knows how many people around the world would leap from the tops of skyscrapers. Fortunately, this was just a virtual operation, but thankfully afterward, a few of them suddenly remembered that their young boss hadn't made a mistake, he had made the right buy. At that moment, they realized, oh my, $100 billion had seized this opportunity. If it were real, just this transaction would have earned over $1 billion. Damn, this operation, it seems only those playing virtually would dare to buy so recklessly. Who would dare to play like this in reality? The oil price continued to plummet until it finally slowed down at $21. Song Shuhai couldn't help but tremble slightly as he said to Luo Chen, "Boss, can we reverse and buy at the bottom? With oil dropping so sharply, now must be the best time to buy." Luo Chen smiled and said, "If you think that way, don't you think others will think differently?" Song Shuhai was taken aback, feeling that the boss didn't agree with his view. After thinking for a moment, he advised, "If we don't buy at the bottom, we can at least sell this 100 billion order. After all, we've already made $1 billion, $1 billion, boss." Luo Chen glanced at him and said, "As if I can't do the math. I know we've made 1 billion, the order stays as it is." Seeing that Luo Chen was ignoring him, Song Shuhai didn't dare to say more and could only stare at the screen. When the oil price dropped to $20, it finally stopped, then slightly rose by 2 cents, returning to $21. At this moment, the buy orders were flying like snowflakes, and the transaction volume surged. Song Shuhai was anxious, his face flushed, and he rushed to Luo Chen, "Boss." Luo Chen snorted, "What's the rush? Stay calm." Song Shuhai was so anxious he was rubbing his hands together. "Boss, can we stay calm? Oil has hit the bottom. It's definitely going to rise significantly." A few new traders couldn't help but chuckle. They were still acting, and the performance was quite convincing. They could go for an Oscar. The oil price then stabilized at $21, and Luo Chen still didn't speak. A moment later, Luo Chen's phone rang. It was from Yao Wenbin. He answered, "Luo Zong, the president and a few investors have asked if this is the best time to take action." Luo Chen replied, "Yao Zong, since you've given me the authority, you should trust me. If they don't trust me, you can let the risk control team execute the orders. After all, we've already made over $1 billion. Yao Wenbin awkwardly chuckled and said, "Well, okay, you continue to operate, just be extra careful." Then he hung up. From Yao Wenbin's words, it seemed that the people from Tiger Securities wanted to cash out and were too afraid to gamble. Any experienced person would choose to take the profit at this point. They had already made 11 million. Song Shuhai looked at him eagerly, and Luo Chen smiled, trying to relax a bit. He turned to the dazed Song Zicheng and said, "Zicheng, pour me a glass of water. I'm very thirsty." "Oh, okay." After pouring a glass of water for Luo Chen, Song Zicheng curiously asked Luo Chenya, "Manager Luo, is it really true that we've made so much money? It felt too unreal. Making money couldn't be this easy, right? And it was a profit of $1 billion, which converted to RMB was about 70 to 80 billion. Was this a joke?" Luo Chenya smiled and said, "Stay focused, just hold on a little longer. At 4 in the morning, the boss will tell you some good news." "Good news?" Song Zicheng's heart skipped a beat. What good news? Could it be that the boss wanted her to be his girlfriend? Luo Chen had no idea about this strange thought from his female assistant. He took his phone and made another call. "Sister-in-law, come over to the company, let me give you a ride." Luo Yong had also fallen asleep, and Zhu Ying quickly got up. They both hurried to the company building together. It was almost midnight by this time. Upon arriving at the office, they saw a group of people staring wide-eyed at the computer screen. Luo Yong greeted Luo Chen, "Yang Di." Zhu Ying was naturally diligent. As soon as she arrived, she started pouring tea and water, acting as if she was familiar with everyone. In the luxurious office in the West, a well-known big shot in the international financial world was tugging at his beard, angrily cursing, this thief, why hasn't he sold yet? Why hasn't he sold? He still wants to steal our fruits." Luo Chen, of course, knew nothing about this. He only knew his predicted numbers. He was completely unaware of the deceit and bloodshed behind the scenes. Song Shuhai was in agony, wanting to persuade the boss to execute the short orders. Wouldn't it be nice to earn $1 billion? Just as he hesitated, the oil prices suddenly started to move downwards, like a stone thrown from a rooftop, plummeting straight down. Damn! Song Shuhuai's heart almost jumped out. The oil price broke $20 and continued to drop rapidly, breaking $19, breaking $18, breaking $17. Everyone except Luo Chen stared blankly at the computer screen, watching the oil price plummet vertically. It seemed to have no bottom, as the oil price kept falling to $1, and there were no signs of stopping. During the decline, large amounts of capital kept entering to buy the dip, believing that the oil price would definitely rebound. In the end, no one expected the oil price to drop to zero, then bounce back, and continue to fall into negative territory. Then it was dollars, 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 continuously plummeting. Everyone was dumbfounded. In all their years, no one had ever seen negative oil prices. And the downward trend was still very rapid, continuing to drop. Dollars, 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 until it fell to negative $35. Luochen suddenly spoke up. Shu Huai, immediately place an order to sell, set the price at dollars. Oh, okay. Song Shu Huai waved his hand, signaling for subordinates to start placing sell orders. The oil price continued to drop, all the way down to dollars, and Luochen's $10 billion order was fully executed at dollars. 10,000 hands of crude oil, one hand is 1,000 barrels, each barrel of crude oil earned $69, a total of 320,000 hands of crude oil earned $14 billion. Looking at the time, it was just before 1 in the morning. Luochen instructed Song Shu Huai, process the withdrawal. Song Shu Huai trembled like a puppet as he operated, withdrawing $14 billion, then the group of investors on the Tiger Securities side would split half, leaving $7 billion, which converted to soft sister currency is 59 billion. If Song Shu Huai wasn't sitting in a chair with armrests, he would have collapsed on the ground. Damn, this boss is not human. He originally thought earning $6 billion in one night would be unforgettable. Who would have thought that tonight he would possess a fortune of 59 billion soft sister currency? After a while, Luo Qianya reported to Luochen, boss, the company account has received 59 billion. Alright, I know. Luochen waved his hand, his heart finally calmed down, then instructed Zhu Yingying, sister-in-law, transfer 500,000 yuan as a bonus to each person present, including you and brother. Additionally, the bonuses for Qianya, Shu Huai, and General Manager Han will be doubled, rewarding 1 million. What a way to win people over. Luo Qianya was overjoyed. Having just started working a few days ago, she had already received a bonus of 700,000 to 800,000. A job like this was hard to find anywhere else. Seeing that Fu Xian and the others didn't believe it, she asked them for their bank account numbers, then operated the transfer. Of course, while operating, she called Zhu Yingying to the side to teach her the process, as she would be the company cashier from now on, handling the distribution of money and salaries. After a while, Fu Xian and 5 or 6 others received bank deposit text messages on their phones, and when they opened them, they were all dumbfounded. Especially Song Ziqing. Counting the balance in the bank account from the text message, it indeed increased by a full 500,000. Boss, did we really earn $10 billion tonight? Receiving the 500,000, Song Ziqing stammered in surprise and excitement as she asked Luochen. Luochen replied lightly, what do you think? Do you think I have nothing better to do than to randomly give you money? Damn. Fu Xian clutched his chest, unable to hold back his expletive. Boss, this isn't a virtual operation, my god, $10 billion. My god. All the newcomers were overwhelmed by this immense happiness, dazed and unsure of what to say. Luochen waved his hand, go back and rest, you've been tired for most of the night. Tomorrow I have to go to the provincial city for a meeting, and tomorrow night's operations will be hosted by Shu Huai and Qianya. I'll give orders via video. Song Shu Huai and Luo Qianya quickly nodded in agreement, and Luochen turned to Song Ziqing, instructing, come to Tianzong City to call me at 10 in the morning, we'll go to the provincial city together. Okay, boss. Song Ziqing replied with a smile in her eyes. This time she didn't even think about whether the boss had any ulterior motives for taking her to the provincial city. The thought of such motives now made her blush. Young boss Luo hadn't even glanced at her, not even a joke. A wealthy man with 700 billion wouldn't need to play such tricks with a little girl like her, would he? If he wanted to find a woman, wouldn't it be easier to just throw a bundle of money? If a bundle of money wouldn't do, how about a basket of money? Luochen waved to Luo Yang and Zhu Yingying, brother, sister-in-law, let's go back. After Luochen left, Song Ziqing quietly asked Luo Qianya, General Luo, didn't you say you had good news to tell me? What is it? Asking this made her heart race, her face flushed, wondering if the boss liked her and wanted Luo Qianya to convey the message. Luo Qianya smiled like a blooming flower and said, don't you already know? Why are you asking me? I know? Song Ziqing was taken aback, recalling and shaking her head, the boss hasn't told me anything. Why can't he just say it to my face? Why does it have to be conveyed through you? Luo Qianya was taken aback, then couldn't help but poke Song Ziqing's forehead. You. What on earth is going on in that head of yours? Are you overthinking it? The good news I mentioned is that you should wait until the boss finishes the trading operation to tell you. Because once it's over, the boss will definitely make money, and as soon as he makes money, he will distribute bonuses. Isn't a bonus of 500,000 a good thing? Song Ziqing was stunned, then exclaimed, covering her face with her hands, feeling so embarrassed. Luo Qianya found it both amusing and infuriating, and couldn't help but mutter, "You little infatuated girl." Aside from the girl she had asked her to find, she had never seen the boss take a liking to any woman. As for her subordinate, she was treated like a workhorse, with no tenderness shown at all. On the way back, Zhu Yingying, seeing that there were no outsiders around, said to Luo Chen, "Yang Di, just give them the bonuses, you don't need to give me and your brother any. We haven't done anything to deserve 1 million in bonuses. It wouldn't sound good if it got out." Luo Chen snorted, "How I spend my own money is none of your business, right? Just accept it, let others see it too. You've worked hard, and if there's merit, you should be rewarded. I'm not stingy with my money when I make it. Tomorrow I'm going to the provincial capital, so just keep track of the bonuses for future distributions. Giving them out once a month is less of a hassle than doing it every day." Okay. Zhu Yingying didn't press the issue further. As long as it was genuine, that was enough. She was also calculating that during this time, relying on her little uncle Luo Chen, she had saved over 1.2 million. She thought about finding a time to look at some houses and buy one. Money was no longer an issue. With this momentum, even though her monthly salary was only a few thousand, these bonuses were incredible. Of course, what Zhu Yingying didn't know was that making $100 billion in one night was not something that happened easily. The international financial giants manipulating the market to reap profits from the unsuspecting was not an everyday occurrence. This scheme had been in preparation for a long time, and negative oil prices had never been seen before. That night, countless people were left destitute, dancing on the edge of a knife by playing futures with these international capital sharks. But Luo Chen was an anomaly. The amount of capital this time was too large, so his involvement would provoke changes. Only by intervening at the closest point in time would there be no significant changes, and his timing was just right, leaving those capital giants helpless, cursing him as a thief. He had forcibly snatched $200 billion in profits from their hands. Just after taking a shower and not yet asleep, his phone rang. He saw it was an unfamiliar number, but the location showed Beijing. It couldn't be a spam call, could it? He didn't want to answer, but the words Beijing stirred something in him, so he thought for a moment and picked up. "Hello, who is this? Are you Mr. Luo Chen?" A slightly magnetic middle-aged man's voice came from the phone. "I am Luo Chen, and you are? My surname is Su Dongfeng. I have two identities, one is the executive chairman of Longting Fund, and the other is not public, the director of the National Financial Trends Research Office." Luo Chen was taken aback and quickly sat up straight, saying, "Hello, Director Su." Damn, his big move tonight had indeed caught the attention of the higher-ups. This man should be the captain of the national financial team. Su Dongfeng seemed to have a bitter smile. "No need to be so formal with me, I'm just informally reaching out to you. Tonight, it's a bloodbath. Not just in the domestic financial sector, but in the international financial world as well. Blood is flowing like a river. Preliminary estimates suggest that the amount swept up by Western giants tonight exceeds $1 trillion. Luo Chen could only respond with a bitter smile. Tonight, many institutions in the country were definitely being harvested, but what could he do? He had merely snatched a bit of food from the mouths of those Western capital giants by predicting the trends for the next 24 hours. To say he could truly compete with them was still unrealistic at this point. Su Dongfeng said, "And you are the only big winner apart from that group of Western capital tycoons. In fact, your profit of nearly $400 to $500 million from last night has already entered our regulatory list, but tonight's surprise, a profit of $20 billion, how did you manage that?" Believe it or not, I can't exactly say I can predict the next 24 hours, or else I'd be caught and sliced for research. Su Dongfeng pondered for a moment and said, "You don't need to think too much. Although you are already under regulation, your operations do not violate any rules. As long as your income is reasonable and you don't evade taxes, you can earn as you wish. Moreover," at this point, Su Dongfeng paused before continuing, "there are some matters I'd like to discuss with you in person. Should I come to Chuan City or will you come to Beijing? I have to go to the provincial capital tomorrow for some entrepreneur exchange meeting. How about we postpone?" Before Luo Chen could finish, Su Dongfeng interjected, "Alright, I'll fly to your provincial capital tomorrow, and I'll contact you to arrange things once I arrive." Luo Chen put down his phone, deep in thought. It was only a matter of time before the regulatory authorities discovered him. After all, every transaction had been 100% profitable, and the amounts were substantial. How could it not attract their attention? Su Dongfeng, as the captain of the national team, held significant power, so he couldn't afford to clash with him. Some benefits were worth conceding, money was endless, and besides, his trades were all legal, so there was no need to worry too much. The next morning, he woke up at 9, which was considered early. His sister-in-law, Zhu Yingying, had already prepared breakfast. Just as they finished eating, Song Ziqing arrived, full of excitement. She was carrying a suitcase, and Luo Chen asked in surprise, "Are you planning to move in?" Song Ziqing responded with an "oh" and asked, "Didn't you say you wouldn't be back today?" Upon hearing this, Luo Chen decided to stop asking. Women were always troublesome, with clothes, cosmetics, and a myriad of other things to carry. Luo Yong drove them to the train station. Luo Chen found waiting for a flight tedious. The high-speed train to the provincial capital, Hanjiang, only took a little over 2 hours. Although the flight was only 50 minutes, the boarding and disembarking delays took longer than the train ride, so he opted for the high-speed train. As they approached the train station, Luo Yong turned and said, "How about I go to the provincial capital with you for some company?" Luo Chen laughed, "I'm not a 3-year-old, besides, you have Ziqing here. Just stay home and keep an eye on the kid." Luo Chen mainly wanted him to stay home to look after his son, Luo Jun, until he started elementary school. After arriving at the train station, Luo Chen got out and waved Luo Yong to go back. Song Ziqing placed the suitcase in front of Luo Chen and said, "Boss, please wait a moment, I'll go get the tickets." The tickets had already been booked on her phone, and she retrieved them from the machine. Luo Chen checked the time on the ticket. It was for 10:30, with over 40 minutes to spare, so there was no rush. Song Ziqing looked at her watch and said, "Oh no, boss, I forgot to buy some water." "Wait a moment, I'll go to that supermarket." Luo Chen frowned. "Isn't there water for sale in the waiting room? They sell it on the high-speed train too." Song Ziqing pouted, "The waiting room sells water for 2 yuan at 4, and on the high-speed train, it's 10. It's so expensive. I always buy it beforehand and bring it on board. I'll be quick." Luo Chen couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Here he was, a big boss, still trying to save a couple of yuan on water. But that mindset and habit were good. No matter how rich he was, he wouldn't waste money where it wasn't needed. Luo Chen was just that kind of person. "I can give, but you can't take." He didn't know where Song Ziqing went to buy the water, and after a while, she still hadn't returned. Luo Chen, bored, looked around when suddenly he felt a jolt. A girl in a white embroidered shirt and denim shorts, with a pair of dazzlingly white long legs, walked past him straight into the security check. It was her. Luo Chen's heart raced inexplicably as he grabbed his suitcase and chased after her, checking his ticket right behind her, going through security, and then entering inside. The girl didn't go to a seat after entering the waiting hall. Instead, she went straight to the queue. The electronic screen at the ticket check showed that the first train was heading to Jianghan and would depart in 10 minutes, with only a few minutes left for ticket checking. Luo Chen didn't care about anything else and followed her in line. As long as they passed the security check and entered the waiting hall, once the train arrived, the ticket checking was basically just a formality. The ticket inspector hardly looked at the tickets, only monitoring the order. Luo Chen easily blended in, closely following the girl, and when the train arrived, he boarded car 7 right behind her. The girl found her seat by the window, and after sitting down, she turned her head and glanced around, her gaze briefly meeting Luo Chen's. Even the imposing and wealthy boss Luo felt a bit shy and looked away. Just then, his phone rang, and Luo Chen quickly answered to cover up. It was Song Ziqing calling. "Boss, where are you?" "I'm on the high-speed train, I took the earlier one." "You come on your own later, we'll meet in Jianghan." After finishing, Luo Chen hung up but then remembered he still had something to say, so he called back, but the voice on the phone said, "Sorry, your call has insufficient balance." Damn, Luo Chen was instantly dumbfounded. What to do if his phone was out of balance? He didn't have a single cent on him, traveling everywhere relied entirely on his phone. Running out of balance was a matter of life and death. After a while, the train started, and Luo Chen placed his suitcase on the luggage rack and sat down next to the girl. He caught a faint scent coming from her, and his palms were sweaty with nervousness. It seemed that love had nothing to do with how much money one had. Even a wealthy boss like Luo Chen felt just as nervous as an ordinary person when he encountered a girl he fell for at first sight. The train attendant came to check tickets, and Luo Chen felt both awkward and anxious. It wasn't a big deal to sneak onto the train, he could just buy a ticket later. But now he had no money at all, and with his phone out of balance, what could he do? Awkward. Soon, the train attendant reached Luo Chen and politely said, "Hello, please show me your ticket." Luo Chen took out his ticket and handed it to her, admitting his mistake. "I'm sorry, I misread the train number and got on the wrong one." The attendant glanced at him and said, Misreading the train number is one thing, but this carriage is number 3, and this section is 7. How could you get that wrong?" "Forget it, it's already a mistake, just buy a ticket." Luo Chen awkwardly said, My phone is out of balance. Could you please help me recharge a bit? After that, I'll transfer the ticket to you." The attendant looked at him and ignored his request, going to ask the girl inside, "Hello, please show me your ticket." Luo Chen felt really embarrassed. He guessed the female attendant thought he was a fraud. This was such a clumsy trick. Getting the train number wrong was equivalent to having no ticket, and with his phone out of balance, what were the odds? After checking the girl's ticket, the attendant returned it to her and gave her another glance. She was too beautiful, beautiful enough to make other women jealous. Luo Chen, being sharp-eyed, caught a glimpse of the beautiful girl's name on the ticket, Zhang Xiuyan. The female attendant looked at Luo Chen and said flatly, "I can only hand you over to the train police." "Wait a minute." The beautiful girl Zhang Xiuyan called out to the female attendant, then turned to Luo Chen and asked, "What's your phone number? I'll recharge it for you." Luo Chen was taken aback, then quickly gave her his phone number. Zhang Xiuyan operated her phone while saying, "I'll recharge 20 yuan for you, and you don't have to pay me back, just buy your own ticket." The recharge from China Mobile was quite fast. Within seconds, Luo Chen received a text message. He quickly scanned the code to buy the ticket and then teased her, "Don't think everyone looks like a fraud." Damn, if only he could buy a high-speed train privately, he would blind her with his titanium alloy eyes. Luo Chen threw away his embarrassment and smiled at Zhang Xiuyan, saying, "Miss Zhang, how about we add each other on WeChat? I'll send you the money as a red envelope. Thank you for your help. You even know my name now?" "Well, I know from what I saw on my ticket." Zhang Xiuyan reacted quickly, immediately thinking of it, and pouted, saying, "I already said you don't need to pay back that 20 yuan, and you still want to trick me on WeChat? No way." Luo Chen was taken aback. He hadn't expected the conversation to take such a turn. Zhang Xiuyan turned around, her bright, sparkling eyes fixed on him, and with a seemingly speechless tone said, "I mean, why are you not driving a taxi properly, leaving money on the table, and following me?" Luo Chen was stunned again. Damn, she recognized him as the taxi driver. Seeing the dazed expression on Luo Chen's face, Zhang Xiuyan lowered her voice and said, "You really are ridiculous. I've encountered many people pursuing me, but you are the most unreliable and absurd one. You quit your job and followed me onto the high-speed train. I mean, when we get to Jianghan, I'll treat you to a meal, but only within 100 yuan, and then you can buy your ticket back. Do you have money for the ticket?" After a few seconds of daze, Luo Chen nodded and replied, "I have money, but..." He wanted to say he didn't follow her but came to Jianghan for a business trip, but Zhang Xiuyan immediately cut him off. "No buts. I'm only helping you this once. If there's a next time, I really won't help. My monthly salary is only 4 to 5,000 yuan. I can't afford to be messed around, you know?" Luo Chen nodded again and replied promptly, "Okay." Zhang Xiuyan muttered, "I thought something was off the day I got in your taxi. It really is absurd." She said absurd for the second time. Luo Chen smiled. They hadn't been this close before, and now seeing her clearly, whether she was angry or happy, it was all perfect. How could someone be so beautiful? The key was that she was a kind girl. If it were any other girl who encountered a man like him following her, what would they do? Probably 99% would choose to call the police or quickly avoid him. In that instant, Luo Chen felt even more moved, his heart warm, as if it was about to leap out of his chest. Is this what it feels like to be in love? Of course, this isn't called love, it's called unrequited love. Although she guessed wrong about him, Zhang Xiuyan was undoubtedly a very smart girl. It's not true that beautiful girls aren't smart, or that smart girls aren't beautiful, right? Seeing Luo Chen staring at her in a daze, Zhang Xiuyan slightly furrowed her beautiful brows and sighed. "Driving a taxi must be tough, right?" "It's okay. Is the car yours?" "It's the company's." "Did your delay today affect you?" "No, I took a leave." Zhang Xiuyan nodded. I'll rest for a bit. I didn't sleep well last night." "Okay." Luo Chen asked and answered, watching Zhang Xiuyan lean against the window with her eyes closed. From the side, Luo Chen gazed at her long eyelashes for a long time. Perhaps she was really tired, as she soon seemed to fall asleep. When the next stop came, Zhang Xiuyan didn't wake up. A young man holding a ticket looked at the number, then at the seat number above Luo Chen's head, and was about to speak. Luo Chen raised his hand to make a should gesture, then stood up and pulled him to the back, quietly asking, "How much is your ticket?" The young man looked at him warily and said, 86, "What for?" Luo Chen took out his phone and said, "How about I give you 2,000 yuan for your seat? Anyway, it's just under 2 hours to Jianghan, and there are plenty of empty seats elsewhere. You can just find any seat to get by." "That girl." Luo Chen pointed to the still sleeping Zhang Xiuyan and said, "My girlfriend, we couldn't buy tickets together." The young man was taken aback and then asked, "How much are you giving me?" 2,000? 2,000. Luo Chen nodded seriously. "Okay." Without saying another word, the young man took out his phone and set the payment amount to 2,000 yuan on WeChat. Luo Chen didn't hesitate, scanned the code to pay, and with a ding, the payment was successful. "Thank you." The young man walked away with a smile, having made 2,000 yuan just by changing his seat, with plenty of empty spots in the carriage. Luo Chen returned to his original seat, silenced his phone, and sent a text message to Song Ziqing. He realized he still had 20 yuan charged by Jiang Xiuyan on his phone, so he quickly topped up some money to avoid any inconvenience from a shutdown. The maximum recharge amount for the phone was 500, and Luo Chen recharged 10 times in a row, adding 5,000 yuan to feel at ease. The train arrived at Jianghan at 12:10 in the afternoon, and a jolt woke Jiang Xiuyan, who blinked in confusion for a moment before coming to her senses. "Are we at Jianghan?" "Yes." Luo Chen glanced at the buildings outside, confirming they had arrived at Jianghan Station, though he would have preferred to stay there for another 10 or 8 hours. Jiang Xiuyan stood up, adjusted her shoulder bag, and said to Luo Chen, "Come with me. There's a nice little restaurant outside the station. I've eaten there several times. Let me treat you to a meal before you leave." Luo Chen agreed, took down Song Ziqing's suitcase, and followed her. Many people nearby were stealing glances at Jiang Xiuyan. Her looks were simply too stunning, making her the center of attention wherever she went. Jiang Xiuyan was very familiar with Jianghan Station, leading Luo Chen out of the station, zigzagging for about 400 or 500 meters to the right of the square before saying, "We're here." It was a small restaurant called Suji Old Flavor, not very large, about 40 square meters, but very clean. Jiang Xiuyan handed the menu to Luo Chen and said, "Take a look. What do you want to eat?" "I'll have whatever," Luo Chen replied casually, flipping through the menu. "I'll just order some noodles. I'm not that hungry." Jiang Xiuyan couldn't help but laugh. "I was joking. Don't be too stingy with me. I won't mind spending a few dozen yuan." Her smile seemed to brighten the restaurant, and Luo Chen was dazzled, unable to help but say, "You really are beautiful." Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiuyan frowned and said irritably, "I know I'm pretty, but I hate people who are obsessed with looks. Beauty is something given by parents, not something we choose. If I weren't beautiful, would I deserve to be discriminated against?" Her words seemed to have annoyed her, and she stopped talking to Luo Chen. After he finished eating, she stared at him and said, "You need to book your return ticket right away. I'll take you to the station. Don't do such ridiculous things again." "Oh, got it." Luo Chen picked up his phone and booked a high-speed train ticket back to Chuan City right in front of her. Jiang Xiuyan waited until he collected the ticket before urging him to enter the station. "Go on in." Luo Chen tilted his head and thought for a moment, then asked, "Can I take a picture with you?" Jiang Xiuyan generously agreed, "Sure." She stood next to Luo Chen, allowing him to take a photo of them with their heads together, fulfilling his wish for a keepsake, knowing they would never meet again in this lifetime. After watching Luo Chen go through security at the entrance, Jiang Xiuyan shook her head with a wry smile and turned to leave. This taxi driver seemed a bit foolish, actually quitting his job to follow her to Jianghan. It was both pitiful and amusing. The square was crowded, and no one really noticed anyone else. He dragged his suitcase out of the square, feeling a bit down, and entered a Western restaurant, ordering a cup of coffee while waiting for Song Ziqing. About half an hour later, Song Ziqing's train arrived. Luo Chen sent her the address, and when she arrived, panting, he told her to order. Song Ziqing pouted, unhappy. "Boss, you can't be this unreasonable. I just went to buy some water, and it took a few minutes, and you actually left me and took another train." Luo Chen waved his hand, not wanting to talk. Song Ziqing unceremoniously ordered several expensive dishes, having realized that no matter how expensive the meal, it wouldn't take a single hair off the boss's back. The registration time for this entrepreneur exchange meeting was all day, located at the Jianghan Hilton Hotel. Luo Chen wore a sullen expression, and Song Ziqing muttered, "Boss, I've noticed you're a bit off today. During stock trading, you seemed like a god, usually quite imposing, but now you look so silly." Luo Chen snorted coldly, "Did Luo Qianya ever tell you how long the probation period is?" Song Ziqing immediately backed down, "Boss, I take back what I just said. You're dignified and powerful, loved by everyone, and cars burst tires just by seeing you." Luo Chen ignored her, grunting, "Make a note of it in your little notebook." After finishing their meal and settling the bill, they took a car to the hotel. The Jianghan Hilton was a 5-star hotel, and the entrepreneurs attending the conference were among the wealthiest in the province. Poor accommodations were unacceptable. Song Ziqing had never stayed in a 5-star hotel before, having only stayed in budget hotels costing around 200 yuan. Upon entering the Hilton, she felt a strong sense of luxury. The spacious lobby had a tea and coffee area to the left of the front desk, and directly opposite the front desk was a lavish lounge area. To the left of the entrance lobby was an advertising board for the Jiangnan Province Entrepreneurs Exchange Conference, with 7 or 8 staff members checking in attendees. Luo Chen signed in and received a casual bag containing the conference schedule, which he didn't even look at before heading straight to the front desk, asking if he could get 2 rooms for an assistant. The female receptionist took Luo Chen's ID, input it, and said they only provided 1 room per attendee. Then you don't need to prepare a room for me from the conference group, just give me 2 business suites, and I'll pay for them myself. Luo Chen decided against using the conference group's room, as they were all standard rooms at the lowest hotel rate, and there was no need to skimp on a few bucks. The front desk staff was, of course, delighted. The occupancy rate for luxury business suites was low due to their high cost. Standard rooms were over 1,000, business rooms started at over 5,000, and luxury business suites were 12,800. This inconspicuous young man was actually booking too. Just as Luo Chen was about to swipe his card to pay, a man around 30 years old, about 1.75 meters tall and looking quite refined, walked over from the tea and coffee area. You must be General Manager Luo Chen? Who are you? Luo Chen sized him up, having no impression of him. He didn't seem like a staff member from the conference group. My name is Chen Jin. The man smiled slightly and shook his hand, then instructed the front desk staff, put General Manager Luo's 2 rooms on my account. The female staff member seemed to recognize Chen Jin and nodded respectfully. Okay. Chen Jin then smiled at Luo Chen. General Manager Luo, the rooms are ready. Your assistant can take a break for now. A guest from the capital wants to meet with you. A guest from the capital? Luo Chen's heart stirred. It was likely Director Su Dongfeng from the national team. He immediately instructed Song Ziqing, you can rest for now. If you're hungry, just eat at the hotel. Going out is fine too. All expenses will be covered. Song Ziqing was about to agree with a smile when Chen Jin interjected. All expenses for your 2 rooms will be directly charged to my account. No need to pay. Luo Chen thought for a moment and nodded readily. Since Chen Jin was with Su Dongfeng, it was fine to take advantage of him a bit, as Su Dongfeng would definitely take advantage of him anyway. After exiting, a black Mercedes was parked outside the hotel's revolving door, steady but not extravagant. For someone like Luo Chen, a Mercedes worth over 1 million yuan was hardly even entry-level, at most just a grocery getter. Chen Jin opened the car door for him, then climbed in himself. There was no Su Dongfeng in the car, just a driver. Chen Jin didn't say anything, and the driver started driving. After about 40 minutes, they left the urban area and reached the outskirts of the city, and after another 10 minutes or so, they arrived at a place resembling a farmhouse or mountain villa. The car stopped, and Chen Jin smiled as he invited Luo Chen inside. They walked through several corridors before finally entering a room. It was a private room with a man in his 40s, pale-faced and beardless, exuding an air of elegance. Upon seeing Luo Chen and Chen Jin, he stood up with a smile to greet them. Xiao Luo, President Luo, it's finally a pleasure to meet you in person. You're even younger than in the photos, truly a promising young talent. After a firm handshake with Luo Chen, he introduced himself. I am Su Dongfeng. Indeed, it was Director Su from the national team. After pouring some tea, Su Dongfeng added, drink tea, drink tea. Luo Chen smiled as he sipped his tea, neither speaking nor asking questions. What was meant to come would come, and Director Su couldn't have called him just for tea. Sure enough, Su Dongfeng glanced at Luo Chen and chuckled. You may not be very old, but you're just like those old foxes. Ha, but thinking about it, it makes sense. If you didn't have a few tricks up your sleeve, how could you possibly carve a piece of meat from the jaws of those Western capital giants? I'll be straightforward, you can choose one of 2 conditions. Seeing that Luo Chen remained calm and didn't ask, Su Dongfeng decided to be direct. First, you come to Longting Fund as my assistant, managing the fund's operations. Luo Chen remained silent, and Su Dongfeng glanced at him again, saying, second, you give us a portion of your company's shares. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Chen replied, Director Su, the domestic market is only so big, the scale of operations can't be large and is limited. I have another proposal in mind. Su Dongfeng nodded, go ahead. Luo Chen said, let's establish an offshore company. I want to operate in the US stock index forex market and have a go at those international capital giants. Su Dongfeng thought for a moment and nodded, smiling, I suspected you might take this route. Fine, but how much are you planning to put in? I'm initially preparing a pool of $2 billion. I'll let 20% go, how about that? Luo Chen estimated that Su Dongfeng wouldn't agree and was considering how to negotiate. To his surprise, Su Dongfeng actually agreed, alright. Then he pointed to Chen Jin and said, Xiao Luo, let me introduce you to Chen Jin, the son of a former superior of mine. His father is number 1 in Jiangnan province. Luo Chen's heart skipped a beat. He never expected the seemingly gentle Chen Jin to be so impressive. Su Dongfeng continued, as the saying goes, gathering threads makes a rope, gathering sand makes a tower. As your wealth grows, it's always good to have some friends to support you. So, let Chen Jin take the lead in bringing in a few shareholders, it will only benefit you. Without a second thought, Luo Chen readily agreed, sure, I'll let another 10% go, let brother Chen distribute it himself. Su Dongfeng laughed heartily, clapping his hands. Xiao Luo is a straightforward person. Chen Jin is more stable. If you need anything in the future, you can ask him for help. Luo Chen thought for a moment and turned to Chen Jin earnestly. Brother Chen, I actually have something I want to ask for your help with. Seeing Luo Chen so serious, Chen Jin also became serious and nodded. Go ahead. Luo Chen suddenly felt a bit shy, chuckling awkwardly before saying, I want to ask Brother Chen to help me look into a person, a girl named Jiang Xiuyan. Luo Chen smiled, but it was a bit restrained. Su Dongfeng seemed to understand, laughing. Xiao Luo is a top-notch stock trader and futures player, but even experts are human. As the saying goes, heroes find it hard to resist the charms of beautiful women. Chen Jin, you should look into it. Chen Jin, seeing that Luo Chen didn't deny it, understood and smiled, nodding, though he was puzzled about what kind of woman a wealthy person like Luo Chen couldn't pursue. However, since it was Luo Chen asking, he felt obliged to agree, and he wouldn't pry into the reasons behind it. President Luo, could you please share the information about this girl with me? Luo Chen took out his phone, pulled up the photo he had with Jiang Xiuyan, and said, Brother Chen, this is the only photo I have. I ran into her in Xuan City, then saw her again at the train station. After arriving in Jianghan, she treated me to a bowl of noodles, and we took a photo together before she left. After hesitating for a moment, Luo Chen honestly said, if I hadn't seen her name on the train ticket, I wouldn't even know her name. Chen Jin, a bit puzzled, asked him, didn't you show off your hundreds of billions in wealth? Luo Chen replied with she thought I was a taxi driver, and at the high-speed train station, she thought I was a madman who had quit his job to chase her. Chen Jin couldn't help but laugh out loud. It was just too funny, a super rich man with hundreds of billions pretending to be a broken-down taxi driver. But to be honest, the girl in the photo was indeed surprisingly beautiful. No wonder, Xiao Luo's taste was still quite refined, but his approach to chasing girls was a complete mess. Xiao Luo was exceptional at making money, but his skills in romance were lacking. Su Dongfeng, uninterested in matters of love, discussed financial issues and asked Luo Chen if he needed help from his side. Luo Chen needed to transfer $1.4 billion into an offshore company's foreign exchange account, which was no small feat. Luo Chen politely declined. It might be difficult for others, but he had connections behind Tiger Securities, so transferring over $10 billion shouldn't be a problem. Su Dongfeng was very busy. After discussing the offshore company's affairs, he hurried off without even eating. Chen Jin stayed behind to have a meal with Luo Chen. The dishes here weren't particularly luxurious, they were all home-cooked meals. He initially wanted to accompany Luo Chen for a more relaxed evening, but this little boss Luo seemed to have no such intention. After dinner, he sent Chen Jin back to the hotel and then went to look into the matter of Jiang Xiuyan. By the time they returned to the hotel, it was almost dark. Luo Chen sent a text to Song Ziqing asking if she had eaten. A moment later, she replied, I have eaten. Is there something you need me to arrange, boss? Come over in a bit to prepare the computer stuff. At 9 o'clock, connect with Qianya and Song Shuhua for work. Okay, I'll be there soon. Song Ziqing soon roughly equated to 20 minutes. When the doorbell rang, Luo Chen opened the door and was greeted by a pleasant fragrance. After glancing at her, he frowned and said, It's already dark, where are you dressed up like a fairy going? Song Ziqing almost stumbled. She had put in effort to dress beautifully to show her boss, but who would have thought he would call her a fairy? I'm going to the bathroom. Feeling insulted, Song Ziqing angrily ran to the bathroom to wash off her makeup, then came out in a huff, opened her laptop, connected to Wi-Fi, and linked up with Luo Qianya. Luo Chen sniffed and felt much better, nodding. Isn't this much better? He was a bit allergic to perfume and couldn't stand heavy makeup. At this moment, Song Ziqing had already categorized her boss as a blind Iron Man. Such a beautiful woman was right in front of him, and he didn't even notice, showing no tenderness and treating her like a laborer. This was something Song Ziqing hadn't discussed with Luo Qianya regarding the experience of being a president's assistant. If she had asked, Luo Qianya would have had even more grievances. Boss Luo didn't treat her as a laborer but rather as a mule to be used. Fortunately, no matter how tired he was, the boss was quite generous with rewards. Song Ziqing was still wondering if her boss was naturally uninterested in women. She planned to find an opportunity to ask Luo Qianya when she returned. Luo Chen had no idea what this beautiful assistant was thinking. He truly regarded Song Ziqing's beauty as nothing. His mind was occupied with thoughts of Jiang Xiuyan. After Song Ziqing successfully connected with Luo Qianya, she tested the audio and video quality of the call, which was smooth and without issues. At 9:30, Luo Chen instructed Luo Qianya to buy the selected U.S. stocks, and the leverage amount had already been restored to the previous $500 million. Tonight's futures didn't have any major fluctuations. Luo Chen was lost in thought and had little interest in trading, directing Song Shuhai and others in their operations. Around midnight, seeing that the subsequent changes were minimal, he instructed Song Shuhai to place the orders and wrap things up. The total profit from the US stock market and futures was just over 290 million, not even reaching 300 million. Converted to soft sister currency, that's about 2 billion. Luo Chen instructed his sister-in-law, Zhu Yingying, to record a bonus of 100,000 for each person, while Luo Chenya and Song Shuhai each received 200,000. He then yawned and told Song Ziqing, "Clean up a bit, you can go back and rest." Although the boss was blind, Song Ziqing was still very happy, another 100,000 bonus. When she came for the interview, she was worried the boss might be a lecher, taking precautions, but unexpectedly, the boss was not only not lecherous but also a blind man who seemed to have no concept of the word woman. Tonight, she could tell the boss was not in high spirits, probably because earning only 2 billion felt too little. In the past, the profits had been at least over 500 million US dollars. Sigh, comparing people really makes one feel frustrated. The bosses of the company she had worked for before would puff up with pride at tens of millions, walking around with their heads held high, while looking at boss Luo. Not only was he young, but his capabilities and wealth. Luo Chen tossed and turned all night, unable to sleep, his mind constantly drifting to Jiang Xiuyan's face, not knowing when he finally fell asleep, only to be awakened by the doorbell in the morning. It was Song Ziqing calling him for breakfast. A meeting was about to start soon. Luo Chen washed his face, feeling his eyes blinking uncomfortably, having not slept well. He went downstairs to the hotel restaurant for breakfast, where Song Ziqing attentively served him, but Luo Chen had no appetite and only ordered a bowl of plain rice porridge and a plate of fruit slices. After breakfast, he went to the third-floor conference hall, where many people had already gathered, all looking sharp and greeting each other. From the greetings, it was easy to guess they were big shots from various industries. Only Luo Chen had no acquaintances, feeling quite lonely, but Song Ziqing, tall and beautiful, was very eye-catching beside him. The conference hall had about 300 to 400 seats, each with a nameplate. Luo Chen searched for a while but couldn't find his seat, while Song Ziqing, with her keen eyes, pointed to a corner at the back and said, "It's over there." Luo Chen casually walked over and sat down, opening a bottle of mineral water and taking a small sip. Song Ziqing frowned and whispered, "I heard these seats are arranged by wealth. I can't believe these people are richer than the boss." The richest man in Jiangnan province was named Hu Daiyou, who made his fortune in real estate, reportedly with total assets of over 20 billion. The entrepreneurs attending the meeting today were all from Jiangnan province, and even the wealthiest, Hu Daiyou, only had over 20 billion. Yet, boss Luo had at least 80 billion soft sister currency in cash, and he was seated at the very back? Not to mention the seating based on wealth, many were arranged by their contributions to social welfare, but no company in Jiangnan province had donated 500 million yet. Song Ziqing secretly scoffed. The rows to the right were mostly filled with media reporters, all set up with cameras, many of whom were female reporters. Generally, reporters are quite attractive, and today they were all from the wealthiest group, so they were all very enthusiastic. The entrepreneurs gradually entered, finding their seats according to the nameplates. Most of these entrepreneurs had a plump appearance, living a life of luxury. As they passed by, their gazes were unabashedly fixed on the female reporters, especially Song Ziqing, whose looks were definitely among the best in the room. Song Ziqing was quite annoyed by their lecherous stares, and Luo Chen was also irritated by these lecherous guys. Just as he was about to tell her to stay in the room, a young man, about 27 or 28, dragged a chair over and sat next to Song Ziqing, smiling as he handed her a business card. "Hello, my name is Song Jie. I'm the assistant to Hulu, the vice president of Dajin Group." Song Ziqing picked up the business card with her fair fingers and said lightly, "What's up?" Song Jie smiled and said, "I was wondering which company you work for." "Oh, I forgot to mention, our vice president whose father is Mr. Hu Daiyou, the chairman of the Dajin Group, the richest man in Jiangnan. You must have heard of him, right?" He thought that by revealing this background, the beautiful woman would become enthusiastic. To his surprise, the beauty showed no excitement at all. Still looking at her phone, she blandly replied, "So what?" Song Jie smiled awkwardly and continued, "Our vice president who really appreciates your temperament and wants to invite you to work at Dajin Group. As for the salary, as long as our vice president who is happy, that's a small matter. Wealth and glory are guaranteed." Song Ziqing didn't even look up and shot back, not interested. Song Jie's expression froze. He quickly added, "Dajin Group is a well-known enterprise throughout Jiangnan province." "Hey!" Suddenly, a man's voice interrupted from the side. Song Jie turned to see a young man next to Song Ziqing. This was, of course, Luo Chen, whose lazy voice carried a hint of sharpness. "She is my assistant. Are you trying to poach her in front of me? Do you think I'm invisible?" Song Jie was taken aback and asked, "Who are you? Which company?" Luo Chen replied with a forced smile, "What does it matter which company I'm from? Trying to poach someone in front of me is like slapping my face. If you slap my face, can I still speak nicely to you? Seeing Luo Chen's impolite tone, Song Jie became furious. Don't be so arrogant. Dajin Group is the main sponsor of this entrepreneurs conference. What are you so proud of, sitting at the back? So what if someone is trying to poach you? Dajin Group isn't short on money, people want a rise, and water flows downwards. Who doesn't want a better salary? Luo Chen chuckled mockingly. You're talking to me about money? Hee, you can talk about anything, talk about morals, talk about rules, just don't talk about money. Talking money with me? Sorry, everyone here is trash. You. Song Jie was instantly infuriated. How could there be such an arrogant guy? Who in Jiangnan province would dare to insult the Dajin Group, owned by the richest man Hu Dayo? Moreover, he wasn't just talking about Hu Dayo, he was saying everyone present. Song Jie angrily stood up to leave, making sure to take a good look at Luo Chen's nameplate. Future Finance, Luo Chen, what kind of company is that? Never even heard of it. Luo Chen felt it was pointless. If they were discussing serious business experiences and development status, he might not understand but would at least try to pretend. Instead, he found everyone to be such lecherous types, and he immediately lost interest. His phone rang, it was Chen Jin calling. Luo Chen answered, and Chen Jin directly said on the phone, I added you on WeChat, please accept, I have something to send you. Luo Chen opened WeChat and saw a friend request notification. Clicking on it, he found it was from someone with the WeChat name sitting in a well and watching the sky, and couldn't help but laugh. Chen Jin was surprisingly low-key. After accepting, a moment later, Chen Jin sent a long message. Jiang Xiuyan, 24 years old, from Jianghan, an undergraduate at Jianghan University, currently a team leader in the housekeeping department at the newly built Newport Plaza Hotel funded by Hong Kong Capital. Father Jiang Guanyuan, from Jianghan, a teacher at the 33rd Middle School. Mother Wei Fengling, from Chuan City, currently an ordinary employee at the Hongqing supermarket on Erhang Road in the Jianghan Liberation area. Jiang Xiuyan has a twin sister named Jiang Shiyan, a graduate of the Shanghai Conservatory of Music, currently signed with a Korean company as a trainee, yet to debut. Mother Wei Fengling has a sister, Wei Fengchun, a teacher at Chuan City No. 1 Middle School, divorced, with a daughter. Damn! Luo Chen's impression of Chen Jin's capabilities skyrocketed 1,000-fold. The information on Jiang Xiuyan was so detailed it was as if they had dug up her ancestors for 3 generations, and each person's information was accompanied by a high-definition photo. The reason Jiang Xiuyan went to Chuan City this time was clear. Her aunt Wei Fengchun was ill, and her cousin was out of town, so she went to visit. It turned out she was so close to him, yet he couldn't find her. If it weren't for this entrepreneur exchange meeting in Jianghan, he might have never crossed paths with Jiang Xiuyan in his lifetime. Luo Chen felt a chill run down his spine at the thought. Although he disliked these so-called entrepreneurs, he couldn't help but be grateful for the meeting. It seemed there was a hidden fate at play. If he hadn't attended this meeting, he wouldn't have gone to the train station, and if he hadn't gone to the train station, he would have missed the chance to meet Jiang Xiuyan, and without that meeting, there would be no future. With Jiang Xiuyan's information in hand, it was easier to plan. As the saying goes, knowing oneself and the enemy leads to victory in every battle. Luo Chen immediately decided to first check out the supermarket where Jiang Xiuyan's mother, Wei Fengling, worked, to undermine her family's support. Jiang Xiuyan currently had a poor impression of him, so he would hold off on making any moves to avoid making things worse. Zicheng, come on, let's go somewhere, Luo Chen said, his character being one that acted decisively without dragging things out. Okay, Song Zicheng replied, not wanting to stay there any longer. She stood up, too lazy to look for a trash can, flicking Song Jie's business card to the ground with her fingers. Once they got downstairs and outside the hotel, Song Zicheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Boss, where are we going? Luo Chen glanced at his phone before replying, order a car, the address is Hongqing Supermarket on Erhang Road in the Liberation District. Oh. As Song Zicheng entered the address on her phone and called for a car, she asked him, are we going to buy something at the supermarket? There are plenty of big supermarkets around here, why go so far? Luo Chen scolded her, less chatter. He was going to meet his future mother-in-law, and despite being a billionaire, he felt a wave of anxiety. The young lady was indeed the daughter of Luo Chen. The car arrived quickly, it was a black Honda. The vehicle wasn't new, but it was well maintained inside, a world apart from their shabby taxi. The provincial capital was indeed much larger than Chuan City. It took half an hour to reach Erhang Road in the Liberation District, which was already on the outskirts, yet it still felt bustling and lively. When the driver slowed down upon reaching Erhang Road, he looked around. Hongqing Supermarket wasn't well known, it seemed to be a small supermarket. There! The driver suddenly pointed ahead and stopped the car. Luo Chen saw a very prominent electronic billboard on the first floor of the building he was pointing to, Hongxing Supermarket. They had indeed arrived. After Song Ziqing got out and paid the fare, she looked up at Luo Chen and asked, "Boss, what are you planning to buy?" Did he think this supermarket was the only place that had what he needed? Luo Chen felt a bit nervous, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and glanced at the supermarket entrance before saying, "Let's go in and take a look." Song Ziqing observed him and said, "Boss, are you feeling sick? You've been sweating a lot." "No, I'm not sick," Luo Chen replied, wiping his sweat again, feeling a bit unsteady as he entered the supermarket, heading down to the basement level. Once inside, he finally relaxed a bit, surprised to find that although the supermarket looked small from the outside, the basement was quite spacious, at least 1,500 to 2,000 square feet, with no fewer than 50 employees inside. With so many employees and customers around, he didn't have to worry about being discovered. Song Ziqing pushed his shopping cart beside him, and as Luo Chen walked, he kept an eye on the people around. Song Ziqing found it strange. The boss was only glancing at the female employees and not looking at the merchandise at all. Suddenly, she was startled. Could it be that the boss didn't like young and beautiful women but preferred those in their 40s or 50s? Song Ziqing took a step back, quietly observing Luo Chen as he moved from one end to the other. She noticed that he really was only looking at those female employees and not even glancing at the goods. The supermarket was almost entirely staffed by women aged 30 to 50, with only the checkout line having young women in their 20s. This was bad news. Song Ziqing felt a chill in her heart. It was quite uncomfortable. Boss, oh boss, so young and wealthy, yet he couldn't see the beautiful young women right in front of him. These aunties could be his mothers. The world of the rich is truly incomprehensible, their tastes so strange. Luo Chen had already glanced at more than 20 female employees, but he hadn't seen Jiang Xiuyan's mother, Wei Fengling. The photo Chen Jin sent him had Wei Fengling in it, and she looked somewhat similar to Jiang Xiuyan, though her face bore the marks of time. Moving on, they reached the fruit section, and Song Ziqing's eyes lit up at the fresh and tempting fruits, but the boss didn't even glance at them. Instead, he was looking at those aunties. Song Ziqing pouted and frowned. Just as she was about to ask the boss what he wanted to buy, Luo Chen suddenly stopped, his face tense, his eyes fixed ahead. Following his gaze, Song Ziqing exclaimed, "Damn it!" unable to hold back her frustration. The person Luo Chen was staring at was a woman weighing fruits for a customer at the electronic scale. She looked to be around 40. Although she showed signs of age, her face, eyebrows, eyes, and lips were all beautiful enough to make even Song Ziqing envious. If this woman were 20 years younger, she would definitely be more beautiful than herself. Song Ziqing felt both angry and frustrated. Was the boss really into this type? But no matter how one looked at it, she was still a motherly woman, really. Luo Chen recognized her immediately as Wei Fengling, Jiang Xiuyan's mother. Their faces indeed bore a resemblance, with Wei Fengling showing maturity and weariness, while Jiang Xiuyan was the epitome of youth. The mother-in-law was busy, not even lifting her eyes. "Wei Fengling, come over here," a woman called her from the other side. Wei Fengling replied, "I'm busy here, wait a moment." The woman suddenly got angry. "When I call you over, you come over, why are you dawdling? Don't think just because you have some looks." The rest of her words were left unsaid, considering the customers, but everyone understood the implication. Wei Fengling forced a smile, asking the waiting customer to hold on for a moment, then walked over to the woman, who wanted her to move some boxes of fruit, taking away the rotten ones and placing the good ones on the counter. The woman, stout and burly, refused to do it herself and insisted Wei Fengling do it. Luo Chen felt a surge of inexplicable anger and thought for a moment before waving to Song Ziqing. "Ziqing, come here." "What for?" "To the supermarket office," Luo Chen said assertively, striding ahead. Indeed, where there are people, there are conflicts. There is no place in this world without strife, and wherever one goes, there are those who enjoy bullying others. At the service desk, he asked where the front desk manager or the boss was, and the front desk said they were in the office on the 4th floor of the building. Luo Chen maintained a serious expression as he took the elevator up, and Song Ziqing remained silent, wondering if the boss was going to confront the supermarket leadership to stand up for that woman. Upon reaching the 4th floor, turning right out of the elevator, they saw the sign for the manager's office of Red Star Supermarket. Luo Chen knocked on the door. When he saw Wei Fengling, he felt a bit guilty and anxious, but when he saw the others, he felt no pressure at all, and his imposing demeanor burst forth. "Come in." Luo Chen pushed the door open and walked in, with Song Ziqing following behind him. Inside the office was a man in his 50s, slightly plump. After looking at Luo Chen, he asked, "What's the matter?" Luo Chen directly sat down on the sofa next to the coffee table, pointing at Song Ziqing, saying, "This is our future financial investment company's president Song. We want to buy your supermarket, name your price." The middle-aged man was taken aback. Was there such a thing? Which lunatic had run out of the insane asylum? Song Zicheng was also stunned. The boss was really crazy. Buying a supermarket for that woman who could be his mother? The middle-aged man collected himself and asked Luo Chen, "What do you mean?" Luo Chen repeated, "We want to acquire your supermarket." The middle-aged man glanced at Song Zicheng, feeling that although this girl was young, she still had a hint of nobility about her, and she was beautiful. He guessed she must be a rich second generation. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Our supermarket has 4 shareholders, with a total investment of 12 million. After deducting various labor and tax expenses, there's a net profit of about 300,000 each month. What do you think? 30 million. Luo Chen held up 3 fingers and directly made an offer. "Will you sell for 30 million? The middle-aged man was taken aback again. 30 million? The supermarket's pure profit was only about 300,000 at its best, and this year it barely broke even each month, with profits of less than 50,000. Of course, he would sell for 30 million, only a fool wouldn't. Based on the actual situation, it would be a maximum of 15 million if sold. This young man directly offered 30 million, was he joking? Luo Chen nodded at him and continued, "Also, none of you will be replaced, everyone will be rehired, and your salary will increase by 1/3. The man was stunned and asked, "Really? Luo Chen pointed at Song Zicheng. "The entire process will be handled by General Manager Song. The legal entity for the transfer will be General Manager Song. After the preliminary agreement is signed, the money can be transferred to your account, and then we can proceed with the formalities. Of course, even a preliminary agreement requires all shareholders to agree and sign." Then, the middle-aged man looked at Luo Chen's playful expression and instantly understood. He quickly nodded and bowed, saying, you say, what other requirements do you have?" Luo Chen nodded and said, "I have only one requirement. There's an employee in your supermarket named Wei Fengling. You need to promote her to vice president. Whether she has the ability or can do the job doesn't matter, your main responsibility is to assist her." The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment before realizing, "Oh, so you're taking over the supermarket just for her?" Luo Chen said seriously, "You can keep this to yourself. This matter must not be known by anyone, including Wei Fengling. If you do your job well, I'll give you a big red envelope at the end of the year. If you don't, I'll do well. I'll definitely do well." The middle-aged man felt a surge of joy. He had always managed the supermarket, and he was very familiar with this aspect. However, this young man didn't require him to meet any high standards in performance. He only needed to assist Wei Fengling. Anyone could do such an easy task, so how could he not succeed? Luo Chen then instructed Song Zicheng, "General Manager Song, well, you're busy. I'll head back to the hotel first. I'll help coordinate with the company's finance department to have them transfer the money over here shortly." Song Zicheng wore a displeased expression, feeling frustrated to be left here to work alone. What she couldn't understand the most was why the boss would spend such a large sum on this Aunt Wei Fengling, whom she had never met. She feared it would be embarrassing to speak of it, but what could she do? Who made him the boss? Who had so much money to spend? Even if he took out 30 million from his pocket, he probably wouldn't feel anything. "Oh." Song Zicheng reluctantly agreed, thinking that once she finished her tasks, she would call Luo Chenya to complain, asking her to report to the boss's mother. If no one else could handle him, surely his mother could. At 4 in the afternoon, at Red Star Supermarket, General Manager Qin Baichuan ordered the supermarket to suspend operations for 3 hours and then accompanied Song Zicheng to gather all the employees together. The supermarket staff were used to such meetings and quickly lined up in neat rows. With a beaming face, Qin Baichuan waved his hand and excitedly said, "Everyone, please pay attention. I have a few announcements. First, let's warmly welcome our new sole controlling shareholder of Red Star Supermarket, Ms. Song Zicheng." As soon as Qin Baichuan said this, the lined-up employees were taken aback. Why was the supermarket changing hands? The employees were most afraid of issues related to work and salary. Song Zicheng lightly cleared her throat and stepped forward, saying, "Hello everyone, my name is Song Zicheng. I have fully acquired the supermarket, so you all need not worry. All employee contracts will continue as usual, though there will be some changes to the promotion and salary reward system, but they are all beneficial to everyone. Those who work diligently will be rewarded, while those who are lazy will have their contracts terminated. As long as everyone works hard, there won't be any issues." Additionally, the headquarters has sent a message. To celebrate the successful establishment of the new company, the headquarters will give each employee of the supermarket a red envelope with 5,000 yuan. You can collect it from the finance department shortly. Well, that's all I have to say. Wow. No development plan is as attractive to ordinary employees as a red envelope, especially a massive one of 5,000 yuan. the new boss is really generous. The previous supermarket shareholders were stingy, the year-end bonus was only a few hundred. Clap, clap, clap. Then came the spontaneous and enthusiastic applause, which went on for a long time. General Manager Chin Baichuan felt a bit awkward. He had never received such a warm welcome from employees before, as it used to be sparse applause and perfunctory responses. Cough, cough. Chin Baichuan cleared his throat and waved his hand to stop the applause. Once the crowd quieted down, he continued, "Now I announce a personnel change. Former employee of the Fresh Produce Department, Wei Fengling, has been promoted to Vice General Manager of our Red Star Supermarket." What? Wow! Nearly 100 employees in the supermarket were stunned. Even Wei Fengling herself was taken aback. How could an ordinary employee with no high diploma or background suddenly be promoted to Vice General Manager? Only Chin Baichuan understood this. He was actually the deputy while Wei Fengling's position as Vice General Manager was the true main. However, Luo Chen had reminded him that this was a secret, and he dared not let it slip, or else his bright future job would be in jeopardy. Chin Baichuan called Wei Fengling to the front to say a few words. Wei Fengling's face turned red, her fingers were pinched white, and sweat was pouring from her forehead as she didn't know what to say. Suddenly, a plump woman in the crowd erupted. "Why should Wei Fengling be Vice General Manager? Chin, are you looking at her because she has some looks? Let me tell you, if your family finds out." Chin Kaihui, shut your mouth. Chin Baichuan was instantly furious. His cousin usually relied on him to bully others. If she had some education, she would be making a fuss to get into management. Luckily, she was uneducated and could only mix with ordinary employees. Seeing Chin Baichuan getting angry, Chin Kaihui was not afraid and retorted, "If you want me to shut up, fine. Just don't let Wei Fengling be Vice General Manager. I'd be better suited for the role than her. What is she? Just relying on a bit of late-blooming beauty? Put." Chin Baichuan could no longer hold back and shouted, "Chin Kaihui, you are fired. Go to finance and settle your accounts and get out." Song Zong was still watching, and it was no wonder he wouldn't support her if she was so foolish. Chin Kaihui was stunned, then jumped out and pointed at Chin Baichuan, cursing, "Good for you, Chin Baichuan. You really are blinded by lust, aren't you? Fine, you fire me. I'll go back and tell my sister-in-law." Chin Baichuan coldly shouted, "Get lost." If he told his wife about the situation, would she be as foolish as her? Besides, he was in the right and had nothing to do with Wei Fengling, so he wasn't afraid of what people would say. An hour later, on her way back, Wei Fengling was still in a daze. She had 20,000 yuan in cash in her bag. Her and Chin Baichuan's bonuses were 20,000, 4 times that of ordinary employees. She couldn't fathom how such a huge stroke of luck had fallen on her. She didn't even know how to tell her husband and daughter when she got home. This was too strange. It was almost like something out of a novel. Zhang Guangyuan was originally reading a book when he saw her come back and quickly poured her a glass of water, pulling her to sit down on the sofa before asking, "Tired? I'll make you a bowl of noodles." "Not tired." Wei Fengling shook her head and said, "Old Zhang, you sit down, I have something to tell you." Although this family wasn't wealthy, they were doing okay. Materially, they weren't particularly abundant, but the family bond was undeniable. Zhang Guangyuan was known for his affection towards his wife, and seeing her serious expression at that moment made him unsure of what she wanted to say, so he quickly sat up straight across from her. Wei Fengling first asked him, "Old Zhang, do you think pies will fall from the sky?" Zhang Guangyuan thought for a moment and then shook his head, saying, "No, if pies fell from the sky, it wouldn't be a good thing. There's no such good fortune in this world. We don't want that kind of luck. It's enough to live our lives safely and simply." Wei Fengling pondered for a moment, then opened her handbag and took out 20,000 yuan, placing it in front of Zhang Guangyuan. Zhang Guangyuan was taken aback. "Wife, what are you doing? Are you giving me pocket money? I've already quit smoking." Wei Fengling shook her head and sighed, "This is a red envelope from our supermarket. We have a new boss, and the new boss gave each employee 5,000. Chin and I got 20,000. Zhang Guangyuan was stunned and suddenly said, "Wait, I must have misheard you. You said the new boss gave each employee 5,000, and you and Chin got 20,000. Why did you get 20,000? If they were to give it, it should be 5,000, why 20,000? Wei Fengling frowned and said, "How would I know?" The new boss was present, and Chin announced in front of everyone that I was promoted to vice president. I've been in a daze since then. Promoted to vice president? Zhang Guangyuan also frowned, suddenly realizing, could it be that old Chin has feelings for you? Pa! Wei Fengling's face turned red, and she snapped, "I knew you would think that." I quietly asked Chin, and the promotion to vice president was the new boss's request, but I'm sure I don't know her. Zhang Guangyuan asked again, "So, is your new boss a man or a woman?" Wei Fengling rolled her eyes at him and said, "A woman, about the same age as our daughter, quite pretty." Zhang Guanyuan scratched his head, feeling a bit confused. The boss was a woman, and a young girl at that, with no ties to their family. Why would she treat his wife so well? Wei Fengling added, "My current salary is 200,000 a year. Old Zhang, do you think I have the ability to be vice president?" Zhang Guanyuan thought for a moment before saying, "I always feel there's a conspiracy here. How about this, wife, you keep working for now. If you can't handle the vice president's duties, just say you'll return to your job at the supermarket. If they try to make things difficult for you, just refuse. If it comes to it, we can quit. Our daughter is grown, and my salary is enough for the two of us, so we're not afraid." Wei Fengling nodded. For now, that was the only way. One step at a time, if worst comes to worst, they could quit. Hilton Hotel. Luo Chen had just gotten out of the car and entered the lobby when someone in the tea and coffee area pointed at him and said, "Young master Hu, it's him, he's back." Luo Chen glanced at him. It was Song Jia, who had tried to poach Song Zicheng that morning. At that moment, he jumped out and blocked Luo Chen's path, saying, "Our young master Hu has something to say to you, please." Luo Chen thought for a moment and then went over to sit across from the so-called young master Hu, looking at him calmly and saying, "Honestly, I wouldn't bother talking to you, but I thought I'd say a few things. First, the people you're trying to poach are already my enemies, so there's no need for politeness. I'm not good at pretending. If I don't like something, I just don't like it. Second, if you want to poach someone, whether they agree or not is up to them. If I don't agree, they might agree, and there's nothing I can do about it. If you want me to say something, then I won't be polite at all. Just one word, get lost." The young master who across the way looked to be in his late 20s, and he was quite handsome, though there was a hint of mischief and arrogance in his eyes. After all, he was the son of the richest man in the province, living a life filled with flattery and indulgence. How could he not be arrogant? When Song Jie heard Luo Chen speaking so arrogantly and rudely, he was immediately infuriated, his hand trembling as he pointed at Luo Chen and said, You, do you know who you're talking to?" Luo Chen replied nonchalantly, "Of course, it's Hu Lu, the son of Hu Dao, the richest man in Jiangnan province." Song Jia was even more enraged. "You know, and you're still so arrogant?" Luo Chen smiled and said, "What do you want me to do? You're already on top of me. Do you want me to kneel and call you daddy while I hand over my little assistant?" Hu Lu had been silent, coldly watching Luo Chen, and now he finally spoke up, very arrogant. "I don't know where you get your confidence from. Since you know who I am, I won't hide it. I'm interested in your little assistant. How much can you give her a month? 10,000, 20,000, or 30,000? If you know what's good for you, don't challenge me, or you won't benefit." Luo Chen smiled and said, "I don't really understand the concept of being sensible, but it might not be easy for you to poach my little assistant. I've spoiled her. Her monthly salary isn't much, maybe around 10 to 20,000, but her bonuses are decent, at least over $1 million. At this, both Hu Lu and Song Jia couldn't help but burst out laughing. Song Jia mocked, "I'm telling you, this isn't your rural town of Chuan City, this is Jianghan Province City. You should know your place when you brag. Why don't you go outside and blow your hot air for a while, and come back in when you've deflated?" Luo Chen smiled at him, looking at him like he was a monkey. Just then, someone walked over and said nonchalantly, "President Luo, what's the point of talking to this sycophant? Come on, let's go to my room and brag. My room is big enough. No one will hear you when you blow it up." The newcomer was Chen Jin. Luo Chen had actually seen him at the railing on the second floor of the lobby, and Chen Jin had seen him too, but when Song Jia and Hu Lu showed up, neither of them greeted each other. Luo Chen certainly didn't mind digging a pit for Song Jia and Hu Lu to jump into. Although Hu Dao was known as the richest man in Jiangnan province, he wouldn't dare to challenge someone with Chen Jin's background, not even if he had 10 times the courage. Hu Lu, who had been brooding and ready to explode, was momentarily stunned by Chen Jin's sudden appearance, and then he stood up with a forced smile, saying, Brother Jin is here, how do you know him?" In the circles of Jiangnan province, Hu Lu was already one of the top figures, but there were still some people he dared not provoke, and among those, Chen Jin was at the top of the list. The fact that Chen Jin came out at this critical moment to help Luo Chen, even risking a confrontation with Hu Lu, proved that this Luo was definitely not simple. Chen Jin had a good reputation in the circle, Koman Loki, but his Loki demeanor was by no means weakness. At least, Hu Lu wouldn't dare to touch him. Song Jia, with a mournful face, said, I found out he's from Chuan City, doing financial investments, with no background, just close to a deputy mayor from Chuan City. I thought that little deputy mayor wouldn't be a big deal, but who would have thought? Who would have thought he knows Chen? Useless! Hu Lu scolded in a low voice, his face dark as he hurried out. Today, he had truly lost face. In the elevator, Chen Jin said to Luo Chen, "That scoundrel has caused trouble for many girls over the years. Has he set his sights on your pretty assistant?" Luo Chen laughed. "Looks like brother Jin knows him quite well." Chen Jin snorted, "He'll suffer sooner or later." Chen Jin did not stay at the hotel. He went to the business suite he had booked for Luo Chen. There were drinks in the living room fridge, and he took a bottle of Evian, then asked Luo Chen, "What do you want to drink?" "Just mineral water," Luo Chen replied, grabbing the remote to turn on the TV. The news was playing, and after putting down the remote, he casually took the mineral water Chen Jin handed him, twisted it open, and took a sip. A news report by a well-groomed female anchor suddenly caught his attention. According to our station's latest report, Mr. Li Donglai, the investor of Newport Plaza, will sell all ownership of Newport Plaza, which includes the Newport Grand Hotel and Victoria Commercial Building and office buildings, totaling over 12 billion Hong Kong dollars. Currently, the well-known local company, Dajin Group, has expressed interest in taking over. Upon hearing this news, Chen Jin became furious. These businessmen from Hong Kong are really something. They come to the mainland to make money, getting all sorts of local benefits, eating off the common people, devouring the country, leaving nothing but bones, getting fat and happy, and then the moment there's a hint of trouble, they turn tail and run, without a shred of patriotism or the responsibility a businessman should have. Luo Chen chuckled. "Do you expect those profit-driven businessmen to be patriotic? Responsibility? Forget it. Wait, he's selling the Newport Grand Hotel?" Chen Jin nodded. "Yes, actually, I heard my dad mention this earlier. He said he advised Li Donglai that after making so much money in the mainland and receiving so many favorable policies, he should have confidence in our country. Damn it. His conscience must have been fed to the dogs, and he still ran away." After a pause, he added, "This year, due to the impact of the pandemic, Jiangnan province's economy has declined quite severely. My dad is furious. He's been having toothaches these days, his face is swollen. Li Donglai is just adding insult to injury." Luo Chen pondered and said, "Jin Go, what do you think about me taking over Newport Plaza?" Chen Jin was taken aback. "You? Really?" Luo Chen nodded seriously and said, "There are two reasons. First, I can't stand that Hulu, they at Dajin Group want to take over Newport Plaza, so I'll snatch it from under their noses, just to infuriate that bastard. Second, you said your dad is in a tough spot because of Jiangnan province's economy, right? You know me, I may not have much, but I have money. After I take over Newport Plaza, I'll acquire more land and launch a major construction plan. I'm planning to build a world-class 7-star luxury hotel, along with other large commercial buildings and office spaces, a complete set. Additionally, I'll construct our future financial tower and set up headquarters here. I'm estimating an initial investment of 100 billion yuan. If that's not enough, I'll add more. Anyway, I'm not short on money." Chen Jin was momentarily shaken, taking a few seconds to recover, but still asked him with a trembling voice, Are you serious?" Luo Chen smiled and patted his shoulder. "Jingo, I consider you a brother. Although your status is special, I do need someone with your background. Plus, I feel a strong connection with you, and you've treated me well. Since we're brothers, if your dad has a problem and I can solve it, what more is there to say?" Chen Jin's face turned a rare shade of red as he nodded, shaking Luo Chen's hand vigorously. Then he turned to leave, but at the door, he turned back to Luo Chen and said, "I'll go back and tell my dad about this right away. I can't explain it clearly over the phone. Luo Chen, thank you for considering me a brother. From now on, you are my real brother." After saying this, Chen Jin excitedly dashed off, completely shedding his usual calm demeanor. Luo Chen smiled again, but there was another reason he hadn't mentioned. Jiang Shouyan worked at the Newport Grand Hotel. Since he wanted to pursue the woman he secretly loved, he would come up with an unprecedentedly luxurious plan to win her over. After sitting and thinking for a while, Luo Chen picked up his phone to call Han Wenjun, President Han, find a capable deputy to handle the business in Chuan City for now. You need to bring all available manpower to the provincial capital immediately. I have a huge plan worth 1,000 billion here, and you will be in charge of it. You can take the lead. Also, have Chenya and Song Shuhua gather all the staff from the trading department to come over." Han Wenjun seemed momentarily stunned on the phone, and after a few seconds, he repeatedly agreed, Okay, boss, I will gather the staff right away. The plans for Tianzong City are already set, I just need to leave a deputy in charge, and I will immediately bring the rest to Jianghan." By 5 in the afternoon, Song Ziqing returned, angrily reporting the details from the supermarket side to Luo Chen. After finishing her report, she huffily asked Luo Chen, "Boss, do you like that Wei Fengling? Don't you think she could be your mother?" Luo Chen nodded. "Yeah, I treat her like my mom." Song Ziqing was momentarily speechless, finding her boss too bizarre. Just as she was about to retort, Luo Chen waved his hand, "Stop meddling in these family gossip matters and remember your job." After being scolded by Luo Chen, Song Ziqing immediately shrank back. Even a tiger shouldn't be treated like a sick cat. Han Wenjun took the high-speed train at 2 in the afternoon. It took 4 hours from Chuan City to Jianghan, arriving at 6, and then a 40-minute drive to the Hilton Hotel. Fortunately, Luo Chen had booked a luxurious business suite, with a living room that could accommodate 20 people for a small meeting. Han Wenjun's group consisted of 37 people, with the real estate department making up the majority at 29, while the remaining 8 were from the trading department, including Luo Chenya, Song Shuhua, and Fu Xian. Luo Chen's cousin, Luo Yon, and Xu Yingying did not come. Song Ziqing had already received Luo Chen's instructions and booked a room for each person at the hotel. Everyone except Han Wenjun, Luo Chenya, Song Ziqing, and a few others returned to their rooms to rest while Luo Chen held a small meeting. Luo Chen briefly discussed the new Port Square project and then introduced the plan to invest 1,000 billion, which required Han Wenjun to organize manpower to develop a preliminary plan. Han Wenjun listened and took notes. Luo Chen then turned to Luo Chenya and said, "Chenya, once we secure new Port Square, you will be the legal representative and chairperson of the board. The rest of the management will remain unchanged, but we need a professional manager." Luo Chenya was taken aback and said, "Boss, I don't have the ability or experience to manage a large enterprise." Luo Chen snorted, "Lack of ambition. Fine, you don't need to manage the enterprise for now, just manage the professional manager. Also, can you all fill in your own roles a bit? In the future, our financial group will diversify, and there will be a huge talent gap. Chenya, hand over the US stock trading to Xu Hua, and you will also serve as the HR director for our future financial group." A few people were very excited by Luo Chen's words. He wanted to stimulate them further when his phone rang. It was Chen Jin calling, and he answered immediately. Chen Jin's voice was quick on the other end. "Are you in the room? My dad is here and wants to talk to you." Luo Chen replied and quickly called Luo Chenya and the others to set up the computer equipment. A moment later, the doorbell rang, and Luo Chen hurried to open the door. There were 3 people at the door. The leader was in his 50s, with an imposing appearance, followed by Chen Jin and a man in his 30s with a sharp gaze. Luo Chen recognized the leader from television. "Chen. Hello, please come in." Luo Chen smiled and invited them into the room. Once in the living room, he invited Chen Jin's father to the inner room, while Chen Jin and the guard-like man stayed in the living room. The inner room was also large and quiet. After sitting down, Chen Jin's father looked Luo Chen over and nodded. "Looks pretty much like the photo, even better. Young and promising." After finishing, he introduced himself again. "I am Chen Jiangwo, Chen Jin's father. I will just call you Xiao Luo." "Xiao Luo sounds good, Luo Chen hesitated for a moment on how to address him. Chen Jiangwo chuckled and waved his hand, saying, "I'm not here in an official capacity today, but as Chen Jin's father. Since you are friends with Chen Jin, you can just call me Uncle Chen." Alright, hello Uncle Chen." Luo Chen felt a bit relieved, sensing the atmosphere had lightened. Chen Jiangwo rubbed his right cheek and said, "I've been feeling hot these days, my tooth hurts, and half my face is swollen, it's uncomfortable." Luo Chen replied, "I think it's more about your worries. As for my relationship with Jingu, I'll be straightforward, Uncle Chen. Jingu has probably mentioned it to you. I plan to take the Xinguan group from Dajin, and I'm also preparing a large investment plan. My people are already working on the proposal, and it should reach you soon, with an initial investment of 100 billion. This number will only increase." "Good, I thank you on behalf of the people of Jiangnan for your contribution to them." Although Chen Jiangwo had been in a high position and faced many storms, having someone like Luo Chen offer such significant support moved him. This was a responsible and accountable entrepreneur. For Chen Jiangwo, Luo Chen was truly a timely help. However, Chen Jiangwo asked Luo Chen with some concern, "Xiao Luo, let me be direct. How much cash can you put out right now? Can you ensure sufficient follow-up funding? I don't want to undertake a grand project only to end up with a half-finished mess." Luo Chen smiled and said, "Uncle Chen, I can't speak for anything else, but when it comes to money, I am confident. I currently have about 85 billion in cash. Since you are here today, why not spend half the evening looking at my work situation?" Chen Jiangwo pondered for a moment and readily agreed, knowing that Luo Chen had his reasons for saying this. He then asked, "Xiao Luo, do you still plan to set your company headquarters in the provincial capital?" Luo Chen nodded, "Yes, Chuan City is a small city. My future financial trading profits will exceed 500 billion a year at least. This tax, such a large amount is not a good thing for Chuan City. The Tianzong City project I left behind is almost done, and the supporting environment is much more suitable in the provincial capital. Of course, there are other places that are more suitable, like the capital or Modu, but I don't owe those places anything. Chen Jiangwo felt somewhat moved. Luo Chen had made it clear that he was setting the headquarters in Jianghan not for any other reason but because of Chen Jin and their father-son relationship. As it approached 9:30, Luo Chen accompanied Chen Jiangwo to the living room, where Luo Chenya and others had already turned on the computers and connected the signals, waiting for his instructions. Luo Chen first instructed Song Ziqing, prepare some tea for everyone. Then he mentioned a U.S. stock, and Song Shuhai immediately instructed the U.S. stock traders to buy in full. The leverage limit for the two accounts was 500 million each, and the temporary limit for Tiger Securities investors was withdrawn after that transaction. Of course, they wanted to invest every time, but domestic restrictions were significant, and the market was only so big. Luo Chen's level was too intimidating, so they couldn't make continuous large investments. Therefore, Luo Chen also considered opening offshore company accounts abroad, only that big pool would be the battlefield for him to showcase his prowess. The fluctuations in crude oil futures were more frequent, but there was no longer a situation like the negative oil prices from before. The opening price for crude oil was $37, and Luo Chen didn't even consider it, directly instructing Song Shuai, go long on crude oil, buy in full. Song Shuai, without hesitation, excitedly waved his hand to instruct several subordinates to operate and place orders to buy in. Although Chen Jiangwo had no operational experience, he understood the basics of economics, while Chen Jin did not. He didn't play stocks or futures, but he watched with great interest from the sidelines. As soon as the long position was set, it was basically executed within a minute because Luo Chen's predictions were incredibly accurate. Going long immediately led to a rise, and going short immediately led to a drop, with not a single mistake. Song Shuhai and the others had long gotten used to being slapped in the face for their wrong predictions and had also grown accustomed to completely trusting Luo Chen's forecasts. Each time, they felt their predictions were the opposite, yet every time, Luo Chen was right. 5 minutes later, the price of crude oil had surged to $37, with the account showing a floating profit of $3,350,000. Seeing Song Shuhai and the others smiling and not at all nervous, Chen Jin pointed at the red line and asked, "Is this making money?" Song Shuhai replied with a smile, "Yes, that's right. The long position currently has a floating profit of $3.35 million. So we've made over $3 million just like that?" Chen Jin was astonished. In the time it took to finish a cigarette, they had made over $3 million? It couldn't be that fast, could it? Song Shuai shrugged, "This is just the beginning. It's a small amount." The price of crude oil rose sharply for no apparent reason, breaking $38 in 20 minutes, and it continued to rise at the previous speed. Song Shuhai noticed that Luo Chen hadn't spoken up about the position, but he didn't mind, savoring the coffee that Song Ziqing had brewed. Half an hour later, it broke $39, and Luo Chen still remained silent. As it approached 11 o'clock, the price of crude oil had risen to $39, and Luo Chen finally spoke, "Set the order immediately," with the selling price at $39. Without needing Song Shuai's command, Fu Xian and several other traders quickly executed their trades, and in less than a minute, the price of crude oil reached $39, with all long positions executed. The account profit was $36,180,000. Chen Jin saw that the account was consistently in the red, and the profit was undeniable, but the string of numbers was too long. He leaned in to ask Song Shuai, "How much have we made?" Song Shuai cheerfully replied, "We've made $36,180,000. He added two more words at the end, dollars. Chen Jin's mouth dropped open in disbelief. Wow, they made $36 million in just over an hour? Converted to soft sister currency, that's over 250 million. Who could make that much in just over an hour? In Chen Jin's impression, he couldn't find anyone like that. No wonder Su Dongfeng told him that Luo Chen was a monster. He truly was a monster. To be honest, with his status as the number one in Jiangnan province, he had seen many large enterprises and high-profit companies, but he had never seen anyone make money as easily and in such large amounts as Luo Chen. After watching the screen for about 5 minutes, Luo Chen suddenly instructed Song Shuai, immediately go short, set the crude oil order at $39, and buy in full. Got it. Song Shuai and the others quickly executed the order, completing the short position in a matter of seconds. Chen Jin curiously asked, "What is a short position?" Song Shuai explained with a smile, "In futures trading, buying up is going long, called a bull position, and buying down is going short, called a bear position. Our current order is to buy crude oil futures for a decline." Chen Jin was astonished. "We just bought it to go up, and now we're buying it to go down?" Song Shuai nodded and smiled. "Yes, that's right. That's why futures are dangerous. It's not something just anyone can play, but our boss is not just anyone, huh? He's a god. Only a god can play like this. Luo Chen thought to himself, I'm not a god, I'm just a pro. If it weren't for being with Luo Chen, none of Song Shuhai and the others would dare to attempt such bold moves. No one could fully grasp the fluctuations of futures and the stock market, but Luo Chen could. When asked about his experience in the past, Luo Chen simply replied, it's intuition. The following operations truly opened the eyes of Chen Jiangwo and his son Chen Jin. Luo Chen bought and sold back and forth, playing with the same futures repeatedly. After a flurry of activity, it was already 3:30 in the morning. Luo Chen checked the time and then the futures. The fluctuations were minimal, so he decided to call it a night and immediately instructed Song Shuhua to liquidate all positions in U.S. stocks and crude oil. The U.S. stock market had risen by 14%, earning $70 million, while the futures had performed even better, raking in $552 million, exceeding a profit margin of over 101%. This was quite terrifying. Once Song Shuhua finished calculating, he reported to Luo Chen, boss, tonight we made $70 million from U.S. stocks and $552 million from futures, totaling $622 million, which is equivalent to 4,416 million yuan. After deducting fees and Tiger Securities cuts, the net profit is 4,700 million. Tonight was decent. The bonuses remain the same, 300,000 for each management member and 150,000 for the others. He then turned to Chen Jiangwo and Chen Jin, saying, Uncle Chen, Brother Jin, we made a small profit of 4,300 million tonight. How about we find a place to eat? Let me treat you. Chen Jin was left speechless for a moment before finally saying, you, Luo Tycoon, made 4,300 million in one night and you call that a small profit? I really want to take a bite out of you. So extravagant. Chen Jiangwo waved his hand, saying, forget it, you've both stayed up all night and are tired. Let's not fuss anymore. Get some sleep, and you can go back to it tomorrow. I'm heading back, my head hurts, and I have over 10 missed calls from the night. Luo Chen didn't insist, smiling as he saw him off. Chen Jin simply told his dad, Dad, I'm not going back with you. I'll stay here with Luo Chen. Alright. Chen Jiangwo waved his hand, pleased that his son was getting closer to Luo Chen. This Luo Chen had truly given him a lesson on making money. To be honest, Chen Jiangwo had been somewhat worried about Luo Chen's grand investment plan of 100 billion, but after witnessing Luo Chen's godlike operations and easily earning 4,300 million, he completely cast his worries aside. With his capabilities, not to mention 100 billion, even 500 billion didn't concern him anymore. If all went well, he might earn that money in 2 or 3 months. No wonder he boasted about having more money than anything else. Luo Chen returned to his room and looked at the excited crowd in the living room, feeling a bit of a headache as he said, let's not go out and fuss tonight, it's already 4 in the morning. Get some sleep, and after you're well rested, you can go out tomorrow. The day after tomorrow is Friday, you can relax for 2 days. Although Song Shuhua and the others were still eager, they didn't dare to defy their boss and cheerfully returned to their rooms. With a bonus of 150,000, they were genuinely excited, they really couldn't sleep. After working all night, receiving bonuses of 100,000 or 150,000, boss, how can we sleep? Once everyone left, Chen Jin gritted his teeth and said to Luo Chen, are you like this every day? Luo Chen thought for a moment and replied, pretty much. The U.S. stock market and futures operate 5 days a week, 20 days a month, earning at least 3 billion a day, and at most $110 billion. Of course, those opportunities are rare. Generally, earning 30 to 40 billion a day is no problem. Chen Jin couldn't help but tug at his hair. Oh, that 10%, I split it with those guys. Why didn't I keep an extra point for myself? It's like picking up money off the ground. He added, it's not even that fast. Luo Chen laughed, don't be upset, even 1 point is not bad. Let's say you earn $100 billion in a year, you'd still get $10 billion. Don't you think that's a lot of money? Chen Jin was immediately astonished. What, $10 billion in a year? Luo Chen nodded affirmatively, that's the minimum. Chen Jin immediately lost his composure. He originally thought that the chance to earn billions in a single night was too rare, and he would be very happy if he could get a few $1 million a year. He didn't expect Luo Chen to guarantee him a minimum of $1 billion. Converted to soft sister currency, that's over 7 billion. Even if he just lay there spending, it would be enough for a lifetime. After a while, Chen Jin took a few big gulps of water to calm down and suddenly asked Luo Chen, I've already asked someone to talk to a senior executive at the Newport Hotel Group about the Newport Plaza. Tomorrow, when they negotiate with the Dajin Group, they'll secretly tell us Dajin's offer, and we can add a few 100 million to snatch it away. Luo Chen smiled and said, do I even need to say that? Chen Jin relaxed as well, crossed his legs, and said, the Dajin Group isn't having a good year either. This acquisition of New Port Plaza is a life or death struggle for them. They've contacted several consortiums and a few banks. I estimate their bottom offer won't exceed 12.5 billion. I was worried about you before, but now I'm really not. You have plenty of money, of course. This kind of acquisition can't just be completed with money, but I estimate my dad will give you a push from behind. I won't say it's a 10 out of 10 guarantee, but 9 out of 10 is certain. Luo Chen laughed heartily, thinking of Hulu and Song Jie's arrogant looks, wanting to strike them down directly. This appetizer should be good. Chen Jin suddenly said, Luo Chen, wait a minute, something feels off. Luo Chen was surprised, what's wrong? Where's the problem? Wait, let me think. Chen Jin grabbed his hair, deep in thought, and suddenly slapped his thigh in realization. I remember now. He pointed at Luo Chen and asked, in the information I gave you, Jiang Xiuyan works at the Newport Grand Hotel, right? Old Luo, you really are spending a lot to chase girls. Chen Jin exclaimed, why are you hiding it from me? A big shot like you, even throwing money around would daze people, right? Why go through so much trouble and make a fool of yourself? Luo Chen awkwardly smiled and said nothing. Chen Jin stared at him and asked, why not just reveal your true worth? Luo Chen shook his head and said, that might not work. Jiang Xiuyan, I feel like she's not someone you can win over with money. Besides, I've been dumped by women before, especially those gold-digging types, so I want a pure and romantic relationship. Don't interfere with my plan. Anyway, your dad needs investment to stimulate the economy. You're something else. Chen Jin laughed and shook his head, then suddenly asked, so, be honest with me, did you use any other means? Luo Chen felt a bit awkward under his intense gaze and, after a moment of hesitation, honestly confessed, I bought the supermarket where her mom works on Erhang Road in the Liberation Zone. It cost 30 million. Chen Jin couldn't help but cover his eyes. You, really losing a man's face. Jiang Xiuyan has a younger sister working as a trainee in a Korean company. Are you planning to acquire an entertainment company next? If necessary, I will buy it, Luo Chen replied seriously, ignoring his mockery. I think it's worth it to silently invest in someone I like. Everyone should have beliefs and pursuits in life. For me, the desire to make money has been fulfilled, the only thing left is love. Life is short, just a few decades. I want to live without regrets. Chen Jin wanted to mock him again, but Luo Chen's words touched his heart, and he fell silent for a moment. Indeed, living like Luo Chen is liberating. If you want to buy. If you want to love. If you want to hate. Life is just a few decades long, and what can you have after death? Isn't it just about living without regrets while you're alive? But among the billions of people in this world, how many can truly live like Luo Chen? Sigh. After a long time, Chen Jin sighed and said softly, if I were a woman, I would marry you. Luo Chen shivered for a moment and quickly said, stop it, Brother Jin, I acknowledge you as my brother, but I don't want to recognize you as my sister, and I definitely don't want to recognize you as my wife. I need to go to the bathroom to throw up for a bit. The next day, Luo Chen unusually got up at 9 because there was a sniper battle against the Dajin group, and with Hu Li's arrogant demeanor, Luo Chen couldn't let it go without slapping him in the face. Chen Jin had made do on the sofa for a few hours, washed his face, brushed his teeth, and then made a few phone calls before telling Luo Chen, the people from Dajin Group will have their first formal meeting with the senior management of Xinguang Plaza at the Newport Hotel today. I'll receive the information in real time. Luo Chen nodded, and soon after, Luo Qianya and Song Ziqing arrived. He immediately instructed the two of them, Qianya, after breakfast, you come with me to Xinguang Plaza, and Ziqing, you go to Hongqing Supermarket to finish the paperwork. After thinking for a moment, he reminded Song Ziqing, also, tell Qin Baichuan not to let that fat woman go. Song Ziqing pouted and asked, isn't she the enemy of that aunt? Isn't it better to let her go? Luo Chen scolded her, what do you know? To take revenge on someone isn't to drive them away, but to keep them under your nose and toy with them. Song Ziqing shivered inexplicably. Luo Qianya, confused, asked Song Ziqing, Ziqing, what aunt are you talking about? Song Ziqing immediately found an outlet for her frustration and grabbed Luo Qianya, saying, Qianya, the boss is too perverted, he likes an aunt from that supermarket. She was quite indignant. If he didn't like her, Song Ziqing wouldn't mind, he could like Luo Qianya or Wei Lin from Chuancheng, but he just had to like an aunt who could be his mother. Wasn't that a slap in the face to all the young and beautiful women like them? Luo Chen glared and said heavily, Luo Qianya, Song Ziqing's probation period is 1 month, right? When this month is up, settle her salary and let her go. Young Master Hu from Dajin Group is just drooling over her, perfect, she can go fish for that golden son-in-law. Song Ziqing's face froze, and she shrank back, lowering her head and saying, "Boss, I was wrong." Luo Chen looked up and scolded Luo Chenya again, "Hire a legal expert with a high salary. The company needs to establish a supervision department. Anyone who violates rules or regulations will be fired." Luo Chenya and Song Ziqing were frightened by the boss's unprecedented sternness, their faces turning pale, and they didn't dare to speak. After finishing his scolding, Luo Chen didn't give them any more attention and said to himself, "We'll set off after breakfast." Going downstairs to the hotel restaurant for breakfast, Luo Chenya and Song Ziqing didn't dare to join him, only Chen Jin accompanied him. In the elevator, Chen Jin smiled and said, "You're really something, staring a few beautiful girls to the point of tears, how can you bear it?" Luo Chen replied irritably, "If I don't scold them, they'll forget how high the sky is." Chen Jin disdainfully said, "Come on, I say your female subordinates are all stunningly beautiful, proving you're still quite the lecher. Are you planning to form a harem?" Luo Chen snorted, "Even rabbits don't eat the grass by their burrow, I have no such hobby. The only one I like is Jiang Xiuyan. It's nice to have good-looking employees in the company. Do you want me to hire some ugly ones that make me sick to look at? I have money, I can hire whoever I want, can you control that?" "Stop it." Chen Jin couldn't help but wail, "Please don't mention Jiang Xiuyan again, it makes me feel uneasy. Don't slap us men in the face, okay? I can't stand 1,000 billion beauties, just thinking of her makes me want to become a woman and marry you. Damn, I can't even win in a verbal spar." The elevator arrived, and there were people, so Luo Chen unusually conceded. The hotel breakfast was decent, but Luo Chen had no appetite in the morning, so he just drank some porridge and ate a bit of fruit to get by. Chen Jin indeed ate a large plate of noodles, saying the taste was not bad. After finishing, he received a message on his phone. After reading it, he said, "Little brother, the team from the Dajin Group has 5 people, 2 senior executives from the group, and a vice president from a commercial bank plus Hu Dayo and his son Hulu. Hu Dayo is personally involved. It seems they are determined to succeed." Luo Chen curled his lips and, after Luo Chenya and Song Ziqing finished their breakfast and came over, he asked Chen Jin, "Did you drive here?" Chen Jin shook his head, "I came in my dad's car last night, I didn't drive. But I know the security manager of this hotel, so I can borrow a car from him." As Chen Jin spoke, he made a phone call. A moment later, a chubby and strong security manager came over with a smile, placed the car keys on the table, and said, "Young Master Jin, you should have said earlier. Today I'm driving my wife's Honda Accord, this car might not be suitable for you." "It's suitable." Luo Chen took the car keys and stood up. "A car is just something that runs on the ground. What difference does it make? If he really wanted to show off, he should get something that flies." As he thought about it, Luo Chen walked away while muttering, "I should find some time to inquire about planes. Maybe getting a plane to try out wouldn't be bad." On either side of the oval-shaped mahogany conference table sat a row of people. On the left were the 5 from the Dajin Group, and on the right were the senior executives of the Xingguang Hotel Group, but the boss, Li Donglai, was not present. The executive president of the Xingguang Hotel Group, Huo Xiaodong, was there as Li Donglai's full representative. Hu Dayo from the Dajin Group was representing them. He had done his homework. Xingguang wanted to completely exit the mainland, while Dajin wanted to seize this quality asset. As long as they could endure the pandemic period, Xingguang Plaza would be a golden goose. However, negotiations were definitely a tough and time-consuming task. Hu Dayo anticipated that a few rounds of negotiations over a week should be able to secure a deal, but it would just be a tug-of-war over the price. The negotiation began. Hu Dayo took a sip of tea and cheerfully said, "First, President Hua, you must have seen our sincerity at Dajin, right? You are also aware of the current environment. The main businesses of the Xingguang Group are hotels, commercial buildings, and office buildings. In this environment, no matter how good the past numbers looked, it is now a loss. Even if we take over, we will still have to bear at least half a year of losses. That number is not small. So, President Hua, could you consider lowering your price a bit?" Huo Xiaodong spread his hands and smiled wryly, "Director Hu, we are old acquaintances, so I won't beat around the bush. Our boss has made it clear, no negotiations below 12 billion. Hu Dayo's heart skipped a beat, but he didn't show any expression on his face. He thought this negotiation might not go well. His goal was to push the price down by around 1 billion. Selling Xingguang Plaza at this moment was not a good time for Li Donglai. Under the COVID-19 pandemic, the losses in the real economy were the most obvious and severe, so he felt it was the right time to suppress the price. Moreover, the funds they had raised were about 6 billion. Even if they reached an agreement with Xingguang Plaza, the remaining money would have to be paid in batches. However, this was negotiable. They could pay slightly higher interest than bank rates. Li Donglai was cunning. Holding on to Xingguang Plaza meant losses, but passing it on to someone else would still incur interest without other expenses, which was much more profitable than operating it. But if Hua Xiaodong remained stubborn, this negotiation would be tough. Hu Dao glanced at the vice president of the city commercial bank. Dajin had raised 2.5 billion, and 3 banks had provided 3.5 billion in financial credit. In short, the money was not enough. Hu Dao stroked his chin in contemplation, while his son Hu Lu, young and impulsive, couldn't help but speak up. President Hua, I see you don't really want to sell Xinguang, do you? Otherwise, you might as well hold on to it and continue losing. To be honest, in the entire Jiangnan province, Jianghan City, besides our Dajin, who else has the intention and strength to take over Xinguang at this time? Hua Xiaodong smiled wryly and shook his head, hesitating for a moment before saying, we can go as high as 2 billion, 118 billion, that's the lowest price I can accept. Hula spread his hands and chuckled, President Hua, it seems we can't come to an agreement. Although he was determined to win, Hu Lu and his son Hu Dao were still playing a double act, ready to walk away if negotiations fell through. Hua Xiaodong was hesitating whether to call his boss Li Donlai when there was a knock on the conference room door, and in walked his secretary Wang Ling. Wang Ling was tall and walked over to Hua Xiaodong, leaning down to whisper a few words in his ear. Hua Xiaodong was taken aback, then said loudly, all right, go invite them into the conference room. The 5 members of the Dajin group were momentarily stunned. What was Hua Xiaodong up to? What did it mean to invite someone here? A moment later, Secretary Wang Ling brought in 4 people, 3 men and 1 woman, who took their seats at the front. As soon as Hulu saw these people, he froze. Among the 3 men and 1 woman, he recognized 2. One was Qin Jin, the son of Chen Jiangwo from Jiangnan province, and the other was the arrogant country bumpkin Luo Chen who had slapped him in the face. The other man was unfamiliar, but the woman caught his eye. She was very beautiful, almost on par with the assistant Luo Chen had that he wanted to poach. This guy really had it good, surrounded by such stunning women. However, Hula couldn't understand why this country bumpkin was here. Even if he had Qin Jin backing him, what was a local tycoon from Chuan City doing here? This country bumpkin probably had assets of 1 or 2 billion at most. Could he really be envious of the hundreds of billions in assets of the Xinguang group? As they speculated in confusion, Hua Xiaodong stood up and cheerfully introduced, Director Hu, let me introduce these guests. They are representatives from Future Finance, General Manager Luo Qianya. Luo Qianya stood up and politely said, hello everyone, I am here on behalf of our Future Finance Chairman to discuss the full acquisition of Xinguang Plaza. President Hua, may I ask if Xinguang is interested in selling? Hua Xiaodong chuckled, of course we are interested. Look, Director Hu's team from Daijin Group is right here negotiating. The sudden appearance of this group almost made Hua Xiaodong laugh out loud. It was truly a stroke of luck. Hula glared at Luo Chen and angrily said, what do you mean, Luo? What are you country bumpkins doing here to stir up trouble? Do you know the price of Xinguang? You might be scared if we told you. Luo Chen chuckled, what's wrong with being a country bumpkin? Country bumpkins have money to burn. I'm a bit of a stubborn mule, I just can't stand you. Let's put it this way, no matter how much Dajin offers, we at Future Finance will add an extra billion to your price. Hua Xiaodong couldn't help but laugh at this. Was there really such a wealthy local tycoon? Hu Li's face darkened, turning red with anger as he shouted, country bumpkin, let me tell you, 120 billion is not the 10 billion you think. You think adding 10 billion will let you buy it for 20 billion? You're an idiot. Seeing Hula lose his temper and curse, Luo Chen laughed and said, exactly. You offer 120 billion, and I'll add 10 billion. We at Future Finance will offer 130 billion, just to outdo you. But if Dajin Group offers 200 billion, I won't add anything. Hu Li's face turned pale with rage as he turned to look at his father, Hu Dao. Hu Dao had been watching quietly. He recognized Qin Jin, which was why he hadn't rashly lost his temper. He didn't know the relationship between Qin Jin and this local tycoon, but since they entered together, there must be some connection. Seeing his father silent, Hulu turned back to Luo Chen and angrily said, Luo, are you looking for trouble on purpose? Who do you think you are? What can you represent for Future Finance? Luo Chen said with a smile, I'm just the boss's errand boy. I can't make decisions on big matters, but for small things like buying a new port square, I can have a say. You ask me what my status is? I'm the big shot in our family. Hua Xiaodong smiled and turned his gaze to the beautiful Luo Qianya. Luo, did this young man's words just now hold any truth? Luo Qianya nodded without hesitation. Of course they do. Every representative from Future Finance speaks with authority. 130 billion. If your side is considering moving forward, we can immediately have our legal advisor draft a contract. Once both parties confirm the contract, we will transfer all funds in cash within 3 working days. After saying this, Luo Qianya felt she had missed a key point and added, to show our sincerity, we can pay a deposit of 1 billion right now. Are you kidding? The price set by our boss can't be taken lightly. Not to mention 130 billion, even 310 billion wouldn't be a problem. Hua Xiaodong, not holding back, turned to Hu Dayo and asked, Director Hu, what do you think? Hu Dayo gazed deeply at Chen Jin, then stood up to call over the 4 people on his side. Regarding the acquisition of the new port square, Dajin is withdrawing now. Hu Lu exclaimed anxiously, Dad. Hu Dayo shot him a cold glance, snorted, and left without looking back. It was obvious to anyone that the other side had come prepared. This was no laughing matter. Their ability to produce 130 billion in cash had already defeated the Dajin group. Continuing the discussion would only lead to more embarrassment. And that young man with the surname Luo, speaking so sharply and bitterly, seemed to have a grudge against his son Hu Lu. His son was hard to deal with. It was possible that today's situation was a trap set by him for his father. Once Hu Dayo's team left, Luo Chen lost interest, but Hua Xiaodong was very excited. Luo Chenya also seriously expressed the intentions of future finance. After the acquisition, we will not make any changes to the new port square's upper and lower levels. I will serve as the chairman of the new hotel group's board and be the legal representative of the group. If Mr. Hua has no objections and wishes to continue, we will increase your salary by 50%. However, the new hotel group will adopt a new name. Hua Xiaodong was overjoyed. The original owner was the port businessman Li Donglai, who was meticulous and stingy. The wealthy from the mainland were indeed generous. To offer him a 50% raise in this pandemic environment was incredible. Okay, Luo, we will immediately arrange for the legal team to draft the contract, and we will also contact the advertising company to redesign the group's name. What name should we use? Hua Xiaodong asked enthusiastically. Luo Chenya glanced at Luo Chen, who waved the Honda Accord car key in his hand and said, Let's change it to Xiuyan Hotel Group. Xiuyan? Both Luo Chenya and Hua Xiaodong couldn't help but be surprised, not understanding why Luo Chen suggested such an obviously feminine name. It seemed quite out of place and didn't sound like a major hotel brand. Chen Jin let out a pft and couldn't help but stand up to leave. Sorry, I have an upset stomach and feel like throwing up. You all continue. I'll go to the restroom for a bit. How shameless. Is there really a name like that? A grand hotel group worth billions, with plans for even more in the future, and they come up with a name like Xiuyan? I can't take it. Once Luo Chen had spoken, he saw Chen Jin slip away and, still holding the car key, stood up leisurely to say to Hua Xiaodong and Luo Chenya, You all discuss the big matters, I won't disturb you. I'm leaving. Luo Chenya anxiously exclaimed, Hey, but Luo Chen ignored her, waving his hand without looking back and walking away gracefully. Hua Xiaodong looked at Luo Chen's back and asked Luo Chenya, Luo, who is he? Luo Chenya shook her head in distress, He is our boss's relative. Oh, I see. Hua Xiaodong nodded with a smile. No wonder he was so arrogant and domineering, directly driving the father and son of the Hu Dayo family from the Dajin Xin group away. It's normal for rich second-generation kids to have a temper, but he was more impressive than the average rich kid. The most outstanding rich second generation in Jianhan was Hu Lu, the son of the wealthiest man, Hu Dayo. Who would have thought he would get slapped in the face today on his own turf? Luo Chen had neither the time nor the mood to discuss the details of the transfer. The reason the boss was called the boss was that he could shift the blame to those below him. If he was going to tire himself out like that, he might as well play the stock market alone. Xingang Square was large, and in Jianhan, it was considered top-notch in terms of design style and prosperity. Luo Chen drove his Honda Accord around for a bit, then turned towards the Xingang Grand Hotel, found a spot by the side to park, and got out to head to the hotel entrance. There were 2 security guards standing straight at the entrance. Whenever a car arrived, if there were guests coming out to get in or guests getting out, the security guards would respectfully open and close the car doors and help guests with their luggage into the lobby. Luo Chen was empty-handed, so naturally, no one attended to him. He peeked inside and then entered through the revolving door. There weren't many guests, and the lobby felt empty. There were 2 guests at the front desk being attended to, and one of the receptionists glanced at Luo Chen before looking back down at the computer. Luo Chen wandered around, sat for a while in the tea and coffee area, but didn't see anyone. According to Chen Jin's information, Jiang Xiuyan was the head of the housekeeping department, so she probably wasn't in the lobby, and there was no way to catch a glimpse of her. He decided to leave, even a sneak peek seemed impossible. But life has its coincidences. Just as Luo Chen stood up, he heard a crisp female voice call out to him, Hey, you. What are you doing here? Luo Chen's heart jolted. The voice had a captivating quality. But he didn't want to meet her like this right now. He looked up, and sure enough, it was Jiang Xiuyan's stunningly beautiful face. She was wearing the hotel uniform, which gave her a different kind of charm. Jiang Xiuyan looked at the dazed Luo Chen, bit her lip, and frowned, saying, "Come out with me." Luo Chen immediately followed her out of the hotel, walking until they reached a secluded green area outside. Jiang Xiuyan then stopped, turned around with an annoyed expression, and asked him sternly, "Didn't I tell you not to follow me? I told you to go back to Chuancheng. Why are you here again? You even came to my workplace." "Wait," Jiang Xiuyan suddenly paused, then asked, "No, you couldn't possibly know I work here. Tell me, how did you find out?" Luo Chen feigned a bitter smile and said, "I really don't know. I quit my job in Chuancheng and came to Jianhan to drive for Didi. I just dropped off a passenger at the Xingang Hotel and was a bit tired, so I stopped by the lobby to rest for a while." Jiang Xiuyan stared at him intently for a moment and then asked, "You really didn't come looking for me?" Luo Chen honestly lied, "Really didn't." "Alright, I believe you." Jiang Xiuyan glanced at her watch and added, "Where's your car? As a friend, I'll help you with a business today. Take me home, I'm off work." Sure, the car is over there." Luo Chen pointed in the direction, his face full of smiles. "Wait." Jiang Xiuyan suddenly stopped, looking at him suspiciously. "You know where I live now? You won't follow me and harass me, will you?" Luo Chen quickly raised his hand in assurance, "Absolutely not. If you don't want to see me, I won't show up." Jiang Xiuyan followed him with some doubt. Luo Chen ran to the black Accord, opened the passenger door with a smile, and invited her in. Jiang Xiuyan glanced at the car before getting in, and Luo Chen closed the door and got in on the other side. Just as he fastened his seatbelt, Jiang Xiuyan sniffed the air in the car and said, "This car smells nice, like a woman's car." He looked again at the velvet charm hanging from the rearview mirror. This was indeed a woman's car. Luo Chen awkwardly smiled and said, "I just bought this second-hand car a few days ago. The previous owner was a lady, and I haven't had the chance to tidy it up yet." After driving for a while, Jiang Xiuyan noticed that Luo Chen was driving very properly, not saying much to her, and not daring to glance her way. She felt relieved and asked him, "How's the Didi business in Jianghan?" Luo Chen answered in a straightforward manner, "It's okay, it can support a person." Jiang Xiuyan thought for a moment and seriously said to him, "How about this? I'll give you my phone number. Our hotel often has guests calling for rides to the airport and train station, although the times can be a bit late, but the fares are high, and they give tips. If any guests need a ride, I'll call for you." Luo Chen was instantly dumbfounded. Could it be that he really had to drive for Didi? But today was different, at least they were considered friends now. He wished this journey would never end. But reality was reality, and 20 minutes later, Luo Chen arrived at the place Jiang Xiuyan had specified. When Jiang Xiuyan got out of the car and was about to pay, she rummaged through her bag and found she had no cash. Luo Chen quickly said, "Forget it, today's on the house." Jiang Xiuyan refused, took out her phone, and said, "No, I'll add you on WeChat and send you a red envelope." "Hey!" Luo Chen felt a surge of joy. After much effort, he had been unable to add her on WeChat, and now she was taking the initiative to add him. Without hesitation, he handed her his phone to add him. Then it was done. Jiang Xiuyan's WeChat name was not Spicy Little Jiang, and her profile picture was not her own but a cartoon pig. After the addition, Jiang Xiuyan sent a red envelope, labeled with the words fair. After sending the red envelope, she glanced at Luo Chen, who was grinning foolishly, and said, "What are you grinning for? Hurry up and claim the red envelope." Luo Chen clicked to receive it, and upon opening it, he saw 100 yuan. He awkwardly said, "100 is a bit much. This is the first time, I won't give you more in the future." Jiang Xiuyan put her phone into her bag, and as she was about to leave, she turned back to Luo Chen and said, "Luo Chen, there's something I need to clarify with you right now." Luo Chen quickly nodded, "Okay, go ahead." Jiang Xiuyan hesitated for a moment, her eyes showing a hint of reluctance, but she still spoke, "Actually, I know what it means for you to follow me. We can't be together. I think you're a nice person, so I don't want to hurt you in the future. That's why I want to be clear beforehand. If we are friends, I will treat you as a true good friend, but if you have other intentions, then we can't even be friends." Luo Chen's heart sank, but he still forced a smile and said, "Okay, I promise, if you don't take the initiative to say you like me, I absolutely won't bring it up first." "I could never say that," Jiang Xiuyan decisively replied without hesitation. "Luo Chen, my refusal is not because I look down on your profession or because you have no money or anything like that. Friendship and love are two different things. For two people to fall in love, there are many factors involved, such as interests, qualities, levels of thought, and personal circumstances. I am completely different from you, so it is absolutely impossible for us to develop a romantic relationship. Do you understand?" Luo Chen felt as if a knife had cut through his heart. It was quite uncomfortable. Looking at Jiang Xiuyan, who was gazing at him, he took a long time to respond, then, "If I were to say, if I were very, very wealthy, would you agree to be with me?" Jiang Xiuyan shook her head and said, "No, well, I'm going back now. If someone needs a ride in the future, I'll call or message you on WeChat." Luo Chen nodded in a daze, then watched Jiang Xiuyan's tall and graceful figure disappear from his sight. It took him a long time to regain his senses. It felt so unsatisfying. Liking someone was really exhausting. It seems that money isn't everything. I can't even pursue a woman I like. Suddenly, life feels dull and uninteresting. What does it matter if I win more money? Just as I returned to the hotel feeling dejected, Chen Jin's call came through. "Where are you?" "Just got back to the hotel." "What's up?" "Come down, I'm outside the hotel." Chen Jin hung up before I could ask anything. A surge of anger bubbled inside me as I descended the stairs, looking around outside the hotel but not seeing Chen Jin anywhere. Here! A head popped out from the window of a black Rolls-Royce Phantom parked at the right side of the hotel entrance, waving at me. Who else could it be but Chen Jin? I got into the car with a sullen face. The spacious and luxurious back seat felt particularly comfortable. Chen Jin waved to the driver to start the car. "What's wrong? Our wealthy Luo is looking so glum. Who offended you?" Chen Jin seemed to sense my displeasure and asked with a smile. "Oh, I see, you must have been frustrated by that beauty, Xiuyan. Your subordinates see you like mice see a cat. Who would dare offend you?" Chen Jin's mind was quick, and after a few words, he patted my hand and said, "My General Luo, why hang yourself on a single tree? Look at me, even though I don't have much money, I live freely. Of course, once I get close to you, the wealthy Luo, money won't be a problem anymore. Don't think too much. Brother Jin will take you somewhere." "Where exactly are we going? So mysterious." I frowned and asked him. Chen Jin smiled and said, "You'll know when we get there." "Sneaky, I can't be bothered with you." I huffed and then asked, "By the way, how's the fundraising for that 10% of friends going?" The initial total capital for the offshore company I set was $2 billion, and Chen Jin wanted 10%, which is 200 million. If converted to soft currency, that's 14 billion, which is no small amount. Chen Jin pondered and said, "It's going okay, everyone might be a bit tight on funds. It should come together in a few days." Speaking of this, I reminded him again, "If you're tight on funds, then don't force it. Don't take money that shouldn't be taken. I'll cover your share, and when the year-end dividends come, I'll deduct it then." Chen Jin smiled wryly. "It's indeed tight. We all seem glamorous on the surface, but our families hold prominent positions, and we have to be careful in everything to avoid trouble. If you have extra cash, it would help if you could cover me, so I don't have to beg around." Among those 10%, he was the leader, so he got an extra half point, totaling 1.5, which is $30 million, over 2 billion in soft currency. It would be tough for him to come up with that much at once. However, he must secure this share for several reasons. First, Luochen has the national team involved and is under scrutiny. Second, Luochen has the ability to make guaranteed profits. Third, the money he earns comes from international capitalists. With the national team's involvement, earning money for the country without breaking any laws, this is the most important part. The money comes clean. Although Chen Jin doesn't engage in risky investments like U.S. stocks or international futures, he knows that these international capitalists can be ruthless. Many domestic capitalists have been taken advantage of, like the recent incident with a certain oil product. Having Luochen reclaim some from those capital sharks is quite satisfying. After thinking for a moment, I called Yao Wenbin. Yao Wenbin answered the phone with a laugh. "Oh, General Luo, why are you calling me during the day? I thought you only called me at night. What's up? Is there another good opportunity?" As soon as he mentioned good opportunity, his voice lowered, but his excitement was palpable. I chuckled. "Yao, it's not that. I need your help. First, I need you to help me set up an offshore company and account abroad. Also, I won't be withdrawing my profits recently. I need to gather $2 billion as the startup capital for the offshore account." You know the reason, the domestic pool is still too small. Luochen was also taken aback. "You have something to discuss?" "No problem, but I'm not in Chuan City, I'm in Jianghan. It's more convenient here, just fly directly over, and when you arrive at the airport, give me a call, and I'll have someone come pick you up." "Okay." Yao Wenbin didn't show any politeness and hung up the phone. Yao Wenbin didn't mention the reason on the call, so it must be something quite important, but Luochen still couldn't guess what it was. The driver drove silently, and half an hour later, they arrived at a villa area in Nanjing, stopping in front of a very luxurious villa. As soon as Luochen got out of the car, he saw a row of luxury cars parked by the roadside in front of the villa's fence. Even the Ferraris were the least impressive, and most of them were sports cars, luxury supercars, with a few Pagani and a Lamborghini, an Aston Martin, and so on. Seeing these cars, Luochen could guess that the people coming here today must have a high status. If the guests were of this level, then the host's identity must be even more remarkable. Anyway, since Chen Jin didn't say anything, Luo Chen was too lazy to ask. Just as he got out of the car, two people came out from the iron gate of the villa's garden. They were both around 28 or 29 years old, one fat and one thin, but neither was particularly outstanding. The fat one was slightly overweight, and the thin one wasn't very thin either. The two approached, one on each side, and punched Chen Jin on the shoulder, then both stared at Luo Chen. "This is Luo Chen, General Luo?" Chen Jin grinned and said angrily, hit me. I've been beaten by you two since I was a kid. Go ahead, one punch will cost you half a share. Come on, hit me a few more times." The fat one immediately grinned and laughed. "You little brat, came to Jiangnan and got yourself all worn out, huh? Just a touch from a handsome guy and you're shouting. Come on. As he spoke, he hugged Chen Jin and gave him a kiss on the cheek, saying, "The number one handsome guy in the capital gives you a kiss. That's worth a lot, at least 2 shares. Pa!" Chen Jin spat, then rubbed his cheek vigorously, glaring at him with a disgusted expression. Luo Chen could see that Chen Jin wasn't really fighting with these two, they were just used to this kind of mutual teasing. After giving him a glare, Chen Jin seriously introduced, "Let me introduce you, these two grew up with me in the same courtyard, Shuai Jun and Lu Fei Bai." The slightly chubby one was named Shuai Jun, and the thinner one was Lu Fei Bai. Although the two joked and mocked Chen Jin, they became formal with Luo Chen, shaking his hand with serious expressions and warmly saying, "General Luo, it's a pleasure to meet you." At that moment, another red Ferrari 812 drove over, and a stylishly dressed and pretty girl got out. Luo Chen felt she looked somewhat familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before. The girl walked over with a bright smile and said, "Oh, hello, young masters. This little girl, Ruan Ning, pays her respects." Shuai Jun reached out and pinched her delicate face, saying, all right, usually when we call you, it's to help us out, but today we called you here for your own good. Come, let me introduce you to a big fortune god, General Luo Chen, our absolute main character today. Got it?" The girl was taken aback. She had only noticed the 3 young masters she knew and hadn't paid attention to this unfamiliar young man. Hearing Shuai Jun's reminder, she immediately gazed at Luo Chen with sparkling eyes, then leaned closer to him, smiling and saying, "Oh, General Luo, you're so young. This is my first time meeting you, you must take good care of me in the future." As she mentioned her name, Ruaning, Luo Chen suddenly remembered, she was Qing Ruaning, one of the hottest rising stars in the country right now. She had just won the title of Best Actress last year, making quite a splash and steadily stepping into the ranks of quasi-first-tier celebrities. No wonder she looked so familiar, she was a star. Of course, Luo Chen replied politely, as she intended to flatter him. Chang Running watched as Chen Jin, Lu Fei Bai, and Shuai Jun surrounded Luo Chen and brought him inside. She was secretly astonished. Who exactly was this young general manager Luo? She had been invited by Chen Jin to attend something, but she didn't know what it was. However, she was well aware of the identities of Chen Jin and Shuai Jun. They were all part of a group of intimidating young elites. Having often navigated the social circles of the capital, Cheng Running understood the temperament of these young elites well. They rarely regarded anyone with respect. Yet now, they treated this unfamiliar and youthful general manager Luo like a star surrounded by admirers, which spoke volumes. As Luo Chen entered the villa's hall, the atmosphere became lively, with at least 20 people present. Some were waitstaff, while others were guests, both men and women. Shuai Jun was the first to wave his hand and call out, "Everyone, quiet down. Our guest has arrived, everyone, quiet down." At his shout, the people in the living room fell silent, and the musicians paused the soft music they had been playing. 4 or 5 people came over to greet him, and Shuai Jun introduced them one by one. "General Manager Luo, let me introduce you to our closest friends in the capital, Su Honglin and Zhang Ruiqi." Then he pointed to a man and a woman in the middle, emphasizing, "This is our boss, Zhu Hua, and this is his sister, Suing." Familiar faces, right? Luo Chen was taken aback. Of course, he recognized Suing, a top-tier singer known for her beauty and lack of scandals. But he hadn't expected her to be the sister of the elite Zhu Hua. Shuai Jun's emphasis on Zhu Hua made Luo Chen realize that this person held significant weight, and he immediately shook hands with them. Finally, Shuai Jun added, "General Manager Luo, to welcome you today, we've even brought in a superstar, Hu Xuefei. Come on out." Luo Chen was stunned again. These guys really knew how to have fun to top-tier stars, the popular Suing, and the diva Hu Xuefei. Hu Xuefei was older than Suing and Qing Running by a few years, but she looked around 30, and her presence was much more commanding than Qing Running's. After all, experience was invaluable. However, compared to Suing, Hu Xuefei's aura was less imposing. It wasn't that Suing was particularly domineering, but rather she had a cold, distant beauty like a glacier goddess. Luo Chen had thought so before, but now he suddenly understood she was Zhu Hua's sister. With such a background, who would dare to bother her? Who would dare to make any unwelcome advances? Hu Shuefei slightly bowed and looked at Luo Chen, saying, "Hello, General Manager Luo." Suing tilted her head and glanced at Luo Chen but remained silent. At that moment, Luo Chen finally understood. It turned out that the young elites from Chun Jin's circle had organized a welcome ceremony for him. It was quite grand to have a top singer, a rising star, and a diva all present, but it was also a bit amusing. Chun Jin hadn't let slip a word about it. Previously, Luo Chen had only listened to these stars' songs through Bluetooth speakers and had never seen them in person, let alone heard them live. A concert by Hu Shuefei would easily rake in over 10 million. Now, having her sing just for him, Luo Chen suddenly felt like he was the real deal. After Hu Shuefei sang a song, Suing performed a Cantonese song, but without dancing. Luo Chen had seen her sing this song on television, where she both danced and sang, exuding an icy allure. Finally, it was Qing Running's turn. She wasn't a professional singer and couldn't match the skills of Hu Shuefei and Suing, so she only danced a segment, showcasing her dance background. While Zhu Hua went to the restroom, Hu Shuefei followed him and quietly asked, "Zhu Xiao, who exactly is this General Manager Luo that you all hold in such high regard? He shouldn't be from your circle, right? I've been in the capital for so many years and have never seen him." Zhu Hua smiled and said, "The reason I called you and Qing Running over is that you are close to us. Today, our guest is not just some young master. Don't be fooled by his youth or lack of fame, he is a true god of wealth. If you and Qing Running can make him happy, even a little favor from him will be worth more than a lifetime of hard work." Hu Shuefei was taken aback by this, exclaiming, "Really? What can someone so young possibly do? He must be relying on his family's legacy, right? Which wealthy overseas Chinese is he the son of?" Zhu Hua shook his head with a smile. "You guessed wrong. He is not a second-generation rich kid but a true first-generation tycoon. At the rate he's developing, in just 2 years, he could rival the top billionaires in the country, and maybe in 5 years, he could challenge the richest people in the world." Hu Shuefei was genuinely surprised. Unlike the playful and unserious group led by Shuai Jun, who spoke ambiguously, Zhu Hua was steady and dignified, never speaking nonsense. If he praised Luo Chen, it must be true. Chen Jin had even specially invited the hotel's chefs for both Chinese and Western cuisine for today's welcome party. Outside, in the private garden, a barbecue was underway, featuring a secret recipe for roasted whole lamb, showing that a lot of thought had gone into the food. Qing Running sat obediently next to Luo Chen, smiling as she asked him, "I heard from Brother Hua that Mr. Luo is a god of wealth. I wonder what kind of wealth Mr. Luo has?" Luo Chen smiled and replied, "Brother Hua is joking. I only dabble in stocks and futures, I haven't done anything else." Qing Running and Hu Shuefei, who had just sat down, were both speculating, can one really make a fortune playing stocks and futures? They had always heard of losses, and even the occasional gains didn't last long. How could this mysterious Mr. Luo win the favor of Zhu Hua and his group by playing this? Chen Jin could see that they had never witnessed Luo Chen's prowess, and since they were all from his circle, he spoke candidly, "Look at you all, since you're gathered here today, let's give you a chance to broaden your horizons. Yang, bring your team over here, can you perform for them tonight?" Luo Chen glanced at Zhu Hua and the others, who were eagerly anticipating, pondered for a moment, and then nodded. Chen Jin was overjoyed and immediately waved for someone to prepare a vehicle to pick people up from the Hilton Hotel. Luo Chen thought for a moment and said to Zhu Hua and the others, "Brother Hua, since you're all Jin Ji's friends, I won't stand on ceremony. Each of you can pool some money together, I'll have someone open an account to transfer it over, and tonight I'll operate for you once." "Great! I have 26 million, all in." As soon as Luo Chen said this, Chen Jin called out without hesitation. It was no joke, when Boss Luo operated, it was like picking up money. He said it would be just this one opportunity, and missing it would be foolish. Zhu Hua and the others naturally trusted Luo Chen. They already knew about his background, and with Director Su's endorsement, they were convinced. However, they hadn't witnessed Luo Chen's prowess like Chen Jin had, nor had they experienced the same level of excitement. But they all understood that Chen Jin's total funds were around 20 to 30 million, and now he was putting out 26 million, which meant he was laying it all on the line. He dared to invest like this, and after a moment of contemplation, Zhu Hua and the others decided to each invest 20 million, totaling 100 million among the 5 of them, while Suing would invest 15 million. Hu Shuefei hesitated for a moment and said, "I'll invest 10 million as well." Qing Running blinked her eyes, looking pitiful. Chen Jin leaned in and whispered in her ear, "Don't say I didn't give you a heads up, this is the only chance. It's up to you." Qing Running gritted her teeth and stomped her foot, saying, "I've saved 30 million over the past few years, let's invest it all and ride on Mr. Luo's coattails." But then she clung to Luo Chen's arm, pouting, "Mr. Luo, this is all my savings. If you lose my capital, I'll have to be your maid and rely on you for food and drink. Luo Chen smiled, secretly admiring Cheng Running's daring to gamble. However, precisely because she chose to believe in herself the most, she was bound to earn the most. In fact, if we talk about having a solid foundation, Hu Shuefei and Suing were definitely much stronger than Cheng Running. Hu Shuefei was a queen, with considerable savings accumulated over the years, and Suing had a deep background like Zhu Hua, which goes without saying. Cheng Running came from an ordinary family, growing up through hard work, and her achievements and finances were far inferior to those of Hu Shuefei and Suing. But she was very good at seizing any opportunity that was beneficial to her, like today's event. In this regard, she was stronger than Hu Shuefei and Suing, so she would definitely go far in the future, and her achievements might not be less than Hu Shuefei's. Luo Chenya, Song Ziqing, Song Shuai, Fu Xian, and the other 6 arrived an hour later. Upon seeing Hu Shuefei, Suing, and Cheng Running, they all became excited. They had never dared to imagine such close contact with a superstar. Cheng Running was the most clever, actively chatting and taking photos with Luo Chenya and Song Ziqing, very good at making connections. Chen Jin's arranged personnel helped bring in the computers and other equipment, and then they started to set up and connect everything. Luo Chen asked Luo Chenya to open a new account with Tiger Securities and transfer the money in. Xu Hua, Su Honglin, Shuai Jun, Zhang Ruiqi, and Lu Feibai each contributed 20 million, Chen Jin 26 million, Suing 15 million, Hu Shuefei 10 million, and then Cheng Running the most, 30 million, totaling 181 million. Converted to old man heads, that was 25 million, and since it was Luo Chen operating, Tiger Securities generously offered a tenfold leverage. After all, Luo Chen wouldn't lose. The more he earned, the more they would earn in fees, and they were eager for him to invest more. However, there was a limit. After all, the domestic pool was only so big. It wasn't like the U.S. stock index options, where hundreds of billions of dollars could be put in to make a stir. If they suddenly put in tens of billions of dollars here, it would create quite a commotion. The opportunity of negative oil prices that night was truly a once-in-a-century occurrence. Although their money was easier to obtain than ordinary people's, it didn't come from thin air, they earned it through hard work. Moreover, female artists like them, who were outstanding in appearance, mostly relied on their youth, and when they aged and lost their looks, it would be difficult. Therefore, they had to seize opportunities to earn more for their retirement. Only Chen Jin was not nervous, he was just excited, calculating how much he could make that night. Their joint account was operated by Fu Xian. At 9:30, Luo Chen, as usual, first chose to invest in U.S. stocks and then fully engaged in futures trading. Luo Chen still chose crude oil futures, and as soon as the market opened, he instructed, go long on crude oil, buy in full, place an order at a price of $37. The opening price of crude oil was $37. Song Shuhai and the others operated with ease, showing no pressure at all. They were already used to it. As soon as the boss placed an order, within a minute, they would be in profit, and at the critical moment of the price increase, he always managed to catch it accurately and acted a few minutes in advance. Shuai Jun and the others gathered around Fu Xian because Fu Xian was operating their money. Luo Chen didn't even tell them about the tenfold leverage, he was too lazy to mention it. If he did, Hu Shuefei and the others might be scared and want to withdraw, because earning was good, but if they didn't earn, they would lose money. In just a few minutes, the crude oil price surged, quickly rising to $37. Their account had a leverage of $250 million, with a total of 6,700 contracts of crude oil, one contract being 1,000 barrels, with a floating profit of $0 per barrel, and the account had a floating profit of $3,350,000. Shuai Jun pointed at the constantly changing red numbers and asked Fu Xian, bro, this red number is going up, right? Fu Xian nodded and said, yes, our account has a floating profit of 3,335,000, and it's still rising. The others nearby were immediately astonished. Just this, earned 3,335,000? Damn, even going to the bathroom takes longer than this. Yes. Fu Xian nodded affirmatively and then added 2 words, US dollars. Damn. Shuai Jun almost stumbled. Over $3 million is more than 20 million soft sister coins. Is this Luo de Kaishan really that amazing? In a moment, the oil price broke $38, and the floating profit had turned into $5,695,000. At this time, everyone surrounding Fu Xian understood, each calculating that number in their hearts, their expressions changing. $5,695,000, over 39 million soft sister coins. Watching the red Arabic numbers jumping and rising rapidly, Cheng Running, who was closest, was so excited she could hardly breathe. Half an hour later, it broke $39, with a significant increase, and 20 minutes later it broke $40 again. At this moment, Luo Chen, who had been calm, suddenly spoke, placed the order at $40. Now accustomed to not needing Song Shuhuai's second command, as soon as Luo Chen said it, several people quickly executed their actions, moving swiftly. Sure enough, the crude oil futures stopped rising at $40. All orders were executed, and Fu Xian's account made a profit of $19,765,000, while Song Shuhuai's profit was exactly double that of Fu Xian's. Cheng Running trembled as she counted that number: 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million. Oh my, is this over $19 million? Fu Xian smiled and said, yes, but there's nothing to be surprised about, the big gains are still to come. Almost $20 million, the principal doubled directly, and the big gains were still to come. Damn, I'm going to faint. Shuai Jun and the others held their heads, feeling dizzy and a bit unsteady. Cheng Running's beautiful forehead was already beaded with fine sweat, and Suing and Hu Shuefei couldn't help but feel regret. This was almost like doubling the investment directly. They had invested the least, 110 million, 115 million. Cheng Running was genuinely so happy she felt dizzy. She had invested 30 million, and it was about to turn into 60 million. This 30 million she had saved for several years, endured a lot of hardships, put on many smiles, and suffered many losses, but never expected that in less than an hour with this young Luozone, she would earn nearly 30 million. No wonder they called him Kaishan. At this moment, Cheng Running remembered what Chen Jin had quietly said to her and couldn't help but feel a pang of fear for almost backing out and only wanting to invest a few million to test the waters. Fortunately, she had boldly invested everything. Short at $40, hurry. Just as they were still in a state of excitement, Luo Chen issued another trading order. Several people quickly executed their operations, very skillfully. Cheng Running didn't understand, but could tell that Luo Chen's words this time were somewhat different, so she asked Fu Xian, is this short the same as before? Fu Xian explained, no, before it was going long, meaning buying up, now it's going short, meaning buying down. If crude oil falls, we profit, if the oil price rises, we lose. Of course, the boss won't make a mistake. They had just made nearly $20 million from going long, and now they were going short. What kind of operation is this? Hu Shuefei and Suing even thought about calling it off. Wouldn't it be better to take the profit while it was good? But no one else spoke up, and the two of them gritted their teeth and held on without saying anything. However, if there were losses, they would immediately call it off and withdraw. It wouldn't be possible to lose everything in a short time. But things didn't go as they thought. Less than a minute after the short order was executed, the oil price dropped sharply, breaking $40, then $39, $38, $37, all the way down to $37, when Luo Chen called for an order at $37. This was almost the opening price. In an hour and a half, crude oil futures had risen and fallen, returning to the starting point, but Luo Chen's two accounts made $8 million and $40 million respectively. It was just seizing the opportunity of this rise and fall. Then Luo Chen instructed to trade gold futures. At this point, no one dared to suggest stopping or withdrawing. They were just nervously and excitedly watching from the sidelines. Cheng Running was indeed clever and quick-witted, promptly making a cup of green tea for Luo Chen. Mr. Luo, have a sip of green tea to refresh yourself. Luo Chen took the cup, sipped lightly, found it a bit hot, and set it down on the coffee table before directing Song Shuhai and others to execute the trades. Until 3:50 in the morning, Luo Chen ordered everyone to place their orders. After Song Shuhai and the others' orders were executed, they calculated the numbers and reported to Luo Chen, boss, our futures profit margin today is 102%, exactly $600 million. The profit margin on the U.S. stock account is 17%, yielding $85 million, totaling $685 million. Additionally, Fu Xian's account made $310 million. Luo Chen nodded and instructed, as usual, the managerial level leaders will receive 300,000 yuan as a reward, and other staff will receive 150,000 yuan. Also, Fu Xian, withdraw all the profits from their accounts and close them. Fu Xian followed Luo Chen's instructions to withdraw the money and then returned it to each person according to their investment ratio. 20 million returned 240 million, Hu Shuefei received the least, getting 120 million, Suing 180 million, and Chen Jin received 312 million. Cheng Running became the biggest winner, with a 12-fold profit rate earning back 360 million. People were almost dizzy. In fact, the real biggest winner was the weary Luo Chen, with a profit of 4.8 billion soft sister coins. Handsome Jun rushed over to Luo Chen, hugging him and grinning, Mr. Luo, do you need any charms? I can be your charm. At that moment, everyone else present had only one thought. They wished they could slap themselves a few times for not investing more money. If they had put in a bit more, they would never have to struggle for a living again. Yes, Shinjin said with a smile, there are 4 bedrooms upstairs, you can sleep in whichever one you want. Luo Chen, feeling lazy, didn't bother to greet them and went upstairs. He opened a door on the 2nd floor and collapsed onto the bed, too tired to move a muscle. However, the door creaked slightly as a slender figure slipped in and closed the door behind her. Luo Chen sat up abruptly and saw the shy Cheng running. After hesitating for a moment, he asked her, do you have something to discuss? Cheng running moved closer, wanting to burrow under the covers, and Luo Chen quickly said, wait a moment. Cheng running, with her sparkling eyes fixed on him, smiled teasingly, Mr. Luo, you've made me a fortune today, enough for financial freedom. I have no way to repay you, so I can only offer myself. Cheng running had the strength to stand out in the complex entertainment industry. In terms of looks, she was slightly better than Song Ziqing and Luo Chenya. It was clear that she was alluring, and to say Luo Chen was unaffected would be a lie. He wasn't Lu Xiaohui after all. However, Luo Chen struggled in his mind and said, Miss Qing, I already have someone I like. Qing running replied lightly, so what? If you marry me, I will. If you don't, being a mistress is fine too. I see through it. People like us, on the surface, are glamorous and beloved stars, but who in the circle doesn't understand? After the glory, it's just a mess, and when we get older, we become desperate to marry. Just look at how many in the entertainment industry end up well. Luo Chen smiled and said, you really see through it, but... He paused before continuing, Miss Qing, to be honest, if you insist on staying tonight, I won't refuse, but I really am not in the mood because the woman I like has rejected me, and I'm hurt. Cheng running exclaimed in surprise, and, someone would actually reject Mr. Luo? Luo Chen smiled and said nothing more. Cheng running sighed and shook her head, saying, President Luo, I'm leaving. As she reached the door, Cheng running turned back and smiled brightly, as if a flower had bloomed. President Luo, if you think of me when you're troubled in the future, just give me a call. Even if I'm on the other side of the earth, I'll rush back. After saying that, she left, and Luo Chen almost couldn't help but call her back. Alas, this enchantress nearly disrupted my old Luo's path. Turning back, he thought of Jiang Xiuyan and couldn't help but grit his teeth in frustration. That feeling was truly unpleasant. In the living room downstairs, the lights were dazzling, and the chefs from both Chinese and Western cuisines were showcasing their skills. The boss directly doubled their pay. Who wouldn't be happy? Of course, the happiest were Zhu Hua and his group, each one of them excited and wide awake, fiercely debating the distribution of the 10 points. After a long discussion, they finally settled. Director Su from the national team took 2 points. Shin Jin was Luo Chen's close buddy and also the one who led the connections, so he took 2 points as well. Xu Hua had the strongest background and was the leader of their group, taking 1.5 points. Su Honglin, Shuai Jun, Zhang Ruiqi, and Lu Feibai each took 1 point, and then Suing took half a point. With the 10 points allocated, they were originally all raising funds for this equity, with 1 point equating to $20 million, which converted to 140 million yuan, not a small sum for them. But now it was all good and relaxed. The 5 of them each divided 240 million, and after putting in 140 million as capital, they still had 100 million left. Good heavens, this little President Luo was truly their god of wealth. Originally, they planned to hold a welcome ceremony today, but unexpectedly, he gifted them a big surprise. It was almost like they didn't have to put in a single cent and still got a point of equity. Just thinking about how much money Luo Chen made tonight, who could imagine how much that point of equity would expand in the future? Hu Shuefei sighed, saying, Hua Xiao, I really envy you, but it's a pity I wasted the opportunity you gave me. Xu Hua laughed, it's not a waste, you still made over 100 million. Considering the current market, you've worked hard for several years, and besides. Xu Hua glanced upstairs, smiling as he whispered, although this is my first time dealing with little President Luo, I feel he values loyalty. As long as you are sincere and good to him, he will definitely be sincere and good to you. So, in the morning, at Jiang Xiuyan's home. After breakfast, as she was leaving, Wei Fengling chased after her with a handbag, calling out, Xiuyan, come with Mom. Wei Fengling smiled, I know it's not on the way, but Mom has transportation subsidies for commuting. I'll call a car to take you to the hotel, and then I'll go to the supermarket. Jiang Xiuyan glanced at her mother, then looked back at her home upstairs, and quietly asked her mother, Mom, I've never seen a company treat its employees so well, promoting an ordinary employee to vice president, raising salaries and bonuses, and even covering commuting expenses. Why haven't I encountered such a company? Mom, is it possible that the boss is interested in you? Pa! Wei Fengling scolded her, whispering, be careful your dad hears. I've been observing and understanding these past few days, the boss is a woman, about your age, and pretty. What could she want from your mom? If she were a man, I might suspect she was after my daughter, but she's a woman. Alright, no more talking. I'll call a car. Wei Fengling cheerfully called a car, first taking her daughter to the Newport Hotel, then heading to their Hongqing supermarket. After Jiang Xiuyan got out of the car and went to the hotel, she saw a group of workers in red uniforms setting up an advertisement board in the square in front of the hotel. Some colleagues from the hotel were watching nearby, and she walked over to ask a colleague, "What's going on?" That was the hotel front desk, somewhat dazed, saying, "I'm not sure either. I heard our hotel has changed owners and is going to change its name. It won't be called Xingguan Hotel anymore." On the other side, Luo Chenya, wearing a hard hat, was watching the sign installation at Xingguan Hotel under the supervision of the hotel's upper management. Such tedious tasks were not something the boss would do herself. She had gotten up early for this. The boss was very particular about the hotel name change, so she had to oversee the construction, but she just couldn't understand why the boss wanted to change it to Xiuyan. Suddenly, the hotel manager waved his hand behind him and called out, "Jiang Xiuyan, the washing machine in the housekeeping department is broken. Go find the electrician to handle it." Luo Chenya's body jolted at the sound of his voice, and she turned to ask him, "What did you just say?" The manager was startled and pointed at Jiang Xiuyan, saying, I was calling Jiang Xiuyan to handle something in the housekeeping department. I didn't mean to scare you." "No." Luo Chenya pointed at Jiang Xiuyan and said, "You let her come over here." The manager quickly waved to Jiang Xiuyan, "Jiang Xiuyan, come here, the new boss wants to ask you something." "Oh." Jiang Xiuyan walked over, looking puzzled, and greeted the beautiful boss in a hard hat, "Hello, boss." Luo Chenya nodded, looking at Jiang Xiuyan. Both of them were tall, but Jiang Xiuyan was even more stunning. Xiuyan. Luo Chenya repeated the name in her mind. This girl was extraordinarily beautiful, and her name happened to be Xiuyan. Was there a connection to the boss's Xiuyan Hotel Group? After thinking for a moment, she asked her, "Do you have anyone else at home?" It was strange, why was the new boss asking this? Shouldn't she be asking about work? However, Jiang Xiuyan answered seriously, "There are 4 people in my family, my parents and my younger sister. My dad is a middle school teacher, my mom works at a supermarket, and my sister is currently abroad." Supermarket employee? Luo Chenya's heart stirred, and after a moment of contemplation, she asked, "Can you tell me your mom's name?" "My mom's name is Wei Fengling." Jiang Xiuyan didn't think much of it and just answered. It wasn't like she was losing anything. "Okay, you can go now." Luo Chenya waved her off to go work at the hotel, then took out her phone to call Song Ziqing. "Ziqing, I need to ask you something. The supermarket that the boss bought, didn't you say the boss likes a lady there? What's her name?" As soon as Song Ziqing brought this up, she inexplicably got angry and replied heavily, "Her last name is Wei, and her name is Wei Fengling. If I weren't afraid of getting scolded by the boss, I'd really want to make things difficult for her." Wei Fengling. Luo Chenya's mind felt like it had been struck by lightning, and she suddenly realized, oh my, boss, you're making such a big move for Jiang Xiuyan. Hello, Chenya, are you there? Are you listening? Seeing that Luo Chenya hadn't responded, Song Ziqing kept asking her. "Oh, I'm here. Luo Chenya came to her senses and hurriedly said, "Ziqing, you must not play tricks on that Wei Fengling, don't offend her. I'm telling you, it's not what you think, the boss isn't twisted." "Well, I can't explain it clearly now, I'll tell you more when I get back tonight. And you must not let this out. If you provoke the boss again, no one can protect you. Is it that scary?" Song Ziqing was also startled, and when she tried to ask Luo Chenya again, she had already hung up. Luo Chenya put her phone into her bag and looked up at the hotel building where the sign was being installed. The 2 characters Xiuyan had already been put up, and this whole setup cost over $1 million, using the latest laser crystal technology. Although she was the chairperson of the Xiuyan Hotel Group and the legal representative, she felt bitter and sour inside, uncomfortable. 100 billion new Xiuyan Hotel Group, and yet she was going to buy a supermarket to please her mother-in-law. This move from the boss could probably make all women in the world envious. Jiang Xiuyan, oh Jiang Xiuyan, it is already a tremendous fortune that heaven has bestowed upon you such an extraordinarily beautiful face. Why must you attract the attention of such a ruthless and wealthy man as the boss? Boss, oh boss, everyone is kept in the dark, revolving around you for this woman. Luo Chenya sat in the central position, with the first person on her left being the group's executive general manager, Hua Xiaodong, and the first person on her right being the hotel general manager, Xin Lei, along with 7 or 8 others, including the manager of the housekeeping department, Xiang Jian, and the manager of the catering department, Wang Yanli. Luo Chenya first introduced herself. "Hello everyone, my surname is Luo, and my name is Chenya. I am the chairperson of the hotel group appointed by the future finance headquarters. Let me first introduce the current situation of the new group. Previously, it was a shareholder system, but now it is wholly owned by future finance. This means that the actual controller of the hotel group is no longer many shareholders, but future finance, which has exclusive control and operation. Therefore, we can dismiss or appoint anyone at will. As Luo Qianya spoke, she glanced at everyone and continued slowly, of course, I currently do not plan to interfere in any affairs of the hotel group. As long as you work hard and seriously, there will be many opportunities for promotion in the future. Future Finance has already planned to invest 100 billion yuan to build a 7-star ultra-luxurious global hotel, as well as to construct the group headquarters building and the largest shopping plaza and office building in Jiangnan province. The announcement of Luo Qianya's plan indeed caused a stir, and the executives present began to whisper among themselves. Luo Qianya turned her gaze to Hu Xiaodong and smiled, Mr. Hua, why don't you take over? I am an outsider, and outsiders should not interfere in the affairs of insiders. Basically, I only rely on you. Alright, Hu Xiaodong nodded in agreement, then looked at the executives and said, currently, the hotel group has arranged for personnel to replace all name-related matters. Mr. Xin, you are in charge of the hotel side. Do you have any questions? Xin Lei, the hotel general manager, immediately responded seriously, not much, the work is the same as before. The biggest task right now is to replace the nameplates. Since all the hotel supplies are custom-made, replacing everything at once would be somewhat wasteful. How about we still? Luo Qianya suddenly interjected, no, replace everything. New hotel, new look, we won't use any of the old. Xin Lei could only say, okay. The housekeeping manager, Xiang Jian, spoke up, Mr. Qin, our housekeeping department has been experiencing a high turnover rate recently. We need to recruit new staff and promote new leadership positions. The team leader of Group 7, Zhang Xiuyan, has performed exceptionally well. I propose promoting her to deputy manager of the housekeeping department and request approval from Mr. Qin and all the leaders. Xin Lei looked around and asked, what are your opinions? When Hu Xiaodong heard this name, he seemed to have some feelings and silently repeated, Zhang Xiuyan. Suddenly, he was taken aback. Isn't the name of the new hotel group Xiuyan? The Xiuyan Hotel Group, along with the new investment of 100 billion yuan, is there any connection to this Zhang Xiuyan? Or is it just a coincidence? Hu Xiaodong suddenly asked Xin Lei, Mr. Qin, do we have any information on this Zhang Xiuyan? Bring it to me. The director of the Human Resources Department quickly called a subordinate to send over Zhang Xiuyan's information, which arrived in a few minutes. Hu Xiaodong slowly looked over Zhang Xiuyan's information. She studied hotel management at Jianghan University, and her family is quite ordinary, with no significant background. But one thing is clear, even from a 2-inch registration photo, Hu Xiaodong could see Zhang Xiuyan's astonishing beauty. Thinking back to the scene after the negotiation the day before, when Luo Chen proposed changing the name to Xiuyan Hotel Group, and the representative of Future Finance, Luo Qianya, showed no opposition, basically defaulting to it. At that time, he thought Luo Chen was just the spoiled son of a big boss, a rich second generation being arrogant, but the more he thought about it after returning home that night, the more he felt something was off. During the negotiation, it was always Luo Chen leading, severely outsmarting the father and son of the Dejin group, Hu Daio, without giving them any face. Hu Xiaodong had been working in Jianghan for several years and was well aware of the rumors surrounding Hu Daio, the richest man in Jianghan. Hu Daio was known for his ruthless style, and his son, Hu Lu, was infamous for being a playboy. It could be said that almost no one in Jianghan was willing, or rather dared, to provoke them. Luo Chen was no fool. He dared to disregard Hu Daio's face and directly snatch what they considered theirs, which was tantamount to tearing the facade and going head-to-head. Was he not afraid of Hu Daio's retaliation? Additionally, the young man accompanying Luo Chen was later identified, and Hu Xiaodong was astonished to find out he was actually the son of Chen Zhangguo, the #1 figure in Jiangnan province. This made things interesting. After returning home that night, he used connections to investigate the identities of Luo Chen and Luo Qianya, discovering that Luo Chen was indeed the true owner of the future finance company in Chuan City, while Luo Qianya was merely his subordinate. It dawned on him that Luo Chen was the real big boss, and Luo Qianya, the chairwoman of the hotel group, was just a front for him. Therefore, Luo Chen's opinion was the most important. If he bought the hotel group and renamed it Xiuyan, it might indeed have something to do with Zhang Xiuyan. Of course, Hu Xiaodong wasn't certain, but he preferred to seize the opportunity rather than let it slip away, so he immediately nodded, President Qin, I think it's feasible. Promoting internal talent is better than hiring externally. Seeing Hu Xiaodong say this, Xin Lei had no reason to refuse and nodded in agreement, though he found it somewhat strange that a mere deputy manager of the housekeeping department would concern the group's executive president. Was it possible he had taken a liking to Jiang Xiuyan? But that didn't seem right. Hu Xiaodong was in his 40s, had a beautiful wife, and a pair of well-behaved children, leading a happy family life. Moreover, his conduct had always been exemplary. He wouldn't be so openly brazen, would he? Luo Chenya glanced at the proposed Xiang Jian, noticing his delighted expression, and felt a stir in her heart. She then casually asked, "Manager Xiang, sorry to pry, but do you really like Jiang Xiuyan?" Xiang Jian was taken aback, and then his face turned red, feeling embarrassed that this new boss had hit the nail on the head regarding his secret. Luo Chenya asked again, "Manager Xiang, are you married?" After a moment of hesitation, Xiang Jian stammered, I am." Luo Chenya let out a cold smile and said nothing. Hu Xiaodong's heart skipped a beat. This Xiang Jian was trying to promote Jiang Xiuyan out of personal interest. Was he trying to compete with the real big boss for a woman? Was he tired of living? Hu Xiaodong sensed that Luo Chenya's mention of Jiang Xiuyan was also an attempt to inquire about her, which was quite obvious. She likely knew Luo Chen's true intention was probably for Jiang Xiuyan. In an instant, Hu Xiaodong felt a chill run down his spine. If he didn't handle this issue well, or if Xiang Jian caused trouble for Jiang Xiuyan, then he, as the executive president, would be in a precarious position. "Xiang Jian," Hu Xiaodong suddenly spoke up, "I need someone on my side. Let's temporarily transfer you to my department." "President Qin." He turned to Qin Lei and asked, "Is it okay to pull one of your people for me?" Xiang Jian was taken aback himself. He certainly had personal motives, having long coveted Jiang Xiuyan's beauty. However, he had never managed to gain any advantage with her despite his care. This time, he thought he could use the deputy manager position to win her over and clearly warn her that he could promote her to deputy manager or let her go. Who would have thought the group president would take notice of him? After thinking it over, he felt pleased. Being favored by President Hua would make future success easier, and winning over Jiang Xiuyan would likely be simpler. Little did he know that Hu Xiaodong was already plotting how to make things difficult for him. Hu Xiaodong then said to Qin Lei, "President Qin, since I'm pulling manager Xiang away, the housekeeping department manager position will be vacant. How about we promote Jiang Xiuyan to housekeeping department manager?" Qin Lei was taken aback, and the others also felt it was inappropriate. Promoting a small team leader from the housekeeping department to deputy manager seemed a bit hasty, and promoting her to housekeeping manager would be even more inappropriate. On one hand, the responsibilities and work of a manager are not something a small team leader can compare to. Promoting her too high, could she handle it? Generally speaking, internal promotions are best done in accordance with levels, as it is more appropriate due to the closeness and understanding of the work. Cross-level promotions are indeed inappropriate. But the one saying this was the group president. Moreover, Qin Lei glanced at Luo Chenya and saw that she didn't seem displeased. He suddenly thought that Hu Xiaodong had said this in front of Luo Chenya, without any regard for appearances. If he really had any ulterior motives regarding Jiang Xiuyan, he wouldn't have brought it up publicly. He could have just mentioned it privately, right? The fact that he brought it up so openly could only indicate that there was something wrong with the matter itself. Forget it. Qin Lei simply agreed to the promotion. As for whether Jiang Xiuyan could handle the position of housekeeping manager, he didn't care. In the hotel housekeeping department, Deputy Manager Zhang Yujing was holding a meeting with 26 team leaders, one for each floor of the hotel, totaling 26 floors of rooms. As usual, they discussed the same things, but Zhang Yujing was a bit distracted today. The news about the change of ownership at Newport Square had already spread. It didn't matter to ordinary employees, but the management was on edge. They say a new emperor brings new ministers. Who wouldn't worry that the new boss would come in swinging a big axe? After a while, the office phone rang, and Zhang Yujing picked it up, saying, "Hello, Newport Hotel Housekeeping Department. President Qin? What? Jiang Xiuyan has been promoted to housekeeping manager?" Zhang Yujing asked incredulously. It shouldn't be her turn. The other party had clearly hung up, and Zhang Yujing's face turned pale, her hand holding the receiver trembling uncontrollably. To be honest, she had always found Jiang Xiuyan displeasing, not only because she was too beautiful but also because her personal abilities were strong. If it weren't for her constant obstruction and manager Xiang Jian's intentional hindrance, Jiang Xiuyan should have been promoted to deputy manager long ago. Just now, she heard President Qin say that manager Xiang Jian had been transferred to the group headquarters. If anyone were to be promoted to manager, it should be her, the deputy manager, right? How could a team leader jump levels to become a manager? Everyone else in the meeting room had heard her conversation and couldn't help but glance at Jiang Xiuyan. Jiang Xiuyan also felt quite awkward. She knew that housekeeping manager Xiang Jian had intentions towards her, so she had always pretended to be naive to avoid him, acting dumb and sweet to avoid giving him a chance. But she never expected to be suddenly promoted to housekeeping manager. It was something she had never even dreamed of. After a while, hotel manager Qin Lei arrived and officially announced Jiang Xiuyan's appointment as housekeeping manager, then instructed the housekeeping department to expedite the clearance of old supplies. He mentioned that the first batch of newly customized supplies would arrive shortly, and they needed to exchange the old and new supplies. Jiang Xiuyan quickly assigned tasks and took a few people to the logistics department downstairs to wait for the delivery of the new supplies. About 10 minutes later, the first batch of expedited products arrived, and Jiang Xiuyan was registering while arranging for personnel to transport them. However, when she saw the packaging of the supplies, she was taken aback. The packaging was printed with the word Xiuyan Hotel. Xiuyan Hotel? Strange, was this the new name of the hotel? Why was it the same as her name? A few colleagues couldn't help but tease, Xiuyan, this hotel has become yours, with your name on it. Remember us when you get rich. Jiang Xiuyan's face turned red, and she huffed, don't talk nonsense. One colleague said seriously, I'm not joking. I went out earlier and saw that the electronic sign on the roof of the hotel building has already been changed to Xiuyan Grand Hotel. I heard that just those 5 words cost over $1 million. Jiang Xiuyan replied lightly, stop talking nonsense, it wouldn't be good if President Qin hears it. It's just a coincidence. That colleague continued, what do you think of this new boss? Isn't it strange? Spent $13 billion to buy out our Newport Square, then changed the name like a woman, huh? While changing the billboards outside, I even heard a leader say the new boss invested $100 billion, and among other things, is going to build a 7-star global luxury hotel, named Xiuyan. It seems this new boss is really going head-to-head with Xiuyan. Jiang Xiuyan was puzzled. She had met the new boss, a very beautiful woman. In the morning, she heard President Qin refer to her as Manager Luo. Could her name really be Luo Xiuyan? After arranging the supplies and distributing them to each floor, Jiang Xiuyan went outside to take a look at the hotel. Sure enough, the 5 characters Xiuyan Grand Hotel were shining brightly and very eye-catching in broad daylight. Strange, she thought, as she entered the hotel lobby, only to run into the group president, Mr. Hua Xiaodong, and the hotel general manager, Mr. Qin Lei, accompanying the new beautiful boss for an inspection. Jiang Xiuyan quickly bowed respectfully and said, hello, boss. Hello, Mr. Hua. Hello, Mr. Qin. Upon seeing Jiang Xiuyan, Luo Qianya's eyebrows couldn't help but twitch, but she still politely nodded. Damn, she couldn't afford to be disrespectful. After all, the woman was the true owner of this hotel group. Looking at all the things the boss had done for her, what else would not belong to her in the future? This was someone not to be trifled with. She had to make a good impression and not show any displeasure. Hua Xiaodong noticed and smiled, saying, oh, you must be the new room manager, Jiang Xiuyan? Ha, not bad, not bad. I didn't expect such a beautiful woman was hidden in our hotel. Jiang Xiuyan's face turned red, and she didn't dare to speak. Qin Lei was also puzzled. Why was Mr. Hua so polite and warm to Jiang Xiuyan? After the 3 leaders sat down in the tea and coffee area, Jiang Xiuyan slipped to the front desk to talk to the 2 receptionists. At that moment, a guest approached the front desk with a phone, asking, hello, do you have a driver service at your hotel? I've been trying to call a cab for a long time, can you help me get a ride? I need to catch a flight. As soon as Jiang Xiuyan heard this, she suddenly thought of Luo Chen and quickly said, yes, yes, yes. Please wait a moment, I'll call a driver for you right away. Hello, who is it, disturbing people so early in the morning? Jiang Xiuyan at the hotel front desk was both amused and annoyed. So early? Look at the time, it's almost 11. Hurry up, there's a guest who needs to catch a flight, you need to come over within 15 minutes. Luo Chen was initially very impatient, but upon hearing Jiang Xiuyan's voice, he immediately jumped up. However, when he realized it was for a ride, he sulked and said, well, I worked late last night, until 4 in the morning. How about? Jiang Xiuyan quickly covered the phone and stepped away, whispering, hurry up. The guest is offering a good price, it's not easy for you to earn money. Get over here, or I won't talk to you again and will block you. Luo Chen quickly replied, DD expert at your service. Although he was hurt by what she said that day, well, what could he do? After all, he liked her. He quickly got up, washed his face, brushed his teeth, threw on some clothes, and went downstairs, then called Chen Jin. Hey, Jin, hurry up and tell your friend to bring out the car he drove last time. I'm waiting at the hotel entrance. Chen Jin replied with an oh, and a few minutes later called back, bro, my friend isn't driving the Accord today, his wife's friend borrowed it for something. He's driving an Audi himself, so you'll have to make do. Luo Chen was stunned and exploded, what the hell, bro? I'm going to drive Didi, and you want me to use an Audi for that? Chen Jin laughed. Drive Didi? I mean, come on, brother, you really can do that? You have some thick skin. If you can't tell Jiang Xiuyan the truth, then I'll go. Luo Chen immediately got anxious. If you mess up my business, we won't be brothers anymore. Hang up. Fuming, he went downstairs. In the hotel lobby, the chubby security manager was waiting for him with a smile. Upon seeing him, he hurried over, handed him the car keys, and pointed to the hotel entrance. The car is parked right at the door, Mr. Luo. I'm sorry, but this car is a bit beneath your status. Not beneath, it's fine, Luo Chen said with a wry smile as he took the keys. Damn it, he was just going to drive a Didi car. Although it wasn't a bad car, it felt somewhat inappropriate to be driving for Didi. After all, it was a vehicle worth 5 to 600,000 yuan, which should be classified as a luxury car for Didi. The key issue was that Jiang Xiuyan knew what car he drove, his Honda Accord, and there was no way to switch it back now. He would have to come up with an excuse later. The chubby manager waved goodbye cheerfully as Luo Chen drove away, waving his hand vigorously. This guest was a super rich man. Chen Jin had specifically reminded him not to neglect him. Luo Chen hurriedly made his way to the Newport Hotel, parked the car outside, and then rushed into the hotel lobby, panting. Jiang Xiuyan had been watching the entrance and quickly waved when she saw him. Luo Chen, over here, the guests are this way. In the tea and coffee area, Luo Chenya was facing that direction and spotted Luo Chen running in. She was momentarily taken aback, just as she was about to greet him, but saw him rushing toward the front desk instead. Qin Lei, unaware of the situation, didn't pay much attention, but Hua Xiaodong had guessed a bit of what was happening. Suddenly, he noticed Luo Chenya's unusual expression and turned to follow her gaze. Hua Xiaodong immediately saw Luo Chen at the front desk talking to Jiang Xiuyan and thought to himself, just as I suspected. A billionaire boss going to such lengths for a woman, impressive. Luo Chenya suddenly stood up and pointed toward the front desk. Mr. Qin, let's go sit over there and feel the atmosphere of the front desk receiving guests. Hua Xiaodong smiled and agreed, sure. He was indeed curious to see what the real boss was up to. Only Qin Lei looked confused, following along without understanding, thinking that the tea and coffee area was just as good as over there. There were still guests on that side. Luo Chenya walked ahead and soon ran into Jiang Xiuyan again. Jiang Xiuyan respectfully said, hello, boss. I have a guest who needs a ride to catch a flight. Coincidentally, my friend drives a taxi. Oh, he used to drive a taxi in Chuan City and now drives for Didi here. Luo Chenya quickly explained, fearing that this new boss might misunderstand her relationship with the driver as a scheme to cheat guests. When Luo Chenya looked up, she found herself locking eyes with Luo Chen. Worried that Luo Chenya might expose him, Luo Chen quickly picked up the guest's suitcase and said while walking, I missed several orders on the way here, afraid of delaying the guest's flight. Jiang Xiuyan helped him carry it out, and when they reached the door, Luo Chenya suddenly called out to Luo Chen, hey, driver. Luo Chen turned back and shot her a glare. Luo Chenya quickly added, after you drop the guest off at the airport, come back here. I'll need to use your car later. The fare will be double. Or how about 1,000 yuan for the afternoon? Luo Chen huffed in annoyance, and Jiang Xiuyan quickly agreed for him, sure. Once outside the hotel, she quietly said to Luo Chen, this is our new boss. Look, isn't it lucky? You can't even take this order. From now on, you should just run our hotel's orders. It's better than running around for random business. Luo Chen could only smile bitterly, thinking he had really dug himself into a hole. He opened the trunk to put in the suitcase. Jiang Xiuyan, seeing this, asked in surprise, weren't you driving a Honda last time? How did it turn into an Audi? Luo Chen had already thought of an answer on the way, and when she asked, he replied, that car had a minor issue and is in the repair shop. This car belongs to a friend of mine. Since you were in a hurry, I had to borrow it for a quick use. In the hotel lobby, Luo Chenya was deep in thought. The boss was indeed acquainted with Jiang Xiuyan, and according to Jiang Xiuyan, they were friends from Chuan City, which meant they must have known each other there. Suddenly, Luo Chenya had a realization, right, back in Chuan City. Wasn't the boss asking her to look for a girl that day? With no information, no photos, nothing at all, how was she supposed to find her? As she recalled, everything became clear in her mind. The person they were looking for back then was Jiang Xiuyan. Then there was the supermarket purchase to please Jiang Xiuyan's mother, Wei Fengling, who bought Newport Plaza for 13 billion, renaming it Xiuyan Hotel Group, and invested another 100 billion, which included the Xiuyan International Hotel, a world-class 7-star luxury hotel. Boss, oh boss, you really are putting in a lot of money. But you, such a big boss, chasing after women is one thing, why do you have to pretend to be a Didi driver? Just thinking about it made her angry. The boss treated her like a laborer while holding Jiang Xiuyan in the palm of his hand, even running over to be a DD driver, and she couldn't even complain. She had to cooperate with his act. Was there any justice in this? Luo Qianya was sulking alone, but there was nothing she could do. Who could manage the boss's affairs? Who would dare? Probably only the Queen Mother of Chuan City would dare to intervene, but when it came to the boss chasing women, even the Queen Mother might not be able to manage it. First, her reach was limited, and second, children grow up and make their own choices. Who he liked was beyond parental control. At that moment, Qin Lei received a phone call and went to a corner of the lobby to take it. Only then did Luo Qianya say to Hua Xiaodong, Mr. Hua, you've seen it, and you probably guessed something, but I can't tell you much. Like you, I only just realized what was going on. I'll just say this, you need to keep your mouth shut about it. Hua Xiaodong nodded with a smile. I understand. Luo Qianya sighed. Our boss is quite willful and has a bad temper, don't provoke him. Hearing her admit the boss so directly made Hua Xiaodong's heart skip a beat, and he quickly asked her in a low voice, should I find a chance to resign from Xianjin? Luo Qianya pondered for a moment and nodded. That's fine, but you need to keep an eye on Qinzone regarding Jiang Xiuyan. First, she must not be wronged. Second, no other men can get close. Third, we have to cooperate with the boss's way of playing this, and we can't let Jiang Xiuyan know his background. Okay, I got it. Hua Xiaodong nodded again, realizing he had to pay attention to this. No other work was as important as this was the top priority. Luo Chen, with a bitter face, sent the guest to the airport, and the guest intentionally tipped an extra 50 yuan. By the time he returned to the hotel, it was already an hour and a half later. Jiang Xiuyan was taking a nap, and knowing that the new boss, Luo Qianya, was still sitting in the hotel lobby, she had previously mentioned needing a car, so she waited at the front desk. When she saw Luo Chen's car arrive, she hurried out to remind him not to be foolish. The new boss was a big boss. Luo Chen parked the car by the side, and as he got out, he saw Jiang Xiuyan coming over, holding a bottle of the hotel's custom drinking water, extending her hand to him. Here, have some water. Don't feel tired, it's good to make money. Luo Chen took a sip of the water, which tasted sweet, and looked up at the huge letters on the hotel roof, Xiuyan Hotel. Jiang Xiuyan also smiled wryly, saying, it's really strange, why would they use this name? It makes me feel so awkward. Luo Chen casually remarked, maybe the new boss likes you. Jiang Xiuyan laughed and said, you're overthinking it. Our new boss is still waiting in the lobby for your car. She's a beauty, the one you saw before. Luo Chen shook his head, thought for a moment, and then looked at her seriously, saying, Xiuyan, I'm serious. If I were really a very wealthy person, would you agree to be with me? Jiang Xiuyan hummed and said, you must be addicted to wanting to be rich. It's good to have that goal and ambition, but as a friend, I have to be honest with you, don't misunderstand. At this point, Jiang Xiuyan looked at Luo Chen seriously and continued, back then, you foolishly followed me from Chuan City to Jianghan. Although we can never be together, your reckless determination still moved me a lot, which is why I consider you a friend and am willing to help you. But when it comes to love, we really can't be together. Even if you become extremely wealthy, I still won't like you, because we just don't click. The main reason, as I've told you before, is that we are simply not the same kind of people. Hearing Jiang Xiuyan say this so clearly again, Luo Chen felt as if he had been pricked by needles, his boiling blood instantly cooling down as if poured into liquid nitrogen. Jiang Xiuyan didn't notice his change and continued, go in, our new boss is waiting. Luo Chen shoved the water into her hands, turned, and got into the car, saying as he drove, not picking up anymore. Jiang Xiuyan anxiously said, what's wrong with you? If you anger our new boss, how will you come to the hotel to pick up customers in the future? Luo Chen coldly replied, let whoever wants to pick up, she's not my boss, I don't eat her food, I won't pamper her. After saying that, he drove away. Jiang Xiuyan was stunned. What was wrong with him? He hadn't been this temperamental before. How could he just turn against her like that? Now that he had run off, she didn't even know how to explain to the beautiful boss. Turning around, she saw Luo Qianya and Hua Xiaodong standing behind her, and Jiang Xiuyan was immediately startled, quickly saying, boss, he suddenly had an urgent matter and left. Luo Qianya nodded and said, got it, you go ahead and be busy. Seeing that the new boss didn't look angry, Jiang Xiuyan felt a bit relieved and entered the hotel. Luo Chen drove furiously, feeling a pent-up anger inside him with no outlet, just pressing the gas pedal hard. As he passed an intersection, a tricycle suddenly darted out, driven by an elderly man in his 50s or 60s, with bare legs and a load of packaging paper and foam on the tricycle. Luo Chen was startled, slammed on the brakes, and sharply turned the steering wheel. If he didn't turn, he would crash into the old man. But turning meant crashing into a patch of greenery. Bang bang bang. Luo Chen's car crashed into the greenery, and with a loud bang, the airbag deployed and knocked him unconscious. He didn't know how long it had been, but when Luo Chen woke up and opened his eyes, he saw two tearful faces, Luo Chenya and Song Zicheng. He closed his eyes again for a few seconds, and only then did his mind start to recall past scenes, remembering Jiang Xiuyan's words, the speeding car, the elderly man on the tricycle, and the car crashing into the greenery. When he opened his eyes again, he realized he was lying in a hospital bed with an A4 in his hand. As soon as Luo Chenya saw Luo Chen open his eyes, she cried and laughed, calling out to Song Zicheng, 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 the boss is awake, hurry, hurry and call the doctor. Oh. Song Zicheng hurriedly ran out to call the doctor. After a while, a large group of people came in, including doctors and nurses, who examined Luo Chen and said, fortunately, there's nothing serious, just a mild concussion and some minor abrasions. A couple of days of rest and you'll be fine. Luckily, you were wearing a seatbelt. Luo Chenya and Song Zicheng both breathed a sigh of relief. Once the doctors and nurses left, Luo Chenya, with red-rimmed eyes, said, Boss, you scared us to death. After you left the hotel yesterday, I took Mr. Was car back to the Hilton. When I got to the hotel, I called you, and then it was the hospital nurse who answered. It scared us to death. Luo Chen struggled to sit up, frowning and saying, okay, I'm not dead. After thinking for a moment, I reminded them again, you must not tell my parents about this, and don't mention it to anyone else either. It's not a big deal, so we don't need a crowd gathering and causing trouble. After saying that, I moved a bit, my body hurt somewhat, but it wasn't a big issue. The most painful part was still my heart, damn it. The deep sense of defeat. I used to love Zhu Hongyan like a beggar, but now I truly like Jiang Xiuyan. Sigh, loving someone is so damn hard, not as easy as making money. Luo Chen was in a single patient room, which Luo Chenya and Song Zicheng had arranged for him after they arrived. Luo Chen frowned and said, it's fine, don't panic. Though he said that, he felt anxious inside. As his career grew larger, more people followed him, but there was no doubt that he was the indispensable backbone. When he was doing well, everything was fine. But if anything happened to him, his career would face collapse because all the projects relied on his cash flow, and his cash came from his extraordinary predictions, which belonged solely to him. He had always thought there was an endless supply of money and that being wealthy meant being carefree, but this car accident suddenly made Luo Chen alert. He needed to speed up the establishment of overseas accounts, earn more money, and ensure that the investment industry chains in the country operated normally. In the future, even if his cash flow stopped, the other vast industry chains would still function normally, otherwise, continuing in the current situation would be very dangerous. He didn't want to just enjoy a moment of glory and then see everything collapse. Everyone dared not speak, quietly watching Luo Chen think. After a long while, Luo Chen finally said, when June, secure a building in the new port office complex for our temporary headquarters. Shenya, you're in charge of dividing the various industry chains and establishing subsidiaries. Also, Xu Hua, focus on setting up the trading department. Today is Saturday, right? I want to see usable offices by Monday. Okay. The three responded in unison, without hesitation or questions. Luo Chen's plans and proposals had to be executed unconditionally. If they couldn't be completed, then sorry, future finance doesn't need such people. Although since bringing these people on board, Luo Chen had never dismissed anyone, and he usually joked and laughed with everyone, giving out bonuses generously. Everyone felt that his imposing presence was growing stronger. If anyone crossed his bottom line or principles, one could imagine he would discard them without mercy. At the president's office of the Xiuyan Hotel Group headquarters, Hu Xiaodong sat in his large chair, spinning around for a while, deep in thought, then pressed the electronic button on his desk. A moment later, his secretary Wang Ling entered. Mr. Hua, what can I do for you? Hu Xiaodong glanced at some printed documents and instructed her, call Xiang Jian in. Okay. Wang Ling stepped out. A few minutes later, there was a light knock on the door, and Hu Xiaodong said, come in. Xiang Jian entered, smiling broadly, and asked, Mr. Hua, you called for me? Hu Xiaodong looked at him, his gaze sharp, fingers lightly tapping on the documents, and then spoke, Xiang Jian, I'm giving you a choice, resign on your own, and you won't receive any salary or compensation. Xiang Jian was taken aback and quickly asked, Mr. Hua, did you make a mistake? Why would I resign when everything is fine? Hu Xiaodong chuckled coldly, if you don't resign, I'll report you to the police and hand you over to the economic division. Xiang Jian was shocked and stammered, Why? Hu Xiaodong slammed the documents on the table and said coldly, during your time as the manager of the housekeeping department, you privately sold hotel supplies for a profit of over 240,000. Is that enough for you to sit in jail for a few years? I let you resign on your own to give you a way out, not to hold you accountable. If you don't know what's good for you, then I'm sorry. Xiang Jian's face turned pale instantly, and he suddenly knelt before Hua Xiaodong, pleading, Mr. Hua, please spare me. I'll give you all the money I've earned. Please don't fire me, I beg you. Hua Xiaodong replied coldly, don't beg me, it won't do any good. You said you have a wife and children, and your family is doing well. Why would you go after Jiang Xiuyan? Do you think you can handle her? You're asking for trouble, overestimating yourself. Xiang Jian was stunned for a moment, then suddenly asked Hua Xiaodong fiercely, Is it Jiang Xiuyan who reported me? That damn woman is ruining me. Hua Xiaodong couldn't be bothered with him anymore and pressed the intercom button, call security to take him away. In a moment, two burly security guards dragged the dazed and frantic Xiang Jian away. Hua Xiaodong snorted twice. If he were a single man without a family, it might be understandable, but a married man still trying to reach for the boss's woman was truly asking for trouble. Moreover, he needed to pay more attention to the situation with Jiang Xiuyan in the future, preferably placing her in a work environment full of women to avoid any trouble. With Jiang Xiuyan's looks, to be honest, any man who saw her would have thought, the desire for beauty is universal. But Hua Xiaodong also knew that these matters had to be handled discreetly, not publicly displayed. If the boss himself didn't reveal his identity, anyone who exposed the truth to Jiang Xiuyan would be courting death. Hua Xiaodong pondered in his office for an hour, feeling a bit dizzy. He stood up, stretched, and prepared to inspect the shopping mall when suddenly the phone on his desk rang. Hua Xiaodong picked it up and pressed it to his ear, saying, What's the matter? Mr. Hua. Something's happened. It was Qin Lei, the general manager of Xiuyan Hotel, speaking in a panic, Mr. Hua, that Xiang Jian has gone crazy. He took a knife and has Jiang Xiuyan hostage, saying he wants to die together. What? Hua Xiaodong was so frightened that he dropped the receiver, his face turning pale. He quickly left the office, instructing his secretary Wang Ling as he walked, tell manager Zhang from the security department to send people to Xiuyan Hotel immediately, hurry. Wang Ling hurriedly followed him into the elevator, making a call while guessing what was happening, but seeing Hua Xiaodong's grim face, she didn't dare to ask. Hua Xiaodong cursed Xiang Jian's ancestors in his heart. This time, he had caused such a big mess, and after the fact, it would naturally fall on him. Although firing Xiang Jian was not wrong, Xiang Jian's madness stemmed from him. If the big boss got angry, he couldn't escape blame. More critically, if anything happened to Jiang Xiuyan, he would be finished. Hua Xiaodong drove quickly to the square in front of Xiuyan Hotel. There were many people outside the hotel. As soon as General Manager Qin Lei saw him arrive, he hurried over to report, Mr. Hua, that. In the lobby, I've already called the police. Hua Xiaodong waved his hand and strode forward. It wasn't until he reached the hotel entrance that he saw Xiang Jian by the revolving door, his left hand gripping Jiang Xiuyan's neck, and his right hand holding a shiny dagger against her throat, blood already seeping from her fair neck. Xiang Jian said viciously, What good is talking? It's all because of you, old man. You have power, you're the boss. Fine, you fired me out of jealousy for Jiang Xiuyan, right? Well, now I'm going to kill her, and no one will have a good ending. Hua Xiaodong was both angry and anxious, trembling as he said, It's not what you think. I absolutely have no improper thoughts about Jiang Xiuyan. You, let her go. Whatever you want, just say it. Xiang Jian cursed, What bird are we talking about? I've already done it, can I still have a good ending? Old man, I'm just going to smash this broken pot, whoever provokes me will have to bear the consequences. Hua Xiaodong's face turned pale. After hesitating for a moment, he picked up his phone to report to Luo Qianya. At the hospital, Luo Qianya's phone vibrated. Seeing it was Hua Xiaodong's call, she answered, Hello, President Hua, what's the matter? Hua Xiaodong's deep voice came through, It's that Xiang Jian who has taken Jiang Xiuyan hostage with a knife, saying he wants to die together. It's very urgent at the hotel, you. Hurry and tell the boss. Luo Qianya's hand trembled, and the phone fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. Luo Qian frowned and scolded her, You've become the chairman of 100 billion hotel group, yet you're still so panicked. Be steady. Luo Qianya's face turned pale, her voice trembling as she said, Boss, the hotel's room manager Xiang Jian has taken Jiang Xiuyan hostage, saying he wants to die together. What? Say that again. Luo Qian sat up abruptly, his expression darkening like an iceberg. He reached out and pulled out the needle from his hand, then slipped on his slippers and walked out, coldly instructing Luo Qianya, Go to the hotel. No one dared to advise him or say a word, they all followed behind him. Seeing the blood oozing from the needle mark on his hand, Luo Qianya asked for a band-aid at the nurse's station and applied it to him in the elevator. Since they had just come from Chuan City, there were no cars available. The doctors had all taken taxis. Luo Qianya had already booked a 7-seat luxury business vehicle. Luo Chen's expression was as cold as ice, and no one dared to ask or speak. It wasn't until they got in the car that Luo Chen asked Luo Qianya for the specifics. Luo Qianya didn't know much, just what Hua Xiaodong had roughly said on the phone. Luo Chen decided not to ask her further, maintaining a serious expression as he thought, then took out his phone to call Chen Jin. Once the call connected, he said only one sentence: Jiang Xiuyan is being held hostage at the hotel. After hanging up, Luo Chen sent him a text message with 6 words: this person must die. More than 10 minutes later, the car arrived at the plaza of Xiuyan Grand Hotel. Luo Chen got out and strode directly to the hotel entrance, where dozens of people had gathered, blocking the view. Most of them were security personnel from the hotel group, some were hotel executives, and there were also a few bystanders. As soon as Hua Xiaodong saw them arrive, he hurried over, looking anxious. Luo Chen threw a sentence at him: tell the security to drive away all unrelated people. Hua Xiaodong, terrified, agreed and quickly instructed the security to isolate the area. Luo Chen stepped forward, and the hotel general manager, Qin Lei, frowned and asked, "What are you doing?" Luo Chen coldly replied, "Get out of the way." Qin Lei's expression darkened, and Hua Xiaodong quickly pulled him aside. Luo Chen rushed forward and saw Xiang Jian holding a knife to Jiang Xiuyan. Jiang Xiuyan's face was pale, blood staining her clothes, and although she recognized him, she couldn't speak. Xiang Jian, seeing Luo Chen approach alone, shouted fiercely, "Who are you? Get back! If you come any closer, I'll stab her." Luo Chen stopped, took a deep breath, and tried to speak calmly. "Let her go, tell me your demands." Xiang Jian couldn't help but get angry. "Who do you think you are? Get lost." Luo Chen replied gravely, "I am Luo Chen, the new owner of this hotel group. I bought the hotel for 13 billion. Whatever you want, just tell me, don't hurt anyone." Xiang Jian stared at him, momentarily stunned, then glanced back at Luo Qianya. "Isn't she the new boss?" Seeing him look at her, Luo Qianya quickly nodded, "Yes, he is my boss." Xiang Jian shot a glance at Luo Chen, a flash of malice in his eyes, and shouted, "I don't care who you are. I've already done this. Can there be a good ending? If I go down, you won't have a good outcome either. I'm going to die together with this stinking woman." As he spoke, he pressed the knife harder, and blood oozed from Jiang Xiuyan's neck again. "Stop!" Luo Chen shouted, then said to Xiang Jian, "Your name is Xiang Jian, right? Don't hurt anyone yet, let me talk to you. Look, even though you've done this, if there are no casualties, you'll get at most 1 or 2 years. If someone dies, then you're also a dead man, why bother? You have a family, children, what will happen to their lives in the future? So," Luo Chen's eyes gleamed as he continued, "I'll give you 100 million. You let Jiang Xiuyan go, and even if you sit for 2 years, when you come out, that 100 million will be enough for you to live your whole life." Xiang Jian was taken aback, asking him half in disbelief, "Is that true?" He had to admit that Luo Chen's words were very tempting. Although he had already committed such an act, the fact was as Luo Chen said, as long as he hadn't killed anyone, it was just a kidnapping charge, at most 1 or 2 years, or even a few months. 100 million. He could never earn that much in his lifetime. Seeing that he was tempted, Luo Chen quickly added, "If you think the amount isn't enough, you can negotiate with me, money is not a problem." But just then, the sound of police sirens blared, and a large number of police arrived. Xiang Jian's expression immediately turned tense, and he tightened his grip on the dagger. Luo Chen's fingers turned pale as he suddenly said, "Xiang Jian, how about this? I'll step forward as your hostage, you let Jiang Xiuyan go, and then, even if you want to threaten me, your leverage will be greater, how about it?" Xiang Jian hesitated for a moment, and Luo Chen continued, "You don't have time to think. I'll switch places with her, and then we can discuss the terms. You can ask for more money. I guarantee you can come to me for the money when you get out." As he spoke, Luo Chen glanced back and caught sight of a glimmering light in one spot. Xiang Jian was also a bit flustered. If it had been before, he would have been indifferent, thinking of going down together with the broken pot, but now he had already revealed his thoughts to Luo Chen. 100 million. Seeing the police had arrived, Xiang Jian felt a bit panicked and shouted at Luo Chen, "You, come over and switch with her. I have 100 million now, I can live a good life in the future. What kind of woman can't I find?" Luo Chen raised his hands, indicating he had nothing on him, and slowly walked forward. Xiang Jian took the opportunity to push Jiang Xiuyan out and quickly grabbed Luo Chen, the dagger instantly pressed against his neck. Luo Chen calmly replied, "As long as you are alive, I swear I will give you 100 million. Xiang Jian didn't catch the meaning behind his words and excitedly said, "Then it's settled." At that moment, Luo Chen saw that Chen Jin had arrived and was nervously watching him, quietly signaling with his hands. Luo Chen immediately said in a very low voice to Xiang Jian, "You take me into the hotel. We can discuss the terms in detail inside." Xiang Jian didn't suspect anything, but he did retract his fierce demeanor. After all, he would need to get money from Luo Chen later. He stretched his hand back, ready to push the glass door. Taking this opportunity, Luo Chen turned his head aside, revealing Xiang Jian behind him. Bang! At that moment, a gunshot rang out abruptly, and no one felt particularly affected, but a blood-red flower blossomed on Xiang Jian's forehead. Puff! Xiang Jian's body fell straight down, his face still wearing that excited expression. Luo Chen's right cheek was splattered with blood. He seemed to feel nothing at all, his face as cold as a statue. Jiang Xiuyan had long been taken away by the ambulance, and the others, such as Luo Chenya and Song Zicheng, were trembling in fear. Chen Jin stepped forward, helped Luo Chen into a car, and then used a tissue to wipe the blood off his face before saying, "I'll arrange for 2 people for you." After finishing, he took out his phone and made a call. "Brother Hua, something happened to Luo Chen today." He then recounted Luo Chen's situation in detail and added, "Brother Hua, can you use your father's connections to get 2 people? Handle the retirement procedures, Luo Chen won't treat them unfairly." "Alright, that's it." Luo Chen didn't say anything. In fact, he had also thought about this issue. At his level, safety was already a matter that had to be considered. Ordinary people were naturally not qualified, and Luo Chen was well aware that Zhu Hua's identity was even more powerful than Chen Jin's. He knew without thinking who the people he had connections with were. It was enough to remember this favor. Chen Jin glanced at the contemplative Luo Chen, admiring his calmness. Most people would have been scared out of their wits after such an incident, yet he seemed unaffected, though his expression was much more serious than usual. "Well," Chen Jin thought for a moment and then said, "When the ambulance took Jiang Xiuyan, I asked the doctor through someone. They said she only had some minor injuries on her neck and was a bit shaken, but nothing serious." Luo Chen simply replied, "Got it." After a pause, Chen Jin asked, "Do you want to go see her?" Luo Chen was silent for a moment, then shook his head. After thinking for a while, he said to Chen Jin, "Do you know anyone selling houses? It's really inconvenient to stay in a hotel, we should buy a place." "I do," Chen Jin nodded readily, then instructed the driver, "Go to Heishan Hanjing." On the way, Chen Jin introduced Heishan Hanjing to Luo Chen, explaining that it was a riverside villa development in the southern part of Jianghan province's capital. Each unit was exorbitantly priced. Apart from over 600 apartments, there were more than 70 independent villas. The average price of the low-rise apartments had already surpassed 41,000 per square meter, while the villas were priced at 61,000 per square meter, with luxury renovations nearing 100,000 per square meter. The smallest villa was already over 50 million. Those living there, well, they were either rich or noble. Heishan Hanjing was located in the southern area by the river, a newly developed region with very orderly planning, a new commercial district in Jianghan, wide 8-lane roads, and vast green spaces. As the car approached, Luo Chen rolled down the window and felt the air was much better than in the old district. Looking at the river view and the blue sky, his mood lightened a bit. Chen Jin said, "The land here is worth its weight in gold." After driving along the riverside road for a while, they turned right, and there was a sign for the Supreme Villa King of Heishan Hanjing. Further ahead was the main entrance of Heishan Hanjing, where the security guards were dressed like special forces wearing berets, exuding a military presence, unlike the usual laid-back atmosphere of residential communities. The car drove straight to the sales office, and Chen Jin's Rolls-Royce Phantom stood out. A few female sales staff in uniforms quickly surrounded them. As soon as Chen Jin got out of the car, he glanced at the saleswomen and pointed to the most eye-catching one among them, saying, "You, wait a moment, I'll make a call." However, after looking at Luo Chen, he said to the saleswoman, "I'll make a call, you take this boss to have a look first." The saleswoman glanced at Luo Chen and smiled, nodding, "Sure, boss. May I ask what type of house you're interested in?" "We have both large and small apartments." Chen Jin interjected, "What apartments? Take boss Luo to see the villas." The saleswoman was taken aback, then her expression brightened, and she quickly welcomed Luo Chen enthusiastically. They exited the sales office and called for a viewing electric car. This electric car had 4 or 5 rows of seats and a sunshade overhead. The saleswoman invited Luo Chen to sit in the car and then sat beside him, smiling as she asked, "Boss, my surname is Duan Teng." "What's your surname? Where are you from?" Seeing her expression, Luo Chen couldn't help but think of Wei Lin far away in Chuan City and wondered if he was being foolish. He clearly had a girl who liked him, yet he was drawn to this prickly situation. Sighing, he thought that it was impossible for anyone to be perfect in life. If heaven granted him the ability to enjoy wealth and honor, wouldn't everything going smoothly provoke jealousy from the heavens? "Boss, what are you thinking about?" Duan Ting tilted her head to look at him when he didn't respond. Oh, nothing much, my surname is Luo. Duan Ting smiled and pointed to a villa ahead, saying, Mr. Luo, let's look at this one first. After Luo Chen got out of the car, he followed her inside, where the tram driver was waiting in the vehicle. This villa covers an area of over 400 square meters, with a private garden close to 600 square meters, and the design is quite good. Duan Ting then introduced, this villa has 2 floors and a basement, and there is also an additional underground level, which is a bonus. It's not small and can be used as a wine cellar and storage room. The total area above ground is 900 square meters. Since this is a shell house, the price per square meter is 41,000, making the total price 36 million. As Duan Ting introduced, she stole glances at Luo Chen's expression, especially when she mentioned the price. A good salesperson needs to be perceptive and pay attention to these details. If a customer finds the price too high, their expression will reveal it, and they will then be shown smaller and cheaper options. However, Luo Chen showed little expression. After going downstairs, he said, Miss Duan, please don't show me any more unrenovated places, I need a ready-to-move-in house. Oh, got it, Duan Ting replied. The next house she showed Luo Chen was renovated, but its size was similar to the shell house they had seen, and the price was already close to 90 million. Luo Chen thought it was acceptable but not very impressive. Seeing him hesitate, Duan Ting assumed he found it expensive. After all, a price nearing 100 million is not easy for anyone. So she quickly pointed to another direction and said, there are also Western-style houses over there, which are quite nice. The ground floor comes with a 100 square meter private garden as a bonus, and the price is just over 30,000. The largest area is 170 square meters. Would you like to take a look at the Western-style houses? Duan Ting's heart skipped a beat, and she looked at Luo Chen in surprise. She thought the person who asked her to bring Luo Chen to see the house was the main character. This young Mr. Luo spoke little and had not said much, but unexpectedly, when he did speak, it surprised her. He wasn't interested in the nearly 90 million villa and wanted something even larger. Was he serious or just a rich second generation? Such a young wealthy person could only be a rich second generation. After pondering for a moment, Duan Ting said, there are 3 larger houses, but only one is renovated. It was originally prepared for our boss to live in. The other 2 are slightly smaller and not renovated. Then they headed to that villa. Looking at the direction the electric vehicle was going, Luo Chen noticed that the further they went, the better the view became, with an increasingly beautiful river view. Upon arriving in front of that villa, Luo Chen couldn't help but open his eyes wide. From the outside, it looked grand, resembling a royal palace, sprawling and connected with various pavilions and courtyards, surrounded by a vast area of greenery enclosed by a fence. Duan Ting pointed and introduced, this villa was designed by a renowned master, and the design fee alone cost several million. The entire villa covers an area of over 1,400 square meters, with 3 floors above ground and 1 underground, connecting to an underground garage. The total area of the 3 floors above ground is 4,000 square meters, and the private garden is 6,000 square meters. The design and decoration of this villa are top-notch. Villas like this in the capital or Hong Kong would be priced sky-high. Just by looking at the exterior, Luo Chen was satisfied and said as he walked inside, let's take a look inside. This villa was simply extraordinary, luxurious to the extreme. The first floor had not only a living room but also an independent Chinese and Western kitchen, 6 staff rooms, 4 bodyguard rooms, an indoor swimming pool, an indoor gym, and 2 meeting rooms, 1 large and 1 small. The second and third floors had a step design, with the second floor being smaller than the first, leaving space for a rooftop terrace. The second floor had 8 independent bedrooms, while the third floor, with 800 square meters, had only 1 bedroom, along with a study, tea room, music and film room, living room, walk-in closet, and so on. The entire third floor was essentially a master suite, luxurious to the point of being inhumane. Luo Chen took a look and immediately liked it, turning to Duan Ting and asking, how much is this house? Duan Ting had been silent since arriving here. She had brought people to see houses before, and every customer liked them, but they all hesitated due to the price. Only when Luo Chen asked did she say, the price of this villa is 400 million RMB. Luo Chen pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, then you should ask your boss if he can part with it. If he's willing, a little price increase is no big deal. Duan Ting was taken aback. What kind of script was this? She had never encountered such a situation before, where a client was willing to raise the price instead of haggling. But she had to remember, the bottom price had already been stated, 400 million yuan, not 400 million Vietnamese dong. What did it mean to add more on top of that? Could it be that she had misjudged, and this young Mr. Luo was actually the real boss? After a moment of shock, Duan Ting took out her phone and called their manager. To be honest, she wasn't even qualified to speak directly with the boss. Luo Chen let her make the call while he casually strolled around, growing fonder of the house with each passing moment. Just as he was looking at a room on the second floor, he ran into two people, a man and a woman. The woman was quite stunningly beautiful, but the man was someone he recognized, Hulu. Hulu was momentarily stunned upon seeing Luo Chen, and the two exchanged glances. The glamorous woman frowned and snapped at Luo Chen, "What are you looking at? Luge, I really like this house. Why don't we buy it as our wedding home?" Huli's eyes were fixed on Luo Chen, and he casually replied, "Sure, I'll call my dad." If it were an ordinary villa, within $1 million or so, he could buy it without a second thought. But he knew this villa. Boss Ma had publicly stated a price of 400 million. Even if he wanted it, he couldn't make the decision without his father's approval. Originally, he had just brought the woman to casually look around and planned to buy a house to appease her, but he didn't expect to run into his rival, Luo Chen. He couldn't afford to lose face. Seeing Luo Chen here, he knew without a doubt that he was also interested in this villa. Moreover, without that scourge Chen around this time, he felt less afraid. Damn it, old grudges and new enmities. Luo Chen calmly took out his phone to call Chen, and once connected, he said, "I'm here at Villa No. 1. I'm interested in this one, is that okay?" Chen laughed on the other end, "I'm on my way with Boss Ma from Haitian Hanjing. We were originally going to show you Villa No. 1. Since you're there, it's perfect. As long as you like it, there's no question of whether it's okay or not." "Great." With Chen assurance, Luo Chen put away his phone, glanced at Hulu, and smiled, saying, "Young Master Hu, what a coincidence. You're here to look at houses too?" "I'm really sorry, but I'm also interested in this villa and plan to take it." "You're not going to try to snatch it from me again, are you?" Hula nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, was he really going to compete with him again? Last time at Newport Square, he had been forced to give it up, and it had been a very brazen snatch, causing his father to scold him when he got home. As soon as the call connected, Hulu lowered his voice and said to his dad, "Dad, I found a villa from Boss Ma at Haitian Hanjing, the one he said is 400 million. Hu Dio was furious upon hearing this. "What nonsense are you talking? The group is not doing well right now, our cash flow is almost cut off. Why are you bringing up 400 million? We can't even come up with 40 million. Huli's face turned awkward, and he quietly added, "Dad, that guy Luo from last time is here too, he just said he wants this villa." Hu Dio fell silent for a moment before saying, "Then you should bid against him. Even if you can't win, make him pay a hefty price." "Of course." Hu Dio added, "Of course, you should primarily focus on raising the price for him. The Dejin group is struggling to find money right now." Hulu responded with a feeling a bit uncomfortable. After all this talk, as the son of the richest man in Jiangnan province, he couldn't even dare to truly compete for a house. His mood soured. Luo Chen saw Huli's ever-changing expression and chuckled, saying, "Young Master Hu, I heard that Mr. Ma has set a price of 400 million for this villa. I have my eye on it, do you want it too? Then I can go up to 500 million, at most 550 million. If you offer 600 million, then I have no choice but to go for 700 million. Hula nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood, thinking, "Keep pretending." As soon as he saw the woman, he rushed to her and said, "You, quickly call your manager and tell them I want this villa." Because his father had warned him over the phone that he could only act for show, buying it was out of the question, so he didn't dare call old Ma, the boss of Haitian Hanjing, and just asked the manager to come over to bluff a bit, merely to give Luo Chen a little trouble. The saleswoman was both surprised and delighted to hear this and quickly called the sales department manager. If this villa sold, her commission would be more than her salary for several years. Duan Ting recognized Hulu, she had seen him before. He was the son of Hu Dio, the richest man in Jiangnan province, and he had plenty of money. If he wanted to buy it, it must be real, so she felt both envious and resentful. She didn't even ask Luo Chen anymore, since the wealthy and powerful young master wanted to buy this villa. Whether the young general manager Luo had the strength to compete was one thing, but even if he did, he surely wouldn't dare to snatch it from the richest young master, right? But Luo Chen waved at her and said, "Miss Duan, what a coincidence. Young master Hu wants it, and I want it too. Young master Hu, how much are you offering?" Hula glared and said fiercely, "I offer 450 million. Luo Chen, hiding a knife behind his smile, replied, "Then I can only offer 500 million. Hula casually raised the price, 550 million. Luo Chen smiled and said, "I offer 600 million, but young master Hu, if you want to raise the price again, I must advise you, can you afford it?" Hulu gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it, can't I afford it? The dignified Hu family can't afford it? 650 million. Luo Chen spread his hands and chuckled, "Forget it, I can't go up to 650 million. Since young master Hu was so determined, you can have it. Hulu was taken aback and asked, You're not raising the price anymore? The beautiful woman who had come with him was so delighted she could hardly close her mouth. Hulu was actually so straightforward about buying it, 650 million. Even the richest family wouldn't find it as easy as buying cabbage. At that moment, a few people came up from the first floor, and Duan Ting and her colleague quickly called out, Mr. Ma, manager. Between the two was Qin Jin, who walked over and introduced, little brother, let me introduce you, Mr. Ma Tang, the investor of Haitian Hunjing, a well-known real estate giant in Jiangnan province. Luo Chen reached out to shake his hand. Hello, Mr. Ma. Chen Jin then introduced Luo Chen. This is Luo Chen, my brother, the future boss of finance. Ma Tang, in his 50s, with a sturdy build, looked at Luo Chen and couldn't help but praise, General Manager Luo is truly accomplished at a young age. Look at me, struggling for most of my life, and I can't even match a fraction of what General Manager Luo has achieved, hee hee. Luo Chen chuckled. Ma Tang's words surely meant that Chen Jin had shared some of his background. Ma Tang then glanced at Hulu, smiled and nodded, and asked Luo Chen, General Manager Luo, do you really like this villa? Luo Chen smiled and nodded but pointed at Hulu, saying, I am indeed satisfied with this villa, but this young master who just said he wants to buy it for 650 million, so I'll have to part with it reluctantly. A gentleman doesn't take away someone else's good fortune. Hulu was stunned, feeling awkward. Damn you, Luo. A gentleman doesn't take away someone else's good fortune? What the hell? Hulu stammered, feeling that if he said he didn't want it, he would lose face, especially in front of someone named Luo. Unexpectedly, Ma Tang shook his head and said, Young Master Hu, you don't need to feel embarrassed. I plan to give this villa to General Manager Luo. If you really want it, I can have someone take you to see others. This one won't do. Hulu was taken aback, and his face immediately fell. He could refuse, but Ma Tang couldn't say he wouldn't sell to him and instead sell to Luo Chen. Otherwise, if word got out, how would he save face for the Hu family in Jiangnan province? Luo Chen looked at Hulu, who was smiling on the surface but not in his eyes, and asked again, Young Master Hu, let me ask you one more time, do you want this house or not? If you want it, I will definitely give it to you. If you don't want it, then I will take it. Hulu was so furious that he spat, I want your sister, and rushed downstairs. Could he say he wanted it? If he said he had no money, he would lose face. If he said he didn't want it, it would be even worse. Damn it, today he was forced to slap this Luo guy in the face again, and he had no way to express his grievances. Stop! Luo Chen suddenly shouted. Hulu stopped and turned to look at him coldly, saying, What, are you still daring to hit me? Luo Chen stared at him with a smile that didn't reach his eyes, his gaze sharp as a knife. Hulu, it's fine if you want to argue with me, but you mentioned my sister. Sorry, someone like you is not worthy of her. She definitely won't be with you, so apologize to her. Hulu sneered. What if I don't? Luo Chen's expression remained calm, and he replied lightly, Then I will make your Hu family vanish into thin air. Luo Chen's words were neither angry nor loud, seemingly gentle, but both Chen Jin and Ma Tang felt a chill run down their spines. However, Hulu didn't sense the murderous intent in Luo Chen's words and coldly laughed. Alright, you keep opposing our Hu family time and again, relying on Chen Jin. You haven't even grown a backbone and you're not afraid of getting your tongue twisted. I'm just waiting to see how you plan to make my Hu family disappear. After saying this, Hulu stormed downstairs, followed angrily by the beautiful woman with him. What was going on? Didn't they say they were going to buy this villa? Luo Chen didn't show any signs of anger on his face, but inside, he was as cold as the glaciers on a snow-capped mountain. He had to take down the richest man in Jiangnan province. Ma Tang couldn't figure out what grudge there was between Hulu and Luo Chen, but he didn't care about that. He smiled and quickly said to Luo Chen, Mr. Luo, as long as you value this villa, the price is not an issue. My cost price is 320 million, so let's sell it to you at that price. What do you think? Luo Chen was taken aback and exclaimed, Mr. Ma, this isn't right. Selling it for 320 million is almost a loss for you. I feel a bit uneasy. Let's make it 400 million. If you don't lose, I will feel at ease. Ma Tang laughed heartily. Look at you, Mr. Luo, although young, you're straightforward. I like making friends with people like you. 320 million, if you consider me a friend, let's not talk about the price anymore. Luo Chen glanced at Chen Jin, who also smiled and said, Mr. Ma is a very good friend. Luo Chen immediately nodded in agreement. Alright, since Brother Jin says Mr. Ma is a good friend, then I will make Mr. Ma my friend. Ma Tang smiled again. What are we standing here for? Let's go to the sales office. I'll have someone handle the paperwork for you, and the keys to the house are over there. Once the paperwork is done, I'll treat both of you to a meal. Duan Ting and her colleagues nearby were dumbfounded. Who exactly was this young Mr. Luo? The boss was actually willing to offend the son of the richest man just to sell him the house, and the key point was that he even voluntarily lowered the price by 80 million, selling it at cost price. It was simply unimaginable. Chen Jin pulled Luo Chen away, knowing very well that Luo Chen was filled with anger today. The commotion caused by Xiang Jian's kidnapping of Jiang Shouyan had completely unleashed his ferocity. Who could have imagined that this seemingly harmless young man could dig a pit and eliminate someone like Xiang Jian? Next, the richest man in Jiangnan province, Hu Dao, would probably be in trouble as well. With a smile on his face, Luo Chen had already revealed the fangs hidden within him. After signing, Luo Chen requested the company account for Heitnan Hanjing and called Luo Chenya to transfer 320 million. Ma Tong watched with his eyelids twitching. He has been in real estate for so many years, and while it's possible to pay in full for houses worth hundreds of thousands, when it comes to properties worth millions, tens of millions, or even over 100 million, no matter how big the boss is, none can pay in full at once. This isn't a vegetable market where you buy cabbage. But Luo Chen didn't even blink, as if that 320 million was not money but paper. Chen Jin had revealed a little to him, saying that although Luo Chen came from a small place in Chuan City, his wealth was more than 10 times that of Hu Dao combined. This statement truly shocked Ma Tang. In his impression, Chen Jin, as a second-generation heir, was relatively reliable and didn't easily make deep friendships. The fact that he considered Luo Chen a brother was telling. After completing the paperwork, Luo Chen took the documents and keys and said to Chen Jin and Ma Tang, Jinge, Ma Zong, I'm feeling a bit unwell today. The villa has everything I need, so I won't go back to the hotel, I'll just rest there, I'm tired. Ma Tang glanced at Chen Jin. He wanted to invite both of them to dinner to strengthen their relationship. Making friends with super rich people like Luo Chen was more convenient than going to the bank. After thinking for a moment, Chen Jin nodded in agreement. That's fine, you are indeed very tired today. Rest early, I still have some matters to handle and will come over tomorrow. Luo Chen waved his hand, took the file bag and keys, and left the sales office. Suddenly remembering something, he turned back to Chen Jin, who had followed him out, and asked, Do you have any friends who sell cars? Yes, Xiaobai does that, he has a shop in Jianghan, Chen Jin replied, nodding. Why, are you looking to buy a car? Lu Feibai was indeed in that business. Luo Chen said, I want 10 Rolls-Royce Phantoms, they are company cars, and anything too shabby would damage the company's image. Also, I need 2 more of something else, I want to drive around a bit, and Luo Chen suddenly remembered that Audi and instructed Chen Jin, Jinge, I crashed your friend's Audi, get him another Mercedes-Benz as compensation, and apologize for me. Chen Jin wanted to say he could just fix it and return it, but Luo Chen had already turned to leave. He thought that given Luo Chen's character, he didn't like owing favors, and since he wasn't short on money, it was fine to buy a better car for Fatty. Everyone would be happy. However, 10 Rolls-Royce Phantoms would cost over 100 million. It was a bargain for that kid Lu Feibai. Ma Tang, who was behind, felt his heart tremble, making even a seasoned veteran like him sigh at the extravagance. Luo Chen couldn't be bothered with them and went straight to the villa, feeling dizzy. He opened the door and collapsed onto the sofa in the living room to sleep. This day had truly not been easy for him. For the first time in his life, he had taken a life, and although he hadn't done it himself, it felt no different. When he heard that Xiang Jian had laid hands on Jiang Shouyan, an inexplicable anger erupted within him, and he didn't know why. Now, his resentment seemed heavier than ever. In the past, he had mostly endured humiliation and lived a life of subservience, perhaps having accumulated too much resentment over time, which had finally reached a breaking point. He was mentally and physically exhausted. He slept deeply, as if experiencing an unprecedented fatigue, and it felt like he was having a nightmare, struggling to escape. After finally breaking free, he woke up gasping for breath. When he opened his eyes, he suddenly saw a pair of sparkling eyes staring at him, and Luo Chen couldn't help but jump in fright. You. Who are you? The person let out a soft laugh, her voice crisp and pleasant, her face like a flower, and then she leaned in closer, her large, clear eyes looking into his, softly saying, You don't remember me after just meeting? Luo Chen retreated a bit to the other end of the sofa, keeping a meter away from her, and looked closely at her face. She was very beautiful, even 3 points more attractive than Luo Chenya and Song Ziqing, staring at him with a half-smile. This girl he had indeed seen before. She was Zhu Hua's sister, the leader of Chen Jin's group of second-generation friends, the jade singer Suing. Luo Chen frowned, a bit annoyed, and said, How did you get in? Suing snorted, How did I get in? Of course, I walked in. You didn't even lock your own door. Even if you had, it wouldn't be hard for me to get in. Forget it. Luo Chen didn't want to argue with her. She was clearly a smart and talented girl, but with an attitude as high as the sky. Although he didn't understand how someone of her status could venture into the entertainment industry, it was best not to provoke her. "So why are you here? Is it something from your brother?" Suing pouted her pretty lips and said, "Is it only when my brother has something that he can find you? I brought 2 people from the capital for you." Seriously, these 2 were only allowed to come because my dad approved. They are the kind of experts, you know? As soon as Luo Chen heard this, he immediately thought of Chen Jin looking for Zhu Hua. He sat up and thanked her. "Oh, about that, thank you. You've worked hard. Where are they? The people?" He looked around, but there was no one else in the living room. "No need to look. They're waiting outside. I have something to say to you, so let them wait out there." Suing directly said what he was thinking. Luo Chen didn't know what she wanted to say, probably something about Zhu Hua and their group. He nodded seriously. "Okay, go ahead. Is it about the offshore company funds? I've already asked someone to handle it, and it should be done in the next couple of days." "It's not that." Suing denied it, then stared at Luo Chen and said, "Luo Chen, let me seriously introduce myself. Zhu Hua is my real brother, and I take my mother's surname. Do you know who my dad is?" "I don't know." Luo Chen shook his head. He only knew that Zhu Hua was the highest ranking among Chen Jin's group, but he didn't know the specifics and hadn't asked. Suing nodded and said, "Then let me tell you, my dad is." Luo Chen's mind exploded. He almost choked on his breath. This person has such a big background. After catching his breath, he made a gesture and said, "Then, I've met the princess." "Stop talking nonsense." Suing snapped, then continued, "The reason I'm being so straightforward is for you to understand me. I'll be clear, my family originally arranged a marriage for me, but I found that person unpleasant. After spending time with you these past few days, I feel." At this point, Suing leaned in a bit closer and said seriously, "I've thought it through. Rather than marry that jerk, I'd rather choose you. You have talent, I have power, they need this, right? We are a match made in heaven. Besides, the most important thing is, I find you pleasing to the eye." Luo Chen was truly stunned. "This won't do, it can't be." Luo Chen leaned back a bit, but the back of the sofa stopped him. It wasn't that he didn't like beautiful women, like Zhang Xiuyan, for instance, who he found attractive at first sight. But he wasn't keen on a powerful and strong-willed beauty like Suing. At least, he didn't want to get involved. Also, was this some kind of bizarre dream? This was really strange. Suing leaned in closer, bit her lip, and said stubbornly, "Fine, if I say it's fine, then it's settled." Just like that. "I've told you what I needed to say. I'll handle things with my family, you just need to know." "Wait." Luo Chen frowned and said, "You've said a lot, but you haven't asked if I'm willing?" Suing was taken aback, then stared at him with wide eyes, seemingly incredulous. "You? What else is there to consider? Not to mention my family, just look at my own achievements. I'm a top singer, and, am I not pretty?" Luo Chen regained his composure, bent down to put on his shoes, and then said, "Miss Su, everything about you is great, but I don't like you, so there's nothing to discuss." Suing was momentarily taken aback. She hadn't expected that when she took the initiative to bring this up, Luo Chen would not only not be overjoyed but would instead coldly reject her. In fact, Suing was a very intelligent and proud girl who had never encountered anyone who would reject her, which had fostered her even prouder personality. After hitting a wall with Luo Chen, her thoughts immediately calmed down, and after a moment of reflection, she said, "Alright, let's not talk about this for now. I'll give you a few days to think it over." Luo Chen replied directly, "No need to think about it. We are not suited for each other." Su Ying's brows furrowed, and she was about to explode, but after a moment's thought, she managed to hold it in, stood up, huffed, and turned to leave. Only then did Luo Chen grab the phone that had been thrown on the sofa and check it. It was already past 9 in the morning. He had slept for 16 or 17 hours straight, probably the longest sleep he had ever had. At that moment, 2 men entered through the villa's front door, looking to be around 30 years old, about 1 meter 70 tall, not very tall, and dressed quite ordinarily, but they seemed, how to put it, Luo Chen felt as if he were seeing 2 tigers. After they walked up to him, they stood straight and simultaneously said, "Song Guangming, Mu Chaojun reporting to General Luo." Luo Chen quickly sat up straight and greeted them, "Please, sit down, let's talk." Even when Song Guangming and Mu Chaojun sat down, they still sat with their backs straight, and just their demeanor made it clear they were different from ordinary people. Although he was still annoyed by what had just happened with Suing, Luo Chen had no doubt that the 2 people she brought were high-level experts. They came from a mysterious organization in the capital that specialized in protecting leaders, so their abilities were guaranteed. "Well," Luo Chen pondered for a moment and said, "then I'll call you Guangming and Chaojun. Since you are with me, I also need to consider your future. It's best to clarify some things. For now, the annual salary is 5 million yuan, with bonuses calculated separately. People like Song Guangming and Mu Chaojun basically wouldn't retire. After retirement, they would receive a pension. The fact that they could leave their positions to follow him meant they were obeying the orders of Zhu Hua's father. Now that they were with him, they were Luo Chen's people, so he had to consider their well-being in all aspects. Upon hearing the 5 million annual salary, Song Guangming and Mu Chaojun were momentarily stunned, then shook their heads and said, "General Luo, this is too high." Luo Chen smiled and shook his head. "To me, it's not high at all. You both have cut off your previous prospects to follow me. What is a little money compared to that? And I happen to not lack money. Since you two are with me, your responsibility will be the safety of my life and my family's, so this cannot be measured by money. That's just how I am. I treat those who treat me well and kind. Now that you are here, I hope you will be like my brothers, not my subordinates." Song Guangming and Mu Chaojun exchanged glances, their eyes filled with appreciation. It seemed that although this General Luo was young, he was quite a good person. In fact, when they arrived, both had some reservations, but they were naturally inclined to obey orders, so there was no room for discussion or choice. Luo Chen nodded and asked, "Guangming, Chaojun, do you have any family members at home? Any difficulties? Or, how about buying a house here in Jianghan and bringing your family over to live with you?" Song Guangming looked at Mu Chaojun, hesitated for a moment, and then replied, "General Luo, due to the nature of my work, I am not married. I only have 2 elderly parents at home, and I am an only child." Luo Chen nodded and then asked Mu Chaojun, "And you, Chaojun?" Mu Chaojun smiled wryly and said, "I have 2 brothers, my parents are with my younger brother. I am married, but my wife is also a soldier, and we see each other very little, we don't even dare to have children." Luo Chen seemed to be deep in thought, and after a moment, he asked Mu Chaojun, "Chaojun, how about this, since you've already retired, why not let your sister-in-law retire too? She can come back and take a position in my company, with a starting salary of 1 million a year. You two are not young anymore, it's time to consider starting a family." Both of them were immediately touched. This young boss really thought of everything for them. Luo Chen pondered for a moment, then picked up his phone to call Chen Jin. Once connected, he said directly, "Jingu, call manager Ma and have him arrange just that Duan Ting from yesterday, have her bring the paperwork for 2 sets of villas directly to my villa." After the call, Chen Jin was very efficient. In less than 10 minutes, Duan Ting rushed over with a large stack of documents, still panting, but her face was clearly filled with excitement and joy. She never expected that this young general manager Luo would bring her such luck. Just yesterday, she bought the most luxurious villa, and today she was going to buy 2 sets of villas. From yesterday's situation, it was clear that although General Manager Luo was young, his wealth was far greater than that of Manager Ma from Haiknan Hanjing, so she directly brought the paperwork for 2 large 218 square meter villas. Luo Chen smiled at Song Guangming and Mu Chaojun, saying, "Guangming, Chaojun, take out your ID cards, Miss Duan will handle the paperwork." Song Guangming and Mu Chaojun were momentarily stunned, exclaiming, "General Manager Luo, this." Luo Chen smiled and said, "You two will be accompanying me for a lifetime, from now on, you are my family. Since you are family, I need to consider your living environment. These 2 houses are a small gift for your family to live well. Don't hesitate, just go ahead." Song Guangming and Mu Chaojun exchanged glances and nodded, no longer being polite, each took out their ID cards to hand to Duan Ting for the paperwork. It was a stroke of luck to have such a boss. With a boss who cared, they naturally felt a sense of duty, and from now on, their lives belonged to General Manager Luo. Duan Ting knew that Luo Chen preferred fully furnished properties, so she brought over well-decorated houses in good locations. The average price of the villas was 81,000 per square meter, with 1 set costing 17.44 million, and the 2 sets together costing 34.88 million. Luo Chen directly called Luo Chenya to transfer the funds to finalize the deal. When Song Guangming and Mu Chaojun each held the purchase documents and keys, it felt like a dream. A villa worth over 10 million was now theirs. Just as the paperwork was completed, Chen Jin arrived with 4 other people, bringing a total of 4 Rolls-Royce Phantoms and a Lamborghini supercar. Chen Jin placed the car keys and a pile of documents on the coffee table, saying, "There are 6 more Rolls-Royce Phantoms arriving next week." Mu Chaojun and Song Guangming each took a Rolls-Royce Phantom, with Song Guangming being more composed, having already invited Luo Chen, Chen Jin, and Song Ziqing into his car. Song Ziqing sat in the passenger seat, while Chen Jin accompanied Luo Chen in the back. After getting in the car, he quietly asked him, "Little brother, are you feeling okay? Is there anything uncomfortable?" Luo Chen shook his head and said, "I'm fine, I was just tired yesterday and slept until this morning." Just then, Luo Chen's phone rang, and to his surprise, the caller ID showed Jiang Shouyan. Luo Chen hesitated for a moment, then silently pressed the button to decline the call. Chen Jin chuckled and said, that's good, let her stew a bit. Our rich General Luo has paid such a high price for her and risked his life for her, even a tough guy would be moved, right? Chen Jin continued, laughing. Yesterday, Shuai Jun told me that he has no sisters or younger sisters, otherwise, he would definitely marry you. I almost died laughing. Luo Chen's heart trembled, and after a moment of hesitation, he quietly asked Chen Jin, Gu, can I ask you something? Seeing him suddenly lower his voice, Chen Jin leaned in a bit and quietly asked, what is it? Luo Chen cleared his throat and whispered, are you familiar with suing? Chen Jin made a sound of acknowledgement. Yeah, she's familiar. Growing up in a big courtyard, she was always a proud phoenix, cherished by everyone. Stubborn by nature, but she doesn't have a bad heart. As she grew up, she insisted on singing, and her family had no choice but to let her take her mother's surname. After saying a lot, Chen Jin suddenly seemed to realize something and glanced at Luo Chen, asking, what's wrong? Have you taken a liking to her? Hee, I actually think it's quite good, a true match of talent and beauty, and suing isn't just about looks. Luo Chen forced a smile and quickly changed the subject. What are we going to eat? Chen Jin looked at Song Guangming, who was driving, and said with a smile, just in time for your arrival, let's find a nice place to celebrate. Luo Chen nodded and looked down at his phone. Zhang Xiuyan had sent a WeChat message. He opened it to see, you won't even answer the phone now. I always thought we had a gap between us, but now I realize I'm the Cinderella. I used to think you were just a poor kid driving a taxi, even giving you rides. Luo, don't you find that funny? Well, thanks for saving me, and by the way, I guess the supermarket where my mom works is bought by you? Do you think this Cinderella would be after your money, so you put on so many poor kid stories in front of me? Luo Chen's heart instantly turned cold. The direction was wrong from the start. Zhang Xiuyan was not someone to be trifled with. Although he had taken the wrong path initially, her words cut him like a knife once again. He remained silent until they got out of the car and then deleted the message. The place they arrived at today was a famous farm, but Chen Jin had never been there, only heard of it. It was located on the outskirts of the city, near the mountains, with a row of houses, a square, ponds, fish, and beautiful scenery. There was a pavilion in the square, and Luo Chen pointed there, saying, let's sit there, it's cool, and we can enjoy the view. After he said that, no one else objected. As they walked over, they saw 2 tables of young men eating and drinking in the open square, with beer bottles piled like a mountain on the ground. Luo Chen and Chen Jin walked in front, followed by Song Ziqing, and at the back were Song Xingming and Mu Chaojun. Hey, girl, your plate looks pretty nice, what's your name? As Song Ziqing walked by, a bare-armed man holding a beer bottle leered at her without restraint. Luo Chen frowned upon hearing this, and Song Ziqing shot back with a crazy remark. The man, enraged, smashed the beer bottle on the ground and yelled at Song Ziqing, what did you say? I, Qin Xiaoran, have never been insulted by a woman. Damn it, if you don't apologize today, I'll make you pay. As he said this, his eyes were fixed on the 4 men, Luo Chen, Chen Jin, Mu Chaojun, and Song Guangming. He was certainly not afraid. First, alcohol emboldens the timid. Second, they were outnumbered, with 17 or 18 strong men at 2 tables, and third, most of them were ruffians who couldn't go 3 days without a fight, usually over women. Chen Jin noticed the other side was numerous and gave Luo Chen a look, signaling that a wise man doesn't suffer immediate losses, suggesting they wait for reinforcements. However, Song Guangming said, boss, you guys go sit in the pavilion first, I'll handle this. Although Chen Jin knew they were not simple, the other side was just too many, even a hero fears a mob. Song Guangming seemed completely unconcerned and accompanied them to the pavilion. The bare-armed thug, seeing Song Ziqing ignore him, jumped up in anger and chased after her, grabbing Mu Chaojun by the neck and twisting it, rendering him immobile, struggling to breathe. Seeing their comrade in trouble, 5 or 6 others immediately stood up and charged at Mu Chaojun without a word. Luo Chen anxiously called out to Song Guangming, hurry and help, be careful of Chaojun getting hurt. He was thinking that 2 fists couldn't fight against 4 hands. With 17 or 18 people on the other side, they might not be able to hold them off. Song Guangming shook his head with a smile, and Luo Chen looked over again, suddenly stunned. The 5 or 6 people who had rushed over were all lying on the ground, some clutching their arms, some clutching their legs, rolling on the ground and wailing. Luo Chen was in a daze, as if he hadn't looked at them for just a second or two. How did they end up on the ground? The remaining 10 or so people saw their companions suffer again, and this time they no longer held back, all jumping up, some dragging chairs, some grabbing wine bottles, and they charged towards Mu Chaojun like a swarm. They never cared about any moral rules, winning was the only thing that mattered. Who the hell was foolish enough to talk about rules in a fight? Luo Chen was watching intently as more than a dozen people surged forward, surrounding Mu Chaojun tightly. Mu Chaojun was empty-handed, and all he could see was a flurry of movement, followed by the sounds of slaps and cries of ouch, ouch, and in less than 5 seconds, there were more people lying on the ground. At this moment, none of the 17 or 18 people on the opposing side could stand, they were all lying on the ground, wailing in agony. Damn, so the legendary masters from the palace were really this impressive. Song Guangming explained to Luo Chen, "Boss, don't worry, Chaojun knows how to control his strength. Although these people are numerous, they are just a rabble, even if there were several times more, it wouldn't matter." Chen Jin felt relieved, cheerfully making a phone call, then said to Luo Chen, "Let's just eat quietly. I've called someone to give a heads up, so we won't have a large crowd ruining our meal and spoiling the mood." Luo Chen nodded, and the villa owner, sweating profusely, brought people over, apologizing to Luo Chen and the others while arranging for the 17 or 18 ruffians to be taken away, also telling Chen Jin that today's meal was on the house. Luo Chen was not interested in them but excitedly asked Mu Chaojun and Song Guangming, "Guangming, Chaojun is amazing. Do you have any more friends or comrades like him? The more, the better." Mu Chaojun's eyes lit up for a moment, then he turned to look at Song Guangming. Song Guangming seriously said to Luo Chen, "Boss, there are indeed two." After a moment of contemplation, he added, "These two are from the same place, and they are somewhat related. They are soldiers under my command, and they accidentally injured a few local ruffians and were sent back to their hometown. I haven't been able to contact them for years. They are from Ganshi." Luo Chen immediately decided, "I have nothing to do anyway, after we finish eating, let's head to Ganshi. It'll be like a trip, and we can bring those two over." Song Guangming thought for a moment and nodded. The boss had time, so it was a good opportunity to see them. He had always wanted to go but never had the time or opportunity, and he couldn't reach them by phone or get replies to his letters. It had always been on his mind. Chen Jin laughed, "That's good, I'm bored here, so I'll go have some fun with you. It's 2,000 kilometers from here to Ganshi. Are we flying or taking the high-speed train?" Luo Chen waved his hand casually, "Let's drive there, enjoying the scenery along the way." Then he asked Song Ziqing, "Ziqing, you're not going, right? It's too long for a girl to sit in a car, you might get car sick." But Song Ziqing repeatedly said, I'll go. I don't get car sick, I can sit for as long as it takes." After that, she added a few more words, "Boss, I'm your little assistant. Wherever you go, I have to follow." Luo Chen tilted his head and thought for a moment before nodding. "Alright, having a beautiful girl around will attract the ruffians. We big guys alone won't do the trick. Chaojun and Guangming can stretch their muscles." This remark made everyone laugh, but Song Ziqing pouted and said, "Boss, are you using me as bait to catch fish?" Luo Chen rarely joked with her, "Come on, is there such a beautiful worm? Bring me a few pounds." At the hospital, Jiang Xiuyan's injuries were not serious. She had a small cut on her neck from a dagger, and mainly she was quite shaken mentally, staying in the hospital for a day. Her parents came to keep her company, and that night, neither of them went home, staying at the hospital all night. Jiang Xiuyan, fearing her parents would stay up all night, insisted on being discharged. Zhang Guangyuan then handled the discharge procedures for his daughter, and they went home. Wei Fengling was extremely worried. Even after returning home she kept checking on her daughter. Jiang Xiuyan said, "Mom, I'm fine. If there were really something wrong, wouldn't the doctor have found it?" Zhang Guangyuan also chimed in, "Fengling, stop fussing over our daughter." Upon hearing this, Wei Fengling's eyes turned red. "What do you mean fussing? It's not your daughter. I'm her mother, of course I care. One is in Korea learning to sing and dance, and can't even spare time to call home in a month, while the other is at home causing trouble for me." Jiang Xiuyan, both amused and exasperated, replied, "Mom, how can you call this causing trouble? Do I want this? I have nothing to do with that. We don't even have any contact, okay? It's all in making a fuss. If you want to blame someone, who told you to give birth to such a beautiful daughter?" Zhang Guangyuan also frowned and complained, "Yes, if you say she's not pretty, you're afraid she'll feel inferior. If you say she's too pretty, that's also a problem." Sigh. Suddenly, Zhang Guangyuan looked at Jiang Xiuyan and asked, "Xiuyan, I saw on the news last night, who was that young man who replaced you? Is he a police officer?" Jiang Xiuyan's expression, which had been fine, darkened at her father's words, and she shook her head, replying, "He's not a police officer, he's the new owner of our hotel." Jiang Guangyuan was puzzled. "Owner? Didn't they say rich people are afraid of death? How could he dare to replace you? Is it?" He stared at Jiang Xiuyan's face and added, "Are you dating him?" Jiang Xiuyan's face flushed, and she immediately denied it. "That's not true. He's such a big boss, a billionaire, how could he like me?" Wei Fengling, however, was quite blunt. "My daughter is not an ordinary girl, she's a fairy descended to earth." As soon as the topic of looks came up, Zhang Guangyuan's worries resurfaced. He glanced at his wife and said, "Fengling, our daughter's beauty is inherited from your genes. You may be over 40, but you're still very beautiful. I always feel something's off about that new supermarket owner. How about we just quit that job? Quit? You want to quit? Wei Fengling immediately became unhappy, huffing, I've told you, the new owner is a young beauty, a woman. Why are you guessing blindly? She hasn't even met me in person. What could she want from me? I just got lucky and became a vice president with a salary of 200,000. If you want me to quit, where will I find such a good job? Jiang Guanyuan's face fell, looking quite dejected. The most frustrating thing for a man is to be unable to provide a good life for his wife and then be outdone by her. Jiang Guanyuan was a teacher, and over 20 years ago, Wei Fengling came to Jianghan to work. They met, and Jiang Guanyuan fell in love with her at first sight, marrying her despite his family's objections, even though she had no diploma and no Jianghan household registration, being just a rural girl from Chuan City. At that time, he had a stable job, and their statuses were worlds apart. Although the couple had always been affectionate, Jiang Guanyuan still held a psychological advantage over his wife, but that advantage was ruthlessly diminished now that his wife was a vice president with a salary of 200,000. Seeing her father in low spirits, Jiang Xiaoyan poked him in the side. Dad, stop being jealous of nothing. I know who the new owner of the supermarket is, don't worry, it's not because of Mom. Jiang Guanyuan perked up. How do you know? Jiang Xiaoyan replied, I had someone check while I was at the hospital last night. The new owner of the supermarket is named Song Ziqing. She's from Chuan City, and her family is average. She couldn't afford to buy the supermarket, but the person behind her can. This surprised both Jiang Guanyuan and Wei Fengling, who stared at her and asked, Who is it? Luo Chen, the one who bought our hotel. Song Ziqing is just an employee of his company. Jiang Xiaoyan shared the information she had gathered with her parents. Jiang Guanyuan, half convinced, asked, It must have cost a lot to buy your hotel, right? Jiang Xiaoyan bit her lip and said, Not just the hotel, but the entire Xinguang Square, including the office buildings, was bought outright for 13 billion. 13 billion? Jiang Guanyuan and his wife Wei Fengling were both shocked by this unimaginable figure. Then Jiang Guanyuan asked her, Miss, this Luo Chen you mentioned is the young man who replaced you as a hostage? Jiang Xiaoyan nodded slightly, but her heart was a tangled mess. To be honest, at the moment Luo Chen made his grand entrance to replace her, she was so stunned that she couldn't speak, her mind blank with shock, but the feeling in her heart was indescribable. How many men would be willing to make such sacrifices for the woman they love? In that moment, it wasn't just about money, it was a gamble with his life. How many men would dare to take such a risk? After thinking it over today, she decided to call Luo Chen to apologize and soften her stance. Who would have thought that Luo Chen wouldn't even answer the phone? In a fit of anger, she sent that text message and immediately regretted it. Song Guangming's car had 4 people, Song Ziqing in the front passenger seat, and Luo Chen and Chen Jin in the back. She originally wanted to arrange for Song Ziqing to ride with Mu Chaojun to keep her company, otherwise driving would be too lonely, but Mu Chaojun said to let her chat with the boss first, and when she got tired and wanted to sleep, she could go to his car. As a result, Mu Chaojun drove the Rolls-Royce alone, enjoying himself. Because they were on the highway, Luo Chen's plan to enjoy the scenery while driving fell through, and it turned into a boring stretch of highway time. In the afternoon, they grabbed a quick bite at a service area and drove straight until 4 in the morning, when they exited the highway in a county town in Ganshi. Song Guangming was following the navigation and didn't wake up Luo Chen and the others because there was still a considerable distance to go, and after exiting the highway, there were no restaurants open in the county town. Song Ziqing was tired and didn't switch cars. This Rolls-Royce truly lived up to its reputation as the king of luxury cars, with all 4 seats able to recline nearly 70 degrees into beds, allowing them to lie down and sleep without feeling cramped. Luo Chen woke up needing to urinate, opened his eyes, and saw that it was slightly light outside. Noticing that Song Ziqing and Chen Jin were sound asleep, he gently said to Song Guangming, Guangming, pull over for a moment. Okay. Song Guangming slowed down and gradually pulled over. Luo Chen got out to take a look and went behind a utility pole to relieve himself, while Song Guangming got out too, just a few meters away from him. As a qualified bodyguard, he always needed to keep the protected person within his line of sight, and although there was unlikely to be any danger at the moment, he did not relax his standards. In the other car, Mu Chaojun also got out to smoke a cigarette, and Luo Chen casually asked Song Guangming and Mu Chaojun, Guangming, do you want to take a break? Mu Chaojun laughed, Boss, I'm driving smoothly and feeling great. Song Guangming shook his head, saying, no problem, we're trained to handle 24 hours straight. Luo Chen smiled, we're not on a military march, there's no need to push ourselves so hard. I think we should find a hotel to rest first and grab something to eat before setting off. After saying that, he asked, how far is it now? Song Guangming checked the navigation on his phone, still over 90 kilometers, but it will take at least 3 hours. After we leave the county, it will be country roads. No rush, Luo Chen replied, and then he heard the sound of a tricycle ahead. As it got closer, he saw it was an elderly woman in her 50s or 60s, and the tricycle had a fragrant smell of oil, with a sign that read, fried dough sticks and soy milk. Old lady, do you have fried dough sticks? Luo Chen called out. The old woman stopped the tricycle, looked at them with her wrinkled face, and nodded, yes, just set out. I'll fry you some fresh ones. Great, Luo Chen replied with a smile. Inside the car, Chen Jin rolled down the window and peered out, sleepily asking, are we there yet? Luo Chen smiled and said, Jingu, come down for breakfast and call Ziqing down. Song Ziqing had already woken up from the commotion and got out of the car, blowing in the morning breeze as she played with her hair. The old lady, despite her age, was quite nimble as she took a small folding table from the tricycle, set it up on the sidewalk, and brought out some stacked plastic stools. Song Guangming quickly took over and said, Auntie, you fry the youtiao, I'll handle the rest. Alright, the auntie replied in a local accent with slightly unrefined Mandarin, lifting the lid off the coal stove, and the oil in the pot began to sizzle softly. Young man, you all came from out of town, right? Where are you headed? The auntie asked while working the dough. Song Guangming smiled and said, yes, we came from Jianghan, heading to Shuangfeng town. The auntie responded with an oh, it's not close to Shuangfeng, it takes several hours. By this time, the sky had brightened, and Luo Chen looked at the auntie's wrinkled face, her hands full of veins, her whole body showing the marks of a hard life. The auntie quickly fried a dozen youtiao, placed them on a plate on the small table, and served each of them a bowl of hot soy milk, which was still steaming with a fragrant aroma. Luo Chen was the first to use chopsticks to pick one up and took a bite. It was delicious. He wasn't sure if it was because he was hungry, but he finished one youtiao in just a few bites and then took a big gulp of hot soy milk, feeling refreshed. Jingu, Ziqing, come eat the youtiao, Luo Chen called out again while grabbing another one, eating as he called Chen Jin and Song Ziqing. Chen Jin came over, caught the aroma, and first picked up the bowl to drink several large mouthfuls of soy milk before eating the youtiao. However, Song Guangming and Mu Chaojun had much bigger appetites. The two of them ate quietly, with one finishing 7 or 8 youtiao before stopping. Song Ziqing was the most refined, eating just 1.5 before stopping, though she did finish a bowl of soy milk. The auntie smiled and said, take your time, don't rush. If the soy milk isn't enough, I'll add more for free, and I can fry you a few more youtiao. Seeing that they had eaten quite a bit, the auntie prepared to give them a few extra youtiao. Luo Chen looked up and asked Song Ziqing, do you have any money? Song Ziqing nodded and said, yes, I withdrew 20,000 in cash during the day, in case we need it. As she spoke, she handed him a stack. Luo Chen didn't count it, estimating it to be around 2,000, and placed it on the small table, pressing it down with a small bowl, then said to the auntie, Auntie, we're full, I've left the money on the table. Oh, young man, wait a moment, my youtiao is almost done, eat before you go, the auntie said, unable to take her hands off the frying pan. Luo Chen waved his hand and said, no need, auntie, we're full. Then he got back in the car, and the two vehicles drove off one after the other. The old lady picked out the youtiao and then looked at the table, finding a stack of money under the small bowl. She took it out and saw that it was all 100 yuan bills, counting them to find 22 pieces. In the car, Song Guangming drove seriously without speaking, but his heart was warm. This young boss, although young, was truly worth following, worth entrusting his life to. To be honest, when they received the order in the capital, both he and Mu Chaojun felt unhappy at that moment, but orders must be obeyed. Later, when they arrived in Jianghan and met Luo Chen, their disappointment deepened. How could someone so young be any good? Over the years, they had protected and met many second-generation rich kids, and they were nothing like the older generation. The more they interacted, the less favorable their impression became. However, after talking with Luo Chen, their perception gradually changed. Although he was young, he was particularly good at dealing with people, understanding them. Offering a 5 million annual salary showed he was not stingy. He asked about their families upon meeting and arranged various matters, even providing housing. Regardless of whether he was trying to win them over, at least he had that intention. And just after seeing his actions towards that old lady, Song Guangming's heart truly warmed. It was heated. This was not pretentious. One's character can be seen through the details of everyday life. The town here is truly far inferior to the towns in Jianghan, even less impressive than the villages over there. The mountains stretch endlessly, with only a few scattered houses along the sides of the road. As we traveled, the houses in the town looked a bit more polished, but the rural homes were quite old and worn. Shuangfeng town isn't large, just a single street, no more than 200 meters long, with fewer than 30 houses on either side of the road, and then just a few scattered households. Song Guangming slowed down the car, looking around as he drove slowly. Suddenly, Mu Chaojun in front stopped the car, and Song Guangming followed suit, sitting in the car and glancing at a pork stall on the right. A very tall man, bare-chested and holding a meat cleaver, was weighing meat for a customer. Mu Chaojun didn't get out of the car, and as Song Guangming watched the butcher, his eyes became a bit misty. After a long moment, he opened the car door and got out, calling out loudly, "Zhang Jiaqing." The butcher, with a cigarette in his mouth, was casually cutting meat when he instinctively closed his legs and stood up straight, responding, "Here." This startled a few customers, who didn't know what was happening. The butcher then looked toward the voice and, upon seeing Song Guangming, froze, spitting out the cigarette and calling out, "Instructor." Song Guangming solemnly shouted again, "Zhang Jiaqing, return to the team." The butcher grinned and shouted back, "Yes." He threw the cleaver onto the cutting board with a loud thud, splitting the thick board in half with one blow. Song Guangming turned to Song Ziqing and said, "Miss Song, please sit in the back or in Sejuan's car, I have something to ask him." "Okay." Song Ziqing got out and went directly to Mu Chaojuan's car. Mu Chaojun rolled down the window and whistled at the butcher. The butcher glanced over and exclaimed, "Ah, little Chow is here too?" Mu Chaojun frowned and shouted, "Get in the car quickly." Zhang Jiaqing, the butcher, grinned and hurried into Song Guangming's car, saying, "Instructor, we're going to Yao Shang's place, right?" Song Guangming simply replied, "Lead the way." Zhang Jiaqing pointed ahead, and after driving for half a mile, he turned onto a side road. Along the way, there were often dump trucks loaded with gravel. After driving for more than a mile, they arrived at a large stone yard, where the sound of machinery roared continuously. They stopped not far away, and Song Guangming turned to Luo Chen, asking, "Boss, will you wait in the car?" Luo Chen shook his head and said, "Let's go together." Everyone got out of the car, with Zhang Jiaqing leading the way. They stopped in front of a stone crusher, where two men were busy throwing stones into the machine, with stones coming out on the other side. Zhang Jiaqing shouted, "Yao Shang, Xingzi." A man who was moving stones looked up in surprise. Song Guangming called out sternly, "Yao Shang, return to the team." "Yes." The bare-chested man saluted sharply and then ran to a nearby shed to turn on the water, washing himself for a while. After a moment, he put on a slightly cleaner shirt and quickly ran back, saluting again, "Instructor, Yao Shang is back in the team." Mu Chaojun called out to him, "Xingzi, get in my car." Yao Shang moved quickly, not even greeting the people at the stoneyard, and directly got into Mu Chaojuan's car. Luo Chen was deeply shocked. Song Guangming had come without explaining the reason, and Zhang Jiaqing and Yao Shang followed without hesitation or questions, as if they would face any danger ahead without concern. It was an indescribable trust. A trust that allowed one to rely on the other in times of conflict. The car drove back, exiting the small road and entering another one, not far away. About 500 meters later, they arrived at a low, old mud brick house. Yao Shang was the first to jump out of the car, then he moved some wooden chairs from the house to the yard, his face slightly flushed as he said, "Inside. It's really too cramped to sit, let's sit in the yard." There's no tea." Song Guangming invited Luo Chen and Chen Jin to sit down, and then said to Yao Shang and Zhang Jiaqing, "Jiaqing, Xingzi, I'm calling you back to the team today not for the previous missions. I've retired, and Chao Jun is with me now. From now on, we are no longer soldiers, our task is to protect General Luo, so I want to clarify this with you. If you want to come with me, then come, if you can't, I won't hold it against you." He then pointed at Luo Chen and said, "This is our boss, General Luo Chen." Zhang Jiaqing puffed out his chest and said loudly, "The instructor asked me to return to the team, so I will return, no matter what the task is." Yao Shang had a somewhat expression and glanced at the house. Zhang Jiaqing quickly spoke for him, "Instructor, Xingzi's mother is not well, and there's no one to take care of her, plus they have no money." Song Guangming looked at Luo Chen, who nodded and said, "Jiaqing, Xingzi, if you are willing, then move your family to Jianghan. If you encounter any difficulties, just let me know, don't hesitate." Zhang Jiaqing immediately replied, "I have no problem, my parents are with my brother, and I'm single. Whenever I have difficulties, I just ask Widow Lu for help." This made both Luo Chen and Chen Jin laugh. Luo Chen then instructed Yao Shang, "Xingzi, help your mother into the car, you don't need to bring anything else. I'll arrange everything when we get there." Yao Shang looked at Luo Chen and then at Song Guangming. Song Guangming, with a very serious expression, said to Yao Shang and Zhang Jiaqing, "Jiaqing, Xingzi, we are no longer a team, we are just a group dedicated to protecting the boss with our lives. At all times, the boss's safety is the top priority, understand?" "Understood. Understood." The two answered in unison. Yao Shang no longer hesitated and went inside to carry his mother out and placed her in the back seat of the wooden Chao Jun's car. Zhang Jiaqing also sat in that car, while Song Ziqing returned to sit in Luo Chen's car, and then they set off. Zhang Jiaqing called his brother on the way to explain the situation, and then he started chatting with Mu Chaojun. After arriving in the county town, Luo Chen instructed them to find a hotel to stay in first, and he bought several sets of clothes for Yao Shang, his mother, and Zhang Jiaqing, both inside and out. After changing into clean new clothes, the momentum of Zhang Jiaqing and Yao Shang burst forth. Song Guangming introduced their situation to Luo Chen. Jiaqing is skilled in martial arts, incredibly strong, and proficient in demolition. Yao Shang is a firearms expert, a god of sniping, and Mu Chaojun is the best in hand-to-hand combat in the entire army. Luo Chen smiled and said, "It might be a bit of a waste of their talents to follow me. Guangming, if we leave now, we probably won't come back. Why don't we stay here for another 3 to 5 days before leaving?" "Okay." As long as it was Luo Chen's words, Song Guangming almost never questioned or refused. At night, they remotely commanded the Jianghan Songshu Hui team to trade U.S. stocks and futures, while during the day, they enjoyed the local snacks of ganshi and strolled around the sites. Just 3 days into this life, Luo Chen suddenly received a call from Luo Chenya, who said, "Zhang Xiuyan is in trouble." Luo Chen's heart sank, and after asking a few questions, he gathered everyone together and said with a serious and grim expression, "Ziqing, Jin Gu, you and Xingzi escort his mother to Jianghan. Chao Jun, Jiaqing, and I will take a detour to Ganshi province and fly directly to South Korea." Luo Chen directly denied, "You take care of your mother first. Once you arrive in Jianghan, send her to the hospital for treatment immediately. Ziqing, once you get to Jianghan, have my sister-in-law send Xingzi 2 million cash for use, and you can cover the hospital expenses. Then, go to Haitian Hanjing and choose 2 sets of villas, one for Jiaqing and one for Xingzi, and settle the family first. We'll assess the situation here and notify you if needed." Song Guangming also nodded, saying, "Xingzi, you take care of your mother and go to Jianghan first, settle her down before we talk." Yao Shang could only nod, feeling guilty that the boss had already spent hundreds of millions for him without him having made any contribution. But then he felt fortunate, he and Zhang Jiaqing were cousins, and he had complete trust in Song Guangming. Now that Song Guangming had them return to follow their boss, Luo Chen, it seemed the boss's judgment was indeed good. While waiting at Ganshi Airport, Yao Wenbin called, "President Luo, I'm here in the Cayman Islands. As you instructed, everything has been taken care of. I've used my connections to transfer the profits from the past few days to the offshore company account in the Cayman Islands, a total of $2 billion. President Luo, I'll book a flight back to Jianghan shortly. I'm not in Jianghan right now, I'm going to Seoul." Yao Wenbin was taken aback and asked, "What are you going to Seoul for?" Luo Chen paused for a moment before replying, "It's a personal matter." After a few seconds of silence, Yao Wenbin asked again, "Is it complicated?" Luo Chen considered for a moment before answering, "A bit complicated. Alright, I'll book an international flight to Seoul right away to meet you there. I have a very influential friend over there who can help." Yao Wenbin immediately said he would rush over. Luo Chen didn't refuse, after all, he was unfamiliar with the place, and Chen Jin's reach didn't extend that far. It was easier to handle things domestically, but abroad was a different story, and he didn't yet have the connections and power in international capital. After this incident, he needed to speed up his progress upon returning to Jianghan. He had to develop a network of relationships with those international giants. Otherwise, no matter how much money he had, it would be worthless without the ability to protect himself. There were no direct flights from Ganshi province to Seoul, so they had to fly to Port City and then transfer to Seoul. The distance wasn't far, actually closer than to the western regions of the country, but due to international flight regulations, it was complicated. Fortunately, Chen Jin had already taken care of the passport arrangements and sent someone to deliver it directly to Port City Airport. By the time they arrived at Port City, the passports were ready. They landed in Seoul in the evening, and Yao Wenbin arrived first, waiting at the airport exit. When he saw them, he came forward to greet them. Noticing Luo Chen's serious expression, Yao Wenbin nodded and said, "President Luo, this way, to the parking garage." Upon reaching the airport's underground parking lot, Yao Wenbin led them to a stretched Hummer. 2 burly men in black opened the car doors and said a somewhat unrefined please. Song Guangming accompanied Luo Chen into the Hummer, while Zhang Jiaqing and Mu Chaojun got into another vehicle. Inside the Hummer was like a small luxurious lounge, where a man in his 50s greeted Luo Chen with a smile as soon as he got in, speaking in halting Mandarin, "President Luo, I've long admired your name." Yao Wenbin quickly introduced, "President Luo, this is Chairman Zhang Changyong, one of our investors from the Tiger Securities Shanghai branch. Chairman Zhang was involved in your previous leveraged financing operations." Luo Chen responded with an "oh," shaking hands and greeting Zhang Changyong. As long as it was about making money, it was easy to talk. Money was the universal passport. In the eyes of these capitalists, there was no distinction between international relations or grudges, only interests mattered. If you could bring them profit, you were like their own father. Once everyone was seated, Zhang Changyang opened the car's refrigerator to pour some red wine, but Luo Chen quickly said, "Chairman Zhang, let's not drink right now. I'll thank you properly after I handle my matters." Zhang Changyang put the wine back and then looked at him, asking, "President Luo, can you tell me what the issue is?" Luo Chen nodded and said, "A friend of mine has a sister who is a trainee in the entertainment industry. She hasn't debuted yet, but a member of her group committed suicide the day before because she didn't want to be forced to accompany the company's business executives. The remaining members collectively demanded to terminate their contracts, but the company forcefully suppressed them. The penalty for breaking the contract is about 300 million won. They either pay the penalty to terminate the contract or follow the company's orders. My friend's family of 3 rushed over the day before yesterday and caused a scene at the company, and then they were attacked by a group of people outside the company. The elderly couple is seriously injured and is still in the hospital fighting for their lives." Entertainment? Zhang Changyang nodded and casually said, "Don't worry, President Luo. This company has a dark background, and the people behind them have some dealings with me. I will handle this matter to your satisfaction." Luo Chen immediately thanked him, "Then thank you, President Zhang. I will cover any expenses needed, so please take care of it." Zhang Changyang smiled and said, "What money are we talking about? If President Luo has the heart, I would be grateful if you could take me along for good opportunities in the future." Luo Chen readily agreed, "It's a deal." The best alliance with them was to help them make money. Originally, Zhang Changyang wanted to take them to a restaurant for a welcome dinner and have a good time, but Luo Chen was anxious, so he simply accompanied them to the hospital first. Upon arriving at the hospital, the group squeezed into the elevator to go upstairs. Zhang Changyang had 4 bodyguards, and Luo Chen had a total of 4 people with him. When they reached the floor of the ward Luo Chen mentioned, the 4 bodyguards stood guard outside the door. Song Guangming signaled Mu Chaojun and Zhang Jiaqing to also stand guard outside while he accompanied Luo Chen inside. This was a 3-person ward with 3 beds. Jiang Xiuyan's parents were lying on the 2 beds in the middle and against the wall, wrapped up and receiving 4 fluids, looking quite serious, and they were also unconscious. The frail and pitiful Jiang Xiuyan sat by her mother's bed, resting her chin on her hand and crying, her hair disheveled, a strand sticking to her forehead, looking so helpless. Luo Chen felt a pang in his heart and walked over, staring at her as he said in a low voice, "Why didn't you tell me about your sister's situation beforehand?" If he had known, her parents' situation wouldn't have happened. Jiang Xiuyan looked up at him, her small mouth agape, staring at him in confusion. Zhang Changyang and Yao Wenbin, seeing Jiang Xiuyan, were also taken aback, thinking how beautiful she was. No wonder Luo Chen was so angry. A man's fury for a beautiful woman. After a moment of daze, Jiang Xiuyan weakly said, Who are you?" Luo Chen domineeringly replied, "Don't say anything, just leave everything to me." Then he turned to Zhang Changyang and said, "President Zhang, I need to transfer them to a better hospital for surgery first." Zhang Changyang nodded and immediately instructed 2 bodyguards to handle the matter, while he led Luo Chen and the others straight to the entertainment company. Luo Chen was still not at ease and left Mu Chaojun behind to look after Jiang Xiuyan's parents before taking Jiang Xiuyan's hand and heading downstairs. Once in the car, Luo Chen noticed Jiang Xiuyan's pale face, still in shock, and comforted her, "Don't worry, your sister is still being controlled by the entertainment company?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiuyan's tears flowed down, and she choked out, I'm not Xiuyan, I'm Shuryan. My sister switched me yesterday." It took her a while to realize, and she quickly released the hand she was still holding. This was awkward. He had intended to take the opportunity to hold her hand and walk to the ends of the earth, but unexpectedly, he had grabbed the wrong person, his sister-in-law. Moreover, Jiang Shuryan had no idea who he was. Her sister Jiang Xiuyan had never mentioned him to her. Jiang Shuryan choked up and asked Luo Chen, Who exactly are you?" With so many unfamiliar people handling things, and hearing Luo Chen speaking Mandarin, she really didn't know what they were doing, but one thing was certain, transferring her parents for treatment definitely meant they were not enemies. Luo Chen's domineering aura leaked out, and he awkwardly said, "I am your sister's friend." The words "I am your future brother-in-law" were never spoken. Jiang Shuryan stared at him with tear-filled eyes, wondering if her sister had such a friend. She almost always chatted with her sister on WeChat whenever she had free time, but she had never heard her mention a friend like this, especially a male one. Looking at his demeanor, could he be a rich second generation? To be honest, Jiang Shuryan had a strong aversion to rich second generations. She had encountered many of them over the past year and was resolutely uncompromising. Their team consisted of 7 girls, 3 of whom had come from the mainland, and the one who had committed suicide was a Korean girl.